as a general rule, So, looking at the group stage schedule, the first players will be on the winner's side, and the second place finishers will be on the loser's side. Players who then lose on the loser's side are out of the tournament, and then players on the winner's side that lose will drop down to the loser's bracket. All 48 players will take part in the group stages, where you have 8 groups of 6 who have been assigned to these groups randomly and will compete in a round-robin format over the next 2 days.
なお、day4 に進出できるのは各グループ上位2名のプレイヤーとなります。トップ16のプレイヤーによるトーナメントマッチは、こちらの2名を、8グループから集めてのトーナメントとなります。各グループ1位はウィナーズサイド、各グループ2位はルーザーズサイドとなります。ウィナーズサイドで敗北した選手はルーザーズサイドへ行き、ルーザーズサイドで負けると敗退となります。こちらがダブルエリミネーション方式となります。果たして賞金100万ドルを手にするのはどのプレイヤーになるのか、皆さんで見届けていきましょ
う。Players will be ranked in order based on their number of victories, battles won, and the match difference, based on the results of their direct matches. The top 2 from each group will go through to day 4's top 16 finals.
それでは昨日の day1 を終えての各グループの順位表から見ていきたいと思います。さあ、こちらはグループ A からですね。
So now we'll take a look at the groups and we start with group A.
昨日は1試合した選手と2試合した選手がいますので、2試合して、2勝している選手がやはり、順位暫定1位になっているという感じですかね。
So there are players yesterday that had 1 match and there are players that had 2 matches. And so the players that had 2 matches are quite far along, especially the ones that have got 2 wins and 0 losses, have quite the advantage coming into day 2 where they only have to play 1 game.
さあ、このように B、C と、暫定1位は2勝0敗のプレイヤーが多いと。さあ、
the top line is obviously the player leading the group with
遅れた。
0 losses, and then there's the second place with 1 win and 0 losses.
はい。さあ、各グループ、0-2になって2敗してしまった選手もまだまだ、今日明日で、盛り返すチャンスはあるかと思います。
さすがに偉い。
Players that have 0 wins and 2 losses still have an opportunity to bring it back today and tomorrow during the course of their group, but they probably won't be allowed to lose any more games if they want to have a chance of qualifying.
はい、ということでこちら今見ていただいているグループ H までの、昨日のですね暫定順位を見ていただきました。はい、このように全体で見るとこのような形ですね。さあ、続いて本日のスケジュールです。
So, moving on to today's schedule.
はい。このような形でですね、day1、day2、day3 と、今日の day2 は、グループ D から F、そしてグループ A から C は、最後の時間になるということで。
入れ替わるんだ、
The
順
order
番。
of groups has changed around a little bit. We're going to start off with group D today as opposed to A from yesterday. And we're going to go through D to F, G to H, and then at the last 6:15 slot, we're going to go from group A to C once more.
はい。まあ大体3グループ、初めは D、E、F が終わったタイミングでインターバルの方を挟ませていただいて、その後3グループ終わった後にもインターバルが入るという形で覚えていただければ分かりやすいかと思います。よろしくお願いいたします。
So after each group, we're going to have an interval, a small break, and as you can see, the 12 o'clock start for group D and F. After that, there'll be a small pause, and then at 3:45, we'll start group C to H, and then again 6:15, group A to C, and that is going to be the general flow of day 2.
いいね。
そして今大会のスポンサー様のご紹介です。この配信は鈴木株式会社ほかふもふのお店 NTT 東日本オフィシャル PC パートナーのガレリアオフィシャルモニターパートナーの MSI とご覧の各社の協賛でお送りいたします。
やべ、始まる前にこれトイレ行ってくるわ。
Very, very important tournament sponsors. The distribution is provided by Suzuki Motors Corporation and others. The event is brought to you by Fumofu's Shop, NTT East Japan, official PC partner Galleria, and official monitor partner MSI. into group introductions. Let's go.
それではお待たせいたしました。早速参りましょう。まずお届けするのはグループ D です。それではグループ D プレイヤーの入場です。
And now it's time for the group introductions. The group D to E. Let's get into the player introductions.
まずは英国のカピバラ卿ブロスキー
Hailing from the UK, it is the great capybara. It's Broski.
勇猛果敢なる獅子ブレイブリー
And coming out next, it's the dauntless Bravery.
新鮮の外派的未来 VS バー
A man who definitely has an appetite for victory today. It's the futuristic supremacy. It's VX Bow.
ベストキットローチリブラス
At just 15 years of age, he steps onto the Capcom Cup stage. It's the young karate master, Blaz!
東海岸の最終兵器アイト
The 2019 Capcom Cup champion walks the red carpet, the lethal weapon, IDOM!
ソウルの腕自慢アームペラー
From South Korea, the confidence incarnate, Emperor!
さあということで、こちらのグループ D から見ていくわけですが、
はい、
ここもすごい実績のプレイヤーたちが並んでますよね。
そうですよね。昨日も少し対戦しまして、
はい、
ちょっと経験増えた状態になってまして、
そうですね。
一体多分戻って動画を見てるんだろうけど、
昨日のね試合見て、自分の試合も相手の試合も見て、
はい、新しい対策をできてるんじゃないでしょうか。
そうですね。さあそれではステージ6名の選手に集まっていただきました。皆さん今一度大きな拍手をお送りください。
お願いします。
さあそれでは、こちらの皆さんにですね総当たり戦本日もしていただきまして、上位2名を選出する、戦いに入っていきたいと思います。それでは選手の皆さんスタンバイをお願いいたします。
These are the 6 gentlemen that are going to do battle momentarily from Group D, and 2 of them are vying for that spot in the coveted top 16 finals. But for now we're going to have the players get ready on standby for the next match.
そしてここからはこの熱い戦いを盛り上げていただく実況席の皆さんにお渡ししたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
Alright, that's it for me and Aru here at the stage. We're going to hand over to the casters to call the action. Let's start the day.
Welcome back to another day of CAPCOM Cup play. We're in Group Stage D on the second day. And that D may stand for dangerous, depending on what happens here. My name is Seiko. I'm doing my boy Vicious. Yo, let's get into this.
You know, I was thinking about what had happened in the very beginning of day 1 in that group stage. I was very energetic, very excited, but now a little bit of anxiety is peering through. Why? Because of what these two on the stage had just said. These are the games that are ever so important for those that have gone 0-2, right? A single loss could really tarnish their shots at getting into the next phase of it all, into the top 16. But as it stands right now, the two players that are geared up into battle right now has to be Blaz versus Emperor. They're currently sitting at a tie record of 1-0 each, and it's going to be a very explosive one to start things off because they were very impressive right out the gate.
100%. For the Shoto play, they have been showing different sort of styles, different characters as well. But I like the different ideas that they bring to the table. Armper, very aggressive, active up in the corner. But Blas has a weird intention in terms of when he wakes up, what he does. Instead of, like we mentioned yesterday, doing ODDP, he'll delay OD Fireball to get the knockdown in the Dungeon and things like that to go into killing your drive gauge. So this is what we have for Group D. Again, Broski, Bravery, VX Bow, Blaz, Idom, and Armper. As you mentioned, Armper and Blaz in the top spot. Blaz only played one game yesterday. Today have to play a little bit more to go through. But Armper, I'm looking at him, man. He is looking real dangerous.
He is, yeah. I mean, like the actual king of the group right now is Broski, right? He went undefeated 2 games straight. I feel like he's been the big anomaly for a lot of the players here. And looking into what the matchups are looking like, they better be prepared for it. And he's going to be playing twice. But starting things off, obviously 2-game Blaz versus Spirit Zero Armper, Idom versus KSG VX Bow, Broski versus Blaz, Spirit Zero Armper again versus Premier Access Bravery, and of course to round it off, 2 still criminally unsponsored Idom versus Broski.
Yes, please hit them up. They definitely deserve it. Everybody good in the content and good in combat. But as you mentioned, we start off with Blaz versus Armper, very high in terms of how they're doing and out here in the brackets, but also their Shoto play, different sort of styles. Armper has a Bison if need be. We've mainly just seen the Ken. Blaz has a rotation of Ryu, Ken, and Ed possibly.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to get into that in just a bit, but looking at the overall spread, right, with Broski sitting at the top, he's in a very dominant record. He's a +3 game differential because he went 2-1 against Bravery, 2-0 against VX Bow. Blaz kind of following suit. He's at +1, or actually Bravery following suit at 1-1. VX Bow at 0-2, Blaz with 1-0 as well, Idom 0-2, and Armper at 1-0. You can see what the point differentials are just based upon their overall record within the set. So as you can see in this overall matrix, it was a lot of pretty back and forth. I think there was the most 2-1s that we've seen throughout the entire day 1.
Yeah, longer games, definitely. Much fun. And honestly, I think we'll get to something like this. I think this group will continue that sort of energy. I think we'll start off with a game that's going to be close. I feel like this game will be down to the wire.
Wow.
It was Armper to start off the day for CAPCOM Cup 11, day 2. Let's get it.
I was just thinking about the alt costume that Ryu has. I feel like there's had to be a little bit of inspiration towards like what we have on now, like the CAPCOM Cup 11 jackets. But that's neither here nor there. What's here right now is game 1 of the day of Group D. Let's get it. Blaz versus Armper.
Get so much reward, one hit. Nice punish counter and the Tatsu side switch out of the corners. Do not want to be there, but going to mid-screen regardless.
Oh, he held on forever and a day. Armper shook his head of approval. He's like, you know what? I like that. I respect it. What are you going to do about it, though? You're going to give me a lot of chip. That's totally fine. Once I get out the corner, though, it's going to be my turn to play. And this sequencing is going to get him his drive gauge back with more so the pressure. Armper is so good at corner control, as we've seen from day 1.
Yeah, the chin rise and things like that. Does land the 3-piece right there. But it's going to mini kick driver versus back it up a bit. But Blaz worse off in that drive gauge department. That means Armper can throw out the OD Fireball. Drive rush just like that. Finds the confirm. Even with the skill, he'll be able to kill. Just one bit of bar, level 1. DP gets it done. Excuse me. Ever optimal is Armper.
Yeah, that corner control is something serious, man. We talk about what happens when a Ken throws you in the corner. It's been like a pivotal cornerstone of talking on the social media apps for so long now, and it's for a very good reason, right? Armper just has so much control and so much damage potential. But that's the second time Blaz had tried to go for the donkey kick and gets punished severely, but now the punish is coming Blaz's way with that low medium kick to start it up. Armper not too shy to let that uppercut rip. Low forward again into the Jin ride. Watch out, the overhead does get perfect parried. Get out of here, get the side switch as well. Blaz with the meaty jab. Let's see that offense.
Jabs continuously again and again. Here's the meaty overhead blocked out, but Armper with the walk-up jab gets a counter at the side from the Dragon Lash. He's got the bar at the bottom. One confirmed. He was looking for the crouching to kick. Gets perfect parry. Get back to the mid-screen again.
Let's guess after that. Pretty much at 0. Forward, yep, had to keep it clean. He had to keep it a true block swing after that.
Yep.
Oh, same with Armper as well. Blaz now in the corner, and it's still the sweep! He's hitting so many times down below where he least expected it. But man, from that range, that was such an educated guess.
Wake up sweep. For a possibility of $1 million. Oh, big drop though.
But no, but he went for a throw? He went for a throw as a punish, Armper.
Just a stand meaty kick. I mean, he's been doing that continuously.
Literally anything.
That's one of those things where I think you're the other person.
I don't even know, man.
I don't know, bro. Early morning shakes. Get one out of this group nice and easy. Walk up against a tap parry. Unfortunate in burnout is Armper. Blaz with the pressure. The bar at the bottom. You're about to drop. Do not get opened up. No cross the DP. Too late to do so. That's fine.
Yeah, that was a little bit actually our mistake. If it had been a roundhouse donkey kick, which I think it might be, it's not punishable. Our mistake. But either way, Blaz secures the game. Emperor, totally understandable that he would try to go for a walk-up throw. That was our mistake. Emperor, he had it down pat the whole time, trying to go for that mix against Blaz, but Blaz was just too keen on it, right? Throwing in the mix-ups has everybody guessing. That roundhouse donkey kick, again, not too bad of a tool.
100%. And again, Blaz has played this character so much he's going to understand what he wants to do. ODDP on the media stand Fierce will get him some distance on the bust out. Knocking over the jabs, and then Jinrai well spaced out. Interruption in between the string, knew that was fake. Boy.
And look at the corner carry after that, man. So much reward off of that perfect parry coming in from Emperor. But Blaz now trying to scrap his way out. OD Fireball to keep Ryu in check. I like this control again from Emperor. Switching between the normals, switching between the fireballs. It is so ambiguous. Now the throw, even more so of a guessing game. What do you do about this, Blaz? The sweep comes in against the medium kick. Well timed for the punish.
Oh my God, this worked out so much. Tries to kick at the Jinrai, finds the stand Fierce. Perfectly done for the space trap. Drive rush, try to go for a throw. He texts. But Blaz does not have any bar to play with. A drive impact will kill, can play around that idea if he wants to. And he just looks for the low. Nice and easy and breezy. Emperor trying to put it back on the board. Piece of game on the board, I should say.
And I like that. Very aware that he's within the space to trade against the fireball if need be. All he needed was one touch regardless. But now this corner control, yes, the run overhead counter hit. We do get a link off of that. So much dangerous potential here from Emperor. Because he's at level 3 and fully healthy on the drive gates. But the Fierce swinging out from the corner. Blaz, he denied it. He was actually a little reluctant to press anything right on the meaty timing.
Scenario here, Emperor, an entry point to finish things off and give himself a game. Oh, that could have been it. And the jab, the perfect parry. Cannot give Blaz any sort of momentum at all. Tatsu actually able to get the side switch outside the corner, get himself some distance, the walk-up throw. It's still not over. Never count Blaz out, especially with Ryu and that big boy damage he can hit like a truck. Just don't let him do it. The walk-up jab.
So smart. If you had seen what he had done prior, right? He did a walk-up throw against a block donkey kick. A little bit different on the but still in a very similar situation. Ryu is going to be safe enough. I'm going to try to get this fixed. He denied it a little bit by delaying that jab. Very smart. A big change up there from Emperor.
Game to game right now. Dan Light kick on counter. Only time to drive rush. The DP fantastically done. No conversion off the crouching medium punch, but he's hunting for the next hit. He's going to get off the target combo. DP ender. Next.
Or you. I think that's the first option. The first time we've seen that option exercised from Blaz thus far. Overhead, man, a lot of trickery coming in from either the Jinrai, the step kicks, etc. And now he's taking liberties by moving forward, trying to throw in that counter poke with the crouching medium punch with Blaz. He's still stuck in the same spot up until the solar plexus.
That was so smart. Having to get that forward Fierce to work out. Holds the brakes just a little bit, hits the heavy kick, and ends it. That was so good. Feeling the Emperor was getting pressured enough that there was going to be a bust out. Backs off just a little bit. Gets hit that he needs. He's on set point now.
Oh, yes, sir. I like that. He's testing the reactions. Blaz is throwing out some of the lights to see if Emperor will try to whiff punish. But to no avail. I mean, either way, Emperor still has the momentum yet again. There's the throw. Where's the media? He denied himself so much of that damage. He's like, you know what? I think Blaz is going to be going for an OD uppercut regardless. And the throw to end it. I like that, dude. He's thoroughly going through his wheel of options against Blaz. So effective. It's crazy. Damn! Drive us so forward. That's how you feel?
Start the game.
Walk
back right there was perfect. Level 3, get the ball built right back up. Pass off to the point where he's
でもちょっと竜に勝ってほしいな。竜ならワンチャン。
Momentum, Emperor might be able to seal it actually. Oh, he's counter back to back, side switch as well. The throw heavily denied by Emperor.
いや、あるの。
あれ
これあるかね、マジで。あるっていうかもうこれ、罪じゃん。SS3 の状況知らないけど。SS3 状況はちょっと悪かったっぽいな。
That was the perfect time to let that level 3 rip. There was so much damage.
SS3 の後はいけないんだね。インパクト。
Afterwards, he could go into any sort of chip sequencing. Emperor did not really have a vying chance to get himself out properly, right? I mean, he was so in burnout. As soon as the level 3 rip, he looked directly at the player cam. He was shaking.
まあそれで言ったらベストは最後 SS3 じゃなくて昇竜締めで終わらしといて、インパクトで角で SS3 だったら終わりなのかな。
damage and stuff like that. And Boss had so many ambiguous moments like that sweep that he's been doing on Wake Up in the corner continuously. Makes it a little bit more hesitant here from Arper.
いやアンペラーがここで負けるってなったらちょっともつれそうだな。アンペラー結構あれだよね、グループ抜け本命どこだよね、本来というか。下馬評的に言えばそれがここで負けちゃうってなるとちょっとポイントが平たくなっちゃうから、ここでポイントが平たくなっちゃったらアイテムが上がれない可能性がいや違う、でもうわどっちがいいんだこれ。多分一人が突き抜けてくれた方がいいよね。一人もうめっちゃ突き抜けてる最強みたいなやつがいればそれかもう完全にもつれまくったらワンチャンあんのかな、平たい方が。Beyond just doing like a crouching medium kick, he's going for something where he knows he's going to get a knockdown. Instead of just, I'm going to confirm it to crouching medium kick, maybe, possibly. Either way, Boz, like that energy, bro. Young man energy works out in the clutch, takes on Arper, and he takes us to our next match, Idom versus VX Bow. Russ, what do you think about this one? まあベガはいけるはず。
Who are you fearing most when it comes to VX Bow? Like, who do you think he's going to be putting on the table? He's like, you know what? I feel like if he decides to go with Bison, I'll be fine. But if he decides to go Ken, which he was advised to,
マノン有利と言ったっていい。
But neither of those options are on the table as of right now. It is the end pick from VX Bow, which we did not get to talk about.
VX Bow が最下位なんだよな今。え、エドだ。そうか、ベガやっぱきついか。うわぁ、投げる気をしちゃうね。
Rich and myself were talking about it in like casuals during his matches with his friends in the region, ranked circumstances, local tournaments. He is a god.
いいよ。
Big time tournaments, we
1
haven't
枚
seen him really shine just yet.
いい崩し。
め。 And it's very solid. I mean, he likes cycle power. That's like a big thing for him. He likes characters that have that cycle power sort of tendency. But I haven't seen him play this character in CFN that much. It looks like it's very informed right now. First round to him so far with the flicker.
いい飛びだよ。
Like a dive kick. Easily gonna reach.
はい。
With the hit grab. Stocks up 3 medals in totality.
ほぼ 0.5 本。
Could go for the 50 if he wants to. Oh, he might have tried.
マイステはちょっと欲張りさん。
Double bounce. Corner carry on the way, but the damage is immaculate.
やり直し、これきつすぎ。終わった。これきつすぎ。文豪も言ってました。ドリームをやられる、ドリームが存在することがマナにエド一番きついところだと。
On the ground, he does get the punish counter, knockdown, kill rush from the Oki. Yes, sir. No drive rush right after. Got to confirm.
いや、きちー。めっちゃ投げ抜けをすな、アイドム。やばい、終わっちゃう。うわ、偉かったけどあれか。シャガ中からそのままいかなあかんか。いいよ。ふざけ。
Yeah, but he still gets the whole barrage, by the way, being able to lick back flickers into the level 3. I'm loving this right now from VX Bow. On the board, finally, now sitting at 1 and 2 in the overall standings. Idom, this is looking pretty damn shaky. I can't.
Yeah.
I'm not the greatest mathematician here.
So
But he's
confident.
currently sitting.
あーきついね。これはきつい。
You know, good luck is all I can say. But the way that VX Val came in today, having only one game today to have to play, knew how much he had to put on the deck, and has worked out this Ed to such a fantastic level. I mean, Idom does play Eds.
3敗はどうだろうね。まあもう 100% ではないかな、多分。
VX Val was so dominant with his pressure.
100% じゃないけど、
Right bets and not finding any reward on all of his conversions. I feel like, you know, obviously that's not
まあ
the damage, but was able to land the
ほぼ
command grab,
ない
kind of puppet
ぐらいの感じかな。
like per usual. Didn't really happen this time.
Yeah, there were a lot of things that were kind of throwing Idom a little bit off too from the way that VX Val had been controlling the space. It was very hard to
いや
even
ここ
try to
の
figure out whether or not he would actually go for
このグループだったら
any
100% じゃないんじゃないか
if he
今。
would actually throw out normals and whatnot. I feel like VX Val, he had a timer on him. When should I act first? When should I act second?
Okay. I like that. I like
100% なのかな。
worked out. I mean, there was some interruptions obviously against Dry Brush, but
今スコアボード覚えてねえや。
decision making is hard to read when you want to do what. So, we move over to Broski versus Blaz, as you mentioned. Broski in the top spot with the Aki.
あ、ブロスキも結構勝ってんだっ
Very
け。
cool, this character, very optimal. Even in the matchups where I think it's horrible for him, he is still able to eke out wins. Even against Kumas, he doesn't like to hear that, but he is so well versed in everything I feel, while still keeping up with the content. And Blaz, as we've already seen, so different on
ブ
his
ロス
wake
キ、
up.
あ、じゃあもうこれ無理だな。
I have to wonder if Broski was watching that being like,
ブロスキ
oh, man, this
2-0
guy
で
might wake up sweet me
こっ
or
ちの竜使い
anything.
も
Right. I think primarily when we talk about
2-1か 2-0
way she kind of
かどっちかだよ
control,
な
I feel
今
like, being able to
2-1
throw the
か
fireball is pretty keen, but I also like the control that she has from some of her normals being a little bit further than most, right? Medium punch moves her pretty far forward. Broski's also very, very sharp when it comes to the utilization
2-0
of
か
crouching medium kick, being able to cancel
2-0
into like
2-0
a super if need be, but also
Right.
he'll snatch a couple of raw, like straight hits to kind of like keep Blaz in check. But when those confirms come out from the side of Broski, be prepared for one, the poison, and two, if you're already poisoned, the big juggles coming in, right?
総当たり
Combo video.
6人でやった時って
Broski, you know,
3勝が1人しか生まれない可能性ってないんか。
Ryu can throw out the fireballs at a pace where you can't really keep up his Aki. Your normals can fight hers, but at the end of the day, your initiation's kind of hard.
俺バカだからわかんねえけど
Kind of
よ。
matches yours without having to put the poison on. You can fight her effectively, and the fact that Lost also has a kin as well maybe makes this difficult on paper. But again, we've seen Broski fight matchups that are very hard for Aki. He's such a main line with that character. He stays fine.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to the actual fireball war itself, I mean, obviously she's not going to necessarily participate in it, but I do think she has a couple of ways to get around that. If he times it or reads it right, he could do an OD cool fake, which he's very keen towards doing. He could kind of slither through with a snake stance and also cancel it out to kind of reset the timing as the fireball passes through. He could spiral over as
Yeah,
well.
bit of a Fang. You're right. See if Lost has those timings to not get got. But you're right in terms of Broski being really effective against the fireball war overall in other elements and other areas. Seems most effective of them all in this first of two. Broski Blaz. Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm really looking forward to seeing how Broski gets around the fireball gameplay, but for the most part, Blaz hasn't really had to rely on that.
竜秋
In my
か。
opinion, I think he's gotten to a really
マジで
good
この
space
組み合わ
where
せ
he's
見た
got
ことないな。
his crushing medium kick per se as well, and also that fierce is just so heavy, right? If Broski oversteps just ever so slightly, that fierce is coming in.
Yeah, forward pierce as well. Initiation tool with the forward heavy kick.
どうなるんだこれ
Range
は。
is gonna be really good here for Blaz. Broski's initiator though, he's the one with the CQC. You see, trying to get close. Perfect pair in the fireball. Alright, the trade.
それ
Still not fighting right after him. The donkey kick.
Excellent confirm on the target combo, forward throw. Drive rush on in, trying to bait something out from Blaz. Damage taken away while in that state.
おりゃ
The
えら
counter hit conversion, yes sir. Being able to get the bubble follow up. No,
Wow.
he tried the venomous fang. He thought Blaz was going to
い
get
や
grounded.
竜巻集中
Dingin. Still gets hit with the fireball, medium lash. Yeah, instant with the
Dingin.
head.
Serpent
Serpent lash, excuse me. Hey, why am I throwing out the random names?
おお
I definitely like to say Serpent lash. Hello.
I feel
嵐
that. Broski go for a super or reset. I think a super will do enough even with the scaling.
補正やばい
One. Yeah, she get it done.
Ready
Broski.
bubble. Bang.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always forget about like
Oh
how
my.
potent it is to kind of keep the other person in check with the serpent lashes, right? Medium, the light one, etc. The light one primarily. It's such a great.
目をそらすな
Honestly.
And it wasn't who you're fighting, but like the other player has to be looking for that.
かかと落とし込んいいな
We'll talk about that from Manon a little bit later on, but right now Blaz falling on the fireball. OD expends it.
Oh.
Dash up into a drive impact.
いいね
Beautiful reaction right there. Broski is now burnt out. Now I'm the Baron of burnout.
How's this feel?
You
い
know
や
what?
いい
I don't
立ち
mind
回り
Buzz
する
backing
な
up that point, but still getting the drive
う
impact
まい
after
な
the patience been rewarded. It's a matter of how you're going to cash out, young man.
Spin level 2 here.
Level
Level
1,
1.
100%
いや
level
いい
100% level 1. So him backing off was a big sign that he was prepared for any sort of like OD slide in case Broski tried to sneak out of the corner.
Yeah.
Cool fake. That's one of the big things that a lot of the players have been looking out for, specifically against Broski.
I feel like round start usually to initiate the
なんか
fireball.
あんまりいわゆる格ゲーマーのこう時折出てくるいや若いなーっていう感じじゃないようなこの竜使ってる時点でそうなんのかな。
Like this. Backhand
Yo,
kick at
sit
the
him down.
bounce.
Yeah, he's playing basketball now.
Playing basketball. Backs up for the anti-air in that space we mentioned. Where if he needed to stay coil out, he was going to catch that. Ah! Go for the super
ワンタッ
reset.
チ。あわう
Yeah, he
わ
got flat out of
お
that,
お
chasing it down, both in burnout. This is actually going to be, I feel like if Broski gets a chance, he might be able to initiate his offense.
Get it though. Lost out the low. Off the kick, trying to hit. Like to go into level 3. Both sides, hunting for that option. Both back with bar. More options now. Odi fireball. Odi fireball right back at him. He gets immediate
Wow.
burnout. Press a button. Wasn't busting enough, and Broski.
しーうわ今のはチャーって感じだな。
I had missed that wasn't a punish counter, no?
かわいそうちょっとかわいそう。
Very interesting. He thought he was fast enough. It makes a lot of sense.
Broski just quick with it, quick with it.
もうちょっと球の反応が早かったら結果変わりそうだったな。
Always puts on the poison stun whenever he can. Just get that poison on no matter what.
Yeah, it's much harder to even throw out a Nightshade Pulse while he's in that tension state, but still being able to do so. Follow up afterward. OD uppercut. Blaz trying to chase through. Mistimed his own meaty. Cool fake yet again. And it's so difficult. Like you want to try to press a button against Nightshade Pulse, but it's
うわでも結構芸術使うな。
against the solar plexus.
Reading the timing perfectly. Getting fireball, no drive rush up though. Here from Broski, I'm surprised. Didn't
Tried
press
to.
the issue.
I definitely think he tried to.
きちー
We're gonna get a couple of these too. Yeah, back away.
マジだな。
Lost some space. Just at the corner. Set up the dirty puddle. You don't need the bubble. You just need the roundhouse.
Bubble, toilet trouble. Broski on that set point scenario. He's got bar at the bottom too as well. At level 3 if he needs it. At the very end. Starting with the in there of a poison with the heavy lash, of course.
まず一気に秋ペースにちょっと竜を応援したくなる。
The sweep as the whip punish. Gets a hard knockdown, gets in, ends it with a DP. Now it's Broski up in the corner. What's that defense looking like? Not so good right now.
まあ秋みたいなマイナーキャラもマイナーじゃねえかもう。
Holy fire!
まあでも比較的まあマイナー寄りだと思うけど。おおやる。
Wow!
頑張ってほしいけど。
Yeah, not too bad. Blaz on the board with a round at least. 3 bars apiece from both ends. Broski starting things off with the pulse. Following with the lash. Yeah, that's excellent. Even if they do get the jump in on you, Broski's always ready with an escape option just in case. Sure, it's a hefty amount of bar in terms of the drive gauge, but pretty much equal in stance against Blaz. He's willing to do that.
Ooh.
He has been waiting on that for so long.
へえ
He's actually
面白。
so damn smart for doing that.
A
Being
lot
able
of-
to exercise that. Like, how many times have we seen that on this
面白いけ
Broski's
ど
did a lot of driver reversals from Blaz. I like that he was
面白いだけだなこれ。見てるのが面白いだけで
unmoisturized but
普通にやられたらムカ
Stand
つき
fears
そう。
off the kick. Don't lose after this.
そんなんありかよ。
Blaz trying to get the jump in. Tries to pull the fireball. He actually emptied the
普通にそんなんありかよ
back.
って感じだ
Drive
けど。
impact. He's back with bar. He's back with business. Blaz OD.
きたー。お昇竜拳うわはー
I can't believe it after all that work, bitches. All that work.
It's crazy. I was actually kind of concerned. Like he was
Wow.
behind the Nightshade Pulse and probably could have backed away, but the guess of the parry was a little bit wild, man.
Oh my god.
It's not, I mean, not against them,
Right.
but Blaz just thinking 2 steps ahead
昇竜
already.
拳昇竜拳わはわは
Yeah, that's a huge thing, man. He fights pretty damn well in Burnout. Something about these young kids, man. They be playing in Burnout like nobody's actually affected.
Part of the game.
いやあるだ
Starting with the command grab. The jump back is there.
お
Right back
お
to
え
the
ら
rise.
ーすげえジャック系で隠って
This
た
guy's sick.
He's so good.
I mean, Aki's cool, but Blaz is sick.
Starting to go for the overhead stand block. Immediately Blaz on set point. great bees and
アリエル来た。
Broski wants to confirm these resets. Man grab we've seen yesterday. Stocks from the engine after the OD fireball knockdown. They don't have a parry. I like that from Broski.
Purple is applied, by the way. Broski trying to land that hit. Blaz, yeah, that's an option select. Ooh, bam! The level 1.
お
on
お、
wake
やりおる。
Broski thought he was just going to take it lying down, but no.
Not this cat. Anti-air is there. Throw. He's so close.
おお。
OD fireball trying to burn him out. That'll be too much pushback, but does get it now. Crouching in the kick.
あ、
Oh, wait.
削りである。
It's enough.
おお。
Blaz.
すごくいいプラン。すごー。うまっ。
Bite back and a bite back with burnout, and that lands him a significant win over Broski and standings in this bracket.
こ
Wow.
の拳で見
I
極
can't
め
believe
る
that。was already like the third round of day 2. Blaz taking down 2 significant rivals here in his pool stage or in his group stage.
これが竜。
I don't even know what the differential's looking like
や
now.
っぱ竜って強キャラなんじゃないか。
Suffering his first loss.
実は。
Blaz has to be at first. Obviously, he's got 3-1 to his name.
Right.
This has been an explosive bout of adaptation too between the two. I'm loving this.
Back and forth. We already
これ
talked
ラン
about
ク
how
マジ
that
竜に勝てないんだ
driver
よ
made
な。
out with the super was fantastic. We've seen a lot from Blaz in terms of defense. His offense though was just much better. The fact that like he went for the OD fireball at the very end to counteract like the light lash, that tendency that Broski like to do on wake up, and going right after that, the jump back against the command grab and in again with the punish drive rush stand light kick was fantastic. Broski obviously had some great moments. We can't lie, his perfect parry into like drive rush right after the perfect distance, get a punish from the fireball game. But then Blaz like, I'll become the fireball. I'll drive rush forward with stand fierce and things like that or dash up. Just the activity from him, I don't know. Confidence, man.
It's more so, I think, of his understanding of how Broski wanted to play. Like, he had an answer for Cruel Fate in the very beginning. He was aware of when Broski wanted to try to go for the command grab. I think that's very, very hard to make a read upon stuff like that between Aki, right? You go for, like, the kick follow-up or the command grab overall. But him being ready for the punish immediately after, I understand where the recovery is at. But still, him being cognizant of both the command grab and the distance he was at to get the punish afterwards.
いや、これ偉かったな。
Beautiful.
Golly, Blaz. You are something different, bro. You know he had, that pushback right there. He got right back in. Ends it with the Shin Hashigeki.
拳で見極める。
Broski. And we are not even close to being done. But what's up to Blaz so far? He is incredible. On a big stage at 15 years of age.
Couldn't even imagine that. I mean, the closest thing to it would probably be like Justin Wong in my mind. Genuinely. I mean, I feel like Justin might have started a little bit younger, but man, at 13, I mean, the other closest one, obviously, is here on the stage, too, with Noah the Prodigy.
True. Continue on. Armper versus Bravery. Active cats to aggressive cats. One McKin.
アンペラ来た。
Talk about Bravery being very
本
continuous
日2
with
回
his
目。
game plan. It definitely landed him some success. But when I talked to him in the player lounge, he was like, I know I have to clean up some things on the ground. He's like, my aerial approach is really good. My dive kicks are great. My spacing's great. But on the ground, I have to clean that up. You definitely have to clean this up against Armper, who had just recently, losing down to Blaz.
うわ、ボーダー。うわ、昔の火事と同じ駆け込んだ。これ絶対オジやろ。有名な人やろ、これ多分。俺わかんないけど。
It's going to be hard to possibly commit to like an uppercut, possibly commit to like an anti-air normal.
絶対昔からいる人やろ。
Sticking to his game plan of either implementing the hooligan, implementing the dive kicks, trying to fake out and bait with said dive kicks, etc. I'm more concerned about every single time I see a Cammy, like what you're going to do defensively against the airborne approach.
Right.
Every single time.
Again, like you can stand fierce, like I said, preemptive buttons. They try to go for a dive kick if you're not right range. But then again, they back up with that. It's a dive kick into Oki. We'll see what happens here. Armper.
このスキンでキャミー使ってて火事と同じアケコンってもうこれ川越マグマックス勢やろこれ。 メガネかけてるし。 ほぼ火事だろこれ。
Bravery just waits, chills, finds a side switch off the hooligan. The throw again, the dive kick, able to hit, gets a counter hit. With extra damage, but more important, the corner carry and the crouch.
うまいね。
Finish it off. Yes, sir.
And I love the utilization of this crouching heavy punches, excuse me. He's done such a great job of catching all the delayed normals that a lot of these players want to do. Damn, you punish counter the stand jab, excuse me?
Ready in the
さあ、原人狩り。
Bring that back to the outside that corner, which was obvious. Getting blown up in the corner on defense. Stand Pierce.
俺つい毎回言ってしまうけど、言ってしまうし聞くたびに思うけど、原人狩りって本当は今この時代に本当に良くない単語なんじゃないかって私は思ってます。詐欺飛びより実はやばいんじゃないかって。
It depends on like the standing medium range. I don't mind that as a tool. I feel like because of its like hitbox range forward and upward, but that medium kick too, when he walks back and tries to delay his normal with crouching medium kick, you are far.
すごいよな。
I understand how
原
strong
人
it
狩
is
りってすごいよな。言ってること。
character when you delay a normal like that, even like crouching medium punch, but Cammy just goes above and beyond that quite literally.
Oh yeah. That's right. We're trying to fish with it. Crouch, going to kick able to hit. Nice. It goes after the target combo. A little bit okay right there. Hits the heavy. Dies. Switch off the Dragon Lash. DP in there. All right. We want to see that patented break corner pressure. We expect that counter hit that was there. If you stand light kick would have been a better combo. We're trying to go for the medium.
I was just about to comment on the paces from Emperor as soon as his turn was over. He was kind of back away, but I love the big opportunity now for Emperor off of that with punish from the spin knuckle, a little bit off the mark too. Not despite being
Emperor 結構バーンアウトするな。
Bam! Yes,
お
sir!
お、カクテル。
Not quite dead though, bravery.
けど全然あるぜ。おお、やりよる。
A lot of confidence in that one, plenty of time, and bravery. Technically, he shook his head as soon as his jump roundhouse came out. He wanted to go for a dive kick on that.
There we go. Delays the lights, gets the counter hit. Throw right after it. We're here, another throw. I throw a few more times, hit a dive kick if you need to. This is fine. Reversal jabs, open him up. As soon as bravery delayed, Emperor was there. Finds the crouch kick into the Tatsu to the corner. No enhancers, that's fine. You're still nice and close. Oh, perfect parry. Not gonna go for the DP. Run DP. Now you get the Oki. He go with super.
Reasonable. Very reasonable. 3 damage in. Still living.
Oh ho.
More than enough, yeah. You know, Harper, I don't blame him for that at all.
ああ、ごめん、体力バー見間違えてたわ。落ちろ。
The dot kick was the intention. Pull that up. Anti-air is there though from Emperor. He's got that locked on. And using a Gen Ride to bait out some of these tap parry opportunities. Drop gauge almost gone.
これはやばい。あ、おった。
Gets the crouch punch and a whip punch. Excuse me.
まだ重い。
Gen Ride.
この人いいな。必殺技の名前言ってくれるぞ。シップジェネラル。
For the most part, he's been running a train on a good majority of the players here. But in terms of like what he does in the corner, but right now, we're starting to see him slow down just a little bit, like a slight notch, because of the fact that Bravery's been opting to go for the airborne approach. But the one time I feel like he decided to really try to commit to a button on the ground, does get blown up.
Game to game right now. Again, I'm with you in terms of like how he's playing on the ground.
めちゃくちゃ前、開幕ゲージ5本近くなくなったけど。
Bravery already has him up in the corner before 10 seconds even happen. But then again, the side switch happens off the target combo. Dragon Lash into the DP.
What a call out too. He did that immediately after a blocked crouching jab. Damn, that feels with mad meats.
He's got the meats. Crouching kick catches the walk back. A lot of dash back and walk back from Emperor. And Bravery stiffing some of those out every so often.
Ooh, it's huge. Yeah, that's exactly why the burnout is there. But either way, yeah, single confirmed didn't even matter. I love that.
Sitting on set point. Clean with the DPs against this cat. I see some more Barry. Face off the DP for free in the corner. My turn to party. Stampers. That's what I'm talking about.
Hello.
Stampers to catch him trying to TK dive kick against a throw or a button.
褒め
Keep your ass up in this
る
corner. You're dead. Side switch. Level 1. Let's get it done.
いや、けどす
Final
るぜ。
game, final round.
And I like that difference too. After a couple of chained lights.
剣勝ったらあんまりあれだなって思ってたけど、もうどうせだったら剣クソ勝ってもらって、剣マジでちゃんとなくされねえかなこいつ。そろそろ世界は気づいた方がいい。こいつのヤバさに。
A lot of backdash, a lot of space just trying to guide out some of these dive kicks and jump in.
うわー、一応 K 使わねえんだ。わー、終わったー。なんか落ち着きがすごいな、ブレイブリー。
land himself a 2-1.
アンペラ落ちんのこのグループ。やばない？
I'm not too sure because Emperor, I feel like if anything, he would have tried to anti-air with like a DP. It must have caught the backdash for Bravery to land that roundhouse like that.
Yeah, I think so because I feel like there have been so many backdashes overall, so many like back steps to avoid the dive kicks, have that stand fierce come out, or just whip punish the dive kicks in general, or be in a space where they're not going to be as automatic. Bravery starting to make the right reads with the jump ins. I thought it was going to be on the ground game, like a crouching medium kick or whatever, but he took to the skies and found success. Although Arper has some really good moments. I do like his ideas to DP when he should, the backdash and the stand fierce, as you mentioned, the chain lights and the stand fierce, get that pushback. Bravery just said, I'm going to keep going to where I feel comfortable.
アンペラワイプでかなり感情出て好き。
Make it a little more ambiguous. Even if I am getting knocked down, I'm still going to keep doing it.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it came down to who could consistently run their game plan the way that they want to. And
right.
Obviously, Bravery, he has the character. I feel like that's better suited for it. The ground game is tremendous with Cammy. The amount of
使ってる選手はいるけど、今んとこ出てないかな。
But being able to control the skies too is so important because of the mechanics of this game, right? Being awarded a punish counter off of a dive kick just leads to so much more in comparison to every other standard character without a dive kick.
To worry about the fact that like on defense, like you're trying to tap parry, maybe you're holding throws.
昨日はマイはメインはいないかな。2回ぐらい出たけどメインはいないはず。あ、でも俺昨日試合ちゃんと見たら半分ぐらい。
Yeah, it was. Yeah. And again, that was what Arper has been doing. Backdash, wait for a button, wait for you to do something. As you said before, let them initiate, punish from there. But Bravery just kept chasing him down in uncomfortable ranges.
あー、ネフューが確かにマイメインになってる説はワンチャンある。しょっぱなからマイ出してマイやったから、上海はむしろ最初ベガ出してて、でキャラ途中の試合でキャラによってマイ使い分けてるって感じだったね。
He's currently sitting at 0-3. He needs a W. He really needs this big W. He needs it now. But against Broski too, that can really shake things up for him, specifically in the standings, as it looks right now. But this is going to be quite interesting. I did have a good amount of time to talk to both, even prior to the event itself, then kind of brushing up on my info. Now, IDOM has very player-specific things he told me that he was looking forward to. Right? He primarily is looking for. When Broski is going to try to disregard neutral and initiate with Cool Fate, he'll have something for that. And also, he's really going to rely on some of the jumping.
俺マノンの顔の動きでわかるんだけど、マッチした瞬間のあの画面でマノンがあの顔の動きするときね、駒投げやってますね。半回転してますあれ。半回転あそこでやるとあの顔の動きになる。
Broski was actually telling me as well, he's like, the things I have for IDOM, the way that he kind of plays his game and runs against the other Aki players in the States, primarily like Carson is, he's like, I'm just going to keep drive rushing him or like find the time to start drive rushing him so that he gets uncomfortable with
開幕ためようとしてるベガの顔もわかるよ。おいみたいな顔。うわー遠い。これちょっとアイドム多いな今回。駒投げ届かないの結構多いね。
Yep, the drive gauge. Sorry, the drive rush. Excuse me, but IDOM, he stuffed out like what 2 out of 3 of those.
Yeah.
I asked Broski, what happens if IDOM starts to catch him? He's like, you know what? I'm just gonna keep doing it.
I'm just gonna keep doing it.
That's what he said.
It's gonna land. If it lands, it's gonna hurt. You know, we talk about Aki or damage. The poison out first, right after. Or it's gonna be better on her side of things. Jump back. Like that. Don't get
重ねミスってる。
Finds the counter this time into the OD fireball for the knockdown. Throw attempt works out. Drive rush overhead stand block. Regular command grab, back jump.
Parry. The mediums.
残りそうだけど死ぬこれ。
残った。
No way. Nah, Broski. 2-2 what's going on. The jump back.
まあでも2ラウンドともちゃんとマノンらしい素晴らしい捨てゲーだと思います俺は。
That has to be the way to play. Light lash, can't work out. You put that out.
Jump in for her.
Good awareness of the spacing for the roundhouse on the side of IDOM too. You get the knockdown. Get the spin kick as well. Turn it around, back to his
うまいよ。
Yeah, so like,
one of the hit grabs. Oh,
he can't
Yep.
leave for free.
that's a
OD.
classic.
Touch, the overhead, upward, a punish. So he tried to catch a button right after the DI. That was very smart.
Oh, he tried the roundhouse, but he was still way too close. Broski firing first with that medium punch again. So far forward movement, safe jump. Can't do much about that.
Well,
いい飛び。
reversal though, puts him up in the corner. Broski now out of part of you.
いい。4枚、1ラウンド選手。来た、これ。マノンの理想の展開。4枚溜まってかつラウンド先行。はい、5枚目。もう来た。SS32 個あるみたいなもんやもん、こんな。はい。死ななくね。
Oh, he stays in two. He puts level 3 on with the medals. A ton of damage. Not enough. One more touch. Wake up Super Broski. Big bet, no reward. Man, grab the
Item
steal
of
it.
Panache.
It's a final game between the two. I get it. What are you going to do in the next corner? One touch sort of territory. He'll go for a trade no matter what.
Truly,
Yeah.
Again, he tried to go for the roundhouse bait. He was looking for something against IDOM as a counter poke. IDOM 2 for 2 when it comes to countering those stand roundhouses.
The throw. Attacks immediately. The lash. So Broski's actually being very confident in that light lash. Despite it being such a problematic thing, it might get jumped on. The drive rush, it hides it a little bit. The throw. Drive rush, then medium kick. Gets a crush medium kick right after.
Oh,
the light throw. Just to get that distance, to get the anti-air perfectly.
わあ、きつ。
Finish the
投
job,
げ入れたかな。
Broski. He'll do it.
Much more of an aggressive round from the side of Broski. Not allowing himself to be susceptible to any sort of whip punishes, keeping it nice and compact. Also throwing in a couple of feints as well. Cruel feint.
うめえ。
Whipping the mark.
I think I don't walk back just a little bit, a smidge.
He did. He surely did.
Yeah. Big jump set up. Where you going? Hold this throw. The fireball to lock him down. Prepare the jump.
いい飛び。
Two covered with the light lashes, as we talked about.
とんでもないゲージ回収率。
Changing the landscape of the matchup. You're even more afraid of what could be coming through. Extra hit advantage.
なんだっていい。
Damn, level 2. Had to spend again.
うわ
Better safe than sorry, that is for sure. IDOM, although with the deficit in regards to the super meter, all tied up, game for game, round for round, the final between the two now.
Level 3 though, at the bottom, Broski.
来た
The
Big.
time of the jump has been a little bit ambiguous here.
今駒投げいってたぞ。
Light lash blocks it out. Heavy kick, not a punish counter though. He waits for the flip out, gets a command grab again. 5 medals. One more grip will be it. Grippers are strong.
惜しい。
Oh, that's huge!
お、来たー
He had blocked one of the hits!
そら来た
Past the body!
ー美しい。
That rarely happens!
And it had to happen on such a big stage. IDOM takes the game. Wow, what a weird, wily interaction. But more importantly for IDOM, to be like, okay, that's cool, that happened. Let me get my punish and let me get my win.
I did a double take on that. I hope the replay guy got it because I want to see. I swear I heard.
めっちゃ順調に勝ってたはずのブロスキが突然辛くなるっていう。
That's wild. I rarely see that interaction happen. To be quite honest with you, man. I've rarely seen that. But let's take a look at the replay going into it, man. Pound for pound fighters, I gotta say, IDOM getting a little bit shaky on them. Both their strategies, you start to see it really be implemented, right? IDOM was looking for that cruel fate multiple times. Broski, he was looking to utilize the drive rush as much as possible to initiate his offense, but it came
読み合いは結構な、まあここは負けちゃったけど、手前のラッシュコマ投げとか読み合い的には勝ってんだけどな。あれジャックコマが届いてないのかな。
didn't necessarily pay all the way through.
Yeah, we talked about how like IDOM was able to understand like the game plan of Broski and what he wanted to go for, like the cruel fate. That slight walk back we saw previously was such a good idea to be like, okay, you want to go for this in this space? I'm just gonna hold back just a little bit, get my little punish off. Obviously, the one that happened at the very end is a little bit different, but understands the matchup to a T. IDOM on the other side of things changed up his timings when he's jumping in, when he's going in terms of like. When he feels like Broski's gonna drive rush in, he holds him with the medium. It just felt like it was a different.
Yeah,
and, okay,
it did. He was
ducking.
crouch blocking is what it was.
Okay.
I see. That was actually so sick. Whether intentional or not, it was sick for IDOM, but unfortunate for Broski. I'll tell you what, man. That was. Whew, I loved being able to see like character specialists duke it out the way that they did. It's unfortunate that they're in the same kind of like group stage, but man, that was rough. That was so rough. But either way, I mean, that's the way it played out. You're looking at the standings overall. Broski at 2-2 now. What a change up between day 1 and day 2, going from unbeatable to not being able to claim a win. Bravery at 2-1, Diggs now 1-2, Boss 3-0 now at the top of the charts. IDOM 1-3, at least on the board. And Armper now sitting on 1-2.
Yikes, what a switch up. The dominant switch of Boss has been absolutely fantastic. It's good to see like that, that bite back. I like the IDOM's trying to, get some of these W's on the board.
でもブレイズが
earlier in the day, but today he ends with a victory at the very least.
あ、いやでも無理だ。
People are starting to take it to Armper. So they see him
ブロスキあ、いやでもブロスキとはやってんだよな。
Especially Bravery out here in that 2-1 position. I don't think people really kind of
か、でもそうか。どっちにしろこれ並ぶことはできても得失点差で無理か。
Not too bad, I feel like, from 3rd through 5th place, but IDOM being on the board, there still is a light of hope to be found here in day 2 for Group D.
スコアを並べたとしても、スコア的に言えば割とありそうな展開になったんだけどな。いや、初戦勝ってたらな。初戦勝ってたらマジであったね。
Sitting at 3-0, the youngest man, I feel like here, possibly in the arena right now, if you're really thinking about it. Blaz, I'm so impressed with his performance overall. And he also has a backup character just in case, right? He's only been utilizing Ryu in Chile, or sorry, not Chile, in the Dominican Republic. I had the opportunity to check out the way he's been playing Ed as well, but we're going to get a thorough interview with him in just a bit as we
てかもうこれ
should be happening real soon. I can't
竜
wait
抜け角か
to hear what Blaz has
ほ
to
ぼ
say, standing by with Ryan Hart.
角は言い過ぎか。
I'm just letting you guys know it might cut me off, but we're going to throw it to them real soon. We hope you guys have been enjoying the game thus far with Group D here in day 2.
わあ、もう忘れちゃった、2勝の数。
Man, it's been
ルーザーズの方も入れたら
Again, Blaz,
かなり硬いな。
definitely want to hear what he has to say about those wake-up sweeps and things like that, obviously with intention and purpose. But as you mentioned, only the first group stage that we've had for the day. We're going to be switching it over real soon, as you mentioned, to the interview. But I can't wait to see what comes after this. We have a lot more action, a lot more things to just drum out in terms of who stands where. It's a very pivotal day, a second day. I mean, a lot for a lot of people. Well, maybe not a lot in terms of getting money.
what's your next block, by the way? Do you remember?
I'm A.
Okay.
Yeah, so a little bit.
Cool. Well,
そうだよな、ウィナーズ・ルーザーズのさえぐいもんな。
It's coming real soon, I promise.
I promise. We're
We're
not
not going to break the fourth wall.
Yeah.
We're
Promise.
just standing by.
It's anticipation.
Yeah.
Let it build up.
I feel like it's better to kind of like leave a little bit of like space the way we do it. Like,
Yeah.
You know, a little bit of chitter chatter with the guys at home. It's like, you know what? It's totally fine.
Yeah.
But
It's
for
fine.
the most part, we kind of run with it.
1億5000万ドルでかすぎだろ。
Have a good time. Hopefully, you all are having a good time as well. But now we get the interview. Let's send it over to Ryan Hart.
グループ D で大活躍している15歳のブラスさんと一緒にいまして少しインタビューをしたいと思っているところなんです。で、お父さんが一緒にいてくれて通訳してもらうことになっております。で、最初はですね、そのチリで対戦している社会、そのスト6の格ゲー社会って何人ぐらいはいるんですか？ I'm asking how many players do they have in Chile that they play with? You know, what is the size of the community in Chile? I'm very interested to know. So yeah.
¿Cuántas personas juegan en tu comunidad? ¿Y qué opinas?
En mi comunidad juegan como 1000 personas. A nivel alto son como 100.
チリって何語だ？
Es una comunidad muy competitiva, pero yo pienso que es fuerte.
He thinks a lot of people
Spain.
play in Street Fighter 6.
Okay. Not quite the answer I was expecting, but okay. So a lot of people play. たくさんの人が一応対戦してますという形ですね。Okay, so I want to also know, you know, how many hours does he play a day? 一体どれぐらい練習してるかどうかっていうなんか毎日何時間ぐらい練習してるかの。So how many hours does he practice a day? How often does he play? What does that look like?
¿Cuántas horas juegas al día?
Yo al día juego como 5 horas, pero entreno como 20 minutos. Más practico en mi mente que lo que practico jugando.
Practice 8 hours a day? It depends the day.
日によって違いますけど、日によって違いますけど、だいたい8時間毎日練習してるのでっていう形ですね。で、まあ配信で見てくれてる人たちにもまあ両国国技館まで来ていらっしゃってる方々もいまして、ファンに一言お願いしたいと思っているところなんです。So I want to know if he has a comment for the fans that are coming here live to the arena and that are watching live on stream. So does he have a comment to make for fans that are supporting him all around the world? Of course, your community back home in Chile. Is there anything that he wants to say to everyone?
Si tiene algo que decirle a la gente que te apoya en Chile y en el mundo.
Puedo decir que estoy muy agradecido, siempre han estado para mí, siempre me han apoyado. Estoy nervioso. No sé qué más decir. Gracias. Gracias.
Arigato.
He's a bit nervous, but he wants to thanks all the people.
Okay. まあ緊張は一応してるんですけど、皆さんにありがとうございますってまず言いたくて、これからの応援もありがとうございますっていう形ですね。まあそんな形です。15歳ですごい大活躍してて、まあこれからも頑張ってください。Good luck in your next matches.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, that's it from me down here, and I'll see you for the next interview. Take care.
Crowd erupts in cheers. Fantastically done from Blas. This entire group has been really great. Listen, this has been good, but it's been put on by some beautiful sponsors. Let's give some love to them. Starting with Akiman. Yo, shout outs to him. He's a beautiful, beautiful figurine. The Chun-Li figurine of all things. We'll talk about that here in a second when the slide comes up, but I've seen it outside and I've seen it right here.
ライアンは短くしてないね。お父さんのフェーズで短くなってる。
The Chun-Li second figurine is the 1/6 scale figure project lineup, which is based on the brand new illustration by Akiman, is in store is open for pre-orders now. The figure is based on an illustration by Akiman, one of the creators of Street Fighter 2 and the original designer of Chun-Li. Illustration was originally featured on the cover of あと短くなってるというよりは結構選手本人の方がこう考えながら喋ったり言い直したりしている感があったから言うほど短くなってないかも。
I mean, if you have the original artist, for sure you're going to maintain that same luxurious and exceptional quality as you've seen from previous iterations. But man, this truly is up to scale when it comes to quality. You don't want to miss out on this. The pre-orders are going to be opened up on the 12th until the 12th of March, with the figure scheduled to be released in October within the same year. So be sure to order soon at the Good Smile Company online or at authorized Max Factory retailers. You guys do not want to miss out with this beautiful 1/6 scale. And of course, you can also punish your friends by playing Chun-Li in some of these arcade classics in the Fighters Pack as well, with Capcom and the Humble Bundle going on right now. You could throw out the spinning bird kick if you want to. You could throw out the Shoryuken also.
昨日俺やっぱ確認したけどもこれ以上フィギュア買えねえや。なんならもう今注文してる分が届いたらもうマジで置けなくなる。もう無理だ。
All the arcade titles as well, including Mega Man and Final Fight. I'm actually a big fan of the Mega Man series, high key. You should also get hyped for the tournament season as you test your skills and also help support the Children's Miracle Network hospitals with this purchase.
ジャギがスペースですぎ、ジャギと同じスケールのフィギュアがあと4個届く。キャミーも届く。マリーザはない。 そう考えたらでもマリーザ俺ただ忘れてるだけなんだよなこれ。マリーザまだあんのかな。
Where dreams become reality. Monster Hunter Bridge.
マリーザもジュリもあるな。マリーザジュリか。さすがに重いな。ジュリは17キロだからまだいいけど、マリーザに30キロあるんだよな。ちょっと重いな。でけえし。って感じやんな。言うてジャギも相当重かったからな。ジャギも20キロぐらいなかったっけなこれ。マジで置く場所ないな。これ仮にもし引っ越すみたいな話になった時これマジどうすんだよ。やべえな。俺あとターミネーターが2種類とパワーちゃんとキャミー入れとくんだよな。全部合わせたら多分200キロぐらいあるぞ。 そんなにねえか、100キロちょっとぐらいか。
カプコンカップ11、ここからはグループ E の模様をお届けしてまいります。それではグループ E プレイヤー入場です。
And now it's time to introduce Group E, and it's now time to see the first player from the group.
アイロムのところまで
まずは
見てなくて、
グレンに燃える父親ミスター
あ、フレットさんとか。
All the way from France, it's the family man.
ザ・ファミリーマンっていいな。ザ・ファミリーマン、冷静に考えたらおかしくないか。
The assassin from Canary Island, it's Diver!
この音楽マジかっけ。
進撃の重戦車フード
The attack on heavy tank, Fudo!
あ、そうだ、俺ちょっと待って、やんなきゃいけないことあった。
コロンビアの輝く原石ライムストーン
The rough diamond, it's Limestone!
シアトルのクラッシュカウンターヒーロークリス CCH!
Next up, it's the crush counter hero, Chris CCH!
ザ・ストロンゲストブルメナアーディ
We gotta do this properly, get hype for the two-time Capcom Cup champion from the Dominican Republic, it's Mena RD!
ちょっとごめん、俺ちょっとちょい離席するね。
さあこちらのグループ E もさまざまな実績と歴史を持つプレイヤーがたくさんいる中で、
そうですね。
こっから2人ですからね。
こっから2人って言われてもねですよね。
その中で初日明暗が少しずつ色濃くなっていった今日の2日目で果たして誰が勝って誰が負けるのか。さあ現在ステージに上がっていただいた6名のプレイヤーによって総当たり戦を行い上位2名を選出してまいります。皆様改めて大きな拍手をお送りください。
And as you know, the same as yesterday, 2 of these chaps are going to qualify for top 16. They had a taste of the group yesterday, so they know exactly what they need to change in order to get the victory moving forward here on day 2.
それでは選手の皆様スタンバイをお願いいたします。
I'd like to have all 6 players ready on standby. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
そして、ここからの熱い戦いを盛り上げてくれる実況席の方にここからはお渡ししたいと思います。お願いします。
And now it's time to head over to the caster's desk as we get the action underway for Group E on day 2. Take it away, boys.
And welcome back to Capcom Cup 11 live from the Ryugoku Kokugi-Kon Shao's Drew Face. You already know myself, Wrench, along with Jammers. Jammers, thank you. You already know. I'm glad we're real loose already to start this off. Of course, me and Jammers always have a good time on commentary, and it's going to be an especially good time to hear on Group E with Mena RD, Fudo, and the like. It's going to be a great one, Jammers.
Yes, myself and Yipes, we took care of this group for day 1 yesterday, but now I'm going to be alongside the homie Ringe, guiding you through what's going to be happening now.
was a little bit of a turbulent day for not only Group E for a lot of the groups now, but hey, it's the middle of the packs, the middle of the story in terms of the group stages. So now you need to kind of rewrite your own ending, if so be it, because again, your fate is still in your hands. These are the 6 combatants in this group, as we had their player introductions before from the hosts, Ryan Hart and Aru there. But they are here, and they've got a point to prove. We are going to have a look at the table for this group very shortly. But hey, what have we got up first in terms of the fixtures, Ridge?
Indeed, we got Limestone versus Mena RD. That's what we're going to kick it off with. Of course, 5th in Limestone's place, and Mena RD 2nd, holding down the group. Chris CCH and Fudo following that. Monsieur Crimson versus Limestone in the 3rd place. Mena RD versus Diver, and then Chris CCH versus Mr. Crimson once more to round it all out. You can see how the groups have been shaking out so far. Fudo, dominant performance in day 1. Double 2 O's to have a +4 point differential on top of everything else, while Mr. Crimson is trailing, Mena RD is trailing in 2nd place with Mr. Crimson, following that with an impressive showing yesterday as well.
So Chris CCH is at the bottom of this group, unfortunately, with Fudo with the reverse sweep there, as we were talking about with the scores. So Chris CCH is going to have to do some drastic changes in terms of strategy, maybe switch up the character entirely. Fudo, well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Keep running rampant, keep dominating this group, because again, I think he's got a point to prove, and he's actually in form. One of the strongest informed players as of recent, in terms of not just only the Japanese community, but in terms of the international scene as well here, Ringe.
Most definitely, you know. I just keep thinking about, I love the character intros. I just keep thinking about how you use the word turbulent, like yesterday was turbulent. That's how I know you're a Rashid player. That's the only reason you use that word. Oh, okay. All right, whatever.
I've been listening to turbulent twice.
You were a Rashid player long enough for that to get into your vernacular, all right? So wherever you may land now, I don't care.
I've got a 49% win ratio. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. If you don't have above a 60%, yeah, it's got to be above 60. Otherwise, it don't count. I'll just back up downstairs.
It's going to be Limestone versus Mena RD to kick us off, right? Limestone's going to be bringing it to the table. Mena RD, we saw yesterday, have a great performance on the M Bison. The best player on the M Bison yesterday, honestly. So we'll see if he can be able to run that back again. It's going to be an interesting matchup. I think this one is definitely a scrappy one. Both characters can afford to get really aggressive. We'll see who can bait out what going forward.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that he's kind of like picked Bison and
完全にこれベガメインになったんだから。
but he is coming into his own, showing us that's why he is the strongest bull with that playstyle, and he will get the extension from the Psycho Mine and pop on another one.
Indeed, he's going to take the throw now, right? Mena RD is going to take the slow, steady offense, and Limestone waking up with the perfect parry, though, able to get rid of the mine and switch sides. Oh, was not ready for that follow-up, and now Mena RD able to poke back. So proficient at that.
Backdash is there, Limestone. He's just going to wait for the bomb to automatically detonate, but a throw was there for his troubles. Good Shoryuken there as well, so he's going to have to pull a rabbit out of the hat if he wants to take this round, but Mena RD looking for a comfortable closeout here with any poke or drive rush cancel.
Oh, the second, he got the counter hit, but no link with the light kick. Very surprised that he throws for his life with the tech, but a trade on the fireball. Limestone, not enough health to survive that one.
I'm going to kick it off with round 2. Looks like he's going to start incorporating a lot more buttons than he did in that first round there, Limestone. Let's see how Mena RD deals with this first knockdown, and he will go for a knee press nightmare that will be punished.
You know, I'm not mad at that because Limestone opened this round very aggressively, right? Like we said, in the previous round, it looked like he was trying to gather intel. This time it came out roaring, but he still baited it out, and Mena taking the throws now and still playing disciplined defense. Poke back at the perfect time.
Here it comes. Delay with the throw, or an immediate throw there, because I did say counter hit, sorry. And then again, just taking the frame advantage, still by walking up there, pressure. And if he gets one hit here, Mena, he's won the game.
And look at that, not much damage, but he moved him corner to corner. Now he's got the screen advantage as well, so Mena RD always thinking about the long game when it comes to the Psycho Mine and how to play Bison. CA on deck as well, he knows one hit could actually kill off Limestone. Oh, the last frame possible.
目だマジインパクト打ってた。
In the building, you can't catch him sleeping.
He wanted to see if he was asleep at the wheel. It's been a long week for these guys, but hey, he's awake. He reacted just in the nick of time there, and that will be a fat punish, and you will get a Psycho Mine for your troubles.
My man had the hands on the wheel schoolboy Q joint playing. Most definitely was ready. Mena RD continuing to take these throws, right? He knows Limestone's not trying to be too antsy when he's got the mine on him. Double run, just taking the Oki as well. Love the way both of these players are prioritizing, just maintaining the most advantage possible.
Psycho Crusher to generate a little bit of space. A little bit expensive now, and the reward is much less significant than it was in the previous patch. Or before the December patch, I should say.
Once the jab, yeah. No counter hit or anything like that. Mena, both of these players, yeah, have been walking up and jabbing a lot, right? Trying to keep themselves at max distance. We'll see if Limestone got to bait that out, look for a crouch medium kick, punish on one of those. Oh, instead he's trying to drive rush behind a whip. That's an interesting idea as well.
Punish! And it's got to be a level 3. It's got to be a level 3, my dude. He probably could have done a different combo route into Shimpu Jinrai, but I think this is much better for him in this regard. But if he gets this wrong on this interaction, he could be burnt out, he could lose, because Mena is in CA proximity.
Exactly right. Mena lands that CA. I mean, he was
Wow, これ無理だね。
And Limestone able to take the first game over Mena RD. And remember, every game, every round counts here in the group stages for that point differential.
That stand light kick punish conversion into the Super Art 3 was just the energy that Limestone needed there. Completely energized, reinvigorated it seems as well. Heck, maybe we can go a couple steps back. It might have been that drive impact he reacted to.
Yeah, absolutely. I think
got him to wake up.
One of the things that kept him alive in that first game, he was able to clutch it out afterwards. And again, looking for the parry afterwards. And Mena RD has just been establishing the throw, right? That's one of the primary strats that Mena RD goes with, especially early on in the set. He loves to keep establishing throw and then pay it off later.
Well, here's the thing, right? As we see Limestone take Mena RD to the corner. If he wants to initiate and set up the bomb, he'll do crouching medium.
緊急脱出装
If
置
he wants to try and actually end the game or do it from a defensive standpoint, he'll do crouching medium punch.
He's trying to catch beautiful right there. The drive rush in, actually with punishing the jab. Starting to catch on to each other's timings and their wake-up decisions as well. Mena RD, huge bait out and a bigger punish.
And that's going to be the round there, Stan.
Yeah.
Being as optimal as can be, Limestone knew the
減りすぎ
consequences. As to the risk he was taking there, and Mena is looking to equalize in this set.
Nice health bar, bro.
That's a nice little toy you got there. It would be a shame if it got stolen.
なんなら SA2 ならもっと減ったという
Limestone again, not afraid to pop off with these reversals, even though Mena did bait one out last round.
Maybe Psycho Mine. He's done it again. Yeah, this is huge. It's going to be massive damage here, but he's going to actually pop on a different conversion into a double Psycho Mine. Not deterred with the Dragon Lash Flame. Limestone is on that smoke today.
I believe that's 3 straight wake-up invincible reversals right there. First the ODDP and then double level 1. So yeah, he is making Mena think every time he knocks him down.
Oh, どんだけあるね
That looked like really late for the cancel there, but Limestone, lack of resource in terms of super art meter. He needs that drive gauge. He might need to do like a stand medium punch to counter poke that stand medium kick.
Yeah, stand medium crouch medium punch as well. One of those, something like that. He could even perhaps Dragon Lash, but that'd be scary. And instead the parry comes out on the drive rush. Great reactions from Mena as always.
I'm very curious as to why. I understand he had a lack of health. That stand medium kick was just gonna like get rid of him for the round regardless, but we could, like you said, I could probably see a back medium punch. You could see a crouching medium punch, just something. But he went for a raw drive rush there instead. If he built it off from a drive rush throw, I think that round could have ended a lot differently.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And Limestone striking first blood early with the patented corner carry of Ken. The best of the business. Tried to catch him at RD pressing after the third light, but not anywhere to be found. And again, another invincible wake of Limestone cannot be deterred.
Yeah, he does well, yeah.
Finally putting the brakes on right there.
What?
And Limestone, he knew he was too far away. And Mena goes for the parry in the corner. He ended up paying for it dearly with that punish counter damage and the DP to put Limestone on set point.
He almost done that last second possible because it looked like he almost hesitated and allowed the jump to completely rock, but it's going to be a heavy Psycho Mine popped on again.
大マイン
Goes low this time.
からの中足重ねでマインループ
Felt like 3 Psycho Mines in a combo. Like, what in the world?
You know?
But yeah, Mena, he's one of the best players at switching sides.
もうリサルだ次
I love the fact that Limestone backed up at the end of the last round, just stayed in anti-air range, checks the run attempt, and then baits out the invincible reversal, starting to catch on to the decision making. Stop that right now.
Well, here's the thing, because it's the very last round for both these two combatants, Limestone has to really think twice about some of these Shoryukens and Super Art 1s. He might just have to pile on the pressure and stay on offense as much as possible.
He's looking like it, right? He's trying to walk him down and be careful about when he presses buttons. Man, that max range jab.
ラッシュ止めめっちゃ見てるな
The scrambles are working out for Limestone, and he's going to cash out. He wants to switch the drive advantage to his side as we drain some of Mena's and he builds his own back.
The Pendulum Swift is now in his favor here, and he can burn him out if he wants to. But it's going to be huge. Don't reset. Just
まだ
finish the
残るかな
combo.
Instead, yeah, he actually drops him for the proper Oki, and again, backing up, right? He's not letting Mena switch
Wow,
sides. And that chips him out with the
GG.
Oki Jinrai. Incredible
うまい
calculations from Limestone to get the victory over the strongest bull.
Limestone stayed unpredictable for as much as he possibly can. He wasn't deterred at all. He still kept Shoryuken. He still woke up with a Super Art 1.
目直しあるか
But I do like how he handled the neutral most of the time. even though, like you said, he's going up
すごい
against
いい
a
笑顔。
two-time CAPCOM Cup champion in the strongest ball, he said, guess what? I have a game plan for today. I'm going to execute it. And like we said yesterday, if you practice, or if you execute what you practice, you're in a good spot, man.
Exactly, and we saw Limestone really prioritizing what we talked about in a previous round, where Mena, one
こ
of
れ
the
風
best
景
side
ある
switchers
ね、
in
ウィ
the
ナー
league.
ズ
He's
だ
got some of the
け。
best corner defense in all of Street Fighter 6, and so you have to kind of give up some of your strong close-up pressure to make sure you're at that anti-air range, and that's exactly what he did to close out multiple rounds against Mena. Very, very smart. You could tell he studied the tapes and has kind of picked up on the type of decision-making Mena likes in certain scenarios.
I also like about Limestone's gameplay here as well, because he is the dark horse. He's kind of slept on. He was
なんかちょっとまあ珍しいかどうかわかんないけど、ちょっと待ち気味のベガよな。2試合目かなんかの最初の方結構攻めっ気でしたけど、基本待ちよな。そういう意味ではなんかちょっとあんまりベガっぽくない感じはする。わかんねえな、そういうベガも普通に有名な人でいるんかもしれんけど、あんま俺見たことないタイプの。
He just went with the heavy Tatsu. He was like, I'll take the corner carry. I'll keep all of my drive gauge to use it to apply pressure in the corner instead. Extremely smart management from Limestone.
Keep an eye out for him, man, because a lot of people had some favorites to get out of this group, but Limestone, he might be that massive pebble that's dropped in the pond. But speaking of which, we have to speak about another guy who's on form right now, looking to emerge victorious on the winner's side of this group with the attack on heavy tank in Fudo. And he's gone up against the counter hero, which unfortunately, he needs to find a counter as his own strategy, because he's his own worst enemy at the moment.
ここはあれか。なんだっけ、テリーだけどテリーじゃない人だっけ。あれここはテリーになったんだっけ。もともと違うわ。これもともとあれだ。昨日と今日で障害のキャラが変わったのか。
They toned him down a little bit in certain scenarios, and I mean, they toned him down, I guess, enough for Chris CCH to start exploring once again. And he's landed on Terry for now, while of course we still see incredibly strong ed play from the likes of Fudo, Lashar, etc. So the character is still one of the best in the game, bar none.
Well, he's roughly had 18 to 24 hours to rest up, really recollect his thoughts as to what happened yesterday, because he didn't win a victory, I believe, using Terry. It looks like he is going to stick to his guns here with our Fatal Fury guest.
まあ正直ここは大丈夫でしょ。
The fact that he's played a lot of ed, maybe he's
俺安心して見てられるよ。
At the very least, he should be prepared for a lot of what Fudo's going to throw at him. But specifically how he's going to counter that with a Terry, that's what remains to be seen.
But here's what I'm worried about, because yesterday he was doing a lot of medium burning knuckles to space.
なんなら別に負けても大丈夫っしょもう。
+2 or +1 or something like that. Ed can just throw out Psycho Spark. He might be able to get a flicker, charge it. So he's
フードさんはもう上がるよ。
and he's stubborn as well, right? Drive rush light punch from Fudo can be super annoying. He's not afraid to tussle with you, like I said yesterday. So if you haven't got your understanding of the spacing right,
負けるくせえへん。
gonna work.
止まって見えてぜ。本当に多分止まって見えてる。
Fudo, I mean, so good, bro. 39 years old and still got the reactions of a young man, just parrying the burn knuckle immediately.
Hey, that's what I mean, right?
Yeah, exactly. With Ed's range on it, whether it be flicker, the stand medium kick, etc., it's gonna be so tough for Terry to get those burn knuckles off, or even the power waves.
That's it. I think he tried to do a walk-up back throw there, but Fudo not having any of it. Very sharp awareness there and was able to close out that round. And there's already a power wave there from Chris CCH in this next round.
Very smart recognition from Fudo, honestly, knowing that Chris was going to need a big comeback. And to start that, usually you got to put the opponent in the corner. Popping off, and he asked Fudo in the corner again. This is how the last round started, but it didn't end like this.
There you go, nice conversion.
味は等しくきつい。
Rising tackle, he's trying to get into the overhead.
張ってる。
I think he'll buffer the power geyser to see if it hits, and then we'll see.
おーいいね。バード。
CCH is in burnout, and Fudo is going to restock as much drive gauge as possible here. This is a nasty situation for Chris unless he wakes up with something big.
Yeah, he's got to be here to defend himself at the very least, and we are mid-screen, so he doesn't have to worry about stun at the moment, but still it's going to be tough. As Ed just gets to have his way with him for now, but he jumps at the perfect time, right when Fudo was looking to flicker.
まあ飛び飛ばされるのはしゃあねえな。
Should be able to close out the round here for Chris CCH. He will have to exhaust that super R option. However, he goes into this next round refreshed, and he can still be as aggressive as ever. Make sure you don't test Fudo's reactions, man, on that parry.
That's one of the things, right? It's like, okay, you sacrifice 0 meter. Fudo doesn't have much either, so it might be even. But again, Fudo has that strong level 2, right? So he still has quite a meter advantage going into this last round. long as he actually builds the level 2, which I'm sure he will by the end of it.
Oh, there you go, medium burning knuckle there. Drive rush, stand heavy punch. Such a powerful tool for Terry now, especially after a
き
drive.
たー
It's gonna be massive damage.
弾なんか一回も撃ってなかったのにドピンポイントで飛ぶんだからも
Got him on the power wave and burn knuckle response here. Chris CCH, he didn't want to get burnt out, right? So he knew Fudo would keep applying pressure. Popped off with the burn knuckle. Very smart in the anti-air trade there. But Fudo has 2 bars now. You gotta watch
ちょっ
out
と
for
きついな
jab into the OD blitz.
Backdash is still available for Fudo, but he goes for an EX
Ma,
Psycho
ma,
Knuckle,
ma,
and it
ma.
gets punished into the power geyser there.
恥は知ら
Because
な
you
い
know
な
what? It could have been a backdash and he catches the delay, or he blocks and does the OS against Psycho uppercut there. And it's what I mean. Fudo's not afraid to do that. If he needs it to be done and he believes it's going to get him out of a nasty spot, so be it. We stick with that decision.
Yeah, and you know, honestly, I'm just so used to seeing when Ed's back to the corner. What a perfect parry on the power wave and then DPing through it, though. Screw my last point. That was just too sick to ignore.
No anti-air there. It's too far for the light cycle uppercut. I didn't want to risk it
maybe
either.
on
This is the downside of Chris CCH's spacing on the burning knuckle. These guys will micro-adjust their spacing and make sure they get a light punish at least.
Precisely right. Fudo had been walking back a little bit more.
Noishi.
To keep in range of the punish and then baits out Chris's wake up.
This is why I think Chris should use stand medium kick more. One of the better poking tools in the game for Terry.
Absolutely.
Crouching medium punch, drive rush, cancel. It seems that, there you go. It seems that he's limiting his options unless he sets up real offensive pressure with Terry.
And again, you see him, he's trying to implement those burn knuckles, but the range on Ed, all these options that he's going to be blowing out,
展開早っ
stops the approach. Now
Nice
again,
perfect parry.
very
You didn't
nice.
get that right.
There was going to be guesses on guesses, and your drive gauge was not going to look healthy. Fudo, nonetheless, though, has him in the corner, tries to go low, does get the parry, he reaches a little bit too far.
Backs away just in case, respecting any wake-up option there from Fudo. The
そう待ってみ
perfect
ろ
parry. He's
ぜ
going to close it out here. He's going to do a full combo
終わら
into
せ
the
るぜ
Psycho Chamber. Lock him up
決め
and
るぜ
continue to make sure Chris stays at the bottom of this group. Oh, right, that was one apiece. My bad.
マジです
Oh, yeah, Chris CCH did take the first game, so now we're all tied up. Kept one in the chamber. That was a very quick game, too.
You know what? I actually thought we played a whole first. I thought these guys were playing for ages. That's how locked in I am.
Yeah, most def Fudo responding back. Now we gotta see what's Chris CCH gonna do. We saw a successful jump in early. I wonder if he's starting to think about that a little bit more. We'll really shall see.
I'm not a huge fan of Terry doing the crouching medium kick time combo to drive rush because it can be exploited, but Chris seems to be believing in it and how it's been working out for him thus far.
Indeed, and from this range here, oh, he's trying to walk up to him.
Wanda.
It's gonna pop off after the forward heavy punch connection.
Nice,
the
and he got the
punch.
confirm as well, and the Buster Wolf.
バサおう
Lovely stuff there from Chris. I like it because I know that's a two-hitting move, but sometimes it's very hard for people to analyze if they're going to get the hit or not to cancel into the power charge.
うまっ
And beautiful spacing from Fudo right there. Seeing the same medium kick come out. Immediate whip punish as well. Power wave putting a stop.
Nice delay. There you go. Catches him. He's going to get the extension into the medium burning knuckle there from a meaty power charge. That connected off the light one.
ようパナしたな
Right, we see the OD uppercut this time. Terry was last time, and then speaking of which, Chris CCH the one that busts out.
うんきつい
Back dash there from Fudo.
ラッキーおいしい
Drag him in. Not going to do it just yet. Still doing it. Yeah, you want to see if Fudo's going to parry again off that drive rush cancel, I think. And there you go. That could have been level 2. That could have been a level 2, but I don't think he cancelled it early enough.
やばいやばいやばいやばい
Let it go, and he actually did reach, tried to throw Fudo.
おい
But nah, Fudo able to tie it up and force the final round.
He likes to do the quick burn a lot, especially the EX version, but I'm really not sure if he didn't get the input in time for the power geyser. He had the meter there, definitely.
Yeah, and it would have killed, so I'm sure it was just an execution error. Nonetheless, right there, you see the spacing
まあまあ
trap
ま
after
あ
a big heavy
いい
kick.
んちゃう
Just puts
か
out the medium punch and Fudo walks into it.
1.3本ぐらいか
Huge cash out.
Is he going to drive rush in there? That's the question. And he will drive rush in because he's trying to burn him out here, and he's got the resources to do so.
うわーでけえそのジャスパゲージの回復が何よりでかい
Keep himself alive and healthy in this round.
一気にあるね
Fudo actually has
危ね
resources to get rid of you. If you're not careful, Fudo will win. Oh, that's going to work.
おお
Got the enhanced
天才
the drive rush, and it does
あった
move you forward to level 3 anyway.
残るか
There you have
お
it.
お
Fudo right there.
天才
Drive rushing in, and like we talked about at the beginning, 39 years old, the
天才
reactions
だ
are still there, baby. They do not go as quickly as you may think. Sees it come out as soon as he drive rushes in, cancels into the level 3 to blow past any projectiles and put himself another dub on the
う
board.
ますぎやろ今の
Now, we
今俺安定した瞬間全く予想だにしてない出来事すぎて、どっちって一瞬思うぐらいテンパったわ。どっちが使ったのって思うぐらいテンパったわ。何が起こったのかよくわからなかった。
Chris CCH was feeling a bit more comfortable throwing out some power waves, and EX power waves was getting some decent results outside of the thing you spotted as well when Fudo perfect parried into the EX reversal.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw
プラン立てて実行するまでが臭い。
the power waves would come out. It would actually beat Fudo trying to start it with a fireball and whatnot. So I think Chris was definitely confident in that, and Fudo had that intel in the back of his mind, and he was like, I'll save the counter play for when it matters the most, right? In the set. So beautiful stuff from Fudo. That's what we've come to expect from a veteran of his caliber.
Of course, right? And this is the interesting thing as well, right? Because if we look at how Fudo likes to use drive rush in general, like I said, drive rush into a jab, drive rush into maybe a flicker, and then if you're trying to understand that range and understand what he controls, then you're never going to expect drive rush level 3, because level 3 only comes oh so often in a match there.
And you have to think about so many things at that range from Ed, right? He's one of the best characters in the game from that neutral space and just outside of like round start range. You can see how it's breaking down now. Fudo 3-0 again, another great performance at a +5.
3-0 ですか。
So that means, if I'm not mistaken, we'll talk about the table a little bit later, but we're going to move on to our next match.
3-0
The
です
third
か。
match of the day. Mr. Crimson going up against Limestone here. Limestone only moments ago. That's how fast it's been. He beat Mena RD in a 2-1. A lot of these 2-1s are starting to be a little bit more vital for everybody now. You're trying to close out these rounds with a 2-0, but a 2-1 doesn't mean you're out for the count yet.
Yes, indeed. And Limestone will look to build upon that momentum that he took down with the strongest bull, getting the W there. Up against Monsieur Crimson. Oh, man, it's a different beast, right? One of the best Dawsons in the world, and he's going to be representing. That's plenty of Ken practice, too, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, Takamura's on the same team as him for Team Aegis in Street Fighter League EU. We've got some of the strongest Kens lying around in ranked as well. He speaks with his viewers on stream. He plays with them a lot. Listen, and he's got a wealth of knowledge. Ever since the drastic improvements he had from around the time of Red Bull Kumite 2021 in London, it's just been crazy knowledge that he's been injecting into his mind and just understanding how to become a better fighting game player. And that's what's brought him to the stages like this at CAPCOM Cup 11 here today.
Absolutely. Whenever I see Mr. Crimson pick up a fighting game or a character, no matter what it may be,
さすがに油そば頼みました。
I've ever seen. So I love seeing the fact that he picks up Dawson, a character that I think you need such high processing power to play at the competitive level, right? Because of Dawson having so many options for pretty much every
いや、ここはね、マジ大丈夫。もう計算なんかしなくても、フードさんもマジ抜ける。マジ抜けるから。俺は昨日確信してしまった。
He's got mixed things here as well. He does do wake up drill kick, so if you want to shimmy him and try and punish that, you can do so. I want to see if Limestone uses a little bit more fireballs, because he didn't do that against Mena RD, because it was a much different character in terms of archetype. I think.
俺こういうこと言うたびにマジでフラグって言われるとよくわかんないんだけど、これ俺が言ったから本当に負けると思ってる人たちが存在するの、これ一定数。俺は神か。
Yeah, we were talking about Crimson's options with the drill kick earlier before the match started, and a Dragon Lash to swat the Mosquito out of the sky here and lock him down in the corner as well. Crimson, what's your choice on wake up?
Just gonna take the throws for now. Don't want to risk anything, but there's the wake up drive reversal. Limestone knew it was coming as well, and even before the buff to the drive reversal, Dawson's were the ones using it the most anyway.
And this is the thing, right? Because he has to be careful as well. Because if Limestone waits, you do the drill kick. You got.
うまー。無を殴った。
Sometimes some things happen and it deletes our point on commentary. That was ridiculous.
Hey, Limestone, what did you drink today? Maybe not. All right.
なんか今回の大会このインパクトの返し方めちゃくちゃ多いな。
We saw how aggressive Limestone was on wake up against Mena.
Brother, why are they? Nah, he hasn't been caught out by this stuff today. Mena couldn't do it. You definitely can't do it. Your punishment is going to be down one game in this best of 3.
Man, made no bones about it right there. Hits the DI, fierce into the level 3, business handled. 1-0.
もう4回ぐらい見た気するな、あれ。もうちょい見たか。4、5回見たか。
Mena had a good time because obviously he was utilizing the jabs and the scissor kick pressure and he planted the bomb. Dowson doesn't move as fast. He moves it differently. He's elusive in his own right. But Mr. Crims has to figure out how to open him up without sacrificing too much.
Yeah, Meta had great success, like walking up and jabbing just to keep him at bay, right? Keep him tamed. Dawson doesn't have that luxury. Such slow walk speed, the jab's not going to act the same way. But he's off to a great start here in this round at the very least.
Trying to get that perfect parry and a great defensive sequence there from Limestone. Low on drive gauge here, but at the expense, he's able to get...
ダルシムでも果敢あるんだな。
Crimson throws him right back into the corner.
That was a clean punish on the stick kick attempt as well, but Mr. Crimson actually avoids the punish counter throw by dashing out of that parry, so well done from him.
Teleports in. Good throw tech there from Limestone.
Oh, beautiful teleport right there at Limestone.
いや、
A little bit strange. Maybe that was an execution
まあそういうもんか。
because of the teleport on the other side. I don't know.
Now you have to remember as well, he swiped Crimson out of the sky when he tried to do a float before, so I don't know if he's like kind of like hell-bent on trying to get him out of the sky every time he does that. You can't commit to some of these dangerous answers because Crimson still has aerial actions, right? The teleport, the yoga comment, all this stuff.
Absolutely.
要修正した。
Good block of the overhead from Crimson as well. Now he's going to be able to establish that space that he wants to play at again. And more importantly than the space, the pace and the tempo of the match.
Oh, yeah, okay. Every time he sees him actually start rising up for the float, he immediately goes for drive rush light punch.
ちゃんとみんなダルシム対策やってるな。
That was accurate. Like there was no type of thinking. Like that is what he's looking for 100%.
He wants him to play honest on the ground so he can crouch fist one of those limbs again probably later.
Yeah, exactly. And Limestone just throwing this man till his health bar is gone. And we're going to do it again. Yes, and Mr. Crimson knew. Slide afterwards. Perfect spacing after the tech throw.
そう考えるとダルシムって対策させる一方であんまり動き変わんないよな。相手のキャラによって。なんかあんのかな。この技は振らないとか。まあさすがにある。基本ダルシムサイドの押し付けが多いよな。
Too much frame advantage on the drill kick. Yeah. He actually spaced that incredibly well, very meticulous with that spacing there, but that was actually to his own demise. Yeah. And that's what Burnout does inadvertently in this game.
Crimson trying to throw afterwards, just 2+ for it to actually connect. But yeah, you can tell, whenever Crimson knocks him down, he's giving him a lot of space because he saw how much Limestone woke up with invincible reversals against Mena, but he's completely changed the game here up against Mr. Crimson.
Again, trying to catch him, throw a ticket there, but Limestone hasn't really bitten the dust just yet.
No, still, look at how disciplined on defense he's playing now against Crimson.
Because it's Dawson, that's
exactly right. He knows he can afford. He knows that Dawson is going to explode his health bar. He can afford to play these disciplined defensive decisions, and now the late tech does get him out, but the landing recovery gets exposed. Mr. Crimson is going to expose that all the way to a W on his side.
There you go. Merciless Yoga is going to get it here for Mr. Crimson to equal things out here, and I understand we take our risk assessments. We understand the risk reward here. But like I said, I can't stress this point enough. If you sit down in training mode with Dalsim and see what he gets after that throw, it adds up and it's annoying. Every single situation is annoying afterwards.
100%. And Limestone, players end up getting a little bit greedy sometimes, jumping out of the corner, wanting to make the opponent block their jump in, and it's susceptible to landing recovery because of that. If he empty jumped, he wouldn't have gotten hit.
That's a classic mistake a lot of people make after some spacing situations from Crimson, right? He'll do a buffered crouching heavy punch and drive rush cancel behind it because you want to dash in or drive rush in, and he's got the space and the timing ready.
Yeah, nice spacing trap, playing against the opponent's expectations. One of the most important parts of fighting games.
He jumped in instead of backing away, waiting for Mr. Crimson to
こうやって見るとフードさんのなんかようわからん足に差し返す回数やばかったな。
Right now, Crimson is not being too antsy with the limbs though, right? This is very disciplined play. We saw one there and then crushing the run.
He's in. All right, there you go. Gonna get the snap kick there. Off of the Jinrai. Good blocks there from Crimson. And the down back median kick conversion gets it there. He had to wipe the sweat off his brow because that could have gone south real quick.
Mr. Crimson, he has not been caught asleep at the wheel when it comes to the overheads as well. As
wow.
Played such good defense and then baiting Limestone into the throw.
There you go, look at that. And
wow.
Level 3. You've got to do the level 3, my guy. Yeah. After that sequence and baiting the throw,
これはきついな。ミスクリ勝ちそうやな。
Very interesting there. But he's on his last legs. Unless you do something like dusting that Takamura would do with Ken, I'm not sure if you're going to come back from this one.
Yeah, he's going to have to pull something out we've never seen before. Mr. Crimson in prime position, full screen advantage as well. Let's get the knockdown, but that leaves him so low on drive. Good luck, my friend. Monsieur Crimson taking the set 2-1 over Limestone. And, you know,
よれ
with
ず
Tekken, even early on, right, we didn't see Mr. Crimson punish it outright as we did here. He was a little bit late on that first float heavy kick. But Limestone, the thing that surprised me the most about it is he was picking defensive choices a lot. He was being active, but none of it was invincible reversals. There was no ODDPs this time. It was all like either parry or tech throw. I'm surprised that even at the end, he didn't start looking for those DPs or the level 1s like before.
This is what I sometimes can't fathom about how rapid defensive decision making is. It's like, okay, you had all this idea and all this understanding. Maybe it was specifically tailored for Mena RD before, but this time, maybe you're worried about the aerial threat that Dowson poses. But you swatted him out the sky with the Dragon Lash. You did drive rush light punch to get in and make sure you get the force knockdown. So then in certain defensive situations, you're like, okay, all Dowson can do is throw and then apply pressure afterwards. But then you're going to give Mr. Crimson enough information he needs to kind of build that momentum. And then if you try and switch it up, he's already has an idea ready that's laid on top of that. So
Exactly, and that's one of the, premier parts about Mr. Crimson, right? He is a long game planner. He knows how you're going to adjust to what is coming, and he can beat you to the punch a lot of the time. That's what's made him so successful on a character like Dawson. And again, he's been hitting
冷静に考えたら下から手伸ばしてる攻撃あれマジ何なんだよ。
I definitely think the Limestone victory against Mena RD might have shaken up this bracket just a little bit in terms of what can happen in the group stages for day 2 tomorrow, because that'll be the final stage of the group stages here, so you don't want to miss out for that one. But we are here with day 2, twitch.tv/CAPCOM Fires. I know the guys in the European region, they're waking up, or probably it's super early for you guys right now, but hang in there, people. I want you guys to stick it out. So up next, we are going to have the strongest bull coming back on the stage, with Mena RD going up against Diver, the assassin from the Canary Islands. He's been sticking with the Dictator thus far, Mena. Are we expecting a swap here? I don't think Geef's a good idea against Ed. Definitely not for me.
Yeah, that'd be a little bit spooky for sure. And, obviously you mentioned we're all here on CAPCOM Fighters. I want to give a big shout out to the re-streamers as well, the co-streamers for this event, the likes of Sage and the homebrew stream. Always holding it down. They're going to be here all day as well, bringing y'all the action for Street Fighter 6 and Capcom Cup. And now, like you said, it's going to be Mena RD versus Diver. Mena obviously going to be looking to bounce back after that loss to Limestone. We can't afford any L's here, especially when it comes down to point differential. So he's going to be looking for a dominating performance, and it looks like he will be sticking with that Bison up against the end. And it's funny to me because, sorry to cut you off, just because of the SFL US, we saw Blanca and Geef, right? We didn't see a lot of Bison, but that is who he's putting a lot of his chips on here at Capcom Cup.
When he traveled to Japan early for some extra practice, Bison and Geef, and I think Ryu, probably the characters he used the most, but Diver did lose to Crimson yesterday 2-0 until he beat Chris CCH 2-1, so he's going to need a 2-1 or a 2-0 here again. If he can do this against Mena, this will be chalked out as a very bad day for Mena in the group stages.
Most definitely in Diver. Oh my goodness, actually just kill rushing in, catching Mena RD, looking for the parry on the flicker. Oh, and a meaty stuff with the projectile as full combo.
Safe jump there as well. Whoa, okay, feeling super comfortable right now. He's going to cash everything out for that Psycho Storm to close this one out in the first round. Okay, Mena's been caught by surprise by a few eccentric play styles, or these strategies that are coming out.
確かエドって嫌いなものの中にベが入ってたよな。
Good stuff. Representing well here, Devil's Reverse.
That could have been an uppercut. That literally could have been maybe even a double uppercut there from there.
It's just scary, right? Like the different trajectory, the different timings that Bison falls at. It can be tricky to anti-air, but definitely was susceptible that time. This time, waking up with the low, catching Mena RD, looking for a throw bait attempt.
Oh, okay. It looks like he's going against the grain here, Diver. Really trying to shake Mena RD off the comfortable game and what he's used to expecting with Ed. Nice crouching medium kick there and a delayed throw tech from Mena RD to get out of that situation.
I was going to say, the crouching medium kick was just smart because Mena has taken to the skies a lot already in this first game, right? Whether it be with the Rising Hell or the Jump Regular.
And that's going to close out the round there with a heavy Psycho Crusher from that Evil Knee.
Psycho Crusher.
And it looks like Mena RD's got an abundance of resources to work with, and I think Diver did his drive rush second, yet he still won that interaction.
Yeah, I think he went with the quicker button. I actually didn't see what Mena RD went with, but nonetheless, Diver did win it. And that was the empty jump that I'm talking about, right? You protect yourself from the landing frames if you're trying to get out of the corner.
Drive rush in, that was a poor range to do it, and you were literally right in Mena RD's face, so he's committed to doing his choice anyway. The bomb's still ticking.
See, Mena, he's been content to just throw people in the corner, especially when that Psycho Mind is implanted, but
level 3. He's got level 3. Yeah, he's got level 3. Preserve that drive gauge, put Mena RD in a tough spot, because you can get the meaty medium Psycho flicker here, or you can wait and allow Mena RD to replenish some resources before he commits, but he drive rushes in instead, Good delay jump back there from Mena. He couldn't do a Tori tech there, he lost.
おー、高そう。どうなんだこれ。補正どんぐらいかかるんだこれ。あんま見たことない。
I thought he had a speck of health left because it was a hell attack starter, but boy, was I wrong.
He put him on the obituary page. I thought he was going to put him on a pixel, but nah. All the way 6 feet under.
And said your ambitions die here. That means your dreams and what you thought were going to be alive.
鬼みたいに見たくて笑うな。
Immediate response here and already piling on the pressure into the Psycho Blitz.
Yeah, look at this. Just trying to be so aggressive and overwhelm NRD in the process. Oh! And caught Mena.
あー、ミスった。
Dropped the combo.
I think he could have killed if he got all the
あー、やばいやばいやばいやばい。
Yeah.
最悪なことになっ
Let
た。
a round slip through his fingers because of that. Now Mena's in prime position.
差し返しうめえな。
Trouble though. And now we're in
勝ち回りは完全に勝ってるよな。
Mine and burnout pressure just stomps on him. My goodness.
That's fine. This is fine.
Still got the mine. Okay, he blocks it out.
Oh,
Whoa.
I think that's going to be dead. Unfortunate there. I actually thought Diver was a little bit creative in terms of how to delay or extend the timing of the Psycho Mine there, using the Psycho Cannon himself, but unfortunately to no avail.
Psycho power everywhere on the battlefield.
All that purple stuff.
Oh!
Oh,
I like
no.
that purple stuff.
That's not looking good. Diver, you got to be careful. Uppercut is still an option here, but I don't think it's a good idea. Yeah, the bomb's gone now, but...
Throw in.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, I figured as much right there, because he could have killed if he got him with a regular hit, so I like Mena RD switching it up, but Diver was disciplined about it. He knew what Mena was looking for.
Oh,
Not that time, though, trying for a desperation drive rush in. And at this level, I know the discourse likes to complain about drive rush, but a lot of the time, players this good, you can't autopilot.
サイコパニッシャーかっけー。
And Mena's going to close the door on any hopes Diver had of winning that set.
Getting a dub there for today, Mena RD. Solid 2-0, which means I'm not sure if Diver is actually in a good spot. Mathematically speaking, we will have. That's brilliant. Please use Geek and Blanca from one of the fans, one of his fans.
残念でした。
Crowd there as well. But hey, listen, just going back to that last situation, I'm not sure if we'll be able to check on replay. Actually, we will be able to do so. So we'll talk about it. Shouts to the production team in the back. But yeah, Diver hit the ground running. He actually came out ready and with a strategy here. And he came comfortable with a lot of the situations, whether it was on defense, a delayed crouching medium punch, the drive rush cancel, abusing the stand fierce, getting the conversion to crouching medium kicks. There was confidence. There was an idea there to work on and build from. But then afterwards, slowly but surely, Mena RD says, well, I figured out that strategy, and let me tell you how it ends.
Yeah. And Mena RD, I think, is one of the best players at playing in the mud, right? If you want to get
今んとこ
down
出
and
てない
dirty,
キ
you
ャラ
want
は
scrambles and all that. He is
ブ
one
ラ
of
ン
the best
カ
at
チュ
recognizing
ン
the
リー
situations quickly and coming out with the optimal answer. And I feel like a couple of
ブラン
situations
カチュ
where
ンリ
Diver like
ー
forced
マ
a
リ
scramble,
ー
it didn't work out in
ザ
his favor, like where he activated the level 2 to kind of throw off the cycle mine. We saw him get out of the corner, but he still couldn't build upon that. It was just Mena RD having such clutch
リリ
decision
ー、
making
ホ
as per
ン
usual.
ダ・ジ
I
ェ
want
ー
to say as
ム
well, just going back to
ぐらい
that
か
last situation we encountered with the crouching medium punch on the drive rush check, I think he kind of limited Diver's options into, all right, you're not really winning in certain aspects, so now you got to force yourself to do this. And I'm ready to check that out as well. But hey,
マジ
we're
でそ
ready
んな
to
もん
check out
か
our last
相当出
match
てる
here
な
in Group E for day 2. The counter hero.
17キャラぐらい出てるってこと
Mr. Crimson's chances to get out of this
もう
group
ちょい出てるか
CCA is effective
18キャラぐらい
because mathematically
ジ
he
ェ
could
イ
be
ミ
out of the picture.
I
ー
love
マリー
Mr.
ザ、リ
Crimson,
リー、
dude.
ホ
Just
ン
so
ダ
happy to be here. The family man,
あ
obviously
ちょっ
powering
とわけわからな
up.
くなった
Do you know how old his
チュ
child
ン
is
リー、
now?
マリ
'Cause I
ー
know it wasn't
ザ
that long ago that he had his
I'm
first
not
child.
sure if his son has turned 1 yet.
I don't think so. I
6
don't think it's
だ
been
か
a
ら
whole year
18 キャラ
since
出てんの
that's
か
happened. But yeah, Mr. Crimson, newly family man, obviously congrats.
Here's the thing, right? Because when he leaves, he's got something to look forward to
Yeah,
when he goes home.
100%.
So that's just even like a bigger of an incentive and even bigger like confidence boost for him. And again, because this is his job. So I know the family does know what he does. He travels around. I'm pretty sure the missus and the son are watching back at home. I hope he doesn't turn his son into a Dowson player. Otherwise, me and him are going to have some words, man. Me and him are going to have some
You
words.
can't raise the youth to be Dawson players,
You
Mr.
can't.
Crimson.
You can't.
You don't know what society is going to devolve into if that's the case, but it's all right. Of course, he's going to hold it down as the father.
So, my thing is, I think Delson does very good against Mai and Terry. I just don't understand how those characters can actually handle his approach, handle his neutral, because Power Wave on the ground, he can float.
そしてダルシムのテーマ
Hey, nice answer there.
みんなこれやるな
And I think it's a little similar to what we talked about with the Ed, right? Like, or not the Ed, excuse me, the previous matchup that Mr. Crimson was playing. The fact that you can't just get in for free. He's got a lot of options that take away what Terry wants to do. He can't just burn Knuckle for free. A lot of the time the limb's gonna be there, the different power waves, but more whip punishes from Chris CCH will solve all of that.
This is literally what Fudo done yesterday to Mr. Crimson.
Wow.
Found the way, and he done the burning knuckle. Yeah, he found a drive rush cancel conversion against the limbs, and he just kept adjusting his spacing to kind of counter.
Oh my.
Yeah, that was an answer. So depending on the spacing and the time, the burn knuckle can snuff out some of these limbs. Holding the parry, actually. Finally lets go so he doesn't get punish counter thrown.
Oh, delayed throw there just in case Chris woke up with an rising tackle. But...
Oh, I love that. Heavy kick response, but a perfect parry on the overhead attempt. Yeah, and Terry gets massive damage off the overhead, right? So, of course, they're going to look to sneak it in when they can. Mr. Crimson gets a shot, but they'll actually get thrown before the fireball to prevent it.
Nice confidence there from Chris
絶対ヨガじゃねえだろ。
the dogfight to him, and that should be the round if he spends the level 3.
That's exactly what he's going to do here. He just wants to secure a whole nother round of decision making, right? I'll sacrifice my meter to ensure that game 1 doesn't end in round 2.
Yeah, that's the thing. You don't want to be greedy with those resources, right? I know you got to play another round. I know Chris has got his CA, and look, he's already been whip punishing with the crouch and medium punch drive rush cancel. So he'll try and convert something massive early on. And this is what I was talking about. That's one of the things I'm worried about in this matchup here. Good conversion there for Mr. Crimson as well.
Love that. You see the float forward into the float back, literally baiting out that DP. My goodness. And Crimson is throwing more fireballs now as well, rather than putting out limbs, so he doesn't get whip punished as easily as before.
But that can goad Chris CCH into using the power, which he has been doing. But if you float too much, that drive rush is going to come right back in.
You can see now he's switching it up, throwing out the limbs. He doesn't want to get predictable. Knows Chris CCH has answers to the various options.
I love this patience. Good discipline there from Chris CCH to kind of navigate that power situation. And that's not what he wanted. That was an execution error. I think he was already holding down back and he just sawed the input.
Precisely. The input was behind lock and key. That boy was stored.
He's going to build another power geyser though. That's the funny part.
Yeah,
that's the funny part.
He's already got the level 2 back. And Mr. Crimson wakes up with the level 2. Chris CCH staying crouching so it whips entirely. Man, the flame.
あの日の球画面外から降ってくるとマジ極悪すぎる。
You can't be demoralized in that split second because you never know, man. There's enough resources, there's enough serendipitous situations in this game to turn it around for you.
I love that. Putting the power wave on the ground there to stuff Mr. Crimson's drive rush approach after the fireball. And wow, the crack shoots to get over the heavy. I know it does have those low crush properties, but I haven't seen this matchup quite that often.
What?
Go, teleports behind him as well. No reversal there from Chris because he's almost burnt out here. One fireball block and he's done, and he knew that.
Yeah, Chris, oh my goodness, doesn't get punished.
これはダルシムのラウンド。
Turned up the tempo.
とんでもない量のカウンター。
Well, Chris is being excessively stubborn with the burning knuckles because, like you said before, he's trying to avoid burnout. So you might as well take the dogfight to them, go forward, see what happens, get that knockdown.
Chris will try to bait something out for Mr. Crimson that time. Perhaps the drive reversal will wake up.
He's done it again. There we go. Look, gonna get that target combo to Burning Knuckle, and he's gonna be in the corner as well. Gonna get some big damage here. Is Chris CCH?
Oh, it just stays true with the meat. He's caught Mr. Crimson maybe backdashing or jumping. Burn Knuckle at the end, and of course, he sees that the space is where Mr. Crimson can take his turn, and he just DPs through it.
Oh, this round's gonna be rough. If you get your spacing wrong or even throw the wrong fireball, Chris is in there.
Yeah, you can see Mr. Crimson, he's hesitant about throwing anything out now.
Man, I love the patience Chris is exuding right now, and he drive rushes in. He's going to get an early conversion into the Yoga Flame here. Mr. Crimson needs to stall time and get some dry gauge back. I don't care how you do it, you need the dry gauge.
Yeah, that perfect parry actually worked out against Chris a little bit, but that one is definitely going to work for him.
Ooh, okay. Impromptu conversion there. Overhead, looking good. No level 3, though.
Again, he's trying to bait something out, right? He saw Mr. Crimson was willing to wake up with the level 2 before. He's seen the wake up drive reversal.
Blocking it out. Wasn't afraid of the throw. Chris is going to get burned out here. And he did have a nod of approval, so he's going to take a sip of water because he's got to make a chief executive officer decision right now. What is it going to be?
Shareholders together, fam.
Oh, listen. Stocks may go down.
Oh, no!
距離上げてワンチャンあんのかなこれ。
Oh, and he checks the teleport. Now, maybe he could have canceled immediately into something. He does get a juggle point off that forced knockdown to avoid it, but it's so tough to come up with that answer in the moment like that.
I like how he looked up and was like, okay, what should I have done in that situation? What was I planning to do there? Because again, Dalsim's got some of the slowest fireballs in the game, so they're annoying everybody.
And to be fair, I don't know if he like cancels into a super or like goes into level 3 or something like that off that jab, if it connects off of the juggle. So it's real tough. You're not gonna find yourself in that situation often.
Well, speaking of which, he's not often in this situation where his actual tournament life could be on the line here, and that is why he's fighting tooth and nail to make sure he can change everything around going into day 3 tomorrow.
You know, Crimson's gonna try to slow down this pace. Chris CCH forcing the issue once again, the burn knuckle overhead, trying to throw as well, and the burn knuckle after the throw tech.
火の玉がおおうまい。
Afterwards, the aggression is on 12.
He is not
辛い展開だなこれ。
He is literally on
ケン
it
さ
like
ん
white on rice, and the
お
power
お。
geyser gonna be a perfect geyser there for Chris CCH.
こうなるとな。
Getting that 2-1 victory there. That's much needed, not only for the table, but for the confidence boost there as well. He believes in this matchup. I think it's dog water, but that's just me. That's just me personally. But Chris, he's the expert. I'm the backup dancer.
Hey, and he showed out today, right? Taking down one of the best Dalsims in the world. So great stuff to Chris CCH. Really just trying to force the issue. Like at the end of the day, right? Just trying to catch Mr. Crimson off guard. Mr. Crimson wasn't quite ready with like what we saw from Fudo earlier, where he was able to perfect parry on reaction to the burn knuckles. Stuff like that. It just feels like Mr. Crimson not quite has
ミスクルが負けたのはでかいね。
and it looks like Chris CCH is much more akin to figuring out what to do and how to go about it.
I know we have Kane in France. Shoutouts to Kane. He was part of Street Fighter League Season 1 for Street Fighter 6. He plays a little bit of Terry, but I'm not sure how much Crimson has exposed himself, if he has the time to expose himself to Terry like that. But again, Chris CCH comes with a unique and a very different style of that as well. So he might have been learning on the fly about this character too. But again, I love the way Chris adjusted. I like how he was comfortable at handling and countering the yoga float situation. I know he lost one of the rounds to that, but there was another time where he did crouch fist, heavy burning knuckle. He had the jabs ready as well. He had the counter to the limbs at the start with the crouching medium punch. Like, he has the matchup knowledge there, and the plan was executed brilliantly.
Yeah, super sick stuff from Chris CCH, closing it out just like you saw there. I wonder if, like, at that burn knuckle spacing, if Crimson could experiment with just, like, some light slides in anticipation of it, you know what I mean? So maybe you don't go super far with, like, a medium or heavy slide so you don't get whiff punished, but it could perhaps interrupt at that timing. So, of course, we do have our interview with this group, so winner ready, but we are going to go over the match results real quick. As you can see, Fudo at the top of the leaderboard, followed by Mena RD, even with the L today to Limestone. Mr. Crimson still sitting at the +0. Chris CCH made up some ground, but it's still going to be a long way. Fudo, though, he is looking in prime position to make it out in winner's side.
Yeah, this group's going to be taken to the wire tomorrow, so everything's going to be decided tomorrow there. But hey, we are going to have our host and our interviewer, Ryan Hart. He should be ready to speak with Mena RD pretty shortly, where he's in a good spot right now. +3, 2-1. Yeah, okay. Mathematically speaking, he's doing pretty well.
And they have not played yet. Mena RD and Fudo have not played yet, right? So because of that, there could be some implications. It could perhaps switch tomorrow with Mena maybe taking that first place spot.
And that will be in favor for Crimson.
Yeah, so
Crimson plays, and then whatever the result is, I think he'll want Mena to lose, depending on what happens.
Yeah.
メナ言うてプラ3なんだな。
Man, but having the first and second play on the final day, and it could determine who
もう
gets
ちょ
out
い悪
entirely or who
く見え
gets
る
out
よ
in
な。
winners and who gets out in losers.
そんな
That
こ
is
とないの
going
か
to
な。
be an epic match to tune into on day 3. But of course, we're still getting our interview ready, and it is going to be, as you said, with
2番目リードしてる方と一緒にいらっしゃいまして、メナ RD さんですね。2 times CAPCOM Cup champion といらっしゃってます。Hello, welcome, good to see you. 2-time champion, tell me, the group, 2-1, that Limestone set dropped with the Bison. What's your character situation right now?
My character situation is
レ
very
ガ
clear.
は
I'll
どう
pick
いう状
whoever I
況
gotta
で
pick to
使おう
win.
と思って
And what
なんですか？
Limestone said? What set was that?
ちょっ
It
と違う
was the Bison Ken set.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Okay, all right, well, there you go. We put those things behind us. So, 2-1 right now, second just under Fudo. What's your confidence like? Oh, before that, let me just quickly tell them what I said in Japanese. So, 一体今キャラ状況は一体どうなってる感じかですかって聞いたら、とりあえず使わなきゃいけないキャラを使って勝利を目指すっていう形になってます。 で、2番目の質問ですかね。So moving forward, obviously you're 2-1. How do you feel about clearing the group and getting through the tournament? What's your confidence status like right now?
I'm very confident, honestly. I'm playing really well, and I feel really good about my gameplay. And all I have to do is win tomorrow. If I win tomorrow, then everything is good.
まあ基本的に明日勝てばいいって感じでトップ16を目指す形ですから、まあこれからも頑張ることとなっております。So, as you heard, he's going to do his player's game, use whatever character he needs to use to get the W, and move forward like that. So, with that said, I think it's time to head back over to the casters desk. Take it away, lads.
Indeed, well done from NRD. As he said, it's simple, right? Win tomorrow, and he's in prime position. That's all you got to do.
My man said, what's that happened? What? He got hit with the...
Yeah. Exactly. My man got neuralized. I don't remember that. But of course, I do want to talk about Red Bull Kumite Paris. Maybe it's back for its epic 10th anniversary this year. Red Bull Kumite will be heading to Paris, France at the iconic... Oh, I don't know how to pronounce it. Do you know how to get this French going? Or not?
Maison
de la... Well, some historic venue in France. We'll get somebody that can pronounce that a little bit better later on. It's going to be happening on April 5th through the 6th, so just in one short month, 16 invitational players already have so many players actually announced going to that, and it is the theme of Legends versus the New School, right? We can see Rob TV and L.I. Joe assembling their teams. We're going to have 8 legendary warriors on each side. The format is first to 5 wins. The stakes are higher than ever, and fighting games around the world. Get ready. The ultimate showdown starts at Red Bull Kumite Paris.
I want to put out a public apology to any French fans we have upset. And the Red Bull Kumite team. I wasn't prepared.
Look, I didn't want to butcher it, all right? We were just trying to give it what it deserved, and unfortunately we came up a little bit short. But you know what it is, Red Bull Kumite Paris, and we're going to take a quick break and be back at around, I believe, 14:25 Universal Time. We'll see you then.
Where dreams become reality.
Cool.
Monster Hunter Bridge.
毎回思うけど、ここまでのこの今日の流れでワイルズの広告じゃないとおもろいんだよな。ワイルズじゃねえんだ。毎回思う。油そば持ってくる。
Here comes a new challenger. My win.
いしょ。油そば食います。ミュートにします。
カプコンカップ11、続いてはグループ F の模様をお届けしてまいります。それではグループ F プレイヤー入場です。
And now it's time to introduce the players from Group F. Let's get them out here for the introductions.
まずはアブダビの巨匠ビッグバード
From UAE Abu Dhabi, the biggest bird, Big Bird!
You know the pressure make all of these diamonds. I tell them get back, step back, fast track, big lap, big facts. I'm past that, yeah. I'm trying to get ahead.
台湾のカイダ暴風オイルキング
And now from Taiwan, it's the Hurricane Strike Oil King!
Singapore の天才シャン
Next up, it's the Singaporean maestro, Zen!
メキシコの上り竜ウリアル・ベロリオ
Hailing from Mexico, the rising dragon, Uriel Velorio!
Because クリームシーマンジャー
Make sure you don't blink, because it's the Stairmaster, Jack!
Hancock 発黄金の右手連勝
From South Korea, the Goldfinger, the Shark!
こちらグループ F ももうすごい出てくる人みんなすごい人ばっかりというね。
そうですよね。
はい。
キャラノミクスもいいしね、今回も。
そうですね。キャラクターもばらけていて、そんな中で、昨日は支援がね輝いていたというところもありますが、
ビッグバード倒し、2-0で勝って強かったですね。
すごかったです。さあ、そしてこのジャックも今日も絶好調。クールジャック。そして。こちらの6名の、プレイヤーによってですね、ここからグループ F 総当たり戦を行っていただいて、上位2名を選出する、その2日目となります。明日が最終日、今日の勝敗でまた総当たり戦の星取り票が変わっていくという状況です。
So yesterday we saw, of course, Yen take the leading strides 2-0 in that score count for the group. Today we don't know what's going to happen here on day 2, but we are along for the ride and everything in it. I don't know what's going to happen, but 2 of these gentlemen will be qualifying for that top 16 on day 4 today and tomorrow's penultimate group matches. Enjoy the show, guys. But now it's time to hand over to the casters momentarily.
さあそれでは選手の皆さんにはスタンバイをしていただきたいと思います。お願いいたします。
Alright, players on standby at the ready. Thank you very much.
さあそしてこのグループ F の熱い戦いをさらに盛り上げてくれる実況席の皆さんにお渡ししたいと思います。お願いします。
Alright, and to call the action, we need our very important voices of Ryan
But looking
and
at the
Reese.
stat line, which we'll see in just a bit, man, it is so tightly close-knit. Before we get into it, obviously, my name is Vicious. Range is doing double duty right now. He's killing it.
Yeah, I had to go over here, but it's all good. We're back at it. Back-to-back blocks, and it's Ringe and Vicious bringing y'all Group F. Very privileged to get to commentate this group, one of the most stacked, if not the most stacked bracket of all the groups here at Capcom Cup. And we saw in the first day, right, just like every other group, that's not going how we expected it to entirely.
Right, I mean, we've seen a couple of mix-ups in terms of character selection as well, but just looking at the current roster, obviously this is all Rob TV's fault.
Yeah, it do be like that. Shout-outs, Rob, but maybe not shout-outs to you, Rob. Maybe not shout-outs
Depending,
after
it's all about perspective nowadays, if you think about it. Big Bird, Oil King, Cien, Uriel Velorio, Jack, and Lashar, man.
And we saw Jack take down Lashar yesterday, right? An incredible performance and going 1-1 overall, as I believe he did fall later on. We're actually going to get the results right here on the screen now, right? Jack did fall to Oil King despite defeating Lashar 2-0 as well, right? So you can see the round differential. It's very close going into this. Xian had a dominant performance yesterday, has a +3 off of a 2-0, but Big Bird at 1-1, Jack at 1-1, and both +1. So this is going to be a big day to determine going into the final day.
No doubt. The only person that's only going to be playing once this time around for today is, in fact, Oil King, which leads me to believe that he might be sticking it out with Rashid the entire time, just looking at the matchup spread before we get into that. Obviously, Uriel Velorio to start us off against Lashar, going to be pretty explosive considering how much work has been done in preparation. Jack versus Cien to follow suit, obviously going to be pretty explosive. Big Bird versus Uriel Velorio, it does not stop when it comes to the animosity between the two as well. Lashar, then Oil King, as well as Jack again to round it off against Big Bird at the very end.
And Lashar, you can see he is 6th in the group right now. Who would have thought Lashar going into day 2 would be last place in the group? You just don't see that being a reality. But we are going to get our first match. He's going to have an opportunity to make up some of that ground and rise in the ranks.
マジ黄金の右手だとマジで気にならないのにザ・ゴールドフィンガーになるとめっちゃ気になるな。どうしても加藤隆出てきてしまう。
There's just different varieties of explosives that are going to be used in regards to how they play it, right? I feel like Lashar has done a really great job of trying to contain some of the wild variables that have been out in like Street Fighter League Japan, out in his World Warriors as well, or in general, right? I think he's done a great job of trying to stop things that get out of hand. But Uriel Velorio, he does not give a damn.
No, not at all, right? He is one of the aggressive kings when it comes to Street Fighter 6. He's honestly, people will try to say just wild, not calculated or whatnot. No, he is very calculated as a player, right? It's just in an aggressive nature. He's looking to force decisions. He's looking to up the tempo, but he does it in such a smart way, and he knows when to put the brakes on. He knows when he's annoyed you enough to actually start getting into the mud with him, and he cleans it up real fast out of that.
I'm glad you talk about like the numbers and the mechanical aspects of it all too, but when it comes to the emotions, he does not really fret. I feel like in that regard, he's always having fun no matter what. We have a lot of experience with this cat.
Ken Edo ガチ多いな。
He's having fun through and through, so how do you even like try to dampen or dishearten the type of tactics and strategies he's looking to implement in a type of matchup like this, especially with so much on the line? You gotta feel, I think, Lashar having more pressure on his shoulders with a chip on his shoulders going forward into game 1. And speaking of, let's get into it. Uriel Velorio versus Lashar.
And to your point, how is Lashar gonna deal with this, right? I think he needs to start hot early. I think he needs to shut down some of the things that Uriel is going to be looking for. He's holding the parry right there just to see if Lashar was going to let the flicker rock. But yeah, he needs to get a hot start, slow down Uriel, and try to force a pace that he's more akin to.
Now we see the more aggressive style coming in from Uriel Velorio. He was shaking hands just a little bit neutral, but now it's Lashar trying to strike. It's mostly going to be the counter poke way. He's looking for ranges where he can easily snipe out your limbs. Here we go.
I want to see how Uriel kind of deals with that, right? He could get the step kick. There's Dragon Lashes. Ken's has different ways. And the jump, of course, the classic to just get past something like the flicker. And Lashar, we saw him get punished by that a couple of times from Jack in the matchup yesterday as well with the jumps.
Yeah, I wonder if Uriel taking some notes in regards to some of the jumping angles he can take advantage of against Ed, where he's not going to be as sharp for the anti-air. But right now, there's a lot of space between the two. Lashar initiating the pressure, drive rush back to back into the forward throw. He gets the follow behind the spark. and lead the charge with that.
And a very slow match, right? We're already in the 30 seconds. Both players trying to fill each other out in this first round, get a sense of the decision making. Immediate drive reversal to take away the plus frames.
It's so smart too. He's backing away. He doesn't need to necessarily hold the corner up close. He could back away and do damage that way with some of his elongated limbs. He could even go for trades against the fireball if Urio is too predictable. Further ranges, yeah, Urio is hugging the corner. He doesn't mind that being at the deficit, but we got 12 seconds. Back to back jump! Exactly what we were talking about. He's got bars to his name, Riz.
Wow,
all the way through. You know he's gonna spend it. What an explosive start.
マジか。
Incredible stuff from Urio right there. He saw the time was ticking down. He was going to be forced into a decision. And the jump angles, that's what we had been setting up. And that's exactly what he was looking for. Now busting out. No free drive rushes here. Tried the DI. Thought maybe Lashar would advance behind it. But Lashar keeping his distance and punishing outright instead.
That was the smoothest continuation of that combo. Speaking of which, even more so, we got the trade combo coming from Lashar. This is exactly the situation that we were looking for, that he was looking for a little bit earlier on, because look at how much damage he just gets to stack over and over. You know it's coming perhaps from the side of Urio Valorio. He was thinking about it as well.
Yeah, indeed, right. Double prong there, just protecting himself from a throw and potentially getting a back throw, right? That's what he was going to need to really turn that last round around. So tried it, but Lashar stayed one step ahead. Now he's going to look to establish the fireball, nullify his projectile with a flicker. Yeah, I was going to see, are we going to see some step kicks coming out, dragon lashes, jumps? We've seen all of those from Urio so far. We'll see if he can find the right answer here, but try to sneak in with a throw, and Lashar's not going to have it.
Yeah, you noticed that aggression coming out when Lashar was at the orange type of like gauge with his drive gauge, right? You knew Lashar was going to try to set the pace with some of the sparks. So Urio, he's looking for a little bit more of a drive gauge differential right now, but at the moment he's at a live gauge differential. This is going to be a big opener to the corner. You go. Watch out for these. Overheads blocked correctly.
You always got to be aware when you're going to be left inside that crouch medium kick range from Ken. They are looking to reversal with that button every time if they can get it. And right now, Lashar stuffs everything that Urio was trying to escape the corner. And again, one thing that I've been really impressed with many of players here at CAPCOM Cup already is that they're not obsessed with getting close quarters Oki in the corner. They'd rather back up and keep the opponent jailed properly, right? They're going to put themselves at distance to anti-air, to shut down a lot of your options. And it's a super great strat with Ed because obviously he has the flicker and a bunch of options that you can still apply pressure with from that space.
It truly does, man. The amount of normals he has at his
そもそもレンタル選手だからリジェクトではないんじゃないか。リジェクトだったんかな。あんまり詳しくないけど。チームに傭兵みたいな感じで入ってるだけで、チーム自体には所属してないんじゃない。
We like that. Those types of resets kind of throw Lashar off his game a little bit. Urio Valorio, how do you? Okay, what a time to dash out. Lashar really sniping out these moments to thread the needle.
A couple of frame kills right there with the jabs. Trying to space everything perfectly. Urio tried to catch him, doing something off the fierce. Burns him out afterwards.
Wow!
Back to back with the dragon lashes and does challenge, but it's too slow of a super to actually beat the jab.
小パンダ下げれるんだ。
Phenomenal. Still keeping it safe with the lights, right? That level 1 coming in.
わあ、飛び。
Not going to be quick enough. Urio Valorio now off to a fantastic start up until this point. We get the roundhouse starter for the punish counter. The side switch as well. So deep with the uppercut. Level 1. Obviously going to be parried now. Lashar. A lot of damage being dumped out.
I like Urio risking that when he has a round lead, right? Obviously, you were going to pay dearly for it, but that was going to be a big momentum switch if it did work. It does not, but he's got a round 3 if Lashar does close this out here. Tried the air-to-air again. These jumps have just been so annoying for Lashar that you don't even see the uppercut happen a lot of the time.
Yeah, and it's so smart that Urio had that read to go in with a jumping light kick too, and now the Jin Ride, explosive level 3. Lashar pretty darn close to getting that burnout against him. But we'll see right now. Lashar, he's going to opt for
シエだからこれバーとかしそうだな。あらー。できんかった。
That was sick read from Lashar right there, right? Urio went into the the drive rush and tried to bait out something. Lashar read that and just woke up with a crouch medium punch, knowing that he wasn't actually committing to anything to burn him out.
オラオラオラ。
Still within enough range to get that light. Double bounce. No,
Oh,
he misses.
missed up.
Just slightly, ever so slightly, to get the rest of the proper continuation.
Yeah, still great damage nonetheless, though. And
珍しいミスり方やな。あそこであのフェーズでミスるのそんなにプロじゃ見ない。わあ、かけた。積んでそうだな、これ。
all the chip. He wanted the level 1 after. Just panicking in the moment to avoid the death that was inevitable. LaShar looking clean on a bounce back after that rocky day 1.
Looking a little bit rough on the side of Urio Valorio, now sitting at 0-2 in that regard, too. In that very last segment, it was very little hope, in my opinion, in regards to the range that LaShar was going to be playing at, the chip damage that was going to come out eventually. Yeah. LaShar, I'm loving the way that he's playing right now. He feels like a lot more confident as a player. But granted, we only saw him play one game, so
yeah,
kind of hard to really thoroughly back that statement.
100%. And yeah, I think Urio was just so concerned with the chip outright because, I mean, Ed does have a tremendous chip potential. So I don't know if he was expecting like a drive rush and he thought that LaShar was just going to try to bulldog him down from that range. But definitely was a bit of an ambitious reversal level 1 after the fireball. Nonetheless, though, that's the type of things that happen on these stages.
そうだね。俺レシャ本命どころだとは思うけど、俺落ちてもおかしくないと思う。言うて本命だけど。
They're going to be feeling a lot better with this start to day 2.
Yeah, but Urio Valorio, I mean, he's still going to be very much so in the running. He has another game to play later on against Big Bird. I was actually kind of surprised. We're more so used to seeing Urio take some more like explosive reversal. I mean, that was one of them, but I feel like in more like close quarters combat and when LaShar's trying to go for like a strike throw mix up, he would bust out with like an OD or like a level 3. There was an opportunity where I felt like he would have been able to do so and get the round back, get the game back, etc. And I think that was in game 2 of round 1, if I'm not mistaken. But either one of those, and either way, it could have gone Urio Valorio's point.
Yeah, at the end of that round right there, he might have been expecting the level 2 cancel. I think since the level 2 is a projectile, it should still beat the level 1, but maybe the startup of it actually would lose to the reversal. I think that's actually what Urio was looking for, the level 2 cancel at the end right there. But that is in the past, and now our present is going to be the Stairmaster, Shopify Rebellion's Jack, going against the Singaporean Maestro, one of the forefathers of the Southeast Asia community, gaming gladiators, Xian.
And it truly is a gift to see these two on the stage, right? They've worked so hard. We've seen and grown with them as well in their journeys, right? Just a kid, now just a man, to be honest with you. Jack has been such an explosive player in his region, but now internationally, right? His growth is truly the definition of exponential growth.
Absolutely.
Xian has been mad consistent to kind of tie along with the title of the Mad Scientist. He has been grinding it out so thoroughly and also showing the progress over on his social media that it's like no doubt that we see him on these big stages consistently, right? Xian has been a long time name for all of the FGC heads that have been following along way further on from Street Fighter 6. But just a kid, Jack, excuse me, I gotta get used to just saying Jack now. He has been a true staple and a household name throughout.
Yeah, he's only gonna get older, right? So we definitely gotta try to fix it now.
It's gotta be Jan at one point, right?
Yeah, for sure. Xian, though, as you mentioned, I think one of our most valued members of the community, honestly, right? The way he goes about figuring out games, being able to honestly push the meta forward in anything he touches. We saw, obviously, the Street Fighter 4 Evo Championship with Gen. Once a slept-on character, really woke up everybody to that, and he's done that time and time again. Jack, with an incredible victory yesterday over LaShar, gave him a nice start. Then fall to Oil King later, and let's see how he does up against Xian here, where he could establish himself a nice lead to maybe get out of the group, while Xian has been dominating so far.
Truly, yeah. Jack actually has this opportunity to kind of dampen Xian's overall record, right? This jump in is absolutely critical to start things off.
He's going to apply the pressure here, and Kenshi then reaching off of the plus frames from the drive rush jab. Oh,
wow,
no, I have to imagine that was supposed to be an uppercut, but...
It's either that or maybe like a crouching heavy punch as well.
Oh,
yeah. On top of her. I don't really trust trying to cross-cut with Jury sometimes because of the jump arcs of certain characters.
That's a good point. Oh,
Jury
but Jack, not gonna be that found the corner anyway. Gonna be able to close it out with level 1. Yes, indeed.
Nice work. And it all started off with a very properly timed jump in against the fireball from Xian. Kind of a little bit of an introductory phase, but we'll see what the adjustments are going to be made. Counter hit, just beat him to the punch. Going in now, back roundhouse, hello.
Yeah, Jack either jumping or back dashing right there. Trying to escape. You see the fireball feint. Strings. Try to catch Jack pressing a reversal button, but instead we got the parry once the light stream comes up. Whoa! My man's got all the combos I've never seen.
It's so clean, man. I love seeing those type of links into the light kick. You heard
Whoa.
the flash, and that's a perfect. Xian with a huge rebuttal, also maintaining 3 bars to his name down below. Drive rush forward to start things off. He's battling aggression with further aggression.
I like that, and that's something that Jack actually had talked about when going up against Lashar specifically. He knows Lashar's footsies and Ed's footsie game are immaculate, so he wanted to force the issue, get into the close quarters range, risk the jumps, risk the drive rush.
わあ、なんだ
A slight miss after the side of just Kid, but now Xian trying to regain not only the life lead, but also maintaining his drive gauge. This is going to be so pivotal. The spacing that he puts Jury at after the rest of this level 3. Fireball spacing is so important, but yeah, jumping's fine.
Yeah.
Oh,
the
これは
slicer hit him low.
おー、やる
That's so unfortunate because he did get put into just CA range. That would have been the extra bonus damage. Any hit, honestly, would have spelled the end for Xian off that CA.
I love the pacing that they both play at, right? Xian kind of gauges the water, kind of tests the water just a little bit to see which of the alligators bite, but then a giant Jurassic Park-sized alligator just comes in with a jump roundhouse. Jack, I want to say also adapting to what Xian's been throwing down on the table too. It's very, very close-knit. I think Xian, I feel like he might go a little bit more passive going into this round. Fireballs to start off at least, so I thought, never mind.
Yeah. Still looking to switch it up. That's the thing with Xian, right? He's such a good in and out type player. Always mixing up the rhythm, never really autopiloting a specific tempo in the match. And because of that, it's very hard to catch on to decision-making, catch on to when you can actually find whiff punishes and anticipate certain options. Give me that. Just like that right there, right? Using the forward advancing.
いや、ジャンプダイパー強い。
I like seeing players kind of like not know exactly what side to block on when it comes to the incoming, so they just kind of jump and get that reset either way. Well, not reset, but it's a knockdown. But it's
飛び警戒してるな。
I'd rather do that than eat a full combo upon landing, right?
Precisely. Now trying to press back here, Xian. Establishing the fireballs, leaving look for the Sobot. Jack wasn't ready for the whip punish though, even despite the backdash. But again, you seem to just backdash that range, but trying to force the issue. At this level, it's going to be real tough from that distance.
この SA はめっちゃ好き。
They're so good at checking it.
He's shown off that card before. Let's see if he kind of goes into the drive gauge as well, or the drive rush as well. I feel like it's one of the more potent tools that DJ has. Probably the most potent thing that he's got in his arsenal in regards to establishing his offense.
Wow, and just short hop kneeing over the fireball that
time.
Yeah, I don't know if that was supposed to be like a counter.
ここもミスるな。
It wasn't actually one. My goodness, and again, just trying to drive rush out of these held parry sequences.
展開早いこの2人。
As a popular strat players have developed, so he's just gonna put a button out after seeing you hold because he knows the cancel's coming.
Back towards the corner though, just a kid. While in burnout, level 3, you got it.
バートだけど話食らったら終わる。あ、バートしてね。
Yeah, you sure do.
And we saw Xian, I believe he went with the tap parry right there, a little bit of delayed tap parry to bring
うわー、ハニカ
with the anti-air proper to stay alive in the set.
Beautiful. I love that addition to being able to bounce with that roundhouse and get a continuation uppercut perhaps, but just a kid, excuse me, Jack. I'm never gonna stop saying just a kid. I'm not gonna lie to you. You can call me out, Chad. It's fine. I'm messing up. That's my bad.
うわー、痛いやつ。
Just too far away after that jump in. A little bit ambitious, I feel like, when you landed from that far and then try the throw without walking forward more than he did. Xian's making him pay for it.
Damn, 50%. Also checking the walk back with the sweeps. I'm loving that. Perfect parry. For the damage and also a little bit more of the pushback. I thought it would be maybe like a back throw, like a slight walk.
グラスサーキットかなりパリ使うよな。
Very important tech for Xian to space out with the Sobot.
Double level the Sobot. Try to base something
まあさっきは1回あったけど、そんなにパニカン投げもされてない。 あるね。飛びがうざい。まとわりつかれる。 うおー、さすがに投げられない。投げを受け入れられない。おお、なんだ。おお、つえー。 マジか。今マジきついと思ったわ。
Jack committing to the dash right there, I think that's where the mistake was, right? You had enough time. Xian had just gotten into burnout. You had all of that burnout duration to keep moving forward, to keep pushing towards the corner. Looked like he got a little impatient at the end, tried to force getting into that close proximity a little bit too hard, ended up eating a fireball for it.
But that was such a smart decision from Xian, just knowing full well when Jack was going to try to push forward. Even so, like, even if it wasn't Jack, just seeing the fireball, understanding the spacing of where Jury was at, it was still such a smart decision to throw in that medium fireball.
Yeah, despite who he was playing against, right? That was definitely just a smart way to go about that specific Street Fighter 6 scenario. So even though Jack still showed a great fight in this one, Xian still able to clutch it out and continue his dominant performance in this group. And I mean, it is not an easy group to be dominated in, let me tell you what.
No doubt. Now Just the Kid, sorry, Jack.
No,
Man,
to the baby.
Jack! Jack! I gotta read it. I gotta learn to read again.
You say he's had a few bunchy meals, as have I. You just gotta think about that. You that correlation in your head right there. You know what I'm saying? Jack doing his thing, but you can see right dash forward, committing to that. And as you mentioned, he had the Jury fireball out. He could have waited for him to at least block that, use that a little bit to advance forward safely as well. Again, the impatience just gets the best of you sometimes. Sometimes you're a little bit too thirsty for the kill.
Yeah, it was definitely in sight. Like, he had it on his scope, he had the fireball just waiting and creeping. I feel like that could have been his. Should have been his. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, but it's neither here nor there. What is here right now are the players that are coming up to the stage already seated. Big Bird versus Uriel Velorio. Now right out the gate.
ウリエル・ベローリオって格闘技の選手みたいなポージングもそうだし。
Oh yeah, that's a good point. It's going to be real tough for
メキシコなのもぽい。
anywhere to ever take down Big Bird. We've seen it happen before. It's not impossible. But again, like, he's just going to be ready for pretty much anything that Ken has in his arsenal, right? Angry Bird has been one of the best players since the launch of Street Fighter 6, and he's been primarily playing Ken since the beginning. And obviously, those two so close-knit, practically brothers in everything outside of actual blood. So there's going to be so much time up against this character. Uriel's got to get real unorthodox, right? He's got to think outside the box. He's got to do stuff that's going to frustrate Big Bird. He's got to make decisions where Big Bird's going to respond to that with, why would you ever do that? He's got to put him on tilt. Otherwise, Big Bird's just going to be too practiced in this matchup to take an L.
I will say, there are moments on the big stage where some players even forget how to optimize at one point. I mean, Big Bird had said it himself over on X. He talked about it. It's like, you know, there could have been a moment where I had done target combo into level 1 or build up to level 1 and actually kill in the moments where he actually fell short in day 1. But as it stands right now, when you talk about trying to think outside of the box, that's exactly what we've been seeing throughout the entirety of the group stage. We've seen some really surprising results, right? I think Big Bird should understand that he's been on this big stage, respectfully, a couple times more than Uriel Velorio has. But we'll see, man, you can never count out someone like Uriel with such a keen mind to disrupting the players' strategies.
And that's the thing from Big Bird's perspective, right? You can't be overconfident going into this. You probably have the most matchup time against Ken in the world, honestly. But even with that, Uriel's going to be a different type of Ken than you're used to playing. Ken is obviously still an extremely dangerous character, so you've got to be disciplined about how you approach this matchup.
Already thirsty for some of the gauge there. Big Bird still in the orange. Uriel Velorio gets the strike first. There was a lot of handshaking with the normals right out the gate.
I love that.
That was actually pretty cool.
Yeah, very practiced scenario from Uriel, obviously. No
Oh, no.
Dragon Lash was going to connect, but believe that was supposed to be just a regular kick button. Happens sometimes, the storage inputs.
Happens to the best of us, quite honestly. Uriel Velorio. Now, what do you do against the assault? Important tech with the OD fireball. I love that. Such a smart decision for Big Bird. Let's throw it again. Dash up, apply the pressure. You thought it was your turn to try to tech this. Not quite. Slight shimmy with the crouching jab to finish.
Yeah, people love throwing projectiles after a tech throw, right? So when you got two projectile characters, it's smart to throw the OD. Just out-prioritize Uriel's entirely, but Uriel, my goodness, no priority necessary here. The meaty step kick off that. He's showing him different looks. And look at that, the frame kill into the meaty stand. Medium punch gets a link, no counter hit necessary. And what a round from Uriel Velorio.
He guessed correctly every sequence. Every single sequence. Big Bird got counter hit. Big Bird tried to move out of the way. All of the meaties had connected. But But now we might just see that from the side of Big Bird. Block on the overhead, very important. Uriel, he tried to get past it. He saw the parries. He thought it was his time to go. Back to back containment, at least from the spinning mixer. But Uriel getting knocked down after the Shoryu. Here comes the throw loops potentially. Ooh, barely missed the mark.
Oh yeah, I guess he was actually too far. He's probably too far to actually get the throw, but also too far to get hit by that counter to the throw. So fortunate from Uriel. Oh, he wants to get him to reach, but when defense empty jump setup regardless, you still get something.
しのいだと言える。
As well, Big Bird's trying to make the most, try to stay aggressive during this burnout time. Uriel sneaks in some damage, and he actually baited it out. Big Bird, I think he thought that no way you wouldn't continue to press your advantage after hitting the overhead, but Uriel puts the brakes on. Big Bird can only give a nod of approval as Uriel Valorio takes the first game.
終わりだ。
What may be on paper may not be what it seems in the mind of Uriel Valorio. He understands how to break the strategies of well-renowned
ビッグバ落ちだけはないと思ってたけど一番。まさかあるのか。
So far away, and that was the thing. A walk up into it from Big Bird. I didn't see a counter hit. I didn't see punish counter.
He thought he just whipped the jab, and he thought he could get closer without actually having to be connected by the DP. That was rough for Big Bird. And now Uriel back against the wall here. Big Bird looking like he playing a little pissed off.
端連れてくと
I think he was angry.
かなり安定感あるというか、だいたい読み合い勝ってるな。
Absorb the brethren.
Side note, does Angry Bird go by the angriest bird on his title also? I don't think so.
I win. He's the robot. Okay. But I like the angriest bird.
Should have been that way. All right. A lot of pressure coming in too from the SR, dashing up to, still in hands. Not going to make the most of it. That counter broke was so pivotal for Valorio. Not just for the switch on the counter, sorry, switch on the sides, but also being able to reestablish the pace while he gains more of that drive gauge back.
Indeed, and we saw the first hit of that target combo, and Big Bird was able to punish it with a jab. If Uriel actually committed to the second hit, he would have beat it, but something to think about going forward. Oh, he actually parries afterwards. He's very low on drive gauge as well. He's going to spin it. He does the level 2 to keep one bar and still get the burnout. Very optimal play. Oh, he tried to throw!
Wow!
Afterwards, Uriel Valorio. These are the types of things we talked about. This is what you need to do. Throw off victory. This is not how Angry Bird usually goes about sequencing offense.
This man is actually the GOAT for that. That is sequencing that nobody can ever be prepared for, in my opinion.
いや、端はいけるぞこれ。
Uriel has the upper hand with this corner pressure. Big Bird.
さすがに
The heavy spinning mixer on the other side too.
2本溜まったけど使わず。 とりあえず置き攻め展開先からいいから継続。ああ、これ SS で終わりか。おお、さすがに珍しいらしいの SS3。 なかなか見ないやつ。さっきから端に連れてったらもうほぼ取ってるよな。
And I love the coverage over in the corner, right? He had his option select down just in case the throw and whiff, and also the big read on the drive impact, double drive impact to erase the drive gauge from the side of Uriel Valorio. He's seeing a lot of great, he's seeing a lot of damage. Either chip, either throw, either way, you're still gonna have to block.
Please get Ken some lotion, brother. He's looking way too ashy to survive this round.
しゃぶり尽くしてインパクト。
Level 1 because it happened at the very beginning. So he's got to hold all this. And I love that Big Bird didn't immediately go to a DI, right? He really maximized that burnout time. But whoa, fakes out the same jump, waking up with a button. He's got a shot. Oh,
わあ、逆卓。
trying to fake something out, and Big Bird was more than ready for it. Wake up crouch, medium kick, set point.
Not enough moisturizer on the table. I'll tell you what, man. He was great forever and took so much damage and spent so much time in that corner.
Wow.
That punish kind of within range to get the forward medium punch link, allowing you to get the eagle spike into the setup for the SR. That was a counter hit down below as well.
That was so sick. That really the Ken experience was shown off right there. The way he beat the Jin Rai. It looked like Uriel did actually go for a follow-up, but got stuck by that medium kick. Throw. All he needs is a strike or a throw. One more time. Uriel welcome to the backdash drive reversal offensively. Beautiful from Big Bird right there. And when it comes to the drive reversals,
やっぱ端めっちゃ強いね。
when you try to drive reversal a drive rush cancel string in reaction to the drive rush cancel, if they go with a light, your drive reversal is not going to work. You have to commit to the fact that just drive reversal out of the button. As soon as you see the button, as soon as you're in that box, you have to immediately commit to the drive reversal.
全然普通に勝ってもおかしくなさそうだった。
Super well done.
So smart.
というかおかしくない。
Even yesterday's matches were a lot of 2-0s, but this one again could have gone either way. But looking at it too, it's been a real game of inches in regards to the way that they've been encountering each other, both in the neutral when they get closer to start to shake hands with the normals, but when it comes to the corner game from both ends, man, it is terrifying. It is truly a suspenseful thriller the way that they've been fighting.
Yeah, both of these characters and both of these players as well, just masters at manipulating their opponent, and in the corner, their offense is suffocating. And you can see it on display from both sides here. And of course, remember, this went to the final game. I'm not sure it went to the final round, but this is all about round differential. It's all about the points that build up to it, right? So Big Bird is going to need these clean victories to try to establish a victory out of here.
Yeah, on the offhand too, with Uriel being now 0-2, he's still scraping a couple of wins within the set to at least have a fighting chance going into Game 3. But Uriel, he's going to be done for the day. I do believe Big Bird is going to be our final matchup. Before even that happens, we have Lashar versus Oil King. Now, you and I have talked about this. Oil King bringing out the Mai. I'm like, yeah, you know, I'm not too familiar. I'll be real transparent with you. I mean, she's only been out for what, maybe like a month or so, maybe a couple of weeks. I can't do the math. That's not my job. But I'll tell you what, though, what is my job is to talk to you about Lashar and his progress thus far. He's the one that we call one of the, you know, the Goldfinger, right? Generational talent, right? The definition of that. But for the most part, I'd imagine Rashid just might be the choice either way.
Yeah, I'm definitely expecting Oil King to start with the Rashid, right? I think he's going to be familiar with the Ed matchup enough. Ed is an extremely popular character in Asia, so he's gotten plenty of experience against it. And his Rashid, that is his tried and true, right? That is the character that he made his name on in Street Fighter V. So that's the character he's going to want to continue with here to start. Maybe I think Mai is more for like the Guiles or some of the other characters that perhaps could sprout up throughout Capcom Cup. But right now, we're going to see the Rashid most likely. And I mean, I feel like it's a matchup we've seen quite a bit. Like, there's so many players at the top level playing both of these characters. It's going to be interesting to see who gets the upper hand in this specific match.
So.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at it, this group alone, you will see that numerous times over throughout the week. But man, it's been so difficult.
SA2 最強バトル。
I think everybody's been playing with certain expectations in their minds and been kind of sucking themselves out. We saw that kind of happen with Lashar previously. He only had one game to play and he got shut out. Now what happens when he gets to recover from all that time to think and watch how he lost to go into something like this where he has to play over twice against someone like Oil King. Now, Oil King, looking at it as well, he's in a really comfortable spot, or a decently comfortable spot, sitting at 1-1, being able to now get away from the mirror matches throughout the entirety of the week. I think that's pretty important to note, right? He doesn't have to rely on different type of look. He gets to now run his game plan the way he wants.
チーム名かな。
The intros rock as well, pleasing the crowd, pleasing the viewers at home. Lashar versus Oil King, and as you mentioned, both I believe 1-1 at this point. So we're gonna see here who is actually gonna establish a lead going forward and put themselves in prime position to hopefully make it out of this group. We can see both players starting off nice and slow. It's all 2 out of 3. You don't want to commit and cost yourself a lot of life for a reckless mistake. I love that from Oil. He's just been taking that sweep conversion off of the punish counter, really setting himself up for prime Oki afterwards.
That medium kick is such a great counter poke tool as well. For multiple ranges, you could have certain certain conversions, but that roundhouse is just so pivotal too to get that Oki. As we were talking about enhanced whirlwind for the enhanced movement, Lashar, he immediately moved forward as soon as he saw the whirlwind.
We'll try to base something out again, right?
ゲージ回すな、Oil King。
Previously off the drive rush cancel light. Lashar looking to not give him much room here. He wanted that big
ガード勝て。やばい、今のカラパリ痛い。
Lashar, he's looking to push the agenda. He does have the less deficit. Oil King, big chillin'.
あー、出ない。
That could have been it. That should have been dead.
So unfortunate right there for Oil King. And man, Lashar, he's gonna have a big opportunity.
なんか急にきつくなった。
Oil King is in burnout. He's got 2 bars. He's trying to bait out a super. He doesn't want to just commit. You can see, right? True strings and then waiting. Trying to get the DI. Still too far from the corner though. The wall cling is not anti-aired. Again, Lashar, he's had trouble, honestly, anti-airing throughout Capcom.
危ねー。レシャ対空出なくなっちゃった。休憩してる。
Man,
man had the idle animation. That's it. My man Rashid was dancing over there.
時間稼ぎか。おお。
I love the voice line that comes out of Rashid when he's just standing there too.
And Lashar, yeah, we gotta find some answers to this aerial game.
イウサールってふーって休んで モーション入ったのマジ受けた。 焦らせて前歩かせてからのコパペチ。 うわー、ジャンプ法則にかかってる。
My man Lashar was like, what am I supposed to do, Rinch? I tried uppercut, I tried air to air, you told me both of those, they didn't
怒
work.
っちゃった。
Oh man, no way punish on that attempt.
おお。
Had to be an execution error. I'm gonna chalk that one up.
オリキングえらいミスるな。
Oh my goodness, and Lashar obviously gonna ride all of that to an easy round win.
2 bars from the side of Lashar. Could be a very explosive start to this round if he lands one solid heavy into the blitz. But as it stands right now, Oil King, he was trying to snipe out that limb. He missed his opportunity with a sweep, a little bit too slow. Get the uppercut, but what's the pressure going to be like? A couple of jabs? No, it's a tick throw instead. Dash up, do it again.
East of Lashar. Oh my goodness, that's 3. You'll die. Oh my
Let's
goodness.
do it one more time to secure it.
すごい投げ。
So we thought.
Of course.
That is much more potent of a mix-up. The instant overhead, the jump back.
レシャーってこういうリーグじゃない大会って昔から強い。
Yeah, Lashar dropped the first round, then responding by not getting hit in consecutive rounds. My goodness. And
You're gonna do that on national TV?
You're legitimately actually on national TV in Japan right now.
I didn't mean to cut you off there, to be honest with you, man. I gotta say, that's rude.
You can see, right, Lashar starting to dash under these jump ins. He didn't try to immediately press the button because he got hit previously in a different game. So yeah, he's been adjusting these anti-air strats, but I feel like I haven't seen him struggle to anti-air before this event. It's been strange to me.
You know, I want to believe that as well, but there's been like a couple of talks. I talked to like Jack about that. He's like, you know, primarily my strategy against him is just to keep jumping.
Yeah, that's exactly what
決まった相手対策するのが得意なのかな。
something that has plagued them in the lead up to Capcom Cup.
We'll see if that comes to fruition. Yeah, being able to cover that, not too bad. Oil King with a big bust out, but very low on the drive gauge, so you know he's going to be backing away. He doesn't want to suffer any blocks, force himself into burnout.
Yeah, he's not risking any parries on the jump ins as well, right? I guess this doesn't want to risk getting empty jump thrown, eating that type of damage. And right now, Oil King finds the low, striking first blood to get the knockdown, try to get some reach, but just not. Very disciplined defense from Lashar. Now, Ed as a character does have issues anti-airing, right? But Lashar has been so good, he's usually made up for that. Try rush into the ODDP. No escape when you're burned out.
紐引っ張りじゃなくていいんだよね。紐引っ張りはなんかリスクがあるとかなんかな。
The way that he's been throwing out that flicker, the spacing that he is at too, is only a matter of time. Not a big punish counter, but still a tap. There it is. I think that's the first uppercut we've seen, perhaps. Correct me if I'm wrong. We got 2 in a row now.
Yeah, not afraid of the Arabian Cyclones dodging. He's not going to get outright punished if Oil King manages to dodge the uppercut anyway. So I definitely like him finding his groove with that now.
No way you caught that and the juggle.
My man recognizing everything. Force knockdown, juggle points, all of that. This double three is going to put Oil King on life support.
You need a perfect range to bully too. You could get yourself a flicker and just hang out too while maintaining the corner. Exactly that. He charged it up. He's waiting. He went for the kill rush forward and possibly catch Oil King.
Wow.
This might just be it, Rinch.
これはオイルキングも
Look,
き
he's
つい。
staying at a distance to where he can anti-air consistently if Oil King does jump. Somehow, some way, though, it ended up reaching into the tornado.
アドリブか。
Got clipped still with a prominent lead, though. Yeah, uppercut. See, that's what he said. He's not going to get outright punished for it if he does use the air cyclone to avoid it.
通ればまだありそうだった。
Does chase it down properly with the air-to-air. Beautiful stuff from Lashar. We saw it plaguing him early, but he got the vaccine for that real quick.
And that is a huge bump up in the standings that he's gotten 4
さすがに追いキム
straight
なんか変なミス多かったね。
both against Uriel and Oil King.
ラッシュ SA1 とかパリ ラッシュ出ないのもあったし。
Oil King, though, however, a little bit rough, a little bit rough. 1 and 2, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, indeed. Oil King went 1-1 yesterday. I believe this is his first match today. So dropping down to 1 and 2 is going to be a little rough for him. Still got some
damage to be done, and he could definitely put some opponents on the back burner. But right now, LaShar, this is what we expected him to see, especially towards the later part of this set, right? The consistent anti-airs, really controlling the opponent. Obviously, always staying at this distance where he can use stand medium kick, he can use flicker. He's at the perfect uppercut range if he decides to jump. That is one of the prime spots that that's what makes Ed so good, and he chases it down there as well. Beautiful stuff. Great adjustments from LaShar to start looking as clean as we expected coming into this event.
Yeah, and Oil King again, I mean, as much as you can practice against all the Ed players around the world, I'm sure he has access to the Japanese CFN too. There's just something different about LaShar in regards to dismantling the way that you want to play offensively too. And I think, you know, he's already had a very sharp way of containing his opponents in the corner, but it's more so like getting started. Around him, do you see how often you would see both players just like, if you look at the drive gauge and measure where they're at on the screen, it's like they're always hanging out right outside the drive gauge range. And that's not to Oil King's fault. It's like, how else is he going to try to combat against Rashid doesn't necessarily have those type of limbs to do so. They're more so for like counter poking, right? He has to rely on the fireball, but LaShar's just been so potent against the fireball strategy that he's just been able to run over a lot of the Rashid players that we've seen throughout his career.
Yeah, absolutely. And LaShar, I think that's really what separates him from a lot of other ads. But let's get into our next match now. Jack back in the building, the Stairmaster, Shopify Rebellion Zone, going up against the biggest bird that we've seen thus far. Reject's own Big Bird here, coming out of the CPT World Warrior Middle East, one of the premier players, one of the global favorites in Street Fighter 6.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Big Bird still currently sitting at 2-1 with a +2 game differential, round differential. But overall,
国家予算どころか東京の予算すら賄えないだろう。
Jack had such a strong performance yesterday, right? Despite being 1-1, I still think one of his matches against LaShar was easily the highlight for a lot of the players here, a lot of the commentators here as well. But looking at it right now, sitting at 1-2 is a little bit rough. We've talked about the implications going into day 2, how you really cannot give any sort of games away. Being at a 3-loss statistic is just so difficult.
Absolutely. So that alone is super important for Jack, right? And then on the opposite end, Big Bird and LaShar are currently completely tied. Both 2-1, both with the same point round differential. So Big Bird, not only does he need to win, he needs to dominate. He needs to get as many pluses on his round differential as possible, because Xian is sitting at +5 right now, having not dropped a loss. So he is looking like he's going to make it out. Yeah. Xian, I mean, it's going to be very unlikely that he doesn't make it out. So the fact that you're tied with LaShar right now, it's most likely going to be one of you two, so you need to be dominant, or else it's going to be looking long.
My man is grinning from ear to ear, seeing and hearing that analysis towards Xian's score. But right now, Jack versus Big Bird. Game 1 already a pretty aggressive.
これいよいよジャスタキット買ったりするようなことがあったら大変なごちゃつき具合になりますが。
And the jump to catch Big Bird. Too spicy.
Classic like Oki type timing, right, where you back up and use a big old heavy button, and he catches lights, he catches tech throws and whatnot, but it is susceptible to jumps, and Jack made the most of it. He's actually made this a lot closer of a round than we saw when it started, and has taken the lead just barely slightly. Oh, and then letting go of the parry, getting the perfect one back. Reject Big Bird, he's got the lead, and of course, the Yisar to follow.
Yo, he threw just the perfect time!
うまい。
Oh, and they try to drive reversal, he actually get the punish up, though.
わー、おお、弾力。
7-frame crouch medium kick. I'm a little surprised Big Bird went with that option, but yeah, I think he was just too far for the 6-frame stand medium punch.
He tried to go for it with whatever he could touch with, I guess.
Yeah. So
I'd never seen that normal even try to be like a way to try to contest against drive reversal. It's just too slow, as you had mentioned.
Yeah. Very interesting. And now Jack starting off well, as we've seen time and time again. And remember, like I said, going into this, Big Bird needs to dominate. He's exactly tied with LaShar right now, and with Xian having that lead, it's most likely going to be Big Bird or LaShar, not both.
That was needy as hell. Again, same exact route, or at least the same starter. It's going to be more than enough. You already know it.
おお、高え。6本コンボ。
Jack, what's the rebuttal going to be like? You got 3 bars to your name. Starting things off very aggressively too with that forward heavy. Oh.
Yeah, I think it was an execution error. Maybe he wanted something else, and then he just walks into the crotch. Medium kick is huge for Jack. He's not going to spend any meter just yet, and Big Bird risks the DP. Man, that could have been deadly. Oh, and he does it again. And we're going to see that now. And now that he did it on the second time, he gets that one, baby. It's going to result in burn out after this level 3 as well.
スーパーラシードキック。玉重ねきっちり。うおー、完璧なプラン。
Indeed. Just locked them up, strung them up, and Jack was able to chip them all the way out. Big Bird, of course, already readying up. I like Jack taking a moment, compose himself, not let the adrenaline get too much in control. Oh, that was almost such a clean whip punish from Big Bird, slightly late. That time, though, knew Jack was going to be sniffing for a forward throw.
Wow.
Yeah, still being able to cover the whiff throw. Jack trying to jump out of the way. He selected that parry. Drive rush right into the fierce from Big Bird. A couple more throws will do it as well. Meaty crouch medium. A perfect time to set yourself up for that perfect parry.
Yeah, I think it's so interesting how that held parry.
あんまりジャスパ取った時に入れ替えで端に連れてったりとかないね。投げで、裏投げで。基本みんな打撃いくな。ずっと気になってた。
They're both very low on drive gauge, so they didn't want to send their OD projectiles like they had previously. Now Big Bird able to close out that one.
あんまり裏投げする人いないよね。状況よりダメージって感じやね。
I would imagine maybe he tried to hold Big Bird was trying to do something antsy with his meter, but either way, Jack now starting things off again. We're on the east side.
Is this your neighborhood or are you in the wrong neighborhood? We're gonna find out real quick.
I never know geographically with the Midwest, but we'll talk about that later.
Now parrying, just protecting his drive gauge at any and all costs. And yeah, he did avoid the punish counter throw there, so good save.
わあ、光った。あのジュリの2段キックマジ強え。こっちの技大体潰れる。うまっ。
You get the SAR, you get the corner, and you also get a lot of damage possibly to the drive gauge, unless he finds the right parry.
But Big Bird is happy with getting the SAR out that early because he can potentially build another one, right? If he's even going to need to right now, this is a good position to be in. Fakes the over, excuse me, fakes the safe jump.
SA1 ルートあるよね、多分。こうらしいのわからんけど。スーパーらしいだけ。
Big Bird keeping his hopes alive.
He talked about trying to dominate. That was pretty much his big hopes to at least set himself apart from the Shar. But hey, man, at 1-1, we'll definitely take it. Jack has made it so close. I felt like that last game.
されて地味にやばい。俺派手にやべえと思う。
Towards the end of it, Big Bird seemed pretty comfortable. He managed to get his strategies going on offense. We'll see what
どっちかっていうとバギー。
made now from the side of Jack. And to be fair, there was a slight mishap from that instant overhead, right? The jump medium punch allowed Big Bird to really seal the deal off of that. It could have been a different story had it connected properly.
Yeah, that's a great point, right? Yeah, Big Bird got clipped crouching in that instance, something you don't often see. And because of that, the dive kick did not connect afterwards properly.
USR がラシードの本体まで。でも USR しのがれたらきつい系ってガチ君言ってた。何言ってんだって思ったけど。
Immediately put that out of his mind, have that short-term competitive memory, and let that round go and look to play pristine going forward.
I'd imagine he tried to charge up for a fireball, perhaps. I'm not too sure.
Yeah. Yeah, most likely try to nullify it right with a stock like a Fuha, and just ended up not getting the Fuha to come out.
Perhaps. It is a different direction though, right? So I'm just kind of confused either way.
Yeah, sure.
Alright, think about it. Oh yeah, split kicks. JCVD, eat your heart out.
出るなぁ。
Big tech throw as well. Oh, beats him to the punch right there, but dropped it. Unfortunate error this time from Big Bird, and Jack was so ready to punish that.
いい SA の回し方高い。
That wasn't even a punish counter.
うほー。うめえ。ああ、なんかおかしいぞ。
Big Bird's got CA on deck. He's not going to use it just yet. Fakes him out. Full players in burnout. Great day every day.
Single conversion could do it for both ends. Off with the jab.
わあ、これは無理じゃねえか。わお。
I don't know. Did Jack commit to a button in the air? I'm not even sure.
すげえ。
Like the fierce with Jury kind of
マジでいろいろ起こってる。いろいろありすぎだ。
Travel as far as she normally does. So maybe that's what Big Bird was planning on. Very strange, but all that meter is gone now. We're in the final round.
That's kind of rough. I can imagine so. I mean, like just because of the angle. Oh no. This could be the start of Big Bird's victory. Back-to-back punish counters with significant damage behind it. This is kind of tough.
And Jack, yeah, he's got to do it right. CA, when you're that low on drive,
まあ五分か
give yourself a real shot.
あれジルの CA って状況いいんだっけ
CA with proper offense, and you need the drive gauge to do it. Uha, beautifully spaced. Ooh, and the burnout with the
うわーさすがに
That might just be checkmate. He saw. He's gonna chip him out. Big Bird.
勝ったね
Jack. In an instance where we thought he could have had the upper hand, especially after that burnout sequence, it was just too expensive.
So scary, man. Honestly, like such a scary set for both sides. Big Bird able to clutch it out at the end, but only I think a +1 on the rounds. I feel like every single game went to the last round, so it's gonna be a bit of a tough one. Maybe a net positive +1 or +2 rounds. Trying to think what happened with that level 3 as well. Maybe it was the fierce read. Maybe he had like been moving forward a little bit, so when he did another quarter circle forward, he got super instead of the spin mixer, the H spin mixer.
Oh, okay.
Could have been a couple of things for sure, but regardless,
全然勝ってもおかしくなさそうだったけど
carry over to the
な
next round, right? When we talk about the short-term competitive mindset, you can't get bogged down by execution error. You can't get bogged down by your opponent making a decision that you find
結構なんか
wild or
全
dumb.
体的にみ
Like
ん
if
な
Big Bird just puts that in the back of his mind and plays his game going
ミス
forward.
多い
He really
ね
did too. You could actually see that towards the end of it. You see him kind of play it patient and
今までの
calm,
大会に比べても
kind of go for something not necessarily irrational, but something high risk with an OD uppercut, right? Two back-to-back punish
やっぱ時期が悪いかこれ寒いか
That is going to spell instant confidence for Big Bird, especially after how much bar he built up for himself too.
Yeah, I always love seeing the command normal hop over the jury fireball. Sorry to all my jury players out there, but he actually did do the fears too. So he did do the jump fears. I have to imagine, I don't know, Big Bird like leaned back. What do you think it was?
I think it was exactly what you had mentioned
The
with the heavy
forward
spinning
into
mixer.
the heavy spin
I think
mixer?
so.
Yeah, I think you're right then. So most likely was looking for the heavy spin mixer, but if you were moving forward, you might get super instead. Nonetheless, Big Bird did not let that affect him, and he took it 2-1 to keep his dreams of getting out of the group alive.
Man, what impact that makes for Big Bird. And also Jack, man. Jack was coming in.
いやパンクが寒さに強い説があるまだパンクが寒さに強い説がある
necessarily spell him out of it? Question mark? I mean, it depends really on how Cien performs going forward.
Yeah, 100% right. Cien dominant. 3-0 right now. +5 advantage. See Lashar at the +2. Big Bird, like I said, yeah, he only gained 1, so +3 there. So yeah, there's going to be so much still to come when it comes to seeing how this group is going to shake out. Whether it be Big Bird securing that second place, whether Cien keeps going with an incredible performance that he's been on so far and being able to maintain that first place position, or if Lashar can got to sneak up and may have some dominant performances and make that difference up in the round differential.
Man, Cien is absolutely balling right now. Despite what it says on the score right now, it is indeed 3-0. But as it stands, we're going to be standing by.
そういや忘れてたけど
It's going to be Big Bird. I do
パンク
believe
日本
he's
来た
gonna
ん
be
だ
at
な
an interview right now. Question mark.
Period.
レベル2で削りで倒しました。So, great performance against Jack. Chipped him out there at the end with the level 2. How do you feel about
紅茶家電の一件を忘れてた
today compared with yesterday?
I mean, I feel like I played both days really good, aside from some small mistakes I've made. I think I've made also small mistakes today against both of them in the first game, against both Jack and Uriel in the first game, which costed me 1 game each, which could come back haunt me. And knowing my luck with CAPCOM Cup, it is going to come haunt me. But I think I'm playing pretty good so far, and win or lose, I just want to play my best, and I don't care about the result, to be honest.
で聞いたのは、今日と昨日のプレーを比べて
ビッグバー英語綺麗だな
使って聞いたら、やっぱりその試合の最初になんか1試合目はいつもなんかちっちゃい間違いとかなんかミスとかしたりしてるんですけど、結局勝ったりできてるし、まあ結局勝てばいいっていう形で言ってるんです。で、次の質問ですよね。In these kinds of events where you know who you're going to play, like round robin formats that are, taking place over a few days, where you kind of know who you're going to be coming up against, just for the people that are watching that may not understand much about, what the pro life is like in that sense, what is your process for preparing yourself over the next day, knowing who you're going to go up against? How do you get yourself ready? Whether that's something that you do in training mode, do you watch replays? What's your personal process?
I'm not a complicated kind of player. I'm very straightforward, even with the way I play. So when it comes to preparations like this, I don't do any notes. I don't watch replays. I mostly try to watch the matches in front of me, like when they're playing in front of me. And that's when I try to see their defensive habits, offensive habits, what they like to start with and all of that. Because watching someone's replay, you're watching them play at home. And it's not going to replicate, they're not going to replicate the same play style that they play at home in tournament. And on top of that, I don't like overcrowding my brain with a lot of info, which could, come down to nothing at the end. So I like to watch them play and in tournament and just make sure I'm ready for the matchup. It's very, very basic and straightforward for me.
Interesting. で、ビッグバード選手に聞いたのは、試合の前に一体こうやってなんか3日目の、3日目があって3日間があってグループステージどうやって次の相手の準備をするかっていう質問をしたんですけど、ビッグバードには相手の動画を見てたりメモを作ってたりとかじゃなく、目の前にある試合を基本的にそれを見て癖を覚えたり、試合開始に何を出したり最後に何を出すとかそういうのを覚えたり、どうせ家でやってる動画を見ても結局ステージになると癖も変わるしいろいろ違うので、だからわざとそれを見ないで目の前にある試合を必ずそれを見て癖をとか覚えたりします。そういう形になっております。長くなりましたがお伝えいたしました。そういうことでビッグバード選手これからも頑張ってください。Good luck in your next matches. Hope it all goes well for you.
Thank you so much.
こういうことです。ビッグバード選手でございます。続いて。
Big Bird Senshu sounds kind of baller.
It does.
It
does,
right?
right?
I would love to have like a little Senshu title towards the end of it, man.
The biggest bird Senshu.
Yeah, man.
Oh, man.
That's pretty cool, man. We got to figure out how to do that. We got to figure out, the Japanese
めっ
language.
ちゃ涼しそうな格好してんな。
As it stands right now, that is the conclusion of
ペラッペラのシャツ
Of
一枚や
course, we have to thank everybody that's been involved and supporting us throughout the entirety of
まあ
our
でも
journey
実階
here
席って照明で暑いからな。
Obviously, we have so much and so many people to thank as well. Merchant Ambassador also being one of them, right? They've been the leading producer for a lot of board games, a bunch of licensed games as well, even kids
本当だ、
action
湯気
games.
出て
But on
る。
top of that, they also have arcade games and now board games under their belt. You can see the Arcade Pro Pinball and the Arcade Air Hockey with the Street Fighter 2 decals on top of it, throwing it back to the classics, but also with different sizes as well. I actually want to try to get my hands on like
実況してると体が熱くなって出んのかな、湯気。
Either way you spin it, it looks so damn clean. The products capture the essence of Street Fighter 2, as you can see from the decals, enabling fans to relive the excitement of the classic arcade battles at home. These games will be sold throughout leading retailers and distributors worldwide. That's crazy. I thought it was going to be exclusive here, but it is going to be worldwide. Be sure to follow them. You can check them out on the top left, their QR code. Be sure to check them out today.
Yes, indeed. I love me some air hockey almost as much as I love the various Capcom fighting games, baby. Hit your friends with the punishing Shoryuken and our Capcom Arcade Classics and Fighters Pack. Dive into a robust collection of Street Fighter titles, including Street Fighter V Championship Edition and Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection. Fantastic arcade titles are also included like Mega Man and Final Fight. Get hyped for tournament season, test your skills, and help support the Children's Miracle Network hospitals with your purchase on top of everything else.
And for all the fans out there that have been tuning in, waiting all season long for Capcom Cup, guess what? You're rewarded with another week of some of the most intense Street Fighter 6 action that you could ever imagine on a worldwide scale. That's right, it's Reject Fight Night X Jam Slam for the International Championship coming next week, starting Sunday, March 16th here in Japan. The 10 players who advance through both Jam Slam will be clashing, Jam Slam as well as Reject Fight Night will be clashing live, direct in Japan. The tickets for the
灰谷
event
さん
will be
手が
available
ハート
in
に
two
すら
phases.
なって
The
ない
first
のお
phase
もろい
until
な。
March 5th, and the second phase starting from March 9th. All of it will be streamed on both YouTube and Twitch on both Jam's channel, actually all the channels, Jam, Capcom USA, Street Fighter, Capcom Fighters, as well as the official Reject YouTube channel. For all of the updates, you already know where to find them, but just in case, you gotta hit them at Jam on X as well as at Reject, just in case. But, if I'm wrong with at Reject, always type in Reject Fight under the search bar. It's that easy.
Precisely. So that, as you mentioned, going to be the conclusion of our group here. We're going to be back in about 6 minutes, so do not go anywhere, and we'll see you then.
パパパパパパパ。なんだこのクソでっかいキャラいたの。てか CC の発表、あとなんか発表あったりすんのかな。去年はなかった。あ、去年ないんだ。そっか、順番的に次普通にエレナの情報出るだけか。早く次のキャラ出ねえかな、情報。5の時って5完全オリジナルキャラってどんくらい出たの？そういや俺別にそんなに完全オリジナルキャラ欲しくないな。まあてか俺からしたら完全オリジナルキャラみたいな感じなんだよな。もう全員ほぼ何も知らねえし。6って今誰がオリジナルだ？ジェイミー、マリーザ、マノン、あと誰いるっけ？キンバリー、JP、アキ、リリー。すげえいるな。結構いるな。いや、半分もいないんじゃないか。今全体で24キャラでした、確か。 10キャラもいないんじゃない？ジェイミー、マリーザ、アキ、リリー、キンバリー。あれ、俺さっき自分で言ったのになんか忘れた。なんだっけ、1キャラいない。あ、マノ。JP。3分の1ぐらいか。3分の1未満か。
カプコンカップ11、ここからはグループ G の模様をお届けしてまいります。
Here we are at CAPCOM Cup 11 and it's now time to introduce the players from Group G.
それではグループ G プレイヤー入場です。
Now we have Group G player entrances.
まずは白夜のマジシャンジェシージョー。
Fresh from Landvetter Airport, Sweden, the White Knight Magician, Juicy Joe!
フランスの若きヒットマンキルズユ
The young man from France, the young hitman, it's Kills You!
中国14億分の1シャー
14億分の1の男来た。
EWC champion, the king of China, Shanghai.
ドミニカの移動要塞カバ
ー The juggernaut from the Dominican Republic, it's Kaba!
あれ、カタカナじゃなくなってる。
フロリダの星ナクラダ
The 2016 CAPCOM Cup champion, the Sunshine Star, Knuckles Zoo!
姿勢の本位をネフュー
Star also from North America, the intellectual Nephew!
インタラクシャルって何？めっちゃ頭いいみたいな。
以上の6名のプレイヤーによってグループ G は争われておりますが、はい、やっぱりここはもう凄まじく厳しいグループですね。
そうですよね。もう、はい、ここまで来ると、もう負けちゃいけない形なんですよね。
そうなんですよね。はい、負けちゃいけないんだけど、とんでもない相手ばっかりという。
空席置いてが平日席潰しまくってんじゃなかったっけ？そもそも2階席これ客入りしてないんじゃない？確か。違ったっけ？
この6名で総当たり戦を行っていきます。その2日目。そこから上位2名がトップ16のトーナメントに選出します。皆さん今一度大きな拍手をお願いいたします。
The 6 players from Group G, they went head to head yesterday and I'm sure they've done some revision and they've come prepared to stomp the competition today on day 2. These are the 6 chaps and of course as you already know 2 of them will be going through to the top 16.
それでは選手の皆さんスタンバイをお願いいたします。
Alright, with that said, all players ready and prepared on standby, please. Thank you very much.
さあそしてここからのグループ G の熱い戦いをさらに盛り上げていただく実況席の方にお渡ししたいと思います。お願いします。
So with that said, with all the amazing action to come, we need our voices and genius minds at the desk to call the action. So let's get back over to the caster's desk.
We've had some blood-pumping matches thus far today in day 2, but the action doesn't stop here. We now come back to Group G, which they had some of the best matches that was shown on stream yesterday. But hey, myself, Jammers, alongside Yipes, we got to make sure we deliver the action for you guys and make sure you stay excited just as much as we are for this next group.
Yeah, man, listen. At the end of the day, we all shook off the kinks on day one, so I feel like everybody's more comfortable now. So let's see who is going to deliver. I'm excited for all this high-octane
あれ
matches.
今組み合わせでした
Key
か
guy that I'm looking at, you already know. I don't want to be the favorite here. Though in terms of
カバ
favoritism,
vs ナックルドゥはいつなんや今日なんか明日なんか教えてくれ
Well, let's not forget, right? We got Rising Star, Juicy Joe. He has a fantastic 2024
なんや明日か
leading into this. He feels super confident with some of the fixtures he has today. Kills you didn't get the results he wanted yesterday. We saw Mai show up with not only Nephew, but with Zhao Hai as well. A lot of people really enjoyed the Zhao Hai versus Juicy Joe match, Mai versus JP. That's something we're going to have to delve into in the future. But yes, only two guys can make
いや
it
ガイ
out
ル
of
ミ
the
ラー
group.
つうか
And
こ
this
この
is
2
what
人
the
クソ
fixtures
仲
are
悪い
looking
らしい
like
から
today. For day
普通に
2
どっち
in
なんか
group G, we're gonna have
試合始まる前の
Nephew. He fell by the
握手と
wayside
か
with Mai against Knuckledew yesterday.
全くせんかったり
Don't know
拒
if
否
he's
したり
gonna
すんのか
try and
な
repeat
と
that
か
again and see if he can get different results, because I
屈伸
believe
した
the
りすんのか
definition of
なとか
insanity is you keep trying the same thing, expecting something different. But Juicy Joe goes up against Kaba and Knuckledew. I was speaking to him a little bit earlier.
ナックルドゥのガタイが仕上がってんのは万が一
But
に備えてだ
this
と俺は
is
思っ
what
てる
the round robin chart is looking like right now, Yipes.
And look at this. Speaking on shaking the first day jitters, I already see on the screen, just to give you guys a sneak peek. Looks like Nephew is highlighting the jury, so it looks like Mai is just going to go into the back pocket for a second. Now tell me, you being a Mai player, of course, how do you feel about the Guile matchup? Of course, Nephew being the professional, you know what I'm saying, knowing what to actually pick when the chips are down 2 out of 3. Was he trying to hit him over?
ちなみにナックルドゥは大会でカジに屈伸して負けたことがあるらしい
Here's the thing, there's like 3 outcomes. Because you've got 2 guys in your group, you either pick Mai against both of them, see what happens. You try Mai against one of them, then swap to jury, or you don't pick Mai at all. And it looks like he's gone with the middle option here. He tried Mai yesterday, it's not going to work. Because again, because you have players of this caliber, of Knuckledew and Kaba, it's like, okay, we'll take a risk. Whether you call it a calculated risk or not, we'll take the risk, see if it works, and then you just go, look, this just isn't gonna work.
ちなみにナックルドゥは獲得した賞金をその年に全部使って来年その翌年税金が払えなくなって今借金生活してるらしい
Kills has a very different perception on the matchup. He says, well, Guile versus Jury is 5-5. It's not that difficult.
借金ファイターになっ
It's
た
like, here's my European perspective, here's the American perspective, here's the JP perspective. So Kills, you wrote out the matchup as well. So we'll see if Nephew's going to be confident, because he needs the dubs now. He needs the dubs.
And just to round it out, right, it's more so like player style, player clash styles, right, instead of actual character matchups. So I can agree with that. And shout out to everybody at home. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. Hopefully y'all awake. That is the main thing here. Hopefully you guys grab a cup of Joe and just sit back and relax. Please let everybody know at home we got some fire matches. Kaba versus Nephew, the Juggernaut versus the Intellectual. Shout out to the Capcom boys in the back end. Good choices in terms of nicknames. Feel like you spice it up a little better. That's just
これは伏線です
Oh, yeah,
な
listen, some of
ネフューには自分から歩み寄って
juicy nicknames coming up for
フィスト
you
バンプ
later down the line in this group as well. But yeah, Nephew and Kaba will
これ伏線です明日の
get it off here as well. We'll talk about Shanghai
舞台
a
を
little bit
舞台
later.
を作ってってる
Nephew and Kills, you do need a win today in this group, because they didn't get any wins yesterday.
仕込みだからこ
Break
れ
that down as we come to it. First game up, it will be Gar versus Jury. It will be Nephew going up against Kaba.
Kaba ranks. Man, the good old Belmont outfits. I see you.
Yeah, it's rocket.
Let's go. Opening gambit time. Already pressing the issue right now with Nephew, but a counter pokes here from Kaba. Give me espacio, por favor.
出たそうかこの組み合わせがこれがあるんだ
Now remember, Kaba was training a little bit of Jury in Japan as a backup character just in case, so he might have a little bit inside of scoop of what's going on, but right now it's not really working out, because that is going to be an opening round with a perfect here. Nephew firing on all cylinders here, Yipes.
Yes. Don't let go of the steering wheel. I like that from Nephew. That's like the best thing a Guile player wants to see, somebody slow down, right? All right. Absorbing all of that pressure. Trying to mash the block stun. What's up, brother?
Oh, that's all good. One thing I really like about Kaba's gameplay is when he utilizes standing heavy kick. He likes to utilize it after throw tech when he's got level 2. Couple of situations I hope he's supposed to study when they try and punish his standing heavy kick usage.
He's been counter poking a lot on block
down.
too, but the overhead lands here. Jury.
Level 3.
That's what I would have done. Man, this is a wash.
ゲージ回していく
He wasn't playing around. It looks like he was experimenting for whatever reason yesterday, but this time he said no backsies to come and take this.
Not bad though for a day one to try it out, but this is where we want to see Nephew at his most comfortable. The pressure's on, of course. Nephew on the
Oi, Omochi.
overhead. Smart choice. Gotta watch the noggin there. Kaba ranks. Nephew with a quick breadstick there to start it off.
Well, this is it. He was able to get a knockdown, anticipate a throw, send him to the corner, get a punish on a blocked flash kick as well. All the stars aligned, and when they do that, please, please, please.
マジで昨日の前何だったんだこれ。
Because you're never gonna get another good one like that.
Damn, it's like in the midst of the analytical side of things, this man caught a straight foot in the gluteus maximus. Well, Kaba, he was looking a little bit out of character there, but I feel like that's what you needed to wake up a little bit. Let's see how you switch it up here. Not even a sonic boom in sight. It's just that much respect at the perfect parry.
For me, with Kaba, he's actually one of the guys who can be patient without throwing a sonic boom the longest. Like, he can actually wait for a long time without throwing.
Correct.
前はガイルきついって言うけど、昨日ガイルに前出してたよ。一応その時はジュリの方がガイルきついという話になっていたような気が。
Which is pretty smart too. He caught him blocking high, so no real threat of the flash kick, right? That was very nice. Set the tone. This is the parkour tour, is what I like to call it. There is the perfect parry. That is why he's more worried about throwing the sonic booms. I see. Okay, that's a great way to wake up.
There you go. Good patience there as well. Got the maximum punish as well, because it was a punish counter, so you can go into lights, into heavies, depending. Gal has one of the faster heavies in the game with that 7-frame stand fierce.
Let's go.
Yeah, see, he just waits. No boom, just wait.
Yeah, definitely the respect, either the sweep, jump in, or the perfect parry. So definitely got to cycle through those options. A bit of a rock, paper, scissors, if you will. There we go. We got the nice lead. This is where Guile tries. Nice perfection parry. The Kurt Hennings is in the building. We slapped the gum somewhere. The overhead, we blocked it.
He goes backing off here at the moment. No stand heavy kick usage from Kaba thus far. Just making sure he stays in a nice comfortable zone. Not the danger zone.
Wow.
That's going to be big. No charge.
Then
He flopped the charge because he wanted to get the Sonic Hurricane after that. Very lovely answer there with the upside down kick.
Oh, good call out. Back throw. I want all of that wind on my spinal cord, of course.
言うてクソきつそう。
Trying to invite the drive reversal as well.
実際言うてきつそう。
Trying to get some space there, wasn't ready. Trying to bait out a button or a flash kick, either or. Stand face for the pressure. We are hitting close for the close. Damn, he walked. I'm pretty sure he tried to walk up and block, but them joints is fast.
Especially at that range, super close proximity, lightning fast sonic booms. You're not going to do it in time. And Kaba had no reason to not exhaust the level 2 and an extra 2 drive stocks on any sonic boom there. He does massive chip. The drive gauge damage is relatively decent. It's just a win-win situation for Guile.
Great way to adapt though, Kaba. A little more patient.
Necessarily.
He just was a little more confident on the spacing side of things. Knew how to slow down Nephew. Didn't let those jump-ins come in easy, so I'm loving that from Kaba.
Here's the thing, right? Because Jury's a character is highly efficient, very good at monopolizing space.
キャラ使いってこういう時、この先どうやって試合展開やってこうってより、どっちのキャラでいくかを考えちゃってて、ちょっと辛そうやんな。
Nephew is down on the chips, but he does have great positioning. Hey, what a whip punish. I actually thought he was going to let it go and go for the bazooka knees, switch sides, but you know what? Hey, you got to lead. Why not?
Oh, he wasn't ready. I thought we were waiting for a last-minute perfect parry there, but looks like Kaba had other plans. And then that's going to lose him the round, unfortunately, here. He has to exhaust all the options. Feng Shui, this might not actually do it, because there's going to be a little bit of scaling here.
Checkmate with the overhead. Let's see if he does it. Let's see. Oh, looking for the shimmy. Good defense. Wow, I forgot she got a double overhead.
Flash kick. He can get the level 2 out. Yeah, solid punch is activated. And he can actually just make sure he puts a barrier on Sonic moves here.
I actually thought he was going to go for the checks from Nephew. That was nice shimmy. The pixel gas. Very potent stuff.
Damn, I'm not sure if that Feng Shui engine activation was the wise choice there from Nephew, but it puts Kaba at match point here, yikes.
That happened so fast. On top of that, all right, there goes the counter poke to stand fist. One thing I want to highlight, usually see it from the top level guys for sure, including Kaba and Knuckle. There it is, hold that space down. Hold the fort down.
Yeah, see, perfect parry coming in right now, but what happens when he stops? See? Does he drive rush in or does he wait? Oi! He tried to drive rush in!
I was about to say, he had a lot of acres too.
I know.
Oh, the trick. What? Oh, is that a jab?
I think so.
Interesting.
うっすねー。
Kick, of course, resets the neutral easily.
No
Oh.
way. Yo, don't make the same mistake you did before, nephew. So he's actually going to go into the Super Art 1. Going to get a good scenario here, unless Kaba
いいね。
whiffs a throw. I thought he had other ideas here. That, I don't know, going into a final round from a whiff throw, losing that? I'm not sure, man. Mental game, where's it at?
Yeah, respect to Nephew for ending that early into super to attack the drive gauge. Smart stuff there. All right, we take that trade. No, okay. Recovered in time for the parry, the back throw. Now we feel all that win on my spinal cord.
Hurricane.
Upside down kick, the Sonic Hurricane sends him full screen. Get a massive life lead here. And let's make Nephew work for that approach to get in to try and turn things around.
Anybody that's a fighting game fan that actually really plays the game, you already know the despair here. How are we going to get in to finish the job with just the Mount offense? Kaba has so much acres of land to work with here. Is it going to be a throw? He was anticipating the throw. That's why you see the jump strong.
Perfect parry, almost got it, but Nephew is blocking well in advance
Oh,
there.
Shiru.
Still got solid punches to activate if he wants to.
I
And
got
that was a
through.
massive gamble there from Nephew, and it will cost him not only the game, but a very technical position in the longevity of the group stages here. And Kaba takes it over Nephew 2-1.
Plátano, salamis, eggs, onions. Love it. I'm going to put you onto that. We call that the tres golpes.
I like it.
Whoa. That is definitely not the winner. No, I'm just joking. There it is. Bandit zone, of course, man. That was a 2-11 in progress there from Kaba. No real robbery. I feel like he definitely earned that, but that was definitely a match at tip for tap. Who was the aggressor early on was Nephew, but who adapted well was Kaba. I see you. Shout out.
Yeah, because Guile dictates a lot of what Jury has to do in that matchup, right? It's hard to kind of have a kind of consistent strategy, right? Because you need to respond to what Guile does. And if he's doing nothing, do you take the initiative? Do you take the lead in this dance sort of thing? And it's like, okay, if I misstep, am I going to make a mistake? Are we both going to fall over? And again, there were a couple of situations where, credit to Nephew, exceptional baits on the flash kick. Not many flash kicks, not many flash kicks connected, I've got to say.
Yeah, we might see that highlight where he hit the brakes with the stand short of the drive rush, but no.
いやね、きついね。
More was the usage of the stand fierce. Nephew is very solid in terms of being in
だいぶもう辛いか。
with punishes, but Kaba definitely wasn't pressing buttons first, so I'm gonna have to respect that from the lads. I actually spoke with him in the back, man. He definitely does feel very confident going throughout this tournament. So this group, I would say.
Do you know what? That's what you need in these groups, right? Confidence.
比率界は3
pan
人。
your way. It's like having the confidence just to go in, kind of calm the nerves when you're up on the stage as well. Understanding it's not just one day,
ジュリ多い
it's
な、
over
そう
the
考
course
えた
of
ら。
3 days as well. And some groups may be determined today, other groups may be determined properly tomorrow. It's like just having that, sticking with that game plan and that belief you had coming into the cup in the first place is a brilliant thing to have.
And then on top of that, of course, if you see people losing a 2-1, remember, guys, those rounds really matter towards the end of the overall score. Of course, if you are doing pretty
あ
solid.
ー、この組み合わせはさすがにベガじゃね？
Matchup we got here, the Sunshine Star Knuckle Dudang taking on Shanghai, the King of China, aka the Kid. He is truly the King of China. I can't take that away. So, and with a wise choice, the Mai versus Guile, that is a possibility. We'll see.
Well, yesterday in this group, if I'm not mistaken, Zhaohai did pick Bison against Kaba. So remember, because there's two Guiles at an exceptional caliber here, if you pick a character against one, that's an
実力のナックルドゥ。
Obviously, if you want to go down to the nuances and nitty gritty, of course, okay, Bison works against Kaba, it may not work against Knuckledoo. Only because Knuckledoo has a Kami as a backup, and his Guile style is much different.
Yeah. And this a lot of lore here, man. For those that follow the Street Fighter 5 side of things, the old school Canada Cup. Shout outs to Canada Cup, of course, back in the day. But a lot of taunts and a lot of shades was put on the side of Knuckledoo going up against Shanghai. So, you know, when you see these matches, when they meet again in a new iteration of Street Fighter, you know, those mixed feelings kind of tend to come in.
Oh, yeah, they come rise. Yeah, they come through. Ah, see, there you go. So he's picked Bison.
There you go.
So he must genuinely believe in that. I was very surprised when he picked Mai against JP yesterday.
あれ海外でベガって誰だっけ？ベガって名前なの誰だっけ？
They're going to do a button check just in case first. But yeah, Shanghai, I mean, what's there not to love about this man right now? Had a fine
Balrogか。
of last season with the EWC champion, as we alluded to before. He qualified via the super region of China as well. I think for me, Zhaohai's like flavor of the month.
Yes.
What character's flavor of the month? Because let's not forget, he has a very solid Akuma. People forget he got second place at UFA 2024 with Kami. He had the combination of Ken and Bison, and I think a lot of us have noted that down. That might be a character combination we can't sleep on.
え、バイソンとバルログ。
You know, it's kind of crazy.
ん？これ今2-3だけど。え、バイソンとバルログは別だよね。
Oh yeah. that's
Vega.
true. That's true. That's true.
It is.
So
Vega.
I am curious about what character Knuckledu's going to come into this with, only because, again, you're looking for a 2-0 here. You do not want a 2-1. Zhao Hai is already on 2-0. If he gets a 3-0 here, leading into tomorrow, because I think this is his only game today. Yes, this is Zhao Hai's only game today. So if he gets that 3-0 and then just rides the wave into a 5-0, because a lot of the guys in Group G do not want Zhao Hai getting 5-0. That's what they don't want.
This man got China on his back. Knuckledu, how you feeling, baby? This is something that you familiar with? I mean, you know, in a good time, of course, Gaio had definitely a great advantage against Bison, but we got that OD Psycho Crusher now.
で結局海外でベガの名前なのは誰なの？ベガって名前のキャラは誰なの？
December patch for Bison, because again, he used to prioritize, or he had the luxury of having both colossal damage output and incredible drive gauge damage output. What the developers done is that, okay, let's kind of reduce the drive gauge damage output and let's focus everything on the Psycho Mine and really emphasize that mechanic. Right?
じゃあバルログでやってんだな。
Then the world's your oyster. We'll give you that there. And then what's happened with that scenario is EX Psycho Crusher is used less. Because before what it did, it took a one drive stop, it goes through projectiles as we know. There was a couple of things it was doing a little bit extra, right? So now they're taking it away, giving it a thing. He can use EX Psycho Crusher against Sonic Boom, and we know Zhao Hai, he flinches at any projectile, whether it's a super Psycho Crusher or something. So he's got a strategy here. We'll see if it works.
Let's see how the footsies are going to be played here. The staggered legs from both of these guys. That's why I call footsies now. Shout out to Chris Page. You can see the back and forth, the staggered legs. There it is. I can't even get away from that now. Oh, the jumping.
All right, here we go. We're going to plant the heavy back fist combo for the Psycho Mine here. And he goes for an early overhead just to check if Knuckledu's going to be awake.
Oh, speaking of wake. On the wake up, what's for breakfast? No counter hit, so that was definitely in favor of Knuckledu to block. Not really receive any more damage here, but we are stuck in the corner, suffering on the drive gauge side of things. So I feel like we're going to see more standing phase in a minute. Or Psycho Crusher, I should say.
He can do it, but you got to be super. Wow, that's going to be massive there for Knuckledu. He's not going to spend on the Sonic Hurricane extension there. Just go back to the neutral.
Nice.
出ますね。
You can do a jab back fist there, but sometimes you have to bank that it's counter hit.
Oh yeah, that's what Nemo is very confident in doing, or was very confident in doing at a certain point in time in the competitive season before.
Well, you can do it more solid with the drive gauge. That's guaranteed drive. Okay. Excuse me. But yeah. But let's see though. Zhao Hai already very comfortable. Okay, Knuckledu looks like he's trying to download a little bit. I feel like he should just play his game. Oh man, never mind. That is his game. It's Sonic Boom, of course.
There you go. Immediate rebuttal there with the flash kick after being countered with that EX Psycho Crusher there from Zhao Hai. Gets this German suplex.
Let's go. We got the lead. We're gonna sit here. Let's park.
Yeah, he seems super comfortable. He's not afraid to use light scissor kicks, stand medium punch, or stand medium kicks. Try and trade with a couple of booms, maybe get some straight hits. No big swings just yet.
Love that from Knuckledu. To walk up, block, and fight the offense, and then go for the counter poke accordingly. All right, looking for that counter hit. No dice. Zhao Hai, great defense, walking him down. That's what he's trying to snipe out. The low forward or the standing medium kick. That way you get a counter hit, punish counter, etc. It's a flash kick, reset the situation.
I think that's good that he's able to walk him down without having to exhaust any resources, not to overextend there with a drive rush overhead or something. He's just cool, calm, and collected here. Knuckledu's kind of comfortable playing at the same pace as well.
Right up the glutes.
まあ不利はちょっと言い過ぎなのかな。ザンギマノンとかその辺で。
Get the 2 grabs? Yeah, 2 grabs.
Oh, you've been in this vortex.
Oh, of
Many
course.
bites.
Oh, a third one.
Overhead? No.
Oh.
Okay. This is the game we play. That's why you have to make those decisions in terms of the rock, paper, scissors. When are you going to backdash? When are you going to flash kick? But at the end of the day, I like how Zhao Hai did not stop pushing the initiative. That is the best way to open somebody up, man, especially a character like Gaio.
Well, here's the thing. Look, throw loops have been a talk of a town for a little while, but it forces the decision. Whether you like it or not, when you're like, you know, I can take 1 grab, I can take 2, guess what? Still forcing a decision. Yep. You're not going to be, I'll make a decision after the 4th grab, because guess what? The 4th grab's what got rid of you.
I look at it like this. Throw loops in this, and right now, it's just, obviously you invite the throw. Obviously don't wake up with the parry. But it's more so how long can you survive based on how healthy you are. And you've seen everybody represented throughout the weekend. Well, so far through the week, excuse me.
For me as well, when you get throw loops, you got to look at it as 2 gauges, right? So there's your health gauge and there's your mental gauge.
Yeah, okay,
the
not
mental
even the drive kick.
The mental gauge is what no one can see. It's like, oh, please, can you stop throwing me, please?
the hidden ball?
Can you stop throwing me?
Well, I feel like everybody on defense is shadow boxing before, and then it actually happens.
Well, it looks like he will stick with the American soldier here. No character swap. That's a big decision to make.
マリーザベガ無理だね。
Knuckle-Doo will be playing Juicy Joe later as well.
2位で全部の技滑る。
You know, I was about to say it wouldn't be a bad pick if Knuckle-Doo picks Cammy here, but he does want a little more control and not take those risks against Xiaohai because he will whip punish the hell out of you and space out those dodge kicks.
You can be offensive with Dao, but you can also have that passive approach. With Cammy, I think, like you said, he has to be a little bit more aggro. Oh, nice.
Wow, okay. With the fierce, right? Nice.
Okay, accomplishes the burnout and then get the stun as well. Looking good here for Knuckle-Doo.
All me to knock him down. Sweep ender, there it is. Now we're gonna go for the throw. Looking for the shimmy. Oh, that's enough catch. Level 2. Let's put on a show. Yes. 2. Wow, really?
He's out.
He's
out. Oh, and pop the bomb. Pop the bomb. Take a guess. Oh, and you know what? He didn't have a flash kick. I don't think he was expecting Knuckle-Doo to do that either, because I think he was going to try and react after the throw was going to happen.
So we're not scared of ACL meniscus? Back roundhouse?
No.
Wow.
Why not? No, because you needed the throw before you kickstart anything. I understand what you mean, but he needed the throw to kickstart anything.
That's true. That's facts.
Dash after the upside down kick, even though it's -8, there's the perfect parry. They're going to be a nice little combo. Didn't get the perfect flash kick there. Not like Knuckle-Doo did not get that.
Talk about making that decision.
There you
go.
Yeah.
Heavy knee press on the delay, and then here comes the second bomb.
Mind
Knuckle-Doo
it.
wants a choice, and he tries to run away.
The up forward was denied. Back dash or up forward got clipped regardless of what was the option. Xiaohai.
What I really don't like is when you think it's time to escape and the Bison Blade catches you, and then you just go into Psycho Crush in the animation.
That is
はめてるな。
panic button, I will say. Background. There you go.
Yeah.
Nice. So was it counter hit? Knuckle-Doo's just trying to find space. Nice conversion.
I like that he waited just a second, a little bit longer, just to see what Xiaohai would do, so he can get a punish kind of conversion on the whip punish there.
Nice. Watch your legs. Good defense. Okay, my man Fuzzy did walking back.
Yeah,
nice!
got
it.
For my country.
There you go. Exuding the patience. And when you do that, you get heavily rewarded, but that means you got nothing left in the super tank. So if Xiaohai gets back in and plants a bomb, you're in so much trouble, young man.
Here we go. Don't overextend Knuckle-Doo. He does have healthy drive gauge for some OD reversal. Nice. Bazooka knee? No, not even. No, he wasn't in range for it.
だー。やります。これが実力のナックルグー。
I'm very surprised he got Xiaohai to flinch in a situation like that, but boy, was he ready with the anticipation there, Knuckle-Doo. And he's made it one apiece right now, Yipes.
Yeah, we need more diapers, dude. Let's go.
Well, infinite supply if he's first place at the end of the weekend.
Yes, and he's looks like he's comfortable, which means we might be moving forward here to drop a deuce on Xiaohai, hopefully.
いやー、さすがに枚はないんじゃないですか。
This is historic, this matchup. This is why it's a treat for me. Let's go. What a way to meet up in this group, huh? Let's get it. One apiece. Breadstick. Let's see who's going to end it nice.
So, I think for me, what's letting Xiaohai down, but it's also the nature of how Knuckle-Doo is dictating the pace of the game, is the jumps. He waits a little while on the ground. He's not close enough to get a trade with the stand median kick. So he's having to use Psycho Crusher, but when Psycho Crusher is not going to work or he's low on dry gauge, he jumps, and Knuckle-Doo has identified that several times.
Yes, sir.
Bombs on.
That's a throw. Oh, overhead. Okay, first one represented.
Oh, nice dash there. No check there from Knuckle-Doo because he doesn't want to burn himself out with a drive rush cancel. Not here now.
Got the middle.
Watch out for the jump as well. Oh, there you go. There you go.
Oh, no. Oh, not on time. I feel like the jump back round up for the race, to be honest. All right, here we go. Throw City. No, we're going for Chip City, yes? Nice. Xiaohai smart enough not to just engage with more OD.
Looking at the player cam and Knuckle-Doo then, I think he knew when he was in burnout that was a perilous situation anyway. It's very tough to get out of that or see a way to come back. No dash off to the block, upside down kick block. He's done that before.
Xiaohai is not representing throw attempts, to be very honest. It's more so counterposed to the jab on throw attempts. I feel like Knuckle-Doo should commit to more throws, to be very honest. Oh!
That was fantastic.
ガイル前は昨日見てる感じマジできつそうだったよ。
Took away some dry gauge, but Xiaohai already got it as if he never spent anything in the first place.
Ah, the back dash or the jump got snapped. No
お？
way.
これ当たるんだ。おもろ。
Catching the back jump.
stolen. I
セッ
think
ト
it
プレ
would
ーか。
just magnum them down. That's to the floor.
He's got the range to do it, so
That's
why not? There's a throw. Can he get
More
another
higher.
one? Nightmare on Elm Street. Watch out. Ah! There's a throw. Don't do it again. Do not do it again.
わお
Mate. He
まあ
caught
まあ
him
まあまあまあ
flinching because he didn't do it. He actually feared another throw loop situation there, Knuckle do.
いやーでもこの2人結構上がってほしいな個人的に。あれここって他に誰いたっけ？カバ
So look, me as the
ー、
Vega,
ネフュー
enthusiast, you know, I get thirsty with offense when it comes to scissor kicks, right? But he just didn't give it up like that. Not even standing fierce. It was all straight conditioning him, scaring Knuckle to throw sonic booms, and the
あー
threat of
ジューシージョー
jumping
か。
was there. That way, it just gave Shanghai more.
あージューシージョーもちょっと上がってほしいな。
I mean, I like that you brought that up, right? The walking down factor, because what was really traversing that space? Bison's forward walk speed, EX Psycho Crusher, those are the main two things, and the main two culprits that were really Knuckle had to consider. But he felt comfortable fighting this matchup from the mid-screen, on the corner as well. We saw a couple jump backs as well, a couple flash kick attempts in the early half of that best of three. But then over time, Xiaohai just knows, it's like, okay, well, as soon as I plant the bomb on, you're going to
ナックルとシャオハイも揉めてるから握手なし。ナックル何人と揉めてんだよ。
I actually didn't think it would work that way, to be honest. I would think it would whiff.
揉めすぎだろ。
So I know Akuma can do it with his level 1.
揉めてじゃんもう。
He does level 1 and catch it. I know Mai can do something with a special. It's not a super, but Bison, I'm pretty sure I've seen it happen before with the super art 1. It's just in a situation like that, most people wouldn't think to spend it there, but it always has good corner carry.
That was bars, by the way. Don't think I let that slip. Shout out to my man Lee Chung in the back. I'm gonna point him out in this next time we see the stage. You're gonna see him. But yeah, man, great match. I mean, at the end of
まあ
the day,
じゃあじゃ
of
ない
course,
に
I'm
し
saying
て
that was a
も
bit historical, a bit nostalgic for me.
ま
And
あ
I'm pretty sure
別
for people
に
that's watching at home. So
俺がナンバーワンガエルだっ
King of China.
て言われてても無視しときゃいい話だけど、お前運だけやんってリプライする時点でいやまあ別に元から悪いけど、別に元からちゃんと悪いけど。
It will be Juicy Joe stepping up against Kaba. We're going to take a quick look at the match results right now. Xiaohai 3-0. He should not be playing anything else today. No, that is right. So 3-0. Kaba's 1 apiece right now. Kills you 0-2. Juicy Joe 1-1. Nephew 0-2 as well. So this group, if Xiaohai continues to play like he is right now, being exceptional
プロレス
form, it's going
まあ
to be
プロ
a
レ
fight
スだ
for
ったらいいん
second
ですけ
place
ど
between
ね。
the remaining 5 competitors in this
まあプロレスがそしたらうまいということで我々は楽しませていただいて。
You know what? Let me not even throw no predictions now. Let's just let that play out. Of course, we can tell who, as the tournament progresses, when we get to the top 16, that's when we can kind of figure out who has the better shot at winning CAPCOM Cup. But at the end of the day, man, the group stages is what matters the most. Every game, every round matters. So let's see what both of these combatants bring to the table. The White Knight Magician.
Listen, I had to go and find out. I still need to find it. If that was
しかもそのお前運だけやろってカバにナックルトゥーが言ったら 昨日も言ったんだけどメナがいやカバはガエル1本で頑張ってるしこいつが正真正銘だよみたいなリプライして引用リツイートみたいなのしてカバをちょっとギャグみたいになるなカバを擁護したんだけど次の大会でカバなんだっけジュリかなんか使って勝ってたらしい
Kaba will play Guile here because of the momentum and the confidence he has right now, and because he feels confident in the Guile matchup, Juicy Joe was saying. He's not sure about Knuckle He's expecting a Kami, but he wouldn't be surprised if Guile came out when he faces Knuckle later either.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's well equipped though, so he is definitely comfortable. I mean, I feel like any JP would salivate to go up against Guile, but again, it's a player clash, I would say, at this point. So we'll see what's up. Of course, Kaba definitely has a lot of experience, just seasoned in a lot of matchups. I haven't really seen Kaba really having like troublesome matchup experience. It's just more so, can he make it count early on so he can keep that momentum moving forward? We'll see though. Juicy Joe, I ain't gonna front. I'm a fan, man. First time. Now, mind you, I've seen his results from the World Warriors before the SFL. So to have that privilege to watch him in person and to see guys like Problem X have that much confidence in him, it just showed a lot that this guy is very skilled, man. So I don't know, is this his first, he plays Street Fighter 5?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. If he did, then he probably wasn't at a point where people were still at the highest level.
Okay.
Oh.
I think because I think he was playing other fighting games before he jumped
Right.
on SF6, and then he really took SF6. You know, hit the ground running, played the game, and it was being successful with flying colors, man. Because again, he's been doing well for himself.
着実に整って
Like
い
we
って
said,
ます
it's great to see him out here. And you know what? Juicy Joe's a player for me who can win you over.
Yeah, that's what happened with me. That guy's nice. Oh, JP with the Barbara Streisand.
Now, one thing I really love about Juicy Joe is his situational awareness and movement, especially when he doesn't have to worry about the aerial threat. Guile doesn't have a dive kick.
なんかもう一周回りすぎてて分かんなくなっちゃったけど JP ガエルって JP 有利だよな
then you get to really see what makes this guy shine as a player.
I want to see what's the punish from Guile. Never really seen it. I've seen it with other characters, but perfect parry, full screen on a departure. Would it be drive rush back fierce, I would say? We'll see.
You can do that. You can probably do upside down kick as well, but back fist might be better because it keeps you standing.
Yeah. So. Let's go. Chuck them bones. Now, yeah, we respect it. Are we anticipating a jump in Kaba? Is that what you're thinking right now at this very moment? We'll see, of course, respecting the stand fierce range. Not much worry here on the low forward. Can't get much off of him.
Your blocks. He's got to be careful with the Stribo. I can't remember what version it was. I think it was the light version. If Kaba has level 1, you do light version. It's -10, so you can punish with level 1.
Okay.
So you do want to be careful with that. But also, whenever you watch this matchup specifically, when Juicy Joe sends Guile away and they put the departure above their head, watch what Guile does. Always watch what the Guile play does with the departure above his head. Nice check. And there we go. Watch, see? Above his head.
Yep. Oh, gotta think about it. Wow, met him halfway. That was smart. Kaba obviously trying to close the distance, but he met him halfway. That was smart from Juicy Joe. Now you can switch it up and just back off next time in that situation.
Yeah, see, you see what he means? He's dashing and sitting right under the port and waiting for it to block. And I remember Juicy Joe was telling me, you have to learn how to perfect parry in this matchup. Because if you can't do it, this is going to be easy pickings for a guy like Juicy Joe.
Ooh, burnout. 9 seconds on the clock, though. Does he have enough time to chip him down? Are we going to file those nails down? The flash kick.
Level 1. Level 1. He wasn't ready for it. I think he was in two minds about committing to it as well. So it will be a timeout here, something we don't often see. Quite rare in Street Fighter 6.
You saw JP giving Guile credit? I never seen that. He was you got it, you got it. Oh, there it is. Perfection. Parry. And we got that corner control ready. This is when Kaba is comfortable. He got so much acres to play with.
Oh, empty jump there. Okay, interesting. It exploits the dead zone there for the crouch fierce anti-air. He might have to do that again. I think both these characters can do it to each other, actually.
Correct. The dead zone. I like that.
There
we go.
GP かっけえな
The respect of all the purple stuff. You don't see one sonic boom in sight. I like the faces there. Obviously, parry all day, build the meter.
Because I don't want to give you free damage trying to throw a sonic boom and getting you to block when the departure's above my head. I don't want to give that free stuff to you. There you go. So you're just waiting it out. Super patient here. And patience is often well rewarded with a lovely conversion there from Kaba. He's almost about to build Super Art 3 as well.
Oh!
Wow, いい飛びだ
That was a reaction for sure. I don't even think that's a guess jump. Level 3 for the finish, absolutely.
全力でいくぞガエル高えわ
Really impressed with how Kaba handled that match.
ガエルってコンボ高かったらダメじゃね
There is a way you can defensively condition JP players, but you have to drill this matchup into your head, right? Because he was super patient, Juicy Joe's going to get comfortable. Throwing the phantoms, popping out the departures, trying to really do something there. And then Kaba, all you have to do is pick one moment, whether it's one drive rush or one jump, and he's going to think, damn, like, why didn't I see that? It's because he didn't do anything before.
Now that could be, maybe that will slow Juicy Joe. That's probably what Kaba wants, right? To make him think twice.
Of course.
So we'll see.
Sometimes less is more, you know?
I like that. Yeah, man. Yeah. Watch the cabeza.
Nice walk. And he was able to block the second part as well. Nice. Really good stuff there from Kaba.
Ooh, wow, the clash. Okay, we'll take that. Look for that punish counter just to get a little bit of acres of land here. I like this carpet.
Nice trade there into the flash kick. I'm surprised he had the charge for that there, Yipes.
Oh, the anti-air, that's lovely. What a conversion, too, just to set up the departure. That was very nice. Flash kick. Let's start again. Looking for the shimmy, no dice. Juicy Joe is a professional. He don't take like that.
There you go. He gets in there. Good throw break there from Kaba as well. Not allowing that punish counter throw to happen.
I'm trying to get in that stand fist. Now, the question is, what are you looking for? The low forward, the roundhouse, the Sobots kick, the old school way to call it?
Well, I mean, I like that Kaba's not really utilizing a lot of normals for Juicy Joe try and whip punish and catch for a full conversion. He throws Sonic Boom as an extra poking tool at a certain range, so Joe has to commit to a parry. He hasn't tried to do a hard route the jump. He hasn't tried to do EX Turboline either. A perfect parry.
Okay, the juicy one. That was definitely not the name.
He's laser sharp on those perfect parries in this set, Juicy Joe. So I'm hoping Kaba can catch on to that. Maybe do a drive rush throw at some point.
Let's go. Kaba's still, you know, definitely got a game to give. So, but again, this is group stages, so you want to make every round count.
Yes.
So even if you lose here, just get a round, right? Yeah. Make it better for yourself. Juicy Joe, incredible control here.
There you go, gets him to spend 2 bars here, and again, I'm seeing that tap parry there from Joe. Not sure what
設置された時下がってるけどいいんかなって思ったら、まあどうやら端に追い詰めてるしいいっぽいな。トゲでゲージ削られたくないとかそういう感じなのかな。
Dude, it's just the ability to do nothing at that close range for me from Kaba, man. And I like that Juicy Joe's not doing anything or overexerting himself either, you know?
He's giving the man looks.
Dude, he's almost burnt out. What are you doing, Joe?
I would have mashed parry every single time.
What are you doing, Joe?
On Kaba's side. What a professional. Okay.
I think I saw a jab. I think he tried to do Sonic Hurricane and it didn't come out.
Okay.
I think so. He's out. Take the frame advantage. Here comes Lavushka. How's he going to get out of this one?
What is that called?
Lavushka.
Lavushka?
Yeah.
What?
It's a Russian name.
Oh, he's Russian?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
It's a throw.
I just knew he was an accountant. There we go.
Oh,
nice.
no!
Oh, my.
He tried to get the grab to set up something nice, but Kaba, he said, listen,
Summer show.
That you can't overextend here. I'm ready. We are going to another round. You got to deal with me once more.
Absolutely. Nobody want to deal with a guy. You know, that could be a morale booster or can demoralize you. I will say.
Well, there's only one way to find out, and the only person who can answer that question is Juicy Joe. And he's actually starting to ramp things up and splurge a lot more drive gauge now, Yipes.
There we go. I like the empty on the teleport right there. Got some great damage and a lot of space here. Respect my carpet. Woo! 3-piece.
Like that, with the stalagmites and the spikes from the air coming through there. Another back throw, so he's going to do the situation once again.
I think if you see that situation again, it might be a flash kick or just commit to the
いやこれ地味だよねって言ってる人同じ人だからこれわざとやってる説がある。
I'm not sure if that's going to come out, so he's going to have to deal with this. I don't think he's going to block this one. And he does successfully, but he gets burnt out for his trouble. Remember, you get punished in some way, shape, or form in Street Fighter 6. Hey man, listen, your reward for blocking is more blocking.
俺の配信を使って承認欲求を満たしてる人の説が出てきてる。俺の中で。
Well, careful, the bias is slipping out of you. Saw it dripping out of the bottle there, you. Sorry.
You good? All right, here we go. Setting the tone here. I feel like one OD Sonic Boom will set the tone for Kaba to get close, but is Juicy Joe going to give it to him easy? No. Here it is, that range back throw. No, big damage. I like that. Restarts.
Yeah, okay. And I like that Juicy Joe is sticking with plan.
いや見た目だったら俺もさ一番最初に選ぶキャラ JP 一本だったんだけどな。マリーザの簡単さに惹かれてしまったな。
A1, huh?
Ever since we got to watch him like properly at Street Fighter League EU, something I've been paying attention to a little bit more.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, see?
Because again, that is a button you have to make count. One of the best 2-in-1s for him, right?
Yeah.
So I like that efficiency. Let's go kick back, trying to bait out those parries. Kaba ain't giving it to him.
Well, his resources are slowly chipping away here, whether it's drive gauge or health gauge. Juicy Joe needs those straight hits.
I feel a boot incoming, man. We're gonna kick in the door.
Oh, just yet. Nice jump.
We'll take that though. Take a little bit of damage just to get some ground. I respect that.
Yeah, Kaba might need a jump soon. I'm not sure.
Probably might wait for the ghost at this range. There it is. Wow, what a trade. OD Sonic Boom.
Still waiting. Juicy Joe's got to be very careful. He's not comfortable enough yet. It wasn't comfortable enough to set up a departure instead, so he went for the turbulence this time round. Good block on the overhead.
Okay. Like that he didn't commit with that driver.
Level
what
2.
a parry.
Level 2. Oh, he's going to go. Yeah, he's going to go for it. I'm not sure if this is going to...
どこら減るんだろうこれ。
The mix of the century. It's a pixel too.
Oh, Tell Alive. Tell Alive. And that combo, I think it had an extra hit or two there. He could have cancelled into the stalagmite and then moved on from that. But Joe, exhausting all the options. Pretty expensive. But hey, I believe in you get what you paid for.
Oh, definitely tried to tech. Unfortunate. There it is. Just trying to gain some ground.
うめえ
Perfect parry. I
見て
don't
か
know
らっ
how
ぽい
many
よな
successful perfect parries Joe's had across the board in this set against Kaba alone, but it's working out here. Piling on the aggro. Kaba's got to make a choice here, Yipes.
Oh,
Nani?
The drive impact. There it is. The cufflinks is on. We got a lot of wind and a lot of oxygen. How are we going to make this count, Kaba?
出た
Ooh, okay, big damage. Mid-screen stuff. Are we going to go? Oh, no, we got
出
it.
た
Yeah, he wasn't sure. So he went for that anyway, but
も
people
うちょ
do
っ
forget
と
over
壁
time
近か
it
った
does drain
ら
the gauge because you're in level 2. So if you use the
コンビニ
if
行
you
け
use
る
the
コンボ
mini moves,
発生してた
they
の
will, deplete the Sonic or the drive gauge, sorry. It's done.
Man, I like that drive impact just to push him in the corner even faster. That, oh, I see you, Kaba. I would have been greedy and just got a combo, but hey, I don't play God.
Dude, but this is like another last game, last round here. Remember, he had this against Nephew moments ago. So both these players, it is imperative that they get this round. They need it.
Oh my God, great start here from Juicy Joe. Sweden's finest is getting busy. There it is.
Look at the drive gauge damage there. He's chomping away at that gauge. And another perfect parry from Juicy Joe. What's the choice going to be from Kaba now? He's just going to have to firm it. Doesn't
出
guess
た
right. Misses the
中下
conversion
だ
because he needed that. So he's going to do the level 2
き
to
ち
make up the lost time. And that's going to be massive here, Yipes.
That should be, no, not yet. I was about to say.
No cancel into departure, though.
Oh, the trade will
Oh.
take that all day. Sweden's finest. EU's finest moving forward here.
Oh.
What a banger of a match. I know Kaba did not like those results, but hey, you got some rounds off. But Juicy Joe is your winner. Proof in the pudding, check the paper.
And he knows as well how big that is because, again, with how everything is happening from second place down to bottom place in this Group G, he definitely needed that dub. I know it was the 2-1, so Kaba can walk away with some consolation prize.
Ida!
But again, he went 1-on-1 today, so no more matches
Ite!
left for Kaba because he beat Nephew. Now he's lost to Juicy Joe. That's actually a good confidence boost for Joe.
机が鉄だとな マジで体ぶつけた時痛いんだよな
Actually might have been our longest set of the tournament thus far. I think so. We got a timeout here. So.
なんか肘ずれたんじゃねえかなって思うぐらい痛いわ膝とか打つと地獄なんだよなで膝の皿ってさよーく見るとなんか歪んでてさこれぶつけて歪んだんじゃねえかな大丈夫かなって不安な気持ちになるの嫌なんだよ膝
Yeah, but you could definitely see it, right? You can see Juicy Joe being comfortable with the departure setup, making sure he was comfortable. I think Joe's main way of setting up shop or getting damage, leading into greater damage, was actually perfect parry. I was very surprised at how many successful perfect parries on physical hits were coming around. That's where I was surprised that Kaba didn't go for a throw enough. No amnesia, because you didn't throw him. No amnesia.
だから膝の皿ね結構確か危ないんだよな
Had to, like you said, had to force a jump.
なんか子供の時に聞いた気する
It's very interesting where these guys
子供の時よく怪我してたから怪我するとなんか親になんか言われてた気するじいちゃんとか
There was no need.
That was credit of how solid the neutral was from that range, that you never even had to worry about a throw. So that's excellent control from both of those guys. Very nice stuff.
But yes, right, up next we are going to have Nephew going up against Killzyou. So this is Killzyou's only game of the day. Now Nephew hasn't won. So this is important because if we look at the table right now, Killzyou 0-2, Nephew 0-2, which means I got to put two peas in a pod here because you both need a dub.
血はよく出てたけど骨折はないな
You both need the dub. Some of the strongest jury players you'll see, these guys had incredible seasons throughout the regular season here. But right now, again, because you're going up against the creme de la creme, the finest of the sharks in the shark-infested pool, one of you is going to have to go down. And if someone gets 3 losses, you're very close to the depths of despair out of Capcom Cup.
ちょっと家にお届け物来た
These guys play. So this is a treat for me. We're definitely going to see the jury mirror. So, yo, the question, confirm this for me. In SFL EU, Killzyou always play Cammy, so I figured that was his main. But it's jury is the main squeeze.
So I'm not sure when he had this revelation because he was playing jury at the start. Then he put jury down for Cammy because I think Cammy at the time had a better philosophy than jury did.
Okay.
I think she did everything jury does for better. And then I think when he went to Japan, he was just grinding out jury. He picked jury at Kings of the World for specific reasons, but then with this, I've just seen him use jury ever since he's gone to Japan.
Okay. 50 stop. Wow, oh, okay, that wasn't even a button check. They went straight to it, all right? We missed half the light bar, but it's okay. We've been here before. Wow.
Yeah, I believe that round was actually legit.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, well, you ain't missed much, just half the light bar. But it's okay. All right, condition early kills you waking up here. 1Z's on standby. All right, look, this has nothing to do with the match. Look at the man in the back with the toilet. Tell me that's not Lucho, bro. Right here, look, see him?
Nah, what are you doing?
Come on, dog.
Nah.
You telling me no?
You know what? I can't unsee that now. That's rude. Shout out to Lee Chung, by the way. Nah, stop it. You know what? Watch, I'm going to show you something. No, I told you the joke the other day. You know what I mean. The Ben Stiller joke? You know.
Oh, yeah. Are you doing that block at any point in time?
I will.
Okay, so throw that out there. The hell? It's great, trust. All right, here we go. Looking for that counter hit, no dice. Good defense kills you. Okay.
Nice, gets out of there. And these two are going to be they're going to be very similar in terms of how they want to escape, right? With the jumping heavy punches, maybe a dive kick out there, maybe an anti-throw tool, the jump medium punch. But right now, Kills You having a significant advantage here against Nephew in this final round.
Oh my God. All right, looking for that punish counter to get some space. No whiff though from Kills You, very nice. That is the name of the game. Don't press those buttons first. Every button has a purpose. Whoa! Low profile?
I don't know if that's intentional, but he does play this character, so very similar thought process.
Huh.
If it works, and that's going to be the game there for Kills You. And that is going to be game one to Carmine Corp, Kills You, and Nephew. It is not looking good, man. It's like he's one of the smartest players, one of the best players in North America, but some of the strategies I'm seeing thus far, they're not working, guys.
Yeah, it's definitely not working. I'm going to be honest. On No Neutral, he was my dark horse to definitely whoop some ass. I'm going to be honest with you. So this is definitely a Nephew that I'm not used to seeing. But again, the level of competition here at CAPCOM Cup, I'm not surprised.
Of course.
Damn!
Another perfect on the board for Liquid's own Nephew. I need Dark Neff to show up, man. I need him here.
He's going to miss. He's in the back of a milk carton right now. I'm going to be honest.
Well, listen. Lost and found out here. We'll find its way back to you. But you got to find the victory first.
Here we go. Going for the burn. I thought that's how he's sizing up. Maybe try to go for end-to-end, possibly, but a little too late on the reaction.
ジュリアさすがに早いね。
I like that. Kill those frames.
And a nice cross cut there, and he's going to try and burn him out, but Kills You done it by his own admission here. He still has a level 1 and level 2 to work with, but Kills You's going to try and be very slippery so he doesn't get burnt out too easy or near the corner for the burnout. Oh, sorry, the stun.
So I feel like we're going to get a whiff punish. It's a level 2. No, immediately. Okay.
Okay.
Cash. I agree.
That's difficult. Concur. It's very hard not to tech mid-screen, but there's going to be times, and Kills You will always try and shimmy you, and then he'll walk back into space where he can get a full combo. Not just one button, he tries to get 2 buttons and whatnot.
Okay.
But he's feeling confident. He loves his movement.
Immediate level 3. Good confirmation. Looks like he got his visa in time. Confirmed. We're going to go for the overhead.
Nice cross cut. And it looked like he walked backwards and forward just to adjust the space there before he done it. No double perfect there for Nephew, but Kills You still has a chance to come back.
Oh my God. Suffering in terms of life bars, whatever. That drive gauge is very important there. Whoa, the perfect parry. You know, sometimes I feel like that looks cooler than the actual freeze frame.
Oh, the non-freeze frame?
Yeah.
This is an argument there. I can see that.
It feels natural, you know?
I mean, the game would probably go a little bit faster. As if it isn't fast enough.
I was literally about to say that.
Right.
Here we go. Trying to anticipate a dash in, possibly. Just a whip punish. First knockdown scored here by Nephew. I actually thought that was going to be a stand fierce whip punish there. Nephew's definitely known for those.
Yeah,
but I like that over time. Nephew's been adjusting to Kills You. How he's trying to jump out of the corner, and he's been getting cross cuts. While Kills You's done the crouching beating kick we saw before. What a jump there from Nephew. And he's going to do the super art 1 and going to get the double dash Oki from this as well. Oh no, drive rush afterwards actually.
いや、パーしっぱなし。
That reversal was represented there. Love it. Oh, out of range. Whoa.
You even heard her say, ha?
Yeah.
That's all I heard, ha?
I mean, granted, when you're ducking, the hurt box is extended. But man, that was
Not looking good. Kills You is in pole position before, but Nephew has somehow managed to pilfer that position from him. Now he's in prime position to take this dub here. He needs it.
I thought the backdash or the jump, I feel like. There it is, kills you with a great lead here in
Da.
the second round of game number 3.
Oh,
Like-minded thinking, but unfortunately I picked the more potent version of our Fireball. Nephew taking the advantage here. Is he going to pile on the
遅
throw?
らせ
There's two.
最速
Oh,
打撃終わった
Kills you knows this is yeah, he's done.
終わるね
Oh, dear.
That's a spanking. It's all red. My goodness.
やっとこさ
Nephew. What a way to boost up the morale. Finally, we scored the victory that we needed, so we could build off of that. So let's build it brick by brick. Kills you though, having a tough time here in this group, unfortunate.
He's 0 for 3 now, I believe, kills you, which means that's very hot. Going into tomorrow,
次はジューシージョーと誰
almost
だ
guaranteed to not make it out of the group, I think. If he's 0 and 3, then it's going to be very difficult. Because now your destiny is not in your own hands.
You just have to win everything. Like
Someone's got to be sick, or someone's got to be sick. Nephew's button has got to fall out of the hitbox. You're going to have to show up at 8 a.m. instead of 10 p.m. or 10 a.m. Like, you're going to have to wait for the stars align.
That's tough, man.
That's going to be difficult.
I mean, what can we say about the mirror match? Obviously, spacing is key, but who can be the aggressor first? I feel like Jury can't even like check her own things, really. You know what I'm saying?
No, I can understand that. I think for me was how they both handled the jumping heavy punch situation.
ジューシーナックルか
There were a couple of situations where they were throwing out
ガイル連戦か
I think they both knew
でも一日のうちにガイルとやりきれるのはええな
understand the scenario. When you set up a strike throw, you both walk away. And they're using the same character, so you're going to walk away and you're going to be using the exact same button, which was standing heavy punch. We did see that there from the guys, but yeah, I really got to give Nephew credit for the perseverance and not to be deterred by being one game, almost potentially losing the entire set there. And I think Kills You knew when that Feng Shui engine was activated.
確かに合気使いめっちゃ少ねえなそう考えたら
So Nephew,
あでも俺が昨日見てないだけで頭の方のグループにあでもエネルだけか
real quick, but because of that, he still has a fighting chance.
エネルシュートだけ
I'm
か
not sure if he does. Has Nephew got
そう考えたらあまあでも一応アングリーも持ってんだっけ
played
合気
3 games, which means tomorrow Nephew has. Nephew's got 2 games. Nephew's got a
出
fight
してない
Shanghai
けど
and Juicy Joe. Well, that's your reward. Speaking of which, speaking of which,
Knuckle Dudang versus Juicy Joe, another banger that I never got to see. I mean, this is a rare occasion, but that is what's so beautiful about the Capcom Cup. Everybody gets to play, well, in terms of depending on the group, but, you know, you get some matchups that you really don't see. And this is cinema to me, to be very honest with you, because, you know, it builds up that little bit of a rivalry with the EU and the USA. I'm going to be honest with you, I feel like right now those are both of my homes. If I have to pretty much root for anybody, it would be EU or US. Very comfortable to say. Shout out to Dominion. I always thought he was part of the EU side of things.
honorary EU
Honorary,
member.
yeah.
We got a few of those.
But yeah, this is going to be a cool match, man. I think we're going to run that back on the Guile side of things.
No, I think it'll be Cammy.
Okay. Oh, yeah, yeah. Wow. Oh, yeah.
So I actually was speaking to Joe about this earlier, and he said it would make more sense for Knuckle to go in with Cammy first because just on paper, statistically speaking, it's actually a really good draw.
あー確かに
Now,
キ
obviously,
ャ
I
ミ
think
ー
this
か
was 2023 where we saw Knuckle qualify for Capcom Cup beating Banana Ken Gal versus JP, but maybe just understanding Knuckle's mindset and philosophy towards certain matchups. If I've got like, you know, a trio of characters, because remember he does have a DJ as well, I'm not going to pick the unfavorable character when I have someone else who can make my life easier. The less thinking you have to do, the better.
That's what I was about to say.
プ
More
ルゾン
solid.
4万
Easier confirmed in terms of buffering. Right?
あー
So,
でもなんだっけなんか SFL かな SFL のところと同じところが作ってんだったらまあブルゾンってそんぐらいすんじゃない ?4 万ぐらい
So I like this
ちゃんと作ってるやつ
being
は
the heavy aggressor. He's been like that with every fighting game that he's played, mainly on the Street Fighter side, of course. So I like that. This is a good draw. Good breakdown there from Juicy Joe. What a professional.
Yeah, man. Honestly, he's
3万ぐらいはするイメージある
very
な
big
ちゃんと
with
作っ
what
て
he
る
does.
系
And
は
I think he's got a super bright future ahead of him if he wants to continue to do this after the CAPCOM Cup. And I like that he wasn't, because I know he's a little bit deterred.
逆に1万2000円とかでこういうやつ売ってるとマジペラペラよな
And most of the guys are saying, listen, you actually did like better than, you know, probably we anticipated. And that's a good thing, right? But obviously as a competitor, you'll be disheartened when you know you can play your best or you can play better, right?
Yep.
And he had plenty of time to prep for this and get involved. But obviously,
ペ
everyone
ラ
had
ペラで
2
ワン
weeks
シ
to
ーズン来たら
understand
もう
their
切れ
group.
ねえんじゃねえかって思っちゃうぐらいのあれだったよ
It will be Knuckle Dew going up against Juicy Joe with the JP here. Now he had a good performance here earlier.
それだったらやっぱ高くてもしっかり作ってほしいな。
He's going to go up against the Cammy. Got to watch out for the dive kick. Against the dive kick, you can air throw, but you got to be on point with that. Laser
Cammy だ。
focused. Now he does
まあ
face
さすがにガイルはきついか。
of Cammys online in Europe. When Killzy was playing, Hurricane shouts to Hurricane.
カバはガイル1本で頑張ってるっていうのに。
You've got a ton of other Cammys. You can bump into Alphen as well from France. Shouts to Alphen.
My guy.
He plays Phenom as well.
Damn.
He's got a few. He's got a few.
The ringer, huh?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Listen.
Hard assumption there. Okay, Knuckles must have seen something. It definitely wasn't rollback. He definitely just committed there, my good man. There it is. Set it up. Shot. For fire rebellions. Alright, here we go. The back dash, I like that. He wants all the spots. See the length of this carpet.
Almost burnt out though. And he knew it. And he knew it. That should be the round. He's going to have to spend the EX bar on the EX trim lamp to close this out. He had an extra hit to work with. But I kind of respect that. He was low on dry gauge. Throw out the DI. Knuckledu's not going to wait and do a DI back. So, very good choice there from Juicy Joe.
You get a whip punish with that stand roundhouse, please. Okay, that is what's represented. He wants to knock him down and push to the corner as fast as possible. I like that drive rush. Pop that in the pot. I'm trying to leave tonight. My flight leaves at what time? There it is. Watch the curtain, please. Lead is very nice, but of course this is Cammy White we're talking about.
Still got to be careful though. He had to try and get through the purple haze, but it didn't quite work out. So he got swatted with the standing heavy punch for his troubles.
You like that album?
It was good.
Okay.
To me, anyway.
I like
okay. Trying to force a dry gauge, but he actually burnt himself out in the process here, Juicy Joe. He can do a button into level 3. Oh, he's lucky that didn't combo.
That's what you needed. And you got him in burnout, trying to avoid the throw with the back dash, but sniped with that crouch fizz. And there's the drive impact. Are we going to spend that dash? I'll do it. Everything, please. Let's acknowledge that this man is a killer. We need to go to the next
これ死ぬか。さすがに死ぬか。
Yeah, that should be. Survey
Yeah,
says.
it should be fine.
フーリガンの中断スタートじゃないんだね。
Also, we got to give credit to KnuckleD in that situation because he walked forward to try and get as much dry gauge as possible so that when he gets the hit, he could do a double drive rush cancel instead of one. Because if it was just one, I don't think he would have got the kill.
That's right. People do tend to forget. You walk forward, you do build that drive gauge pretty fast. That is true.
That's why some people walking forward more instead of doing the dash in this situation because the dash doesn't give it to you.
Don't give you nothing. And you're inviting normals for the counter poke on top of that, right? Ow. Breakdowns.
Drive rush roundhouse. Trapped in the corner here, not looking good for Joe, and he swats his way out, but no level 3 to generate some more space here. So it's going to be out of the frying pan and into the fire if you're not careful.
Nice cross cut. We was ready for that. KnuckleDu with a nice lead. Caught the recovery on the sweep. Unfortunate for Juicy Joe. Nice technical. Still alive in the game.
Careful, there's a throw. He's got to be
また割り付きがすんごいんだ。
Joe, and he's deer in headlights. He's not sure what to do, and he tried a perfect parry. There's a throw tech.
So many looks KnuckleDu can give right now, especially the fact that he is super healthy. The burnout on the side of Juicy Joe. However, we do have a chance trying to activate target combo to level 2, but KnuckleDu is out of there.
Low forward, he's going to chip him. Oh, wait, level 3! Level 3! I thought KnuckleDu had a chance to chip him, but I'm not sure how much level 2 does on that situation. So it's going to be the CA version of interdiction here, and KnuckleDu, he hasn't got a mountain to climb, he can still win this.
あるなこれ。
Ah.
No, he could have snapped the trick line again. Oh, brother.
Oh.
I know where's the big
He
still had the discipline. He did not crack in that scramble situation.
抜きさんもいま
He
す。
made a choice, and unfortunately, come out in a positive manner for him.
The pixel situation, I get it. Or the 25%, whatever the case may be. I can't even get mad for KnuckleDu for trying to go in for that. Because in that moment, that anxiety just reaches so high that you just got to make that decision on the pixel.
Well, you got to give credit to Juicy Joe here as well. Let's give him his flowers because in that situation, a lot of people would have tried to overexert, get a throw, get a delayed jab. They would try to do something. He said, no, I will wait. I will get another interaction just in case something doesn't work out. But he got 1-0 on the board here, Yipes.
Let's go. Juicy Joe got a lot of mileage to play with.
まあ騒ぐのは別にいいしな。
KnuckleDu, you're going to have to raise that difficulty setting, por favor. The Cherriers, the Chair Force 1 are watching right now.
I see what you did there.
Like that?
I see what you did there. Logan don't like that shoe, man. Remember, Logan don't like that shoot, by the way.
I got. Shout out to Logan. Yo, I saw the clip when England won.
Listen.
That's my guy, man. I see you, Logan.
All right, pressure being applied here.
Oh, right on top.
Amnesia, you sneaky bugger. I like that answer. And it's not going to be a stun just yet, but he's going to take the round here regardless. He's done. Yeah, he's done.
No meter.
Yo, Juicy Joe riding high, but let's not celebrate prematurely here because I know KnuckleDu's got something to offer to keep him in this dogfight.
You know, with every departure, he gets slapped with every check.
今の確か見てからアムネジアできるんじゃないかな。暗転返し的な。
You say that, but he's not doing too bad here. It's just Juicy Joe is more tailored towards the matchup because you practice your bad matchup. You have to study them. Oh, he's going to side swap. He will side swap from this Labushka here. Okay. A little bit greedy, but gets the positional advantage. Throw again. Can he loop it?
Needs that. Every throw is a victory on the drive, Gage. You get healthier. Woo, spacing, space trash. Oh, he had the right idea, but slow button. Could have been a cross strong, would have been a better option.
He's going to get another level 2
Gage
ready here. And there you go. He can call it. He can definitely call it, but he's got to be careful at the position where he does it.
Oh, jumping successful. Try to tech there. KnuckleDu didn't commit with the conversion.
Jab back, jab. Yeah, lockdown. Lockdown. Yeah.
Oh!
I thought he was setting up the air-to-air for the jump, but he's going to get chipped anyway.
Run! Okay.
Oh no!
Oh.
Wait, Amnesia! Oh. He can still do level 3 here. KnuckleDu needs to find a way.
Wow!
He got caught again. Trying to get a throw tech or in a clutch situation. He couldn't make it out on top there to turn things around. But Juicy Joe with the double victory.
あんまりあれだな、結果だけ見るとだけど、あんまケミいいとこなかったな。
So that actually puts him in such a conducive spot in Group G here. Going into tomorrow, looking supremely confident here is Juicy Joe.
Juicy Joe, and this is the debut for the CAPCOM Cup, right?
Yes.
Wow, okay. What a way to start that off. Man, oh man. Well, let's back to the highlights, of course. It's all about getting into that range. Yo, I'm gonna give credit where credit is due. Juicy Joe's ridiculous, dude. If you're not familiar with his game on the SFL side of things, well, now you know this guy is a problem. One of EU shining stars, as you say.
Yeah!
What more can you ask for?
That's literally all he wants, man. And the thing is, he just keeps going from strength to strength. Despite being from the European region, when he comes to the international stage or when international presence comes to us, he does show up, and he's been doing really well for himself. And the thing is as well, like I said, he anticipated the character lineup he would expect from both Cabba and KnuckleDu. He prepared accordingly, but ultimately what he really had his eyes set on was Zhao Hai. He's like, right, look, this is what's going to happen. Zhao Hai, we can't let him run away too far because he might be taking that top spot. But because Zhao Hai's been pretty dominant in this group thus far, as we can see, 3-0, whereas Juicy Joe is at 3-1. So if Juicy Joe can beat Nephew tomorrow and Zhao Hai loses his matches, then boy, that's going to be... Okay, right, yeah, so right now, he's in a good spot because of the round differential, I believe. That's what's separating it, because obviously he's got one loss. Zhao Hai's got no losses, but I believe it is the round differential. So if Juicy Joe can win against Nephew, and Zhao Hai has a, unfortunate situation in the fixtures tomorrow, then Juicy Joe could get out of Group G on top spot.
Damn, okay. You know what? I can't even say I'm surprised. Juicy Joe, Zhao Hai, definitely. It looks like we have an interview. Let's kick it off to Ryan Hart.
I believe.
ちょっと行いたいところです。そうですよね。3勝0敗というところですね。今聞きたいのはですね、今のこの間出た知らぬい前のキャラ、一体どう思ってるんでしょうか。聞いてみよう。So Zhao Hai has got 3 wins and 0 losses in the group so far. But first off, I want to ask him what he thinks of Mai in Street Fighter 6. So, what do you think of Mai in the game so far?
I think he's so strong. I think she can top 5, top 3. Good neutral game, good ES fireball. It's the different style in Street Fighter 6. I think so strong. So I choose her.
ですね、知らぬい前は、ともかくトップ5かトップ3ぐらいまで入る強さは一応あって、 それですごい防御も硬くて、飛び道具、そうまあ一応課長戦出して追いかけるっていう戦術がすごい強いという形ですね。Shanghai, you are amazing at King of Fighters and you're amazing at Street Fighter. I want to ask, for the people at home that don't know about playing multiple games, how do you balance playing 2 games at a top level? How would you go about doing that? How would you advise people do that?
Before maybe 70% for King of Fighter and Street Fighter maybe just 30. But now 95% for Street Fighter 6. Yes, maybe I think Street Fighter 6 now is the best fighting game in the world. It's so interesting. Everything it have. So I want to be strong for this game.
上海選手に聞いたのはですね、上海ストリートファイターもキングオブファイターズもすごく強くて、そのキングオブファイターズのエボ大会優勝してる上にさらに EWC とかもスト6ですごく活躍してて、そこも優勝してるので、同時にどうやって一体いろんな格闘ゲームを同時にやることってどうやってバランスしてるんですかって聞いたら、やっぱり昔は 70% キングオブファイターズ活躍してて 30% はストリートファイターで、今はもう 95% ストリートファイター6になっている形なので、なぜならストリートファイター6は世界一の一番面白い格闘ゲームですっていう意見なんです。そういう形ですね。Good luck and thank you very much for your time and I wish you all the best in your next matches.
Thank you, thank you.
そういうところで引き続きカプコムカップ11ファイナルズをお楽しみください。
Right, that was actually a very good. That is a champion mindset, champion interview. He said, look, man, my ratios before with my other game I was talking about with Street Fighter 6, 70-30, but he said, nah, listen, 95% all in, baby. Practically, he's all in. And guess what? I mean, you can tell by the results he's had over the past year. But hey, listen, we cannot make an amazing event like CAPCOM Cup happen without our lovely sponsors. So first, we've got to give a shout out to our guys at Suzuki, because it is standing behind the people who love to and endeavor and challenge and pleased to collaborate with Street Fighter to deliver the joy of the game to as many people as you can. This time, we'll be putting our booth in place on the second floor of the Ryugoku Koguki-kan, the venue of the CAPCOM Cup 11, to showcase a special edition bike, GSX AR, tuned by Jury, themed by her character as well. Check this out at the Suzuki official SNS. I've actually taken a picture with this. Vicious has taken a picture with it as well. It's actually really good. If you're here, come take a picture.
NSX 欲しいな。
But do you know Roto Z? Roto Z is an eye drop brand in Japan, and cool eye drops for anti-bloodshot and anti-fatigue. That is a fact. I wear those myself. Prevent eye dropping frames and fight sharp with Roto Z. And now, Roto Z is corroborating with Street Fighter 6 until March 10th, 2025. You can get Roto Z-Man suit costume. Fire, okay.
All right, much appreciated to all our sponsors that have been involved. Shouts to all the viewers at home. If you're waking up, if you're staying up late, we appreciate you coming to join us here. Now that concludes Group G. We should be transitioning over next to, I believe it should be Group H. So what we are going to be doing is we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, there will be some Group H action here. Remember, we're only halfway done. We're nowhere near done. It's only day 2. So make sure you stay here on twitch.tv/CAPCOM Fighters. Get a snack, get your drinks, and we'll come back with some more top-level action here at CAPCOM Cup 11 in Tokyo, Japan.
Mm-hmm. ここの音楽めっちゃあれっぽいわ。もうここまで来ると違うけど、最初の部分めっちゃあれっぽいんだよな。あれ出てこねえ。池袋ウエストゲートパークみたい。
Where dreams become reality. Monster Hunter Bridge.
Monster Hunter.
Show me what you have.
USA. Oh, てか次シュートさんところか。Here comes a new challenger. あれなんか長いな今回。
カプコンカップ11、ここからはグループ H の模様をお届けしてまいります。
Capcom Cup 11, it's now time to jump into Group H.
それではグループ H、プレイヤー入場です。
Group H, player entrances.
まずはバウティストブラザーズ鉄壁の弟レックス。
First up, for Group H, it's the Executioner, Lex!
My pride is out the roof, I get that grind in. So I'ma tell the truth, I get my grind on. You know the pressure make all of these diamonds.
アラビアンストリートファイターマシーン、ハングリーバー。
The robot from UAE Abu Dhabi, the Evo Street Fighter 6 champion, it's Angry Bird!
豪州の若き独者ソウル。
Next up, it's the young Venom, it's Soul!
ブラジリアン土技術ラススタイルジェニーニョ・ラス。
Next man gracing the red carpet, all the way from Brazil, it's the Brazilian Shoto, Julino Ras!
シュラその思考シュート。
We saw his deadly Akuma on stage yesterday. It's the Asura Shudo!
Poando Lumiere Kusanagi!
Last but not least for Group H, he's here from France, the UFA champion with Ryu, the speedster Kusanagi!
さあということで、このグループ H はいわゆる波動昇竜、飛ばせて落とす道着タイプの強豪プレイヤーがめちゃくちゃ集まっていると。
そうですよね、
はい、
ショートキャラなんか全員いますよね。同期剣竜も
そして
揃ってますんで、
あれもいますからね。
はい、
新しい主人公ど忘れした。
はいはいはい、
ルークね、
はい、
ルークもいるということで、
います。
さあこちらの6名のプレイヤーによって総当たり戦を行い、このグループ H 上位2名のプレイヤーを選出していきます。
So that's it. The 6 members of Group H, as you see, all on the stage, will do battle here. Yesterday we had an interesting bout where we saw some amazing matches go down. Today is going to be the continuation of that action, and 2 of these guys are going to get one step closer to that top 16 on day 4.
それでは選手たちに今一度大きな拍手をお送りください。
Give these fine chaps a big, massive, hearty round of applause.
それでは選手の皆様、スタンバイをお願いいたします。
Alright, with that said, all 6 players, please be prepared on standby. Thank you.
さあそしてここからの熱い戦いをさらに盛り上げていただく実況席の皆さんにお渡ししたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
As amazing as the matches are, we need these great minds and voices to cover them for us. So with that said, it's time to head over to the caster's desk to start the matches for Group Hey!
What's up, y'all? Welcome to day 2 here at Capcom Cup 11. I am joined by my longtime brother, Mr. Yipes.
What's up, Sari?
I can't believe we're in Japan together.
I know, this is great. And this is my first time, too, so I'm just, I'm basking it in, man. You know what I'm saying? Beautiful time to be alive, to watch some Street Fighter 6, especially here at the Capcom Cup 11, so I'm excited to see how this plays out. This is a banger of a group, I must admit. You know what? I have been watching on the back end in terms of being in the green room when it came to the Angry Bird pool, and I'm just saying this because I'm a big fan of Angry Bird, but there is a lot of killers here, of course. We're going to see our fixtures right here. But what I'm looking at, it looks like Shudo and Angry Bird. You know what? I'm not surprised with this result here.
Yeah, I mean, Shudo has been killing it. It's just day 2, but he's already played yesterday, and like, honestly, I knew he was good. I mean, I commentated his match at CPT Singapore when he won the entire tournament, but to be this good is ridiculous. Like, the way that he's been playing against Angry Bird, who else did he play yesterday?
He played a couple of people. I know he definitely played, well, besides Shuto, he did play Lex, I think. I could be wrong. Again, I'm still trying to get familiar with this
He played Kusanagi yesterday. That's who he played. My bad. Let me look at my notes.
Oh my God, and we are in day 2, right?
We are in day 2.
So are they playing again for what I'm saying, or am I tripping? But you know what? Either way, I'm not even tripping. At the end of the day, we're gonna get some fire matches. Lex, of course, so proud of this brother, SFL delegate, of course, Angry Bird, SFL delegate. Soul is somebody that I'm still trying to get familiar with, so I'm excited to see this match. And Juninho, of course, I'm hearing that this man is a Shotokan warrior, Shuto, no stranger to James, and of course, Kusunagi's my personal favorite. And here are the tale of the tapes. We got Kusanagi versus Juninho, right? All right. Want to see that one? Looks like we're going to get a Shotokan battle with that one, so that's going to be fire. Then we got Shuto versus Soul. Lex versus Juninho, so it looks like Juninho is going to be playing twice today, which, you know, I feel like that is the best way to go to stay warmed up. And, of course, Kusanagi, Angry Bird, okay, playing against him as well. So he's going to, so Kusanagi's playing twice as well. And then to round that up in match 5, Shuto versus Lex. Okay, I don't know if Lex has ever had that experience playing a god like Shuto, but that's here, no there. We're going to see how it plays out. But tell me, how you feel about this, Sherry?
This one, Juninho Ross versus Kusanagi. So obviously, you know what character I play. I've actually went through a couple characters in this game, but Luke is my character that I ended up landing on. And
Kusanagi も地味に上がってほしいな。
outside of Noah versus Kusanagi. I do think this isn't the greatest matchup for Luke. Because I think he kind of went down on the tier.
シュート草薙の世界戦はないですか？
I know so.
So I look at it like this, Sherry. Any character that can instill a throw loop, I feel like it's top tier in this
top
game. It's
tier?
obvious, but
there's different. I think there's top tier, and then there's like mini tiers within the top tiers.
Do you see the level of play Noah brings to the table, Sherry?
Come
on!
I do.
Come on, Sherry.
I'm very curious, obviously. I'm very curious how this matchup is going to go, because I think Juninho does have a little bit of aggressive style like Noah does. I think he's more happy with the jump-ins, though. At least the way that he played against Soul. There was a lot of jump fierces that connected against Soul yesterday.
Man, that's the flagpole right there. You talking about Luke jump fierce?
Yeah, Luke jump fierce.
That's a potent jumping. I'm not mad at that. So okay.
But you know, Kusanagi doesn't really let that rock. That is a Ryu player. That man is a Ryu player. He will DP that.
211 in progress when he's killing those frames or stealing some turns. It's definitely a guy like Kusanagi. So let's see how Juninho slows down one of the killers of the EU side of things. France in the building. Shout out to everybody that's watching. Wesh Mungar to all of my French delegates watching. You already know that's my second home now. All right.
They started off the round with drive rush crouch jab.
ルークスカイは元気がいいな。
I like that beautiful space forward roundhouse. You saw the screen shake. That does imply that the buttons are plus on the block.
Yeah, something that Juninho Ross does a pretty good job of is sprinkling in that roundhouse that not a lot of people used to. There's that DP that we were talking about coming from Kusanagi as an anti-air. So let's get off of me with the OD reversal.
Look for that whip punish, okay? That's good. That shows signs of life there. They got the right idea. Can they get there fast enough is the question.
And a couple of perfect parries. Okay, spending the meter.
How dare you call Luke low tier? Oh no, you didn't say low tier. You said he's on that tier of he's in the top, but like top mid.
Hi.
I get you.
Well, I wasn't sure what that punish was. I think he had missed his drive rush punish there. Accidentally got parry. Coming from Kusanagi.
Okay. There it is. He's trying to definitely range out something with the fist. Nice. Fully charged. Well, not fully charged. Uncharged for the finish. Juninho, all right. What a way to score first blood against Kusanagi. In my opinion, one of the favorites. I know on the scoreboard side of things, it looks different, but definitely one of the strongest players in the building for sure. Roundhouse, the igloo button. That foot is cold.
You might be onto something. There's something in the Shota matchup that Juninho Ross is doing so well at, which is sneaking in the drive rush normals and is stopping the startups of like Kusanagi's buttons.
Yeah.
And Fireball.
So I'm not sure, I don't know if you know. He plays Ryu as well, right, Juninho?
I think he's been on Luke this whole time.
Okay, so that's my bad. I don't want to give guys fraudulent information.
He was in CAPCOM Cup last year too, also playing Luke.
Okay. Oh, so that's his man.
We get the counter hit. Is this a level 2? Let's go.
あちゃー。これは痛い。
Man, Kusanagi's gonna have to find a way to slow this momentum because who's not showing no fear on the offensive side of things is Juninho.
I mean, are you really gonna try to check that drive rush? Maybe round start again? No. A little more patient this time.
I mean, that's how it is, opening gambit, right? You gotta give him different looks. Oh yeah, that plasma chuck. You know, I don't really see Kusanagi represent fireballs a little too much. Obviously, it's more so the Hoshigeki feints, just pressure in general. Very aggro with the character. Speaking of aggro, the wake up, that is definitely what I like for breakfast. An OD Shoryuken.
Nice confirmation from the hit of the crouch jab after drive rush. Wasn't even a counter hit. The low forward, okay. The delayed wake up crouch strong is gonna connect with the counter hit.
I love the pitch. My goodness, all sand. Oh, he had the right idea, but out of range there with that roundhouse. Shoryuken. That is definitely the logo of the CAPCOM Cup. I want to see that represented a little more. No brinca, Juninho, no brinca. You know what that means?
No, tell me what that means.
Don't jump.
He has gotten consistently anti-air, but there's that drive rush crouch jab once again with the counter hit. We're gonna go into the level 1.
All right, that should be enough. Absolutely. Wow, this man is putting on a clinic. Kusanagi, I'm gonna need you to wake up.
Man, I think he's got to do something about these neutral drive rushes right now.
Okay. It's like, I'm not too sure what exactly he's looking for. Because sometimes you just get lulled to sleep just looking for that one thing. Maybe it is the drive rush, but taking advantage right now is Juninho. Brazil in the building. Damn.
Man, that roundhouse is doing so much for Juninho Ross right now.
打ちますね。
No! Man, he got washed. This is not a good look. Unless Kusanagi is better than what you see right now, but a little shaken up there.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is the first match of the group, and unfortunately, you know, it's only a first of 2. You only get so much time to warm up.
なんか流れでいっちゃったな。
A true display of kind of how Kusanagi typically plays, but that's a testament to how strong Juninho Ross is. He didn't give him a chance.
Man, that's the thing about just fighting.
ミスが響いてもうた。
In the world of Street Fighter 6, like your awareness have to be on 10, right? Looking at all the minute details. Of course, Kusanagi's trying to score that first throw, the first knockdown to get the party started, but there's the highlights. The drive rush, as you highlighted, for sure was unchecked.
Unchecked. Counter hit many times, actually.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's just the ebb and flow of this match, man. Whoever gets that corner control. But I feel like on the damage department, on the explosive side, who could always mount offense is Luke. Again, if he does get the Denjin popping, that is what amplifies the offense for Kusanagi.
いや、さすがに興奮するでしょう。
Action that he's so known for.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's like you mentioned. Kusanagi so
まあ
known
この
for
タイミ
his
ングだったらない
offense.
かもしれないけ
And
ど、
I feel
一
like
勝するだけで数百万、下手したらそれ以上
just gonna get it poppin'.
賞金変わるしね。
Grand stage. This is probably the biggest stage that he has been on in terms of really representing himself and just knowing the level
下
of
手したら1000万クラスで
That's
上
here
がっ
nor
たり
there.
するし、
Kusanagi, please keep your head up. It's not over yet for you, my friend.
どんな一勝も無駄にならない。
Let's see. Well, I'm gonna look at that score and I'll speak on that end when the time comes. But here it is, Shuto, Japanese favorite, the land of the rising sun.
来た。
Loves this guy. I'm talking about every time you step onto the stage, everybody's happy. But so though, the young Venom with the Aki. Okay, the cuticles are beautiful. Yeah.
Very well manicured.
There you go. No, a thing or two, man. You know, I'm a little nervous. So
I mean,
can't,
my hands are a little dry right now, but you know.
Oh, it's not hydrated.
昨日の感じで来てくれるならね、結構勝てそうだったけどね。
Is it getting set here? I wonder what type of
割と
pressure
楽
these
に
guys
勝て
are
そうな感じしたけ
feeling
ど、
right
ちょっと1日経っちゃったからわからん
now. Even when I
な
was。on the competitive side of things, I would look at things more on the casual side because I want to have fun. But depending on the player, I do feel that
若さゆえに昨日ちょっとティルトしてたもんな。ティルトっぽくなったもんな。
I have that anxiety, and I don't mean that in a bad way.
結構切れて
More so I
た
have that anxiety of
イラつきながらプレイ
I
してた。
want to perform at my best, win or lose. So that's where we at right now. Let's see what we both bring on the table here for Soul and Shuto.
Yeah, this is the stage where you do want to perform at your best, especially in a group stage. This is where everyone in the world is watching you play.
I know, that's right. Hey, you know what's so crazy? This is on, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is on live television here in Japan.
It is.
It is. Like, we got the green room in the back. Now, mind you, we usually have the monitors. You know, you can just kick back and just watch the matches while we wait till we do our groups, right? I actually messed up trying to switch the channel because I'm trying to raise the volume.
Yeah.
I switched the channel and went to, like, a random anime channel. I was like, oh, what the hell? Then I went back down and it went right back to the Street Fighter 6. So I'm like, wow, we are on live television here in the land of the rising sun. So
It is. I mean,
beautiful.
everyone's saying they've been walking
Like a
around, and a lot
Burankai
of people are just like, hey, Street Fighter 6? Street Fighter 6? Like, people are literally watching this on live television. It's amazing how Street Fighter has grown.
Yeah.
But I mean, do you know the history about this stage?
No, I just know some great sumo wrestlers has been here.
Yes, but 30 years ago, in 1993 and 1994, they held Street Fighter 2 tournaments in here.
Was that SBO?
That's here. I don't know if it was SBL. It's on YouTube. Justin's actually the one who sent me the YouTube link, but they were playing a Street Fighter 2 tournament in here, and it was so full. It was all the setups were on the floor here, and there were so many people watching in the stands. That was in 1993.
That's fire, as it should be. That's dusty history right there. You gotta love it. That had to be championship edition. Championship? Yeah. Damn. Okay. Wow, I didn't know that. Well, hey, shout out to Justin Wong. He's dusty like the rest of them. Where you at? You 45 now, Jay? I know the homies are watching right now at the home, bro. Hope you guys are enjoying the show over there on that side as well. Shout out to my boys, my guys. Jay, don't worry. I'm gonna have my time to take a dookie on your name. Now that I'm over here, we switch roles. Here we go. Opening gambit time.
さあ。
Unfortunately, I felt like Soul didn't have a great performance yesterday. I think it was kind of similar to what happened against Kusanagi, what we just saw against Junior Ross. He really got a chance to breathe. He was just getting walked down in the corner the entire time and didn't really give Aki a chance to shine. So hopefully...
そうか、秋って残空にもしかして答えないか。来たー、いいね。
I'm still learning this matchup. It all depends on the player, right, that you're dealing with. Who's going to be the aggressor? Who's going to be more on the patient side of things? I can never tell if that's an overhead or not.
That's an overhead. For sure an overhead.
Let's go. Oh, setting up the tone. Oh my God, the Toxic Crusader is here.
Yo.
Oh, with the bust out, what a way to represent. If there's any character that can shave down that health bar against Kuma, it is definitely Aki.
やる気はある。
Especially when you're burnt out, there's a lot of plus frames coming your way. And a
うわ、
lance into the
こけ
fireball.
だー。
For roundhouse
まあまあまあ
gets
まあ
the
まあ
counter
まあま
hit.
あ。
Soul takes round 1 and game 1.
Let's go, man. That's it, man. It's time to play. Put the snacks down. You know, I know everybody's been spoiled on the green room side of things. Oh, wow. Missed it and puts himself in danger.
Lucky.
That's unfortunate. Walk into that stand fist. No confirmation, no drive gate. Should have just committed. He's healthy on it.
Okay. But Shuto is poisoned. The hit is going to get the
お風
poison
呂、
off.
シャカ。
That's a meaty setup.
All
Okay,
day.
crouch strongs.
I like to call that the kill of the frame. The homicide of the frame.
He is indeed frame killing. There's an overhead, but gets parried. Demon flip. Trying to see what he's trying to bait out there with the demon flip. So
あ、いい集団。
on his end is
リーサルいったっていいよね。
I would say no. He is
Nice.
going to spend that cash. He is
Yup.
never cheap on the first date. I see. Okay. I would like a salad. No. You're gonna eat this burger because I know you love hamburgers.
A burger? At least a steak? I think a salad.
I'm trying to save some money.
I was gonna say a salad nowadays. I think costs more than a hamburger.
I mean, I love salads, especially if there's balsamic vinegar involved. But here nor there, okay, set the tone,
爆捨したね。
the poisonous stuff.
Nice escape with a dry rush into the air fireball. It's
いいんじゃ。
perfect parried. Just gonna take it into the corner.
Take the throw. Oh, looking for the ship. He should have just committed. You already seen him walking back.
Okay, throw on the parry attempt. Oh, what a
うま
great
い
punish.
対策っぽい雰囲気。
No throw, huh? There it is.
状況かな。
Okay.
Tried to get the OD troll face, but got hit on the startup frames.
So's good. He got so much cash. One hit, even though he is down on the drive gate side to really make it count on a 2 drive rush side of thing. But I feel like fall back, wait for it to be green, and then go for a confirmation for the finish. So we'll see.
I think we just have to poke a little just for the critical art, because I do think the next hit, if you dump all your meter and everything, you should be able to kill Akuma.
100%. That's Glass Joe right there. That's the glass cannon.
いいね
That clashes with fireballs. I didn't know that. I thought it was a physical attack.
No, but it was an OD fireball, so unfortunately it traded.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Learning something new every day 2 years later. Ooh, nice
Ite.
anti-air. I wonder
Aya nage.
right there, the poison.
No whip punish, but nice perfect parry coming from Shuto. Forward roundhouse
バ
disconnect.
ク捨てかられて
Poisoned.
No anti-air. Thought he was going to put
む
the,
ずいけ
the
ど
upward
ケイ
whip. I don't know the names like Jammers do.
I don't know the official names
Dude,
either.
Well, I know what's going on here, I promise you. Oh, wow.
Come on.
What's the punish?
Oh!
Multiple hits.
It is multiple hits. You actually have to DP, and this was demonstrated yesterday that DI doesn't always punish Cruel Fate, especially OD.
Let's go. Did you
死ぬ
know
か
facts by Sherry Janet?
まあまあ
All
ま
right,
あ
get Skull whooped. I see you, Soul. We want to try to answer back. We need a breadstick here because that donut is kind of, powdery.
What's a breadstick?
That one right there, that Shudo guy.
And a donut is the 0 on Soul side. Is that what it is?
Correct.
A breadstick and a donut. Okay, I understood.
Oh.
Yeah. I thought, is that off? I feel like people would get that, no?
I don't know if you randomly mentioned donuts and breadsticks. I don't know about all that.
But what I do know is
見て
this man is getting mauled in the corner, took the hit, that way he don't get splattered into the wall. All right, the
Okay,
poison.
Soul.
うわちょっときついなこれまあまあまあまあまあまあまあまあ
Was he
まあ
trying to
まあ
jump out the corner? Maybe a delayed jump there?
Or backdash.
Or
Either
a
or.
backdash. Okay.
Yeah, call both out. Man, you're starting to see the defensive
Let's
options
see
of a lot
that.
of players. I mean, you see it, just those raw hits where you don't see counter hit. They definitely just trying to get the squeeze out of harm's way.
Actually, very surprised.
かまし増えたな
Really great performance by Soul. And there's
よ
one
し
thing
よ
that
し
I think Shudo maybe doesn't have the matchup knowledge yet.
はい
I'm very surprised he went for the DI against the
Hey.
Cruel Fate.
Telling you, man, this is
Aye.
I know Shudo has a lot of experience going up against
Ah,
man,
then I-
but like again, it's not necessarily the character matchups, it's the player matchups at this point.
Very
at this
true,
point.
very
That's how I
true.
feel like. Let's go. All right. Oh
Gets-
no.
中当たった
gets hit by the
お
second
ラッキー
fireball, but doesn't
ナイス
gets the hit.
見逃さんね
Round is set point for Shudo.
I wonder if Shudo thought that it was just a regular fireball from Aki.
Ah.
Trying to perfect parry and
Hey.
flip out immediately, but it
Para
wasn't
no.
OD. So it's a possibility. Try to air to air, try to hit him with that ghetto hell attack. I don't even know the name of that. Let me stop exposing myself, you know?
Who needs official names if we all know what you're talking
Thank
about?
you. I feel so comfortable. Thank you. Thank you. No, but I need to step it up though, for real. Let's go. Oh, the
Okay.
shimmy. Big damage.
まあまあ
Wasn't
ま
even
あ
a movement shimmy. It was just a delay. Okay. Get the poison off. Wake up super is going to connect.
So you're in a prime position. You could make
Ah,
this man
chila.
bleed. He bleeds just like you. Is this enough? Oh, he don't got no ball. Actually, he built it. Oh,
Ma,
He didn't
ma,
think he was
ma,
poisoned. Do you know how much
ma,
damage
ma,
poison does in the combo extensions that it gives you?
seriously. Who does your nails, girl? Sheesh. Oh, nice anti-air. And we apply the poison. No
やべな
antidote.
リバさんの読み合いが
There ain't no centers for you. Here it is, the throw. No, wow, and that's
Yo.
what Shudo was trying to bank on, was the
Hi,
shimmy attempt from
double
Soul.
up.
So that was a
Good.
great wake-up option. That's the rock, paper, scissors right there.
With the wake up low forward, that's a hard commitment.
Hard. Great relationship.
Double overhead.
うまーい
Wow! Air to air
うまー
Oh my God.
嘘
You still can extend this. This is death. This is death. Let me see. No, not yet.
Not yet, not yet. Okay, dry reversal, get off of me.
I wonder if EX would have killed. DP after that. Oh, we close to the
いい
wall.
よ
Don't jump. Don't jump. You gotta do
普
something.
通に
Just
普
stay.
通に
I
う
respect
わ
that.
とんでもない
And puts him in
いやでも
burnout.
有利
We
でし
got
ょ
a chance though. We
さすがに
still dehydrated on the side of Soul.
What we got? What we got?
That was ridiculous.
うわ
What a hard read on that. What a reaction.
I know. I know. She's excited. I'm looking at production in the background. She was even shocked. Wow, good stuff there. Like I said, everybody's such a big fan of Shuto here in Japan, so it might be an upset. I don't know. I mean, I don't have too much data on my man Soul, but what I do know is that he put his soul on the line going up against Shuto, and he takes the victory. Very nice. Excellent performance.
Hold on, Chandra. I see the bars you got over there. Okay, but what situational awareness that Soul had? Because that was the leaping attack was the only thing he can do against Fireball, especially from a full screen. And as a Shoto, I get it. You're like, oh, you're full screen, you're burnt out. I'm gonna throw
いや
a
ちょっ
fireball.
と中
And that's what led
盤
to
の
his
ラウンドがな
death. Insane situational awareness by Soul. He was just so aware that he had to do leaping attack in that situation.
Yeah, no, 100%.
惜しかった
Better myself, man. It's just at those moments you just don't want to be stagnant. What's the point of sitting still knowing that your fate is sealed if you're just gonna sit there and block? You might as well do something to maneuver out and slither your way out, and that's what Soul did. The match was a little bit tip for tap again. It's not about matchups at this point. I do believe all of these guys are very prepared on the matchups. It's just how are you going to open up your opponent mentally? It's the player versus player matchup, and that's what tournaments is all about, especially on the grand stage. For these M's, that's a mill, son. Solid.
Incredible play from Soul.
Yeah.
I like seeing that. That is a strong start for him today.
Yeah, man. That man is representing. I would actually like to know, let me look at the data. I will check. Shout outs to James Chen and Ultra David.
What data you need? I got all their data in this notebook.
Where my man Soul from?
Soul is from Kuwait.
There you go.
But he lives in Oceania
Yeah,
right now, so that's where he qualified. He had to beat Travis Styles in the finals to make it here.
うわ
Okay.
But originally from Kuwait, so he is representing the Middle East.
Sherry Jennings, ladies and gentlemen. I wish I had the sound effect right now for the round of applause. I swear. I'm too comfortable in the can opener. But man, who's comfortable there was Soul. And that is definitely a morale booster. Like, who won't get happy taking a big dub against one of the best players in the world? Of course, Shudo qualified to the Singapore Premier, first place, defeating Nephew, right? So you would think, that feel like will seal the deal, and especially just being one of the top players in Japan. I mean, sound like a broken record, but here is your point spread.
2-1 になったの
Not
か
updated yet, because Soul just won, won. So it should be 1-2. The point system should be a little different now, but where does that put? That actually brings Shuto down, and it's just insane because you were just
い
saying
やー
that
レ
you
ッ
think
ク
Shuto
スア
might be
ン
the
グリ
one.
い
A
る
lot
から
of players are
な
actually saying that Shuto might be the one who takes this entire thing, and I think this is quite a bit of an upset.
You know what it is? Well,
怖い
even if he lost this, it
ね
looks like he's still up in terms of rounds. I mean, I was saying this with Jammers, like even if you do lose 2-1 scenario, as long as you hit him with a good back and forth in terms of the round, you'll still look good in terms of the point spread moving forward, depending if you're going to end up into a head-to-head or a tie-break or whatever the case
games are
may
important.
be. Yeah,
in
every
this
round counts.
format, games and formats, like what you said, the round format, definitely important.
Yeah. So let's go. He calls himself the Brazilian Shoto. Is that what I just said?
That is his nickname, the Brazilian Shoto.
I don't count Luke as a Shoto. I'm sorry.
Luke is a Shoto.
No.
He is what makes him not a Shoto?
Shitty.
Tell me. Tell me.
You really want to know?
Tell me. Go ahead. Tell
I
me.
don't see gi. I don't see
This is a modern gi.
I don't see beard. I don't see.
He's not old enough yet.
I will say this: what counts as the Shoto, he does have bare feet. That is
he got
as far as I
dirty
go.
feet. He got the dirtiest of feet.
But I mean, Shotokans, we're wearing sandals and shoes now. All right, we move on. I'm thinking this was a button check. I'm so sorry. Oh, the flash.
That was perfect for the first round against Lex, which is I actually called this. I didn't call this out yet, but when I was thinking about how this matchup was gonna go, I actually thought this wouldn't be too easy for Lex because Juninho Ross, like in this matchup, just on paper, Guile has a hard time dealing with jump-ins.
Okay.
Especially coming from
でもさここさレックスが勝ったら勝ったでちょっと嫌だよな
games, I think, here.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Let's see how you walk him down, man. We've been talking about Juninho and just random stuff, but we're not giving credit to my man Cloud9 Lex, excuse me. One half of the Brothers of Destruction. That man is focused.
What a name, Brothers of Destruction.
Yeah, you know about Undertaker Kane? No? Justin will be very disappointed. I'm just
I don't know wrestling like you guys.
That's fair. But yeah.
いや、ラスの方が上がってきて自分で落とす方が
From London, can somebody confirm?
He's been there for a whole year.
Yeah, he told me why. He's out there too.
まあ下馬評的にはというかなんというか嬉しいよ。
I gotta say that about 1,000 times because I don't want to mess it up. There it is.
下手にレックスが上位争いに食い込んでくる方が正直ちょっと嫌な感じするけどな。
I like that. No technical. We got a button instead.
See, that's what I mean. That was real Shotokan style. A crouch strong into the fireball to end the round. Real Shoto-like.
He's throwing sand.
It's called sandblast, but it's a fireball. But I'm just saying, a lot of that actually didn't come from the jumps. It was a lot of counter hits off of the low forward and the strongs. And is he really? You see the contemplation? He's thinking about going to Bison.
I don't think so.
No.
Well, you know what? He has a month Bison, so it's not like Lex Bison is whack. It's just, do you know all the matchup spreads with Bison solid? And Lex is known for the explosive OD reversals to throw off offense, right? And Bison, we don't have that option. We don't have a reverse style, so I think Lex should definitely stay here and get the kettle cooking.
I think so.
Nice. Could have got a crouch fierce and flash kick if he really wanted to, but you know what? The safer route, just to make sure that way he don't challenge the jump fierce. My goodness.
すげえゲージ使うじゃんね。
On a little pixel drive meter left.
You know what? I feel like anybody that deserves to be dehydrated at the highest level is definitely Luke, but again, it all depends on how you can react with everything. A powdery donut on the level side of things, so he is definitely can get smoked with a drive impact in the corner, and there it is.
Please explain to me what a powdery donut is.
Look at it right there. Look, when it's zero, it's all white, like powder.
So it's not because he was burnt out. It's just because the super bar was at zero.
Yeah. And when I say dehydrated, it's because you know he looks thirsty.
Okay, I understand the dehydrated part. Okay.
I like that. You trying to get your bars up? I respect that. Here it is. Trying to kick the front door in. ATF. No one home though. Good blocks.
Yep. I think Lex is starting to find a bit of his rhythm better because in the first game he didn't really get to get his fireball game off. Like he's starting to get a bit more sonic booms, less counter hits coming from. Oh, there's the jump fierce.
You called that earlier, Sherry. I understand. I
Gunmetal
concur with that.
Kenzai.
It's that early jump fierce too to interrupt those anti-airs. And look what we got. Great offense. Damn, that hit the ankle.
None of these are plus. Like, recognize when it's not plus, but he might
get
get
perfect
parry
技振ったら
next time in a negative 2 situation.
We'll see. No, that's back. That's a rock, paper, scissors.
He's gonna jump to level 3
SL2
here?
か?
No, level 2. It's just enough.
Yes, I like to call that wet ass punches.
Wet?
Ass punches.
Why are they wet though?
I don't know, man. I just freaked
Just
out.
sweaty,
I'm
sweaty.
random. Yeah, that's it. There you go. The sweaty stuff.
でもなんかこの当たり前にレックスに勝ちそうなこのルークもちょっと怖くなってきた。
Looking for the shimmy and successful damage incoming. We got a level 3. Are we gonna do it? We are on the burnout side of things, but then again, he does have a lot of acres of land behind Guile, so this is okay.
I was a little scared for him to do level 3 just because you are burnt out. Okay.
What?
Gets DI'd, and it's gonna put him into the corner.
Might come into the drive impact anyway. He does have a game to give. I told you.
うわ投げる。
This is a good situation for Lex right now.
Get off of me.
Stay in the corner. Great drive reversal. Okay. What are we doing with the rest of the level 2? Like one of these overheads are gonna hit.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I love it.
Going into game 3.
Let's go. I feel like we're gonna see more represented standing medium kick and stand fierce here in the neutral. We'll see.
Coming from Lex?
Yes.
I actually haven't seen any stand medium kicks coming from Juninho. A lot of strongs.
Well,
But
now
no
we
stand medium kick.
had a great situation here for Lex to abuse and try. Yo, that's 3 times already, bro.
That was an early jump fierce too. It's very difficult to anti-air with a crouch fierce against that.
Oh my god, DDT!
DDT 好きすぎだろ。
Just fierce heavy knuckle enough to take it to
SS3 より盛り上がるやん。
for Juninho Ross.
You know what a DDT is, right?
I know what a DDT
Okay,
is.
I know you don't rock with
Okay,
wrestling.
I played Luke enough to know the letters DDT.
There you go. That's all I need to hear. All right, flash kick, okay? Any flash kick turns into reset of the neutral, so that is definitely necessary for Lex.
Okay,
all right.
take throw.
Wise choice for Lex to take.
Oh, no whip punish there, Lex. OD flash to get off of me.
Come
Go
on.
straight into the level 2. Maybe just build some space, get some meter back. Juninho Ross actually burns himself out trying to parry one of them.
You know what? He should have just not. He should have just kept jumping. That way, he's not blocking. Don't go to burnout. Right, would have been a good idea. But that CA is shining.
And he's buffering. Did you see him buffering?
Yeah, the kneecap touched the floor. Oh!
He's like, nah, you are not going to try to get this medium knuckle on me.
That's a 30-plus-year-old move. That flash kick, same 2 moves in 30 years. You know what? I ain't mad at it. Woo! On recovery, are we going to spend it now? No, we are confident. We'll take the throw. Wise choice there from Lux. Lex, excuse me.
Are we going to see a backdash? No. Patience.
Oh, my God.
Man, the delayed crouch strongs. He's not dead. He's not dead.
No, he's not. At least a pixel.
He's got a pixel.
終わるかさすがに終わるか
Huge hill for Lex to climb.
He's getting up.
Oh, wait. He knew better than I did.
GG
Whoa! That's how we feel? Okay, Brazil. Wow. You know what? I actually thought he was going to survive, but hey, I don't play Luke.
So too. I actually play Luke, so that's my bad.
It's okay. Hey, listen, man. Sometimes that survey don't hit the right answers all the time. So big stuff there. Man, I know Lex is pissed off. You can see it in his face, and it's okay. But it's time to kick back and think about it.
I don't really see Lex losing to Luke's that often, so I do find this a bit surprising. But as I mentioned earlier, Juninho Ross is so good at finding the time and to jump with the heavy. He got like 3 to 4 jump fierces, and he got a jump roundhouse.
Yeah, I think that's what deterred him a little bit. I mean, I like how Lex usually likes to look for whiff punishes walking back, looking for like a whiff punish with a low forward into a flash kick immediately or a stand fierce, right? But I think what deterred Lex the most was the threat of the early jump fierce from Luke. So I do agree with you on that one. Good call.
Yeah, I actually think Juninho Ross had a pretty good number on when Lex wanted to hit his buttons too.
Yeah.
Because I think in every single one of these rounds, Juninho Ross got a lot off of counter hit crouch strongs.
Yeah.
Like delayed, meaty, whatever it may be, he just kind of had a good read on when Lex wanted to press his buttons.
Correct. I agree with you. And that is the name of the game when it comes to opening somebody up. How are you going to condition them early on so you can lather that shampoo a little bit? But, man, credit to Juninho. He's having a blast. You see him doing the Luke level 3 on the stage. He's having a blast. I'm pretty sure this is his first time here. And has he been in the Cup before?
He has. He's been in the Cup. He was in the Cup last year.
Well, definitely what I wanted to highlight was first time in Japan, possibly.
Yeah, first time in Japan for sure. He's actually been in 2 Capcom Cups. This is his 3rd one.
Woo! Oh, we got a banger, guys. Let everybody know. Let your grandma know. Let everybody know we got a banger for you guys. We got Kusanagi versus Angry Bird. I mean, the last time I seen these guys play wasn't SFL EU. Angry Bird was literally the MVP of SFL EU. The only guy that can actually defeat him at the time was Kusanagi. He was one of the only ones to actually hit him with that. Close second was Ending Walk. I'm sure he's watching. But I'm only saying close second in terms of who had a shot to actually beat this guy. Angry Bird, of course, said it many times before. 2 out of 3 is his demon. So definitely he's going to have to step it up a notch.
Although he did lose 3-0 to Kusanagi at SFL, right?
令和ですよ
It was a little bit of a wash. You got to commentate that match, right?
I had a great time with that.
And to me, they both play pretty similarly, I think. I think it's just literally a battle of the Shotokans and who's able to get it off first.
I wouldn't even say it's a style clash. I feel like this is yin and yang, day and night. These guys both like to be aggressive. Yeah, yeah.
No, I'm saying they're both similar. I think they're both
similar.
similar.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, absolutely. So let's go. Now, this is when we condition it early. Good throw.
Judo.
For these guys. Wow, the backdash sniped out early on.
いやー中足
Dump all the meters, take first round, going to
危なげなく
Like, check. First game, Angry Bird, my Habibi, one of my favorite players in the world today, best can in the world, and I stand on business with that one.
For sure. When I was asking a whole bunch of players who they thought the strongest players were, similar to what they already did when they posted on Capcom's Twitter, like who the best, strongest players are. Angry Bird's name came up quite a bit.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, he just got picked up by Team Reject, so he is going to step it up a notch even more, so definitely look forward to him making some frequent visits here in
あら
Japan.
回復されてもた
Visiting the lands of the Shoryuken, the Shotokan right now is Kusanagi.
They are trading some buttons right now.
He's trying to confirm something into a level 3, but speaking of level 3,
おーうまい
Rai
確認しっかり
Angry Bird closes this out, and he takes a sip of water with confidence, which means he finished the job. 1-0 for the obvious. Angry Bird. Habibi! Kusanagi, though, how you feeling? Wesh, baby.
He went straight into it. I was thinking maybe you should go to character select and take a breather, but you know, start off strong with the counter hit stand jab against the step kick.
Yep. And that meaty Hoshugeki
あ
pressure.
草木今日めっちゃ前のめりやな
What a way to set your plays and count out and counter that poke with a parry. Excuse me.
He punished the shimmy with a crouch fierce. That's how you knew he was ready.
I don't know if he was looking for delayed crouch fierce or just a shimmy
Ma-
or a DP, but regardless, nonetheless, it finishes the job.
Nice quick round for Kusanagi in the second game.
Let's go. We're going to see some stand short Jinrai shenanigans from a great distance from Angry Bear. No, we bust out. First one represented here.
Walk back, tried to get the shimmy. Didn't connect, but he was still able to get the hit off the tart combo. Okay. Kusanagi doing his own OD reversal.
Oh,
Whoa.
he recovered time. Yeah, you got punched right in the headband. I blessed you with that.
Do you know how early you have to do a DI in order to punish a fireball?
Yeah.
Like you had to know that was coming.
おお
And the jail situation for the checkmate. Very nice. Angry Bird with a chance to run with this one. Damn, this is a speed run. Oh my God.
They are, yeah. They are swinging.
Angry Bird got that attitude. I gotta end it now before he get hot. I'm telling you, man, Kusanagi, listen, it looks a little dreadful, but I promise you, this man is slimy enough to bring it back.
And Ryu hits like a truck.
Facts.
おお
Drive rush, there it is.
使わねえんだ
Oh, level 3. He's in range for the animation. Absolutely. Oh, it's over.
強い
Dominant.
That was like 13
2-0
seconds.
か
Yeah, BA.
Maybe 23 seconds, 23 seconds.
Yeah.
My math was a little off.
Yeah,
But
that's
each
all right.
round I felt was that quick. Like we literally just started talking about both these players and their history just a little bit, and just like that, Angry Bird takes it over him.
Yeah, I think that conversation lasted more than a match. To be honest with you, and that's no disrespect, that's no diss, that's the name of the game, that's the nature of Street Fighter 6. If you can't control the offense early on to make your opponent give you different looks.
こう考えるとシュータさんの一勝がアングリーからなのはすごくでかいかもしれない。
So it was really based on who was able to get it started first, and it was Angry Bird almost every
そ
single
の
round.
言葉の
And
本
when it
当
was
の意味
Kusanagi
を
who got
俺
it
た
started
ちは
first,
ま
he
だ
took
知
that
る
round
由
too.
もなかった。
There was a point in time where Kusanagi had control of the match, but I feel like he second guessed on his offense in terms of how he wanted to open up Angry Bird. Threw him off a little bit. But at the end of the day, it's just more so, what's the look that you're going to give Angry Bird? Because he's just so good at walking it down. It's like, what are you going to do under neutral to make something count? Because obviously the throw is very heavy in this game, and that's what gets you going mainly for Ryu as well. Meaty Hoshigekis as well. But Angry Bird, man, he just managed to stay on his feet. No knockdowns, really. Clear as day. Angry Bird was the stronger player in this set. Credit to Angry Bird. My Habibi. Moving forward, never backwards.
Incredibly strong player, and I do feel so happy for him because when Street Fighter 6 first dropped, he was one of the strongest players in the world for sure, right? And I think he had to take a step back, personal reasons for a little bit, and I don't want to say his performance went down, but he just wasn't able to dedicate as much time to Street Fighter 6, and I think he has come back fully.
さっきのいっぱいが同じぐらいでかいかどうか
Shout
は
out to Angry Bird, man. That's a good guy.
まだわかんないんじゃないか。
Great human being. And look at he's
むしろこの先の
see that he got a little mid
ラスレックスあたりに勝てばむしろ負けたのはあそこでよかったじゃない。
Credit to him.
Mr. Doom butt check. Funny enough, I asked Lex, so before Capcom Cup, I had mass spammed all the players' DMs, and I was just like, I got a couple questions if you guys are willing to oblige. And of course, Lex is the homie, so he answered one of my questions. One of the questions was, who do you look forward to playing? And he actually said it was Shuto. So I thought I could commentate this matchup specifically because he said most Akuma players actually thinks it's in Akuma's favor, but he's played against Akuma so much he says he knows this matchup in and out that he actually thinks it's in Guile's favor.
Okay, Lex. Well, you're on the grand stage to prove it now. So we'll see. This man is a
Nice message check.
crazy raccoon, right? Yeah. That's Shudo, baby. Formerly known as the modern Marisa.
Indeed. In the early stages of Street Fighter 6. Yep.
Guy's here, man. Shudo found his comfort zone with Akuma and garnered great results. That's why he's on this stage today for a quick M, possibly. Let's see. It's only day 2, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Please tweet it out. We live Sherry Gen XIFC. I told it down here, Capcom Fighters. Capcom Cup 11 has been a slobber knocker, a banger, if you will. I hope you guys have been enjoying the show.
So many incredible matches. Definitely, fantasy brackets are all messed up, per usual, of Capcom Cup. So many great players right now.
美味しかった
Flash
よ
kick hit from so far as an anti-air.
ちゃんと上からの圧もかかってます
I wonder if delay flash kick just beats
怖
every
くて球打てないよ相手
or just beats every option of demon flip.
Because you think if he demon flips, his hurt box just gets so much wider. So if he does a delayed flash kick, it'll hit most of the time. Is that what you're thinking?
Well, it's more so because Akumas could switch options in the air, so I feel like just to catch all of them, just delay flash kick possibly.
Yeah.
But yeah.
わあ
Level 1, yes sir. Flex those
水飲むのはいやシュートさん
Off the crouch strong. Lex right now. First round of the first game.
Oh! That is a great opener. I've seen Lex do that many times, but credit to Shuto for blocking that. Okay, there goes the dive kick pressure. That's what I mean right there on the delay. Because it could have been a fireball, right? Still would have hit.
That's right, that's right.
じゃっけ
What does he say? Shorty?
I hear shooting.
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 Shooting. Oh! Set the office and take it right back. This is supposed to be a one-player game, says Lex. Oh, burnout. Man, he's proving you right.
He knows his matchup, and you can tell he's not giving Shuto any chance to breathe.
うえい
Cancels. He did cancel light.
まあまあまあまあまあまあまあまあまあまあまあまあまあまあまあまあまあまあ
100% trying to do a little bit too late on it. It's so much an act. Like you would have think right then and there he was just going to drive
the
impact.
mental stack.
Exactly. Exactly, Shetty.
Which Lex is, if you give Lex a chance to be on the offense in that way, which is also a very good strength of Lex's, I feel. Like he's just not an offensive player. He can switch it up between defensive and offensive.
Yeah.
But when he's got you in that situation, especially as Guile, you're about to take a whole bunch of pressure from the normals, from the spacing, and the sonic booms, and what he does right behind him.
Break that down. It's how can you hold the real estate? Now, Shuto, how you feeling, my boy?
いいよ
Okay,
飛びの圧
That's how he's feeling. Wow. All right, the OD stuff.
飛んでけ
Oh no.
うわ美味しい
That is a Lex kind of special, especially when he has the lead. He does
Yeah,
tend to bust those out.
he does the OD sonic flash kick, just to try to get some pressure off of him.
Putting all of that pressure in his back pocket, trying to regain some of that control on the drive gauge. The DP, there it is.
いい出ます
Try to, but we wake up super. What a scumbag there, Lex, and I mean
い
that
い
in a
よ
good way.
もうほら苦しみの話と
Here's a sonic boom game.
見なしましょう
Back into neutral fireball game. Okay, what are we looking for here?
Sweep. Oh,
うまーい
That was such a far
落
whip
ち着いてき
punish
た
on the stand medium kick
い
too.
いよ
You know what? Seeing these guys play, they make me feel more like a scrub because I don't really see these guys throw sweeps like that. They really care for their life bars.
I'd be throwing some sweeps sometimes.
Me too. That's how I feel like I'm a scrub watching these guys play.
You know, when they start moving forward on you, you kind of just want to clip them with the low, you know?
Right,
And then you
right.
want to disrespect them a little with the sweep.
Yeah, right. And you get a nice little Oki. Yeah, why not? But these guys, they don't really show that out here, man. For real, for real. Unless, of course, it's a raw whip punish.
Okay. Shuto using demon flips to maybe try to bait out
Yo,
something
winner
coming off of Lex, but Lex
もかかってます
not biting. Okay, counter hit, fierce.
Properly spaced, too, at that range to take his turn back. Whoa! That flash kick is potent. Okay! Caught him on the way. Oh, this is a punish counter, so that's possibly a tap parry there.
Sobot, okay. Match point for Lex.
You know, I ain't gonna lie, man. I think Lex
最初が
that he lost.
最初が大事
Like, that's why he's in prime form.
I mean, you can tell by his face right now, he is not having it.
Yeah,
He is in
this is it.
serious locked-in mode.
いいよ
As you should be, though.
Yes.
相手が空対空しようとしてるから早出しして
Let's go. Let's throw him over there. Let Akuma have a taste
美
of
味しい
those clips in that corner. Oh, boots. Nice block on the overhead. Looking for that counter hit. Shuto, no dice.
美味しいぞうわうめえ
Okay, excuse me. That was a proper, I should say, not enough. Oh, excuse me.
The anti-air DP into level 3, leaving Lex with only a little over a bar. Okay, jump back. No, he's gonna build to the level 3. Oh no!
おラッキー
And that's crazy because that was the right idea for Shuto, but credit to Lex for the empty jumper. Both of these guys are just dropping the potato hit.
That's a hot potato.
Exactly.
That's enough? No. Next hit wins for both.
なんかキックから狙ってるぞ
If they get it off a normal.
前蹴りみたいなやつ
Confirm a boot into level 3. I
落ち
feel
着いて
like
落ち
that's
着い
the option,
て
but you know what? You're down this much life. Okay.
We're gonna try to burn him out, maybe?
Work those arms. It's arm day.
Let's
Score.
do that.
Can't take no more throws.
One more mix-up. Oh, walk him over. He
おーしゃー
There it is. No.
おーしよしよしよしよしよしよしぶねー
Come on. I get it though. Sometimes you just feel it in your
あ
heart. You felt it.
ぶ
You felt it in
ね
your soul that he was gonna press the button after that blocked overhead.
Oh, it's an end though. It's an M series.
And honestly, it was fine because Shuto didn't get the punish anyways.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Because he felt that was so unexpected. They were both surprised on both
いや、あえ
sides.
て球がね、
Plus, to be fair, that was the
打
first
ち
one
づら
that
くなってる感は感じます。
So, in that scenario, so
近距
I
離
can't blame him.
An offensive
近距離
OB
打ちづらい。
slash
この距離打ちづらい。
It's just that money,
上も見なきゃいけない。
That was for $1 million.
Imagine. You're gonna see, and it's only day 2, guys, so we're gonna see more of those decision making down as we break down these groups. But full control here is Lex.
Jump right over the Sonic Booms. We're going back to the full screen fireball game.
Oh, I thought that was a whip one. I thought he was looking for it. There it is. Speaking of
う
which.
まいよ。あるよ。
Back speed from Akuma. Okay, backdash read gets the punish counter.
まあまあまあまあまあまあまあ、まだあるまだある。なんならワンタッ
Oh, no more throws.
チは言い過ぎか？
We could do a DI. Unless you think he's gonna perfect parry there. What do you think is gonna happen? Okay.
うわきつい。やべ、また抜きさんいる。
Your burnout, I get it. Trying to mount offense somehow. Lex at match point. Alright, first
Low
blood.
fork next. Walk up over. That I actually think Shuto is the only player I see that does that many overheads, just like raw overheads, not even after drivers, just between block strings. He just sneaks in a little damage here and there, and it builds up.
And it's more of a snipe out tool to see if you
Uma.
really like to delay tech, right? So get that counter hit, of course.
Cha.
Speaking of which,
Level 2?
nah, we're gonna save that cash. I agree. We need
Hey,
this.
okay.
To finish the game properly, we need level 3.
な
There it is.
んなら有利、美有利。
My Lex. Oh man, can I be biased to this broadcast? No.
最初にな、技当たるとな、
So I think it's fine.
美味しいんだけど。
No punish.
さあ
Shimmy straight into level 3. Big damage. Low meter on Lex.
いいぜ。
But I mean, Lex is almost at his own level 3. He couldn't get a critical art.
おいしい。
Yo, but did you see the range he did the drive rush though?
やったー。落ち着いて、落ち着いて。本人は落ち着いて。オッケー、オッケー、ナイス。オッケー。あい。
Is in the building. Part of me, I don't know what PWS stands for. I'm going to correct myself as.
もう理想は 2-0 だったかもしらんが。
Nonetheless, man, you see this? Man, look at them. Look at the fans, bro.
We love the fans and the signs.
全
Everyone has
然
so
よ
many
し。
signs, and they get to change them as they go. So we do need some other players. I feel we need some fans in the audience for us.
あの OD 玉重ねみたいなやつ、普通に SA1 飛んできた時、あの波動が通り抜けるんじゃねえかという。あれマジ怖かったんだけど。
Readaptation was Shuto, man. He got what he wanted, walked down Lex how he needed to, and all off of whiff punishes, might add. So it wasn't like it was just random offense. It was just good reads in terms of really opening up Lex. So very nice.
Yeah, Shuto kind of abusing just the walk back speed that Akuma had. A lot of the whiff punishes came from the walk backs. Just a slight adjustment, just to be right
いや、ここもマジよく手出さなかったな。
out of the stand medium kick just to get the crouch strong, even a stand fierce with punish. So shout out to Shuto for adjusting the range that he wanted to stand at.
I ain't gonna lie, listen, Shuto always has close calls. From what I've seen of this group, he just kind of like gets washed or like just plowed through, if you will. And then he just readapts very well and just takes like regains control at a very high
ここ勝ったってなってきたら、あれシュートさんも明日1試合で終わりか？明日ラストやって終わり
Yeah,
か？
I think it's looking like Shuto's gonna make it out in winners at this point.
Let's look at the point spread, of course, after this highlight to see exactly how that's going to play
まあ
out.
勝てばもちろん確定で、
Remember, guys, not to sound like a broken record. This is
負けると3-2だから、
48 players. We're halfway through the
少な
tournament
く
ish.
ともラス
And then
トなら
by
ん
day 4, there's only gonna be
あ、違う、ラスはそもそも、あ、でもそうか。いや、ラスも一緒やんのか。
3-1 lead, of course.
Do you see? Wait,
少
hold
な
up.
くともアングリーがあれ
Nino
か。
Ross.
負けると怪しいか。アングリーがここ勝って 3-1 になって、
Nino Ross has taken the lead in the winner side because no one has beaten him. This man is 2-1, 2-1, 2-0. But it looks like he only has Angry Bird and
いや、ちょっ
Shuto to play against tomorrow.
とりあえずラスには勝たんとま
Those
ず
are
いか。
definitely game changers on whether or not he's going to make it out in winners or losers.
Well, let's check one of the OGs of the
アン
game.
グリ
Looks
ー
like we
が
have an
勝
interview
つと
with
ね、
Ryan Hart.
結局、
Take it away.
シュートさんの上に行っちゃうから。
With Juninho Ross himself.
正
Now
直
we send it to Reinhardt. Take it
勝た
away.
ないとやばいか。
No, it's all right. We can stay here.
Ryan is not moving his lips yet, so he's not talking yet.
Okay, I think they're setting it up, but don't worry. This is why we are here to entertain you folks. So we're just gonna wait till we get that cue in. I just wanted an excuse to do this. Does this make sense?
I get it. And shout out to Brazil.
No, it's love.
Brazil
No,
has been representing out here with Juninho Ross, Zengi Polado. But okay, it's that interview is ready.
Take it away.
3-0で勝利、すごいことですね。So, amazing performance from you, 3-0 in
これ
your group, absolutely amazing. Of course, that's what you planned for, that's what you wanted.
ルークが 3-0 になるって誰が思ったでしょうか。
In my region, not so much players, so most of the time I stay in ranked.
この選手が、まあ、失礼な話かもしらんが、さすがにこのグループでこの人が 3-0 になるとは正直日本の配信を見ている人たちは誰も思っていなかったんじゃないでしょうか。
That's why if you look at my profile, there's so many hours of
シュートアングリーレックスぐらいしか見てなかったわ。
in the name of hours of ranked.
So just using one move or something, just practicing one button or one move.
でワンチャンの草薙ぐらいのイメージだった俺。草薙が確かあれだよね。なんかの公式試合でアングリーに勝ったよね一回確か。
やっぱりランクマッチで勝利を目指すんじゃなく練習するため大会と考えて練習してるんです。ランクマッチで2先だし大会と同じ感じで練習してて、で勝利を目指すんじゃなくボタンの練習をしてる。台形、この試合は台形だけとか大パンだけとかドライブとかなんかそうやって練習してて大活躍してるんですけどランクマッチで。でWhat is your community like, and do you get to play much offline sets with your community, and what is that like?
いや
Brazil community is big.
なんか誰かに似てるなって思ったらバロにさ、バロの C9 にさ、誰だっけ？めっちゃ切れる人。なんかあの人に似てない。誰だっけ？あ、フナス、そうそう、フナスに似てない。
Yes, we have some offlines. We have the online. We're expecting
NRG だ。
maybe a CPT event some in the future that would make us very happy because everybody could go there, not only experience the fight, but also Brazil, which is
髪ちょっと少なくしたらフナスになる。
very good food. You guys are gonna love it.
Okay. でジュニー・ヨラさんに聞いたのはそのブラジルの社会で一体どんな形になっているのし誰と練習してるんですか、オフラインで対戦できるだろうかっていう質問を聞きましたら、やっぱり強い人たちいっぱいたくさんいてザンギ今回のカプコンカップ来ていらっしゃったザンギ・ポラドさんもその強い一人からですね。あとなんかいろんな選手たちもいて一緒にたまにオフライン練習したりとかして国自体もとても綺麗ですしぜひ来てくださいっていう形になってるんですけど最後に聞きたいのですが If you win this tournament, what would it mean for you? You know, obviously you come from a community that traditionally doesn't have a lot of footing in the fighting game community, but coming here, such a prestigious offline event, what would that mean for you personally?
Well, it means everything because we've been training so much for this time and we came from so far away and winning this would mean everything for us. It would change the region. Everybody would come there to play, so everything would change. It's not only about the prize money. Much more will be generated if some Brazilian wins this tournament. So we're training. We're doing our best to get the farthest as possible. I just cried when I saw my name on the first place here. I know there's still matches tomorrow. It appears I need to beat one of those monsters, so I can qualify. But I think I made it very far this time. But tomorrow it will be the real match. Yeah.
Yes. 本番がありますね。で、最後にジュニアラ様に聞いたのは、 もし優勝できたら友人や友達の目の前で家族も見ていらっしゃってるし、もしみんなの前でこのでかいカプコンカップ優勝できたら一体どういう意味を持ちますかって聞いたら、やっぱりそのブラジルの見る目も変わるし、賞金だけ目指すんじゃなくてなんていうの、もうそのブラジルの FGC 社会も、一生変わることもあるし、なんていうの、もうずっと練習してきて、それの価値も出てくるから、すごい練習して勝利を目指す形となっております。ということでインタビュー終わりですね。これからもカプコンカップ
かわいいライアン。
Well, listen, man. Credit to Juninho, of course, and shout out to Brazil. I know that is a long troop, so I like that he's explaining that, knowing what's on the line. It's not really about the money; it's what we can represent and put ourselves on in terms of the region. And we just trying to. He's just trying to put Brazil on the map, man. Everybody's friendly. But speaking of friends, we're not trying to make no friends over here on the Capcom Arcade Classics Fighters Pack. Yes, hit your friends with a punishing Shoryuken in our Capcom Arcade Classics and Fighters Pack. Dive into a robust collection of Street Fighter titles, including Street Fighter 5 Championship Edition, that is a classic, and Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection, and fantastic arcade titles like Mega Man and Final Fight. I'm gonna have to get this. Get hype for tournament season, test your skills, and help support the Children's Miracle Network hospitals with your purchase. Wow, nice. Love.
And not only that, we have Steel Series. Whether you're on PlayStation, Xbox, PC, or mobile, Steel Series has you covered with unbeatable software and hardware options so you can pursue glory at the highest level. The Steel Series Arctis Nova Pro
俺マジ一番最初にライアンでやったのが俺何だったのか思い出せないんだよな。何だったかな。
Make the Nova Pro ideal for any fight you take on.
That's right. There's going to be a lot of fights moving forward. We're going to be moving over to Group A. First match that's going to be setting it off is Salvatore versus Punk. So stick around. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break, grab some snacks, just kick back, Sherry. It's been a pleasure.
めっちゃ前から知ってんだよ。
Some more Capcom Cup lock in.
Come alive.
よく聞く話やね。別の言語を覚えた時、彼女から覚える人多すぎて、彼女とか彼氏とかから。だからめっちゃおね言葉の外国人いるのって結構そういうことなんだよね。言語を習得するときに最も手っ取り早いのは金を払ってどっかの教室に行ったりすることじゃなくて、日本語が一切喋れない外国の彼女を作ると自分も一生懸命必死になって喋ろうとするから最も早い勉強方法だと言われてる。言語を喋れないでどうやって付き合うはそんなに難しくないと思うよ。 仕事するよか楽。英会話の先生に恋しちゃうと結局日本語で会話しちゃうから英語覚えれないの。いや多分海外で彼女作る方が日本で彼女作る確率高いと思うぞ多分。まあどの国の人と付き合いたいかによると思うけど。結構日本人ってトップクラスに面食い多くない？結構世界屈指だと思うんだよな。トップ5ぐらいには間違いなく入ると思うんだよな。まあそんな全ての国のことを知ってるわけじゃないけど、まあトップ5じゃなくてもいいけどトップ10でもいいんだけど。だってめちゃくちゃ美人な人のさ隣に立ってんのってめっちゃイケメン多くない？でめっちゃイケメンの横にいる人ってめっちゃ美人じゃん大体ね。まあもちろんそうじゃない人たちもいるかもしれないけど。いや俺ね台湾行って一応だから台湾がおすすめですよ。俺台湾行ってめっちゃびっくりしたの、結構男の人はなんかそのちょっと髪ボサーみたいなでちょっと若干なんなら小太りみたいな感じだけど、横に立ってる女の人クソ美人なケースマジ多い。マジで多いこれ。ちなみに台湾行ったことある人だったら分かると思うけどマジでこのパターン多い。しかも信じられない、その割合が。そっちの方が組み合わせが多い。ね、中国と台湾それ多いよね。いやもうダメだ、もう金とか闇深そうみたいなもう話が出る人たちはもうダメだ。もう陰でモテる。もうだから思考が腐っちゃってるもん。もうええでしょう。そしたらあんたはじゃあもう部屋にいなさい。今日は親戚の人が来るから部屋から出ちゃダメだからね。いや何の話はマジで信じてない。何の話はガチで信じてない。ありえない。何だけはもうマジでありえない。何の話振られたのにまた言ってるっていうのやめて。振られた側だから俺。 今日本って男と女どっちが多いんだっけ？女の人の方が多いんだっけ？確か。
カプコンカップ11、ここからはグループ A の模様をお届けしてまいります。
Here we are at CAPCOM Cup 11 and now it's time to introduce Group A.
会場の皆さん、疲れてませんか？盛り上がってますか？
Are you guys excited for Group A? Let's get hype in here.
こ
Yeah.
っからも熱いぜ。それでは参りましょう。グループ A プレイヤー入場です。
Alright, with that said, it's time to introduce the players from Group A.
まずはノルウェーの怪力フェノー
From Norway, it's the Moose, Fino!
ムースって何？プリンの兄弟みたいなやつ？
ブリュッセルの静かなる鷹、高浦
From Belgium, it's the
ザ・ホーク、鷹だ。これは意味わかる。鷹だ。
香港の熱き負けホットドッグ
From Hong Kong, it's the Infernal Hound, Hot
イン
Dog!
フェルナルハウンド来た。
ベネズエラの救世主サルバトーレ
Next up, it's the savior
なんか
of
モンキーみたいやな。
Venezuela, Salvatore!
モンキーの弟みたい。
ぐるぐる剛腕大監督板橋残業
Next up from Japan, it's the Command Grab Master, the meal ticket, Itabashi Zangie!
ミールチケットって何？
C アルファ
食券。ホットミールとかの
Last
ミー
but
ルか。
definitely not least in this group, it is the Evolution World Champion, the Alpha Pong!
来たな。
さあ昨日初日レイワンはこの A グループから始まったわけで、いろいろなね緊張感もあったと思いますが、今日 day2 はこの夕方からの
紅茶家電持ってくんなよ。
登場となりますね。
そうですね、昨日板橋さん、家さんと喋ったら、
はい、
今日やるしかないっていう形
そうですね、昨日2敗してしまった板橋さん岐阜、しかし、ここからすべて勝てば、まだまだチャンスはあると。
今日すべて勝てば全然、チャンスあります、ね、
ありますからね。
はい、
さあというこのグループ
パンク
A
めっ
の6名の
ちゃ
選手に
ゲーム強くてめっちゃ日本楽しんでファンサもすごいのに負けた瞬間捨て台詞してもう二度と日本来ねえって毎回言うのおもろいよな。
トーナメントに進出となります。皆様大きな拍手をお送りください。
ブチギレお気持ち表明負けた瞬間毎回やってんだよな。もはやそれすらファンサみたいなレベルになってきてる。
Today they know exactly what their missions are and it is all to play for. Two of these guys will move into that top 16 slot gradually. So here we go and now to call the action.
俺も最近パンクが負けたらツイッター開くようになっちゃったもんな。
さあそれでは選手の皆さんはスタンバイをお願いいたします。
やっと俺もその域まで来た。
Players, please be prepared on standby. Thank you very much.
そしてこの熱い戦いをさらに盛り上げてくれる実況席に
最近はあんまない。嘘。1個前の日本の大会もなんかラグすぎて話になんねえわみたいなこと言ってもう二度と日本来ねえって言ってなかったっけ。あれ1個前のでかい大会なんだエボかな。エボかなんかも言ってたよな。
What's that smell like? Group stage A, aka ass beatings, on the way. My name is Seiko. I'm joined with Sherry. How you doing, sis?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Because the match that we are about to see, Some of these players got to step it up. Some of these players are sitting pretty right now, but we'll see what happens, what could occur. We could see some blow-ups. Salvatore, for me personally, has been a explosive one. Only playing one game, but to his name, to his fame right now, he is cooking up the competition.
その早期日本観光してニコニコになってた。なんなんだマジで。
It's only day 2, right? So there's still a lot. I say today is where you kind of determine the trajectory of where everyone's going to end up. Today is where players are walking away knowing whether or not they have a chance of making it into the top 16 or they don't, but they have the chance of messing up someone else's chance of making it into top 16.
That's true, that's true. Look at this list of absolute titans: Phenom, Takamura, Hot Dog, Salvatore, Itabashi Zangief, and of course, the Alpha, Punk.
Yep, and we go as we're going to the first match. I don't know if you guys saw who came onto the stage. We're already starting it off hot.
Yeah.
Going to the first match is going to be Salvatore versus Punk.
日本以外の大会の時も言ってんのかな。日本の大会の時だけ俺チェックするけど。それこそラスベガスのエボンって、でもラスベガスのエボンは優勝したのか。
Yep, and again, today is kind of where we determine definitely. Look at these matches we have lined up. We have Salvatore versus Punk, Itabashi Zangief versus Hot Dog, Phenom versus Salvatore. That's 2 Cammy mirror matches already. If they are sticking with their Cammy, we have Punk versus Takamura, which is what I'm super excited for, and then Itabashi Zangief versus Phenom.
Sweet gourmet games all the way. Starting off with that Cammy play. A lot of Snow White on the ground. Salvatore versus Punk. You know, as you mentioned, Punk can play a lot of characters, but I think he'll stick it up with the mirror match. We play a lot of that over in TNS. Casa, can opener, when he has to play, he'll run the mirror match if he has to. But Salvatore, it's one of those players that you don't get to see a lot of, get to study a lot of. Scene ain't always out there, but you're coming out here in full force. You have to get ready for him. I think a lot more players are looking at him after how well he did yesterday and being like, this guy's a threat. He's a real one.
For sure.
一回モンキーっぽいって思って
I
から
mean,
も
we
う
don't
めっ
really
ちゃ
see a
モンキー
lot
や
of play coming out from South America unless you are like focused and highlighted on their scene. But I do want to give a shout out. So I mentioned to the other blocks that have commentated so far, I sent a survey out to a whole bunch of players just to get some more background information on them. So I definitely want to highlight Salvatore's background. He is from Venezuela, so he did have a lot of help from the Venezuelan community, but he does live in Argentina now.
Okay.
He's got a lot of help from his team, Unga Bunga Gaming. So shout out to them. And funny enough, they said he does play like Unga Bunga, right? So he lives in Argentina now. He also wanted to give shout outs to the Brazilian community for helping him get this far. And this man, he's still young, but he said he's been playing since he was 12 years old. He started in Street Fighter 4. And to this particular match, I know he's so excited to play because I also asked him what player he was looking forward to playing.
Yeah.
He said he's been a huge fan of Punk since Street Fighter 5.
Word.
So just imagine how far you had to have gone playing Street Fighter 4 when you were 12 years old. Now you're on stage at Capcom Cup 11 representing Venezuela playing
あれモン
against
キーってストローク何使ってたっ
your
け
idol, Punk.
なんか一瞬やってたよ
It's
な
all about meeting your idols and defeating your idols. Salvatore Punk
春利だっけ
is our first match of Group A. Let's go.
春利
Oh, the shimmy already, the finesses, blesses. How we start things off. Salvatore now getting hit with the TK dive kick with the OD, get some distance. Back to mid-screens. Punk.
And in this mirror match, we're going to see a lot of dive kicks. We're going to see a lot of strongs, a lot of whip punishes, because that is just what Cammy is just so good at doing, right? And again, with the shimmies, just the walk back and the crouch strongs, I think if you establish this game early enough, you're going to have Punk kind of question how you want to approach this defensively.
True. Get through those stand Pierce, does get the burnout right there, and the throw right after. Power arrow, dive kick will hit a hook with the crouching medium punch. You can't do that anymore with the nerfs that have the Cammy. Bad idea to kind of throw that button out and about and Punk. He knows it, and he's abusing that with the dive kick, killing that button continuously.
Yeah, so Salvatore is going to have to kind of change the time that he's trying to counter poke because the dive kick is getting the punish counter on the recovery frames from the crouch strong.
Too much.
But perfect parry as an anti-air, that is a thing in this game. And oh, okay, full punish with a dry rush. Fierce, okay, taking Punk to the other corner.
Punk just blocking it out. Gets the jump over the stand. Wasn't able to get the full conversion. We'll get this though. Light in this spiral arrows. What we like to see. Looking for an empty throw. The jab was there from Salvatore.
Ooh.
Yeah, tried to walk back, I think, to set up a shimmy after the dive kick, but Punk actually was able to get the throw. Salvatore actually burns himself out. I don't think he meant.
Whoa! Sharing a brain cell.
Sharing a brain cell. Both did dive kicks at the same time. Exact frame and trades straight into the level 3.
Wow, very expensive. Spin the win.
But you know what? I get it. You have to spend all the meter to get this round off the counter hit crouch strong, but you just don't want to give Punk that chance to come back on you, especially when you're burnt out.
That's true. Maybe something more optimal. Regardless, you spin these situations where it's so tight. But Punk does have 3 bars to his name. I'm telling you.
パンクの配信のワイプ15年前みたいな画質してて好きなんよな。15年前の配信みたいなワイプの画質なんだよ。
Another perfect parry on the anti-airs, but a little too far to get the full conversion. There's that whip punish from Punk.
Back medium not working out, unfortunate. Jump fierce this time, the dive kick is fine here. Salvatore.
Answering with the regular dive kick on a throw, not even OD dive kick. But Punk using the OD reversal to get off of me.
And okay on that, so Punk just kind of holds tight right there, trying to walk his way in, inch his way in. Air throw! These are my skies. Uh-oh. Stand fierce whips, and now Punk in the corner, but not out of options. That confirm could have been into something significant to end the game. He's got the bar to use.
Not at all. If Punk gets one hit and he gets it, he's going to cancel straight into critical art.
Wow.
This was Salvatore.
やばいぞ。
I thought Punk was going to go for like a low forward to catch that shooting scenario, but Salvatore is too close for comfort. Shimmies Punk, which rarely ever happens. Salvatore proving that what he did yesterday was not a fluke. Takes the first game so far.
Yeah, against Punk. Incredible play so far. And again, Cammy is so good at establishing, like, it scares you from wanting to press
なんかキャミー同士だといつものパンクのなんかえげつない差し返しみたいな展開になりづらいな。もうお互い触りやすいからか。
And too short, unfortunate. Look at the air throw though. Punk still has the corner position. Now listen, counter poke happens here from Salvatore as I'm trying to, spot up Punk here.
どっちかというとパンクも待ってるってより行くしな。
I'm wondering if Punk's going to recognize that this is a pattern that Salvatore's been doing, where he's pressing crouch strong after Punk presses his medium, just to kind of steal his frames back, because again, he is plus.
Get a little bit of damage there with the crouching leg kick as Punk tries to walk away. Punk just kind of cooling off, letting the bar come back as it should. No anti-air, surprising.
Oh, that was such a high dive kick that is going to get punished, but again, Punk is able to bring it back into the neutral with the wake-up ODDP. Starting to recognize that Salvatore is an anti-air with DP. He is trying to
おー、すかし投げ。
One more touch. He'll take that trade any day of the week. The transaction.
なんか不服そうやぞ。パンク首かしげてる。
But you're right, like calling out that Perry attempt.
まあみたいな顔してたぞ今。
Back medium if he wants to, or a DP. The dive kick will hit here though.
Yep, delayed throw just in case Salvatore decided to wake up with anything. He's gonna hit. Jump short.
うめえな、端の空対空。
You see the puck goes to the air to air. He's calling out light in the dive kick. Typical thing that Cammy will do.
Yeah, just doing his best to keep Cammy in the corner. Again, you're trying to guess what her aerial approach is going to be, whether or not she's going to do the dive kick.
空投げすかしちゃった時って着地硬直増えたりするの。
Got the counter crouch fierce. Here comes Salvatore.
おー、ミスった。
Oh, ODDP does get some distance. Hey, last season you would have got yourself outside the corner, but you're still there. You see the walk back, catches the punish counter. Even to catch a cake. Erase that hell. Not enough to kill though. The meaty will Salvatore.
That set point for Salvatore on Punk. I mean, he is playing really clean right now.
うわー、刺さってもた。
I mean, Salvatore has to have studied Punk so much, as you mentioned. Growing up watching your idol, you have to understand the tendencies, inspired by him.
And what's funny enough is just like I think a lot of people get a chance to play against their idol. They play a little differently, they play a little scared, I'd say, a little nervous, but I don't see any nerves coming from Salvatore right now. He's like, this is gonna take it. He's gonna dump the meter into the level 3.
Oh yeah, back miss, don't miss in the level 3. Salvatore takes down his idol. No fear in him. The best way to honor your idol is to take him out 2-0. Salvatore, what a surprising pick in this group stage to be able to
マジか 2-0 か
in the mirror match. All right, Salvatore, you're a real one.
Yeah, I mean that was an incredible play. Like the counter pokes that he did, the spacing that he had, the way that he was able to mix up his normals and with the dive kick. That's what Cammy is so annoying about. And like he was able to do it against in the mirror match. Unfortunately, Punk wasn't able to get a lot of whip punishes. Salvatore didn't give him a chance.
あれパンクって俺ABCD ぐらいの ABCDF ぐらいまでの試合がそんなに見れてないから昨日のかいつまんでは見たけど
Salvatore
これ
was the
今
one putting pressure
どう
on
なってん
him,
だ
had that aura,
スコア
had that motion, you feel me? And I do feel like that's one of those things where Salvatore had studied Punk so much, has watched him, and has been waiting for this moment that it helps embolden him to get the
あ、違う
win.
違う、
As you
全体
mentioned,
の
most people with crumbling situations, Salvatore sees this as a chance to prove himself, and as he does, another game on his side of things. This is big.
北澤さん
This is huge.
もワンチャ
And
ン
you know,
出てきた
like
りする
this,
のかな
this is against Punk. This is like
まあ
the
まあこれ
cameo
だ
to
け
be
で
in
わ
a
からん
mirror
か
match if
言
you
う
were
て
gonna do it.
Oh, yeah.
because Who he has up next is gonna be Phenom in the mirror match. That's happening a little later today, but yeah, he is gonna have another Cammy to Cammy mirror match unless Phenom decides to play a different character, which
Spicy.
I don't think he will.
I don't think he will.
I think it'll be a Cammy mirror match.
Yeah, I think Phenom is a
まあ
candy,
パンク
master
コン
right
ボ
now. Let's been looking at
指
this
導から
remaining.
もうずっと手離してて相手がコンボミスったらこれどうするんやろと思って俺ドキドキしてた
What's coming up for dessert, but we still have many more meals to go through and many more buttons to mash. Next up is going to be Itabashi Zangief versus Hot Dog. He was so happy when I talked to him in the player room. He was like, I have to fight a Cammy. But however, you're a Bison player too. Ain't this matchup a pain in the ass? I feel like it's a little bit of a pain
First
in
of
the
all,
ass.
I'll always hate playing against a grappler, so I'll always hate against Skeet.
I agree,
you know?
I agree.
So it doesn't matter what character I'm playing. It could be any character. I will still hate playing against Skeet.
So
But you know, I talked to Dr. Danny Pham,
Okay.
one of our resident Californian. He's not from California. West Coast Zangief players. I'd say one of the best Zangief players in the U.S. And I asked him about this matchup. He thinks that it is
ホットドッグが謎に負けまくってたよ
slightly
な
Zangief's favor.
Ah, okay.
And I can see why. You know, you're playing a character. Bison doesn't have any reversals. He's going to have to deal with your 50-50. He's going to have to find a way around it. But you know, at the end of the day, the equalizer from Bison's end is the bomb.
And all roads lead to bomb. Every interaction can lead to a damn bomb for this character, Hot Dog, trying to get himself ready, get himself prepared. You see him holding his heart. My man about to have a stroke. On the other side, Itazan, he looking at his notes. God knows what's on his phone right now.
Like he's trying to meditate. I mean, Itazan's notes probably just say, if they block too much, throw.
Yeah.
If they block for 0.003 seconds, command grab.
He's got like five pages of notes, and it's just that repeating over and over again. Just 3 lines. SPD.
SPD. It's just like one of those. It's just like one of those graphs. It's like if they do this, if they do that, if they do this, but all paths lead to SPD.
True. But for Bison, all paths can lead the bomb, as you mentioned. A very big part of any matchup for Bison to equalize things is to get that bomb on.
いやまあでも本当違うからこんないっぱいしただけの時は関係ない本当は敗退した時だから
As Bison, because you see that Ric Flair chop coming across the chest. I hate that. Crouching light kick is really good if you use it magically, and Itabashi's known to be able to press in some of these sequences. He also has the OD Lawrence, which is pretty damn good against some of the aerial approaches, unless Hot Dog crosses up. We'll see what happens in this matchup, though. Hot Dog using that stand medium kick. Well, the stand pierce is there.
この組み合わせは意外とザンギいけるよな
Nice backdash, getting the whip punish into the heavy bomb. As you mentioned, this is kind of where Bison gets his game started.
Yeah, try to rush back heavy kick. See him hold it. The bomb is on. No, did not time it right. He was looking for the plus frames, but Itabashi not punishing properly.
今のって駒だけ確定しないん
We
だ
are going to get the Cycle Crusher as an anti-air to keep Itabashi Zangief in the corner. The jump back, what was that? Jab, jump back, medium punch?
Yeah, I think he was looking for that Cycle Crusher again, but Hot Dog drops it low, gets the Crusher mini kick started. The bomb is on. Cross cut, back throw. We'll just wait for him to land, really.
Okay, roundhouse, take those plus frames. You can take one more.
Oh, the backdash!
That wasn't even a punish counter.
It wasn't. He's got hit raw.
あるよ
Oh, that parry!
うわー惜しい
He knew that. He wanted to go for an air SPD there, I think.
Yeah. A jump, a heavy kick. So much range on it worked out here for Hot Dog. Makes the first round too close to me. SPD.
Okay, the defensive SPD, we like those. Sprinkling the headbutts. Doesn't get the conversion off the strong.
きたー美味しい
The drive gauge with those interactions, what he's looking for the most. And with that drive reversal, Hot Dog is burnt out.
This is the worst situation to be in against Zangief right now. Just being burnt out.
Uh-oh.
Close to the corner.
Yeah. Do have bar to work with, but Hot Dog's looking mad spoiled. And not even going to attempt an anti. Wait from the land. You have him up in the corner. A one-touch scenario. He'll even take a trade. He's back with bar, but it doesn't matter. Where's my hug at?
謝ってるごめん
He's laughing. He's smiling. He's jovial. And Hot Dog is looking like someone holding his family at ransom.
I'm just telling you, all paths lead to SPD.
You ain't lying. I don't want to go there. Turn the car around, please. He's the 10 fierce when drop impact. You can't do that. You can't do that.
It was just a little too late. You can do, but it's
こ
just
れ
a
はどうだ
little too late on Hot Dog's end
い
because
や
he canceled it from a drive rush.
Yeah, but the timing is just so difficult, and to risk that, level 1 coming through.
I mean,
Half health, look at that.
That's just the worst situation to be in because now you are burnt out in the corner. You're going to have to find a way to But Itabashi Zangief's going to take the first game using a whip punish off the stand short that you had mentioned that he uses so much.
I mean, that character really has some of the longest reach in the game, if not the longest reach, I think, with the stand line kick. So it's going to be an appropriate whip punish tool. When you're backed up in the corner, you're expecting that desperation, defensive crouching medium kick into scissor kick or whatever it may be to get outside. It's an easy tell right there. Itabashi in the proper range. Not strange to see it. First game for him.
All that kind of came from that one wrong decision to DI back the charge fierce.
You're right in the intention of the timing was better, but in these scramble scenarios, it's hard to get that proper timing for that to happen. And man, what a risk with no reward. Itabashi, first game to him, we'll see how Hot Dog adjusts. He needs this. Hasn't really had a win on his belt. Something significant.
こうなってくるとプロの人たちってどっちで読み合いもあるんやろうな。もう散々駒投げしたから打撃にしようかなってなるじゃんね、残業は。でもそれを読むんだとするならばガードになるよな。でそれを読むんだったら投げるよね。これ何周すんの？こういう読み合いって。
Okay, Hot Dog looking a little bit more active in neutral right now, using a lot more stand medium kicks and stand fierces. Trying to stop the pressure. First jump in. Itabashi Zangief does anti-air with the lariat. Okay. Super. Get off of me. And it's going to burn out Itabashi Zangief.
Don't be too obvious. Drive rush. He breaks a little bit. Don't get too close. Oh, the Psycho Crusher will steal it.
Yeah, any movement there, the OD Psycho Crusher was going to come out. Because I think even if he had blocked that, he was going to take his plus frames.
Oh, 100%. Still my turn. No, crouch fierce, anti-air. You see the defensivity. I feel like Hot Dog is one of those types that likes to go for the anti-air Psycho Crusher more often than not. He's not ready to hit that crouch fierce when it comes time to be able to let it rip. He had the distance to do it, the timing, but now he's in on the ground with the driver's throws. That medium kick as well, as you mentioned, poking away. Uh-oh.
刻んで投げます。投げどころを変えてるけど投げるな。
Trying to find a button for that stand medium kick. Preemptive sweep would also be nice.
すごい飛び。もう飛んでもうすんごいホットドッグの顔が。
So the fact that he knows which ones to lead to death is fantastic.
Yeah.
That
was actually close enough for the punish counter. Okay. A little bit of nerf there coming from the Bison catch.
Beautifully done. Expecting a crouch, he gets a whip punish right after. Set up these spacing traps. Perfectly. Itabashi finds the stand fierce. He's got the bar at the bottom. Do for the fans. Level 3 needs a land. Just a normal SPD. OD would have probably killed right there, but one touch will. A sneeze, a breeze. You can bump into this man and he will die.
Literally anything. Like a light, a jab, whatever may be. Okay, DI is also a very viable option.
でもやることねこれベガ。
Trying to survive. Got bar at the bottom. Don't die with the bar at the bottom.
I mean, he's gonna have to find a way to do it, and there he goes. This is his opening.
Stop.
Are we gonna see him come back with this?
Got the bomb on. Doesn't go for a combo. Just gets a throw right after. That's fine though. Bomb goes off. Itabashi what's a reversal? He just chilled.
Yeah,
throws for a while. Throw? No.
投げならもう何本食らってもいいけどあと1回いけるおバカ
Beautifully done. He's on the grappler now. How's it feel? Oh, is it not fun? Hold that.
The throw loops, indeed. That is M. Bison's game plan. He's going to try to get the bomb on you, and he's going to find a way to throw loop you. And he threw him at least 4 or 5 times. I lost count, but enough to not let the level 3 come in from Itabashi Zangief to connect. He was able to backdash out of that. And it's just really, really smart on Hot Dog's end. He's taking a breather right now, too. He's thinking about, how did I just make a comeback from that?
That was fantastic here from Hot Dog. And you know that loss of jump cancel SPD also means we just kind of throw this character continuously. I was talking to Biggie about that. He was like, I don't know what to do on defense all the time now that I don't have that option. I have to switch up my button time with crouching light kick. Think about what I can do elsewhere in the game, and it's harder now, as you mentioned, to not get throw looped. So, getting the game right now, Hot Dog putting one on the board, fighting back. It was definitely looking like Itabashi's game to win, but Hot Dog.
飛びがいいね。飛びいいよ。飛び通ってます。お、まだか。ああ、今のあれか。これが辛い。 マイン
You
ル
see him
ー
do standing medium and he delayed, gets the overhead right after.
プやめて
Perfectly timed. He's in the 1, 2, 3, 5. Counting them out on his fingers to make sure the bomb goes off at the proper timing.
Look at
やめ
Hot
て
Dog. He's playing a lot more confident right now. Way more aggressive. Taking all his frames back with the plus frames off the roundhouse, littering him with some lights and even more roundhouses, just sneaking them in.
This is the reverse situation we saw previously.
Yup.
Itabashi had him in the corner. Now Hot Dog is the one pressing continuously. All right, the whip punish though on the sweep.
There's a scissor kicks to kind of hit him while he was trying to jump. Trying to be a little bit more aggressive, but
Up here to backdash to avoid some jump ins. Also, make it ambiguous in what he's going to do. Dash up jab, tick throw. Here we go. Go for the low or the throw. Waits for him to land, but no back though. Hot Dog probably come into a
投げがすごいな。おいこらこらこらてめ
a little too much pushback on the roundhouses there. That's Itabashi Zengi was able to go. That's enough.
With the blessings from a bomb Sherry.
だ
Hit it with the
Just
second
like
pressure.
that.
Oh my God, Hot Dog.
Imagine being his back was to the wall in the last game. That comeback he had to make just off of 5
何遍
throws
膝打
and
っ
the
てく
throws
んだ
and
が
whatnot. And that led him and gave him enough confidence to play the way that he just played in this last game. Again, he plays so confidently. He was getting away with so many roundhouses because you can't technically just do roundhouse to roundhouse.
Right, you can't do that.
But he's like, I don't care. I'm gonna do drive rush roundhouse, and I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna do a jab into a roundhouse again. So
I like this button. It's fun.
it was a good button to use.
Yes, man. Hot Dog, the Glizzy Gladiator, exceeds the Glizzy God and takes it. Honestly, the way that he took that match where he was a lack of a second was drive for a scissor kick to catch a button, to catch the reaction here of Itabashi, which is like a very typical thing from you see from like other players. Yeah, as you mentioned, like the timing could have been better here. It's a big risk, especially when you don't have the drive gauge. But, you know, it's one of those things where Hot Dog reassess.
いやーイケンクではあったけどな
Bomb, and I've got drive gauge. I'm still in the game. Being able to survive and bring it back from the brink and put the pressure on Itabashi and keep himself where he ain't got the defense to play with. I love to see it. Itabashi bringing it back a little bit in the neutral, but Hot Dog was able to reassess and realign himself again. See, like right there, great SPD. But as we move on these brackets, or move on in the replay, I should say, you see the throw loops. You see him become a grappler. You see him back off, waste the bar.
Yeah, he was like, I'm tired of taking these throw loops. And, you know, both these characters don't really have reversals outside of super. So that's what Itabashi Zangief said. He was just like, I'm tired of taking 5 throws. I am going to do the super here just to try to get you off of me. It was a 50-50 situation anyways in the end.
Flip the coin, and then we saw this, the Psycho Crusher into level 3 Hot Dog, moving up in the rankings. Well done, well done. Poor Bison doesn't have a reversal.
鬼のように投げた後に死ぬほど膝
Well, I was trying to
連打
buff our character. Relax.
I don't play Bison anymore. I'm
Well-
okay with M. Bison getting nerfed.
Okay, let's meet her mic. Anyway.
M バイソンの M って
I also
何
would like that too, but he's 1 and 2 right now, looking way better than what he was yesterday. Some on the board. This moves on now to Phenom and
Murata?
Salvatore.
Another, again, the mirror match. I think they're still doing button checks, but if you look at
Mike
this,
か
Salvatore is
あ、そっか
leading
もともとバイソンが
plus 4.
M
That
バイ
means
ソン
he's a chance of making
あれ
it out in winners.
バイソンも M バイソンだよね日本のバイソン
But
も
Tamura is playing today
M バイソンだよね
against Punk.
And you saw Phenom was 1-1 right now. Needs to get a little bit more loose. The moose is looking a little bit dicey right now. He's third, but need to go a little bit higher. And as you mentioned, will probably be the mirror match. He has other characters, but are they as in form as his Cammy? Probably not. So he'll probably run the mirror match. Unfortunately, last year he ran a mirror match and had to fight another Ken, and that was kind of his demise. So we'll look the same way out here.
あへえベガは
See,
マ
I
スター
actually
バイソ
think
ンなんだ
Phenom and Punk have pretty similar playstyles. They're very slow. They're very, very
Yes.
heavy on the. I don't want to say the fundamentals of Street Fighter, but basically the fundamentals of Street Fighter. They're very, very good in the footsie game. But Salvatore, again, we've seen the results on Punk. He kind of counters that because of how Cammy plays. It's kind of how Cammy beats like Shoto characters. Shotos love pressing mediums as counter pokes.
諸説説も出てる
Destroys that, and that's what he did to Punk.
I feel like he's like looking for certain moves and hyper focusing, and sometimes
でもさっき俺は覚えたベガがバイソンでバイソンがバルログでバルログがベガだよな多分もうテストに出てきても大丈夫
Big tall order. Let's see if we can do it against Phenom. who plays in a similar fashion. But I think Phenom also plays a little bit on the lamer side, a little bit less in the wrist sort of style. Definitely works out. You see him again inching back and forth, looking at these dive kicks. He's like waiting for the person to make a mistake, and then whiff punishes in kind.
Yeah, I mean that was a really good read on Phenom's side because that was the perfect spacing to do a safe dive kick like Salvatore just did there, and he was able to walk back and make it whiff. But look at this, Salvatore goes straight into it. Starting with the offense, off of one shimmy. That's all it took to get Phenom into the corner.
Back throw. We switch it up though. Drive rush medium. No anti-air right there. Phenom not going for it. Try to go for a kick, interrupted with a driver jab. Preemptive with Salvatore.
The juggle off of that, the situational awareness, okay.
Yeah,
Salvatore is just on another level right now.
I'm telling you, man. Some of these players, quick with it, quick witted. I'm telling you. Throw? No, we're going for the crouch greasy. I would have got blown up.
Okay. That is a plus dive kick. Burns himself out just to keep the pressure on. So Phenom, although he has a lower life, he does have a chance because he does have the bar.
That's true. Possibility.
Okay.
Might have to hold a few throws though. Nice.
Stuck in that DI. Just like that, Phenom takes the first round in the first game.
All right, first round to him. Bar at the bottom, all juiced up. Salvatore almost on that level 3. Poking with the stand medium kick. Trying to set up some space traps on both sides. She has stand light kick every so often trying to come out. Toss him.
Okay, standing roundhouse just to keep him in check. Crouch strong does get the punish counter off that parry situation there. And here we go with the throw loops.
One touch scenario right here. I think, yeah, medium in the crouching medium kick. Even if it's on block, you're looking to catch them standing. Able to get himself outside. Perfect parry on the way, even with the scaling.
Hi!
He didn't dump it out. He tossed it in the wrong garbage bag. What do you mean? What do you mean? The drive rush jab, the pickup, the drive impact. It was too raw. Gonna cook that sucker.
Nope. Phenom's gonna just try to play it lame right here. Not press any buttons that could get counter hit or DI'd.
The jump in.
Was able to get his meter back. Okay.
Salvatore has to make some decisions. Am I going to spend a lot of bar here to win?
Oh, there's a
have to.
This is going to take the round because it's going to go straight into critical art.
100% spin that bar ASAP. Immediately to stay in. Had he not done so, it would have been dicey. Boy. Oh my God, but Phenom with that DP, that drop was everything. Missing a move within that DP conversion, no level 3. Luckily didn't spin the bar to do so though.
Yeah, good recognition that it was dropped, Didn't end up doing DP into level 3. But we are going to go into the last round of the first game. And you know what's strange is that when I asked Salvatore what does he think his type of game style, play style is, he says he's known for being wild. And I actually have not seen any sort of wild play whatsoever. I see incredibly solid Cammy play.
Yeah, I do too. Like driver jab, like as a stopping point is really good. Empty throw against his parry. Looking really good. Another throw. This is typical Cammy play.
Yep, throw loop off the punish counter throw. Phenom answering with his own throws, but we are going to get back roll to get out of the pressure.
Dive kick. Try to reset the pressure with the crouching medium kick. What a call out. Phenom is starting to get a handle of when these crouching medium kicks want to come out every so often. We'll dump at the level 3 here. Won't kill, but it will put him in the driver's seat in terms of health. Salvatore has bar to work with, has drive gauge as well. Backs off. Looking for no anti. Wait for him to play the grounded game.
Okay, one more guess. Doesn't take the throw there.
Again. Phenom is not only good about sniffing out when the lows want to come out, but also catching him walking back and using his lows properly.
Yeah. I mean, it was a counter hit there, so I think something that we've mentioned that he did against Punk a lot was actually do a counter poke with his crouch strong after he blocked a medium. So I do think he probably went for a button after he had blocked the stand strong coming from Phenom because it was a counter hit from the low forward.
Yeah, he probably tried to hit that crouching medium punch a little bit, maybe thinking there was going to be a gap. We've seen like heavy kick or button delay a lot on both sides, so Phenom with the good reads. I'm sure he was watching that match previously and like, okay, I'm writing down some notes.
Yeah, so good stuff on Phenom for keeping his string tight there.
Right.
Getting the counter hit and securing him the first game because it was very, very close for the first game.
Phenom, first game, but Salvatore can definitely bring this back. Nice and close after that dive kick. Walks back, maybe expecting a bust out, but Phenom, I don't feel like he's the type to hit the reversals that often.
Yeah, interested in seeing what Salvatore basically. What?
Whoa.
Okay, he didn't mean to do that. He didn't wake up roundhouse on purpose. As a punish counter, nah.
He said, I'm wild, bro. I'm mild.
That dive kick hit so late. able to get the pickup off of that too. And a little too far for the low four to connect. He is going to get the whip punish from the crouch strong into the super. Again, round one, second game goes to Salvatore.
Die by the strong, live by the strong. That crouching medium punch still a very prominent option here for Salvatore. Will not take that away. It's working out here. Stays up that set point as you mentioned. Counter combo, but the crouching medium punch was not able to hit.
Yeah, that walk speed from Phenom was able to get the punish counter. A whip punish with stand jab and pushing Salvatore into the corner. Let's see if Phenom can keep up that pressure.
Oh, trying to go for the throw again. The TK dive kick is there.
Oh,
The super to burn him out. Very smart stuff. Back to mid-screen. Dash up, but don't press the issue because he can try to walk up.
ありますね。
The counter hit. Air to air.
I thought he was going to do the target combo. Didn't go for the target combo, but was still able to get him out of the air with the jump medium punch. Okay. Not looking too great for Phenom.
Jump fierce now for the air-to-air option. Back though, Phenom back with drive gauge. Can he enter? No, there was no DP. You saw the counter. Maybe trying to be a little bit delayed on the DP. Did not work out. Salvatore takes it. The timing on the anti-air not properly
道
done.
着さんだけキャラ以外が柔道する。
I mean, Cammy,
まあ
again,
そもそも俺は道着の柔道がまあ伝統かなんか知らんけど新参者からするとまあよくわかんないけど道着が柔道して当たり前っていうのまあ多分昔から格ゲーやってる人たちからしたら多分当たり前のことなんだろうけど
Don't know what she's gonna do. Every jump in is a mix-up. Empty low, empty throw, dive kick, jump heavy kick in some ranges, jump light kick, cross up. It's funny to see Cammy have to deal with that, right? Even she has to deal with the difficulty of that mix-up.
Exactly.
Hey, dive kick able to hit. Blesses that crouching medium punch. Phenom hunting for that button very often since Salvatore is so aligned with it. Again, see, he's looking for that proper range. We'll get the pickup after this, though. Charge up to get that DP right after. Tick throw.
Strong does connect, not a counter hit though, so it doesn't combo, but we are going to get the plus frames off the drive rush cancel after our combo. A little too late.
なんだ
OD. The side switch
うまい
as well with the charge. I like that. Use the bar to put him in
ワン
the
チャンある
corner. Crouch fear, spin knuckle.
A little earlier,
なんか勝った
you're
ぞ
able to take the health down right before you get the stun off.
お
So you
い
don't have to spend all the bar. There we go.
Yeah,
お
need to get
い
that impact on. Wake up to put him to sleep. Night, night. Phenom. About to be the first one to possibly take down Salvatore, but I want to prophesize no demise. It's possible. Salvatore brings this back.
No bite on the shimmy. Okay.
Sort of anti-air tip again. We mentioned how difficult it is to anti this character. Phenom willing to wait for him to come on the ground and fight there. And the medium hits, the flip out, waits for him to flip out, gets the throw right after. I like that. Hit the Phenom.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm so quiet. I am so focused on this neutral right now because it is insane.
It's actually masterful class to be able to like hide your buttons and your intentions every so often. Ooh, back medium. Of all things, of all anti-airs.
That is the first anti-air we're actually seeing coming out. But again, Salvatore finding the punish counter on the strong with the dive kick.
Back throw. Switch it up. Bar at the bottom. Can Phenom find the finish? It's a one-touch scenario into level 3. What's the access point? The dive kick again. Medium and the crouching medium kick will get dive kick.
Ah, Skashta!
Enough to go for the command grab for nothing. And Phenom, the most phenomenal one, will get it done. The first one to take down Salvatore. It was not Punk. It was Phenom in that 2-1 scenario. I feel like, again, he watched that match previously. He was like, I know what you like. I know what you
フーリガンってさ
medium punch is disgusting.
コパンとかで対策しない限りも完全に運ゲーだよねあれ
Salvatore in a similar situation than what Punk was in. Take away your options. What can you do?
あそのやられる
I
側
would say incredible play from Phenom
的
because
には
he just played so solid, and it was just like a battle of the Cammy fundamentals, right? But even at the end, that was the first time that Salvatore introduced that he was going to do an OD hooligan. He was just he bet it all on the marbles, and Phenom didn't flinch.
一応ファジーがガチできついけどあるあへえ
I'm chilling. Honestly, I feel like that kind of wild style works a little bit well against, you know, I would have liked to see more of that from Salvatore. Maybe if they have to fight later on somehow in these brackets, that could happen. But right now, Phenom has been so lame, but also looking for certain buttons continuously to put Salvatore off his game. It's a long con game. You can't do that immediately and expect to win. You know, you're probably going to take a loss here and there. But as it works, you see Salvatore slowly get more and more pensive, not as active with the jump ins and the dive kicks. Things aren't hitting as much, and he's not dealing as much damage as he'd like to. He doesn't have the drive gauge after certain scenarios and things like that. It all led to success here for Phenom.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Phenom. I know we were hyping up Salvatore going into this, as he deserves, but Phenom played so solidly. I honestly don't know what it is exactly that he changed in his gameplay. Just things started working out a bit more in his favor, but maybe I can ask Phenom what his thoughts were going into this, because I wasn't able to necessarily recognize a pattern in what he changed.
I think you were with the crouching media punches, though. I think that's a very good and solid point in terms of sniffing out what a player wants to do. Sometimes a player will have a comfort button or a button they initiate with, and a lot of times that button, you work around a game plan around that. So if you take that off the table, what else is left?
Yeah.
What's left right here is our bracket. Look at what we have. Oh, Phenom with a 2-1, Takamura with a 2-0, Hot Dog with a 2-1.
おお、平たいね。
And 1-1 here for Punk. He needs another point. He's right now in 4th. Takamura in 1st so far. So far,
Takamura and Punk do have to play against each other today, so they could lead with the 2. Oh, right here. This is where we're going to see it.
Takamura, the Bob Ross of ass beatings. This guy makes combos on the fly. I used to ask him, like, hey, man, you lab this stuff out, right? He's like, no, I just see it in my mind and it happens. And I just create it as I go along. I'm like, you're a demon. People like you need to be locked up. But Punk, again, it's mentioned, after losing to Salvatore, needs as many points as possible at this point. You know, this is the second day, and this is a big determinant in terms of where you
or where
you sit out in the stands.
And this is really exciting to see, or this match coming up, because
これ相手が
when I had asked him the question on who he looked
剣
forward
と
to
かまた
playing, he
柔
said it
道
was
が
going to be Punk. Of course, who doesn't look forward to playing Punk? Unless, you don't want to lose, if you don't want to win. But he did say that he hasn't had a chance to play against him in Street Fighter 6 yet. So this might be the very first time they actually get to play against each other. And I think matchup-wise, player to player, obviously Punk has played against Ken. I think this is slightly in Cammy's favor because Cammy just does a really, really good job against Shotokons in general. But the way that Takamura played, as you mentioned, he's a little unorthodox. It's not just his combos, it's the way that he makes his decisions. Some people can say, I don't like using the word random on people. I think he's a little, I think unorthodox is the best way to describe Takamura. And he optimizes for it. Like, he does weird things. He chooses weird special moves or weird timings on when he does things. But he prepped it for that. Like, it wasn't just something that randomly popped in his mind that he's like, oh, I'm going to do it right now in this moment. He has gone and tested it out. He knows how to follow up with the random situations that he comes up with in his head.
100% agree. And I think having the awareness in a very active game like this shows a high capability of controlling the chaos and bringing the chaos when it needs to be brought. Can Punk calm that down? We've seen the alpha work out very well. As you mentioned in this matchup, there are many things that she could do, spin knuckle through the fireballs, dive kick, clip some of these buttons. So for Ken, you have to backdash, kind of stand fierce continuously, but that could also lead to a read on the backdash, jump ins, crouching beauty kicks from the side of Cammy. We'll see if Takamura is prepared for that. Either way, Punk, Takamura, in Street Fighter 6, what we're getting right now.
Yep. And I think Punk, obviously, one of his strongest points is getting the whiff punishes. And Takamura's been playing Shotas for so long. He used to be an Akuma player. I don't think he's one of those players that whiffs too often. So I think a lot of, if he is to get a win, I think it's going to come off from, again, this offense or his defensive reads that he does.
Right. You stand fierce. They're going for that throw, just like you see Punk try to counter poke before that can even happen. Holy DP, but that's a benefit here for Takamura. He's meter positive, so Punk has to go in, get that bar back. Drive rush medium is able to clap back. He's in with the drive impact, will be perfect parry.
Perfect parry, throwing Takamura
Punk
into another perfect parry. Okay, we're going to go for a different type of side switch combo, not the back throw.
Yeah, which position is right now. The laser jab, oh, he didn't have the combo though.
Wow.
What are you hitting your demons? Nobody's up there. Help.
Okay. Okay. Doesn't get the pick off at the stand strong, but the low doesn't cancel. Didn't believe. So many perfect parries. This is what I mean by his defensive options. Like, really, you went for a perfect parry there?
At that distance, at that range. That's you understanding what Punk wants to press in these scenarios in the corner. Properly done. Turning blue. Takamura, the Smurf master. First round to him.
I mean, it's wild because he hit like, You see what I'm saying?
He's searching for certain timings for Punk.
Yeah. And unfortunately for Punk, he wasn't able to get the punish, and Takamura was able to whiff punish with his stand roundhouse there. Okay? Drive reversal to get the Dragon Lash pressure off.
Yeah, he went to a pair right there, had to drive rush up. Punk interrupts that, takes a bit of bar with that super. That's a whip punish! Shibujinrai Takamura! This guy is
how does he come up with these decisions? Yeah, these decisions make, like, you whip punish with a super, and then the way that you're taking back the neutral through perfect parrying, what's happening right now?
my God. Okay, drive rushes in with the jab. It's not over, yo. Punk can definitely take this back. Deep with the dive kick by the feet. Definitely very doable here for Punk with the ODDP. Takamura spent too much bar right there. Punk trying to press the issue. As he walks forward, he gets more bar. The jump light kick calls out the timing for the heavy. And the super, all that cool stuff may not even matter.
Oh my lord.
The confirm. The bait. Easy bait up in Takamura.
What a whiff punish off the low forward, run into the DP. Even though he was burnt out, he was so ready with the whiff punish. And Punk goes straight into it.
Man.
This is what I mean. Like, it's so hard to read Takamura, even in the neutral, because look at him just whiffing.
やばい、Takamuraが
3 times in a row. We don't know what he's looking for.
東大式のシャガチュウ使ってる。
They're different frames, but they're on point right now. ODDP, Punk trying to find those proper timings against him. A perfect parry. Caught him ducking so you get a little bit more damage. He actually goes for the back though. See, most cats would have went for a hand Tatsu towards the other side. He goes for the back throw reset. It does seem like he tried to impact. It's a split. What is this man on?
Okay, what's the mix-up? Just walk back jab. Staying at a range where he's not allowing Punk to jump out of the corner. Punk did try to go for the parry. Super instant beat the DI here in this situation, but Punk can't put his back into the corner anymore.
でも普通にやばい。
The overhead gets challenged by the crouch jab.
Nice.
Oh.
With the neutral jump.
うまい。
That's the only way to punish wake up drive reversal.
And for him to look out for that, again, shows that Punk is on the other hand now understanding the tendencies of Takamura. Well, you want to do this on defense? I got that. Lock that down. Has the whip punish.
差し返すかよそれ。
Okay.
Attack on drive gauge. I like that. Starter with the DI.
I thought he was going to go for it again. I think so did Punk. That's what he did. Oh,
wow.
wow.
Bait using the Jinrai. We all died to Jinrai. Enhanced Tatsu, Punk, and Burnout. Takamura with level 3 on his side of things.
The delayed jab does get the counter hit, tick throw. Are we going to see throw loops?
Tick throw. Counter. You see here, Punk trying to get active. Drive impact. Gets the splat. Wipe him down. Takamura going to take the round with the run DP. Puts himself on set point against Punk.
They're both sitting on 3 bars going into this last round, so I mean, Punk's gonna have to find a way to kind of neutralize what Takamura's been doing.
It's just so hard. Again, what does he want to do after Jinrai, after a button press, even off a jab? ODDP again lets it rip Takamura. No fear on the stage.
Seriously, it's so hard to read him on the defense. That is a punish.
Yeah. But meter positive is Takamura. You see that stand fierce, build some bar back up, blocks out the go ride kick.
See how Punk didn't want to do a button there just in case Takamura was going for the perfect punch there, and that is going to counter hit. This is going to be the match.
This in a level 3. Punk brings it back, and I feel like his timings.
Nice.
Now you see Punk adjusting what he's doing. Somebody like the tap parry attempt, Takamura's like, well, what do I do now? If you're not running the script that you used to run, what do I do now? And Punk taking
パンクの顔に笑顔が。
of that. As you mentioned,
よかった。俺も幸せや。
that Takamura put out got clipped.
これにはパンクもニコニコです。
And Punk showing just how strong-willed he is as a competitor, because those wake-up DPs did not deter him from putting those meaties on, and that's how he's able to get that counter hit, stand fierce into the level 3 in the last match.
Stays about the meats. Heavy kick trying to look for a punish counter. Hunting for that option that Jinrai is able to drive impact. You see him trying to sneak those in every so often. Punk wise to the game. ODDP.
なんだ大暴れやぞ。
Looking so good, but the shimmies are looking real strong. The crouch fear starter. Jinrai DP ender. Tick throw.
One more guess.
うわ
The shimmy is too strong in this game.
So many options that Takamura is presenting in the corner. Crouching medium punch, crouch fierce. What he's doing on wake up, it's so much just mental noise.
Nice check with the stand jab. Okay, again, here we go with the whiff punish.
中足に差し返すのうますぎる。
Jumps at the corner. No punish on the jump Tatsu. Okay, perfect parry. No back throw. We're actually going to go for the damage here.
Yeah, force Takamura to jump back. Back to mid-screen's fine here. We'll take that as Punk. In that range, we can like watch for a button, whip punish, a stand fierce, crouching meter kick, perfect parry as well. Need to get in the proper range, perfect parry, drive rush jab. This is really good here for Cammy. Drive rush, crouching light kick to start things off for Punk. ODDP again. Takamura letting that rip when he could have maybe not died, but close to, but you can't whip again. We talked about this. Punk is ready.
Whipping up fierce too. And there's a wake-up super. Just so many different reversal options on wake-up. Doesn't really matter though. Punk's still in the life lead here.
So I could throw out a fireball. Level 3 would have caught that immediately. No real Oki on that. Oh, he had the combo, but too short with the buttons. Drive impact kills the drive gauge.
Wow,
that one combo may have sealed his fate if he land a drive impact. Takamura puts himself in the corner. Looks like the same fierce with no whip punish. Oh, I'm clinched. Busts up the overhead. Oh, the counter hit. No shot. Side switch Dragon Lash, but he didn't get it immediately enough. It was too vegan.
Yeah, it was just a little too early to Dragon Lash there, and that was going to be so scary because once Punk blocked that was a gamble on whether or not Takamura was going to drop that super on block. Who knows what would have happened if he had blocked that Dragon Lash?
That's a different universe I don't want to be in. Funnel game, funnel rounds, what we get right now. Bar at the bottom, Flash and who lasted. Oh yeah, level 3 now here for Takamura. ODTP Punk, want to let that rip, get that punish.
Punk standing in the perfect range, looking for the low forward or the strong for the whip punish, but the dive kick is going to get it.
Crouch speed thought was a throw. No go, Bozo. Ends it with a DP, level 3 on the side here. Punk
Stop.
to bait out that crouch speed to kick the anti-shimmy tool, getting anti continuously.
なんやかんや言うてもパンクには勝ってほしい俺は。
Amazing, amazing, amazing recognition from Punk right there. The fact that he had stayed in the range where he was going to do a shimmy, and Takamura has demonstrated before that he's willing to wake up low forward if you're going to shimmy him. And that could have changed the tide on that round. But Punk stayed right outside that range where if he was to wake up with the low forward, it would whiff, and indeed, that's what happened. And then you get whiff punished.
That is a marquee match right there. That was insane. There was a world where Punk would have lost if that Dragon Lash would have hit. Let's take a look at the replay here. Again, the variance in terms of defense and offense, Takamura seeing the draw gauge every so often has been absolutely fantastic in terms of putting Punk off his guard. But eventually you have to go for other options to kind of seal the deal or get things going. Stand fierce, crouching medium kick, especially crouching medium kick. Punk's like, you'll eventually do that. You a Kim player, it's in your DNA to throw out that 7-framer, and Punk was ready and waiting. Even things like this, the go right kick, ready to interrupt that, and calling out the drive reversal with the neutral jump. That's one of those also player reads. Like, I know what you like to do. I've seen how you play. I've been watching you. Very fantastic stuff for Punk to rob this back from the brink.
Yeah, I think the way that Punk kind of switched it up was a lot of the first game, Takamura got a lot of mileage because he kind of understood when Punk wanted to press stand strong. He was able to perfect parry in neutral so many different times. And I think Punk kind of stopped allowing that to happen by just not pressing any buttons. So what he would do instead is rely on movement versus pressing buttons.
Yes, right. Like that's your bait, is using your movement, your walk speed that the character has. That she like sells that. Look at that, the walk back, and even the slight duck and delay. Like just in case that would have hit, he was ready to block it out, regardless. So that was definitely the intention right there. You see the punish right after the reaction, and Punk even kind of patted himself. He was like, "Oh God." Because definitely you got close, brother.
Yeah, I would actually like to see the last interaction again because you just mentioned how he crouched and he stood.
Yeah.
I actually think he stood at the point that Takamura did the low forward because I think if he had crouched, he actually would have, because his hurt box got expanded, he actually would have blocked and he wouldn't have been able to whip punish that. So I actually think he stood there to make sure the low forward whip punish, and he was able to crouch
bait
afterwards.
to do that. He got up to bait it out even better.
Exactly.
Ooh, and then he covered his bases by just doing it a little bit earlier and then waking up with it or setting up with it. That's a good point. That's a good point.
So I would love to watch the replay on that. Once again, just a little slowdown. But moving on, again, incredible match. Takamura, Punk taking it down so close to each other. Last match of this pool, we're going to see Itabashi Zangief versus Phenom.
Itabashi definitely needs to get some games in his pocket right now. It's looking along for him. Phenom, a lot better. We saw taking down the very strong Salvatore. And we'll see if he can have that same sort of momentum against Geef. Now, with Cammy, I feel like Cammy does a really good job. Her neutral so good. Stand medium kick, dive kicks, things like that. There's some tools that Geef can present in that matchup, like stand medium. I think his light buttons are good. I feel like the exchange rate in terms of like the reward on hit is so good for her. And the Oki, and now you can't jump cancel SPD. So in terms of defense, you suffer even more the throw loose.
Yeah, but I actually think on paper, this is a bit more in Zangief's favor.
Okay.
Because you can't really do dive kicks against Zangief. Like, jumping in on Zangief because Larry is such an easy way to anti-air. You kind of negate the aerial approach that Cammy is so strong with. So a lot of your focus has to go down into the ground game. That Zangief actually does a pretty good job in with like whiff punishing, whether it's with stand short, as you had mentioned, or even sweep. The thing is, when I talked to Punk about this, because Punk did play against Itabashi Zangief yesterday, and he did so well.
Yeah.
His main tool that he used in this matchup, which is what I'm wondering if Phenom's going to use or not, is actually roundhouse.
Yes, heavy
stand
kick.
Roundhouse, yeah, because you can't get punished. It's not that fast, but if you're with punishing monster like Punk is, and Phenom is very, very capable of doing so as well. It is going to be the stand roundhouse here. Geef can't do anything about it. Other characters could. It is minus. Actually, I think they buffed it. Yeah, they buffed it to -3. Zangief really can't do anything about it, and it's a low. So if he's charging fierces and whatnot, you're
getting hit.
I'm pretty sure it beats that. It is a low, right?
What's also good about that is even if it doesn't, the crouching medium kick could counteract right after that. -3, if he tries to dash up, bam, crouching medium kick. We saw that yesterday. That heavy kick as well is like Rouse at the range, as you mentioned, for staying medium and other butts for the character. So, as you mentioned, a very prominent tool to see if Itabashi can work his way in, try to go for the running bear grab. Did not work out, but we'll get the 3-piece off.
Yeah. Wow, that was pretty far for the connection for the fierce to hit. Okay. Double dash throw. Wait, that charge fierce is gonna beat the meaty.
Wow.
Crouching medium kick low, though, as we mentioned. If heavy kick don't work out, I got a crouching medium kick to do so right after. And that stand medium kick also makes us a pain in the ass. The neutral jump against the fierce. Too many of those. I got to opt for that. Not strange to see that as a neutral jump opportunity.
Yeah, neutral jump roundhouse has been working out really well for Phenom. And thank you, Dr. Danny Fan, for correcting me. That indeed is not a low, so it does lose to the charge fierce.
Ah, okay.
Shout out to the Seattle scene.
Hi, Danny. How you doing? Drive reversal. Phenom and burnout. But not out of options. Get about half health. Can maybe hit level 3, get it back. In terms of his drive gauge, the knockdown is there. Nice.
One of the easiest moves to whiff punish in this game.
Uh-oh. Equalize with the SPD.
But Phenom's able to get his meter back. Okay. OD dash kick not getting much from it, though.
Trying to catch the Stampede kick.
There's
the anti right there. OD Laureate into level 2. Dash up. OD SPD is enough.
Dynamite.
Itabashi. A bit of bar at the bottom.
That's what I mean. Like, the aerial approach just does not work well for Cammy. You really have to catch him off guard to not get anti-aired. And that led to a level 2.
It's like hopefully that you can like clip like a stand medium kick, right? Like clip that button. But as you mentioned, that OD Laureate saves it, but it's going to save you now when you're up in the corner.
A little too far, but Phenom pressing crouch jab just in case to cover his bases and does get the counter hit. Zangief's buttons are a little slow.
No, you cross-cut DP, can't lead for free. Drive reversal, offensive style to put him up in the corner. Looking for the fierce, but had committed. You should have signed a prenup.
Yeah, drive rich crouch fierce. Phenom was holding up. He was trying to get out of that corner as fast as he possibly can.
Don't want to be there. Not your hood.
Okay, Yudabashi's going to take some time, go into the character select screen, take a breather. He's going to go through his notes.
Like, damn, I forgot to button and then drive rush SPD. My bad. Let me correct that.
All roads lead to SPD again.
Let me take the left road, so the right road. Yeah, okay. Got it. This guy, Itabashi. You definitely see a change in demeanor. Not smiling, not as jovial, not bouncing up the seat like, hey, I'm having fun. Now it's, oh, God.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Itabashi, I think he's having a very difficult time closing in on Phenom. Like he hasn't a lot of Zangief's offense comes off from like the headbutt mix-up, but he hasn't even been in range to get a headbutt off.
Soda's been trying to get driver stand fierce. That hasn't worked out. Even normal stand fierce hasn't worked out. As you mentioned, he's trying to get him with other buttons, and Phenom's just too far out in the range.
And maybe he needs to look for a stand short. A lot of it, yeah, he is trying to fierce a lot. And again, Zangief's buttons are very slow, so Phenom's finding a really good way of walking forward and doing a crouch strong and stuffing the beginning, the startup of a lot of his buttons.
Holding parry, keeping the bar up as much as possible as Phenom. Crouching medium kick, but that's fine. You take that. That's no big deal. Don't take that though.
Wow, マジ飛ばれるな。
Not want to hit the ground.
Has been consistent with these neutral jumps. Oh god. Does a lot of damage.
Yeah, first TP also. Headbutt still hits the 3-piece. Drive, rush, impact. Or what?
Okay,
Itabashi.
そんなんだ。
ODSP after the crouching medium punch. Regardless, Itabashi penning on the wall like Picasso.
Just like that. That was such an incredibly fast first round. Dry rush, stand jab coming from Phenom's end. Does connect.
He walks in with the confidence. Now Phenom initiating a lot more with that crouching medium kick.
Oh! Don't try to meaty me, he says. Not when I have level 3. You better respect it.
Only for my loyal fans with the slam. Itabashi with the level 3, just a lot of drive gauge. We're going to collect the rest with the drive rush mediums, the stand fierce. But Phenom, again, too far out the distance. Gets his hard knockdown off the sweep. Sweep right back at him. Janitorial dudes are being done from Itabashi. He is wiping this man on the ground continuously. One more touch.
Driver slow, yep. He's just walking forward, walk block.
Oh, he
うわ
beat him!
残るっしょ。
I've never seen this cat run that. It's not,
余
but it
裕でと
equalizes
これ
the
減ら
bar
ね
back
ってか
to
これ
green.
HP 多い
Play
なっ
his
ても
way. Itabashi and burnout. All it takes is one
やばいか
bad move right here for Phenom and SPD as a reversal possibly. TKOD
あ
dive kick deletes the armor of the Stand Fierce. Beat him on set point.
Yeah, with no meter, with no drive meter, it's kind of hard for him to anti-air, especially Cammy, because you can't rely on OD Lariat anymore.
True. Thought that on the option on the table. It's looking long for you. Set point. Phenom.
Empty jump throw, tech, charge fierce, no anti-air there. Oh, but the SPD
Yo.
in between the block streak.
Yeah, you're too close to me. Get away. Throw? No, it's a crouch fierce instead. Resets the
Wow.
pressure with a TK dive kick. After a few presses of buttons, you see them reset that pressure, get that punish counter, that follow-up, that Stand Fierce as a defensive tool. And again, Phenom just resets back to neutral, goes for the backdash, gets right back in, avoiding these sweeps every so often.
Yeah, really, really nice adaptation on Phenom's end because he's gotten hit by so many SPDs between his block
Wow,
strings.
they're-
He's doing a lot of, he's introducing a lot of
Bam,
backdashes
bam.
in between his block strings, and even earlier he did a dive kick in between and was able to get the punish counter.
Yes. Very ambiguous what he's doing when he gets close. Even more so now. He can't run. Perfect. Larry.
Yeah.
The button calls it out.
Into the level 3.
Oi, watch
来たんじゃないか
And just
the
like
Raptors.
that,
Yeah.
we're into the last game.
Hey
Put this man in the ground like an earthworm.
What is in his notes that got him so that got him this match? I think he started switching it up a little bit more with sprinkling in a bit more standing medium punches as Zangief.
Also, he had a drive rush and a drive impact in the corner. I think it was wild, not mild
K-
option.
K- K.
Gambler.
That's
Going back
definitely a
to-
gambling option for sure.
In his Osa says, go back to the old you.
Just
Yeah.
because you see the green, you're kind of expecting a meaty to hit.
True. And so the
So
drive
you're kind of like a
impact.
deer in headlights waiting to block.
I like that. Played on the idea of what could come through. It was something different. Itabashi staves off what was a very terrible start. Game right now.
Make up roundhouse.
Right?
Tried to go for the whip punish. Fierce is actually going to hit Cammy out the air a little too far to follow up with the target combo. Burning himself
だいぶ
out
無
to
敵
get
に
the
切り替
pressure
えてき
off
た
of
な
him. He doesn't have super bar yet either, so he's going to have to find one more normal. There it is.
Yeah.
Just to get that level
い
1.
いよ
Sitting now.
打つね
Way far outside the corner. Back to neutral bars. Almost back. He chooses to go in. But Phenom can't be jumping back. The
Oh!
level was able to hit.
マジ
Finally.
か
For mini key players like Brutus, it don't. But for Itabashi,
マ
it
ジ
will.
か
It will secure him a set point scenario.
Great recognition on Itabashi's Zangief's end with that level 1 there. Because you definitely don't want to be anywhere near Zangief, especially when you're burnt out.
Oh, yeah. For a button to stand, medium kick, able to poke. Not lead too much, but it adds up. Oh, she punish counter. On the drive gauge. Definitely helps out. Makes it so Phenom can't just bust out or drive rush as much. So he's back in the green.
Itabashi Zangief just finding a better way to use his normals right now. And Phenom on the brink of being burnt out if he blocks anything.
ペンペン全然
Spin
OK
the super. Don't use the ODDP. Close up
some
burnout.
space.
A little bit nasty. The
Yeah.
raw sweep on the feet. Itabashi, one more guess, flip the coin.
K
I'm coming for that neck.
Nice.
Itabashi. Chopping him down.
いい
Hell stab. 2 games on the one of Phenom. Wow.
あ
Yeah, as I mentioned, I think the struggle in the first match for Itabashi Zangief was he wasn't able to get any pressure started.
Okay.
Like
Yeah.
he had to deal with a lot of Phenom's game, but all he had to do was get the headbutts in, and then it's really, really a 50-50. It doesn't matter what character you are. And Phenom, you know, to escape the pressure, he had to do a lot of reversal, OD reversals. Spent the bar, unfortunately burned himself out a couple times just to get that pressure off of himself.
That means not being able to ODDP, but also drive rush.
もうわけわからんことになってきたな
Like spin
い
with
い
the
よ
drive
いい
rush
よ
right after you get a confirm. That means less pressure, less Oki scenarios. And it sounds simple to say, but it's like if I add more of these things that strip away the drive gauge, then I kill this character better. Right? It's a typical thing for Street Fighter 6, but to get that to work out, Itabashi had to earn that right, had to slowly get in there. After he put some wild stuff in there, the drive rush impact, as we saw, other options that didn't work out, it allowed him to get in that mid-range and work his way to success. Yeah, moments like that definitely helped, where Phenom was able to jump outside the corner, too obvious in the entry point. Like, that was crazy, though, but Itabashi turning up, going that gambler style, definitely put Phenom off his game.
Yeah, And I say even in the first round, Phenom, he did a really, really good job on reading when Itabashi Zenki wanted to do the fiercest. That's why he got a lot of mileage off the neutral jump roundhouses. I didn't see that too often in the last game.
True. Man, Itabashi definitely needed that as much as possible. Phenom, unfortunately, taking a heavy loss right here. A 2-1 sort of scenario could have been way worse on both sides of things, but look at that.
これマジ強かったな。
With the level 1, you rarely ever see that.
なんかザンギの SA は見なさすぎて本当に当たるか外すまでどっちなのか分かんないんだよな。あ、これ当たんでんだもあるし、なんならさっきのあ、これつかめるんだになったし。
What an insane! I mean, there really hasn't been any group so far where we're just like, yeah, there wasn't many exciting moments happening there. There's been upsets left and right all day today in every single group so far, and I say the upset today, I mean, just Salvatore taking on
で掴んでもう一回行く。それはぐるぐる回ってるからタケコプターみたいな感じやろ。
as leading in winners in this group at +3 points.
Ain't a single person that has a fantasy bracket that has worked out at all. If you said it now, you're a liar. Phenom with 2-2, Pokemon with 2-1, Hot Dog with 1-2, Salvatore, as you mentioned, 2-1.
Yaba.
Itabashi Zengi 1-3, and Punk with 2-1. There's a lot that needs to get done tomorrow. A lot of things that need to get fleshed out. In cross, I rely upon you for the math for that, of course, but tomorrow is going to be devious and dangerous. You guys do not want to miss any of the action. Obviously today, as we're not done with all the CAPCOM Cup play for day 2, but tomorrow especially.
合計の大達とかも斜め前に飛んでくし、まああれもくるくる回って飛んでってるんやろ、多分。
Not too far behind.
Not too far behind. So his match is tomorrow. Tomorrow is the last day. So there's still a chance for Punk to get out. He is going to have to play, I think it was Phenom and Hot Dog tomorrow.
Nasty matches.
So it's not going to be easy.
No, not for anybody, of course. And we see how Hot Dog is able to turn up like volume and get better and better. And wow, the match is only going to get better and better out here. As they've been ridiculous. I feel like last year was great, but this year has been insane in terms of calling out who's going to make it, the absolute adjustments, the meta rising out here, and some of the players falling that we didn't expect. What it all goes to show is, hey man, Street Fighter 6 is great. We're going to have an interview real soon. Let me see who's over. There's that Salvatore. I think it is Salvatore.
I mean, it should be Salvatore. He had a hell of a performance today, but we are, I think,
さすがに得失点差優先じゃね？
Reinhardt's, you know, dusting off his glasses right now, wiping away the oil, getting the mic ready. So we got a little bit of time. So again, this is just day 2.
マドンの中出頭は地面蹴って飛んでるからちょっと違うんじゃないか。
And by the end of the next 2 days, someone is going to walk away a millionaire.
I'm going to walk away in them DMs. We're going to walk away over to the interview. Let's pass it over to them.
On your performance so far, absolutely amazing run there. Of course, 2-0 against Punk, you know, the world champion.
ちょっと次の試合まで俺休憩していいか。
Prepared for Punk specifically. Why were you able to deliver such a dominant performance?
次の試合前に帰ってくるわ。
緊張してます。少々お待ちください。
Sí, bueno, para mí la victoria contra Punk siento que fue un paso muy importante en lo que es el grupo, ya que es un grupo muy complicado y la verdad estoy muy feliz, ya que sí, lo siento, estoy un poco nervioso.
Pero si te preparaste para él, para la pelea de Punk y eso, ¿cómo fue?
Sí, ahí hubo preparación en el match.
So basically, he's very happy that he was able to defeat Punk, world champion, and he said he laughed a little bit versus him. He said he's very nervous, obviously, but he's very glad with today's results.
どうやってパンクを 2-0 倒しましたかって聞いたら、やっぱりパンクの動画を見たり、ちょっとなんか準備をしてたっていう感じで、But he was nervous, you say, right?
Yeah, extremely nervous, yeah.
でもすごく緊張しました。 まあそれでも 2-0 勝ってすごいことですよね。で、next match, your next match, how confident are you going through the tournament? Is he feeling really confident now after that win, moving forward in the tournament?
La próxima mano que te toca a ti, ¿qué tan confiado tú te sientes? Esa ganada que tú le ganaste a Pong, ¿te creó la confianza? ¿O cómo tú te sientes? ¿Te sientes confident como confianza para tu oponente?
Sí, se puede decir que tengo mentalizado estar muy tranquilo en cada match.
Sí, pero dice como la victoria contra Pong te da confianza para tu próxima mano.
Sí.
So yeah, he said the victory over Pong makes him feel very confident about any matches. He's gonna take every match at a time.
Okay. 試合をとりあえず一つずつで取って見ていくことになっております。サルバトレ選手、初めてのカプコンカップですごい大活躍してますんで、まあそういう形ですよね。来てくださってる人たちに一言お願いしたいんですけど。Do you have any comments for your, friends and family watching back home, people here in the arena? Would you like to say anything to the people?
Si tú tienes algo que decir a alguien en tu casa, tu mamá, tu familia, la comunidad, si le quieres decir algo.
Bueno, sí, le quiero mandar un saludo a toda mi familia, que ha estado muy pendiente, también a la comunidad de Venezuela y a todos mis amigos que me conocen.
Yeah, so that's what he said. He said shout outs to those people from his family and his community back at home.
じゃあとりあえずみんなに応援してくれてありがとうございますという形です。サルバトーレ選手、おめでとうございます。これからもよろしくお願いします。Good luck in your next matches, and I wish you all the best in your future of the tournament.
Buena suerte en la próxima mano y esperan que te vaya bien.
あと通訳してくれたイタヒレガシーにありがとうございます。Thank you for translating. Thank you for your time. That's it from me here. Let's get back to the desk and continue the action. 続いてこれからもカプコムカップを楽しんでください。
You believe it's not even close to being over? This day isn't even done. In fact, we got 2 more on the way. People, stay tuned after this break. Even more CAPCOM action coming right at you. Don't go nowhere.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull Kumite Paris 10-year anniversary. Who is next? Big Bird. Kusanagi. Bonchan. Get your tickets now. Red Bull gives you wings.
Where dreams become reality.
Monster Hunter Bridge.
Show me what you have. What? How silly. Huh?
カプコンカップ11、ここからはグループ B の模様をお届けしてまいります。
Hello everyone at Capcom Cup 11. It is now time to introduce Group B.
それではグループ B プレイヤーの入場です。
And now it's time for the Group B player entrances.
まずはベルギーの忍者キッドソルティキッド
From Belgium, the young ninja, it's Salty Kid.
Bangladeshのトラサイハニック
Next up, it's the Tiger, Sai Anik.
The Strength
From South Korea, it's the Strength, NL.
パナマの偉大なる闘士グラントナカイ
Next up, the Great Will, Grand Torakai.
Bautista Brothers シップの兄 JB.
He's in and out like a thief in the night. It's the burglar, JB.
California の白い暴走特急ノーザプロセディ
Next up, the young man who won't be denied. It's the Burn Express. It's Noah the Prodigy.
さあこの B グループはかなり攻撃的な選手が多い印象ですよね。
そうですよね。昨日ソルティキッズす
はい
ごく大活躍して、
キンバリーのねソルティキッドは2勝しているという中で、
ゼロ敗ですね。はい。
はい、day2 どうなるか。さあゆっくりとノアが手を振りながら今ステージに。これで6名のプレイヤーが揃いました。
We saw lots of action from this group yesterday as Noah takes the stage as the sixth member of Group B, which are now all on stage ready. I'm sure they've only got tactics and winning formulas in their brains right now as they are ready to do battle here on day 2.
さあこの6名のプレイヤーによって総当たり戦2日目を行ってまいります。3日間のうちの2日目となりますが、その中から上位2名がトップ16のトーナメントに進出となります。皆さん今一度大きな拍手をお願いいたします。
あと何グループだ？
Today is an extremely important day as we start to identify who is going to be going
あと 2
through into that top 16 finals. It's all to play for here today and of course tomorrow.
それでは選手の皆さんはスタンバイをお願いいたします。
Alright, if we could get all the players from Group B on standby and ready to start the matches. Thank you very much.
そしてこの熱い戦いをさらに盛り上げていただくために実況席の皆さんにお渡ししたいと思います。実況席お願いいたします。
Alright, with that said, it's time to get Group B underway. So let's throw it back to the casters to start the action. Thank you very much.
And welcome back to the Ryugoku Kokugikon live from Tokyo, Japan. Myself, Ringe, along with Sankola. What's good, family? You already know we got the second to last block of the day. Group B with some of the heaviest hitters in the building.
100%. No other product than JB. And also people with something to prove. Like Grand Torakai, it's going to be some hot action. You definitely want to sit down for this one and enjoy all and every bit of it. As you mentioned, being second to last right here, we switch things up a little bit, but it is day 2. See who gets through and
なん
who
か
might
昨
be
日よ
able
り
to join
若
the
干
stands
早
as
いか
fans. Don't want to be doing that million on the line.
一緒ぐらいか
Don't, man, you don't. And only 2 people out of each group can make it out, right? As you can see right here, the group participants, Salty Kid, SI Onic, NL, Grand Todokai, JB, and Noah the Prodigy rounding out this star-studded group, of course. And we saw some intense action
本当にちょい
on
早
day
ぐ
one.
らい
Of course, Salty Kid letting it be known. Might be the youngest kid on the block, but he might be the one to watch out for the most. Having the grand total of +2 after the 2-0, but Noah
こうや
the
って見ると
Prodigy
全然
also
試合
has
して
the
ないよう
same
に見える
exact
な
point
してん
differential
だけど
with only 1 game played, right? With that dominant performance over JB. Incredible start for him as well. JB did bounce back from that loss, earning himself a 0 differential while at 1-1. Grand Todokai looking to bounce back from that first day, and NL trying to make some headway while SI Onic looking to put a dub on the board.
Definitely should do so because, again, day 2 is going to get more devious. Even try to get through on that day 3. At this point, some of the people will know that they won't be not making it through. Salty Kid, though, I want to highlight him. I mean, he did some fantastic stuff yesterday, exploding and exceeding expectations. We saw him play the Mika before, obviously the Poison right after that, but now has been so good in the mix of opportunities with the Kim. We're getting, though, to start things off is Grand Todokai and Noah the Prodigy after that. JB, NL,
なんか
Salty Kid,
JB と
Grand
NL の
Noah,
フォント太っ
whatever that is at the bottom right there. I don't
で
know.
一人なんか
I can see. Yeah,
あ
see,
めっ
file.
ちゃプログラムファイルになってる
But
し
JB after that and Salty Kid, I think actually that's supposed to be C right there for Noah the Prodigy.
Gotcha,
And
gotcha.
That second to last one right
プロダクションフォルダに入
That,
ってる
of course, when the time comes. But yeah, we're going to start with Grand
C
Todokai
user
and Noah the
library
Prodigy. We'll see if Noah
motto
can carry that momentum,
ゼ
right?
ロに
Not
デスクト
only
ップ
did
プロ
Noah
ダクショ
defeat
ン
JB, who was his captain in SFL
That's
US,
revenge right there.
but he also retweeted the tweet of
Ooh, I
JB
didn't see
being
that.
like,
ローカル
you
パス出てる
sitting
の受ける
down,
な
lock in to sit down and not play. So Noah, you already know he's one to pop off, and he let it be known that he's coming not only to make it out of the group, but wants to make it out in winner's side.
Oh, 100%. A lot to prove for him, not only in the streets of right here, but in the streets at home. You know, people watching him. You might say what you want to say about Noah, but he got here for a reason, right?
Yes.
He is a strong competitor, a strong player, and he definitely deserves to be out here. And the way that he plays, the way that he bulldogs, makes you uncomfortable. And then when you try to do something on defense, he makes it worse. We saw it yesterday with the jump back medium kick. Perfect button to do so against a drive reversal opportunity in the corner. And then jump back OD fireball. Not only is that safe, it just catches things with the fastest and the quickness. However, Grand Todokai, as we mentioned from Panama, shouts to them and their growing esports community, has something to prove out here with his JP. Played this character since even when the nerfs had happened to him.
Yeah.
The crouch fierce nerfs, the other things that had happened in terms of damage scaling, they brought some of that back. This character is now in some people's top spots, at least top 10s. And Grand Todokai is definitely top 10, top 5 for the JPs.
And we're going to get that classic duel of Luka jump heavy punch versus JP crouch heavy punch, right? We'll see how that all plays out. But yeah, 2 stars right here, 2 up-and-comers, even I'd say beyond that, 2 established players right now.
小高いなんかリーゼントみたいになってる
CPT veterans here. And Noah the Prodigy, as you mentioned, probably the best player in Burnout in the business. I shouldn't say probably, yeah, definitively the best Burnout player in the business, the Burnout Express himself. And yeah, I've seen Rob TV, I've seen Incross highlight a couple of things, right? That Noah's style is even more potent in big stages, right? Because he doesn't get affected by it. He's gonna play his game no matter what. He takes the flip-flops off. He's got the socks on stage. He might as well be back in Lompoc, right?
That is insane. The socks out on stage in public, that's insane. But the way he has been so comfortable in these big scenarios, as you mentioned, the lights on him makes him even more emboldened to play better. When the people don't like him, shouting that back at him on Twitter, he's clapping back. He is emboldened by that, gets stronger, gets powered up. It's like a Zenkai boost. And when he gets set loose out here on this big stage, it's only going to be worse for the competitors. In the reverse of things, though, Grand Todokai has had that hump that he had to get over. I hate the game. I don't like what's going on with it, yada, yada. And then finally figured out it's me. I have to change the way I'm approaching, how I'm thinking about the game, and it led him to qualifying for CAPCOM Cup. But as you mentioned, it's going to be how can I deal with the aerial approach of, no, that jump fierce, even jump heavy kick, dangerous to deal with.
Yeah, 100% right. Grand Todokai, as long as he can kind of slow down the tempo a little bit, I think JP is fantastic at that, right? He's got one of the best drivers.
みんななんか日本用のユニフォームみたいなの作ってきてんな
Great distorted hitbox on that. So if he's able to tame Noah a little bit, stop the momentum, just the momentum blast that Noah usually comes out with, he could definitely put a dub on the board and then shake up this whole group. Because as we said, Noah only 1 game in and actually tied for first place with Salty Kid, who has already played 2 games. So you know Noah's feeling good, and that's even more dangerous, right? In addition to that, when Noah starts feeling himself, when he gains the confidence, I mean, he's already such a confident player. He already feels like he's born for the lights. I mean, yeah, he's going to be very difficult to stop. Grand Todokai, he's got a mountain of an obstacle ahead of him, but JP's the character that I think can definitely get it done. And just a shifted mindset is so important in stuff like this, right? Especially going up against somebody like Noah. Noah is one of those players that will induce salt with the quickness.
Oh,
right?
yeah,
You're like, man, I got to deal with all this. He's not even thinking, like, where are these parries? He's just parrying and neutral, all this. You know, definitely he does a lot of things that can get you really angry. So you have to work on your mindset. And if Grand Todokai has made that journey, then that should benefit him greatly in this set.
I want to see it. I want to see it. I also want to see how he deals with the match jumps. I mean, we talked about the jumps being what they are in terms of like the buttons, but how Noah puts those on, as Manakan has said, they are magical. He doesn't understand how they're able to land continuously. Grand Todokai, let's see if that study has worked out to be stable in these streets. Grand Todokai, Noah, first match of Group B, starts off with the OD, immediately trying to lock him down with the Pierce. The backdash, avoiding that stand Pierce. Yeah, I like this. Mid-range with a stand medium and crouching medium punch, where you mentioned a check.
And look at that now, parrying the stand fierce. I really love how aware Grand Todokai already is of that stand fierce range. Noah obviously bully balls with that all day, every day. And Grand Todokai, you gotta put the departure up, but now respecting the ODDP, that could cause trouble, and now you already reaching. I would have liked some more disciplined defense, but now Noah's gotta lead just like that. Gotta make him earn it with a couple of throws first.
Like reversal of all things. A lot of bar being expended right here. Trying to go for the sweep. The neutral jump is there. Need the punish. He dropped it again. Throw. That's a punish counter. Burns him out with a jab. Finds the perfect combo on point.
勢いすげえ。
Yeah, that was straight. He burnt him out. Was it with the sandblast or the button previous?
It was the sandblast.
It was
right
the sandblast,
after,
right? So yeah, it hadn't even actually gotten that extra box stun yet, but still managed to beat Grand Todokai to the punch. And now Noah working low on him, drive meter, but we know that's where he lives. That's where he thrives. Already, the Burnout Express, first stop.
Choo-choo. Yeah, that level 2, that back up if he needs to. Can Grand Todokai get the side which he can, and the departure to land appears. There it is. Just make it snap. Wall splat, stand fierce, departure, harass continuously. I like that jab, that long range on that, more than crouching right. Finds a follow-up.
Oh, but yeah, the extended block stun right there from the spike and being in burnout. Actually, it was 2+ for Grand Todokai to get the throw, but it don't matter. He wraps it up regardless, and we are all tied up in game 1.
Bringing it back to the break and a lot of more to work with. Noah the Prodigy might go for even more drive rush shenanigans, of course, to bring himself out. As long as he gets the bar at the back, he will back himself up.
Starts
off with the knuckle and the heavy finisher.
You can't keep reaching, dog. Hands and arms inside the vehicle. He's already paid dearly for that, but he does side switch, and this is going to be big. He's got a big opportunity to take advantage of Noah with the level 2 while in burnout. How are you going to get out of this one, fam? Just locked down. You got to guess which way. No escape from there, and he gets opened up low. Now the OD departure as well, but he gets air-to-air out of it.
Perfect, but no backdoor, though. Yeah, do not DI that. You would have got level 3. Immediately that's the Noah's Prodigy special right there. The fireball trying to walk him down.
今のところバーンとの影響ないな。
Try to DI and he'll just cancel to level 3, but Grand Todokai looking strong, and he tried to chase him down with the knee, but the space.
むしろバーンとしていい状況の投げが1回起こったぐらい。
Round 1 has been immaculate. He's been aware of the stand fierce range, aware of the different drive rush potentials, including that forward momentum knee. Immaculate play so far.
That is insane. Definitely he studied where Luke wants to be and where Noah wants to be, more importantly. Backing him
いやバーンアウトしてるからどうのみたいな状況今のところあるかな。うまくない。
No communication issues here. Oh, OD actually gonna burn Noah out again, and we usually say, right, this is where he lives, this is where he thrives, but it's been a bit of a struggle because JP is one of the best characters in the game against people in burnout.
100%. No one would like to have the bar at the bomb to back that up, right? Be able to have like a super, interrupts the charge knuckle. I like this for Grand Todokai. Go in, but here's a knockdown, a chaser for the plus frame stand. Fierce not about to confirm though.
ダメージで使ってる。
Exactly, Noah, he got in a couple of hits here and there, but nothing significant made out of it. Oh, and then the parry after the trade. A Noah classic, honestly.
Yeah. Chaser for the Oki. Goes for the stand fierce this time. The throw is fine. Noah's running this back with the quickness to sweep. You see that? The catch the back. And here's a level 2 coming through.
Man, these level 2s are going to haunt Noah's dreams tonight as he looks for the parry. Grand Todokai knew, now that you have that available, now that you ain't in burnout, that's definitely what you're going to go to. Noah knows you rock the blue stuff in the wrong neighborhood. It's not good.
Yes, sir. Running wrong colors out here. And Noah got the goosebumps.
And there it is, that crouch medium punch again. It's not even checking drive rushes, but it's being such a menace
でもなんか普通に負けそう。
It's definitely making Noah hesitate, and then he tries to parry the spike, but just teleport throw.
The whip!
うわー、なんかむずい。
I should say the follow-up button on the counter hit. Amnesia comes through against the drive rush throw. Too many options right there, Noah. Not staggering enough. What's that scenario?
Looking very long for Noah at this point, but the neutral jump does catch the extended crouch medium, and you already know that level 3 is going to come out, so he's able to build back out of that burnout and get his green stuff going.
After this, yeah, bar back for him at before OD farm. Wants some more drive rush opportunities. Again, Grand Tour guy.
うわ、差し返しうめ。 終わった。
As we mentioned, Manu Fogback finds another level 2. Haunt this man's dreams forever. Put him to bed.
Wow, man, Grand Todokai, what a performance to start the day in Group
小高い
B.
怖っ。
I just heard Mama Todokai screaming from the stands and does it for Panama. You see the elation, but you gotta give credit to the situation. Be able to walk back, find the perfect punishes. The timings were fantastic. Man.
Yeah, I think it really comes back to that journey that we talked about with the mindset, right? He was at the end right there. He was below 1 drive gauge, and it would have been very easy for Noah to burn him out. And in situations like that, right, you tend to risk
確
something
かにな、ちょっとなんだろう、目元かな、目元がちょっとクーちゃんに似てるな。
whether it be super, and he didn't do any of that. And Noah did try to bait something out, so he walked back. Grand Todokai got that space, and that's what allowed him to establish that combo into level 2 again. So just the discipline and defensive decision making from Grand Todokai.
眉毛の盛り上がりのところかな。
There was one where he woke up sweep and it didn't work out, and then he does the sweep again. Again, that showed me the attention to catch some of these jump backs, dash backs, whatever it may be for Noah to reassess. He's watched what happened previously to JB, the jump back medium kicks, the baits on the drive reversals and things like that, and said, I'll just delay a little bit. And you see the pop off in the top left corner here for Grand Todokai. Well earned, well done from Panama, putting pain on Noah.
Absolutely loved the opener for this one, man. What an immaculate day of Street Fighter it's already been. Second to last group of the day as well. Second day of group stages. We're getting all the drama. We're getting all the drama storylines for day 3. Ooh-wee. It's going to be a great one. And we got another great one on deck. Coming up next, it's going to be Cloud9 JP going up against Falcons NL. It's going to be a barn burner, bro.
Oh, yeah, he was salty yesterday. He was mad as hell.
JB?
He's like, he got jumped in on. He was like, man, I'm salty as hell. So he'll take that sodium out on NL unless NL fights back and bites back, which he has been able to do so. You see that 1-1 right there. I want to highlight NL real quick. Been able to kind of scale back and be better on defense where I feel like he's kind of faltering. EWC, LCQ against like Lashard, kind of getting pieced up, and I feel like that was kind of a turning point for him to strengthen the Akuma. Akuma's kind of a hard character to play despite all the tools that he has at his disposal. Using them in the right way takes a lot of work at high level.
I just see, this is my first time seeing JB say he did the hair.
The hair.
My man, okay.
Relax.
He knows where his bread is buttered. I feel you. As a fellow hair fellow myself.
True.
But great stuff. Great stuff. But you can see
力のエネ
really
ル来
bounced
た。
back, giving himself, I think, a 0-point differential after that dominating performance, along with Noah having a 0-point differential now as well, or round differential, I should say. But yeah, between these two, right, they're really going to be looking to try to establish themselves in that upper echelon of the results here. And it's going to start right now, obviously, as you said, NL struggled a little bit on day 1, but not out of it completely just yet. So he's still going to be in prime position as long as he keeps these dubs flowing to make it out of the group. And same story for JB, as you said, salty in the first day. And a lot of people, you could tell, were, the nerves were flowing in day 1.
They want to talk. Man, we be like, hey, you good? And they just walk away and it's like, all right, I'll let you go, bro. That's how it be, though. Day 1, definitely about the nerves, about trying to establish yourself. How far are you going to expose some of these game plans? And then day 2 is where it really comes down to if I'm going to survive or if I have to ruin people's day on day 3. Whatever it may be, we're going to get here. JB, going to him, though, even though this matchup isn't really that much in favor, I think, of Rashid, I feel like the dive kicks delete a lot of what you want to do as the anti-air approach. You try to go for like a medium spinning mixer. If you go for the demon foot dive kick, it blows it up damn near every single time. It is just a horrifying thing to see a demonic character approaching this guys continuously. But for JP, I feel like he's played this matchup so much, so often against Punk. You have Samurai out there. It's a million Akumas, of course, if you are in the U.S. So he's going to have some matchup knowledge, if not a lot of matchup knowledge. So NL better present something different.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight something similar, honestly. The fact that, Rashid, we've seen a lot of struggles with the anti-air, right? Whether it be anything that can alter your trajectory in the air, Rashid's got a problem with it. Whether it be Cammy, whether it be DJ, or, of course, the Goki, a.k.a. Kuma here, right here. Let's get it popping. JB versus NL, game 1.
Nice, immediate block low right there, knowing that Crouch Kick is going to go for those toes. Maybe Cyclone ends the turn. Right, trying to tap parry. Careful now. That walk speed might get a walk-up grab.
JB is going to test them.
時々豪気使いがやってるシャガ台みたいなのがいきなり立ち回りで漏れるのってあれ何なの？ なんかこうやって小艇みたいなのを上に上げるやつ。あれ波動ミスなんだ。
Perfect parry on the drive rush jab. JP puts that ass right back up in the corner. This is where you belong.
Indeed, this is where he's trying to shut him down, but NL, that forward medium kick, one of the most potent tools in Akuma's arsenal.
Even after the nerfs that have happened, that snap kick, good establishment tool with the counter hit the trade, delays the cross kick to get the low. Fantastic. Goes for level 2.
嵐や。
See, he's got the enhancement. Oh, yeah, he didn't want to follow it up because he knew he was going to follow it up right into the tornado. Puts the pressure on him, trying to save a bit of that.
おお、しのいだ。なあ、おじさんチェッカーが。
Unpredictable. JB finds it and rides it all the way to the victory.
JB also backed off a little bit, I felt, because you have that level 2 that it'll splash you with that parries that can cut through. So he's like, I'll just wait a little bit. And the perfect parry again. He sees green, he becomes a stop sign. Stays fine. Reversal jab though happens. Sweep, go for the Oki, no back throw, just a medium. And again, JP staggers, waits, finds his button. That stand pierce fantastically. Can't leave for free, pay the toll.
Yeah, and NL didn't press a button in the air either, right? He was going to be able to block if he landed, so great stuff from JP hitting him beforehand. And now, of course, trying to establish this, but he got caught whiffing the roundhouse, and that's going to be massive damage. And if not burnout, it's going to be a magic pixel left. Nah, he burned out, right?
No, it's gone, it's gone.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Bye-bye, flushed.
Bye-bye.
And now it's going to be long for him. He doesn't have the level 2 either, but at least he got a dub on the board, so if he goes to the round 3, he'll have it for that. Oh, then chased down as well. No easy escapes, even with the wall clean, even with the sky high.
Hot pursuit. This character's got that need for speed with that walk speed. Always able to track care of where they're at. Final round between the two. Charge up fireball to have that barrier. That's why you can't let the fireball initiate like you like to as Rashid. Easy jump-ins. He's got quicker fireballs, better fireballs. And now you're ass up in the corner. Heavy kick Tatsu. Air-to-air trade, you'll take that as an L.
Absolutely, right. As long as you keep him cornered, that's
走りやがるね。
he did snipe him low with the crouching medium kick. I wonder if we see NL do a drive rush and a throw because of the parries that we saw earlier, but right now we're not going to see it because he has to deal with the SR enhanced into the spin mixer, and you even get the combo afterwards. You already know what Mokin.
OD ないと安いな。指導か？集団じゃないからか。
Trying to find the appropriate way to just enter in. He can't drive rush trap. We saw how guys been perfect parries. The fireballs down. JP keeping up that bar. Now in the green.
Indeed. Starving for the meter though. Doesn't even have one to his name right now. NL close to building the second. Both players playing very patient. Oh,
らしいでもそう3人ぐらいいるよ。
NL able to get the counter here with the crouch medium kick, trying to bait something out.
4人か。
JB not going to give it to him just yet. And again, discipline right now, just taking throws. Are you going to get looped to death, JB?
柔道か。
Oh my goodness, bro. He tried it at the end, of course. And NL more than content to chill out for a second. And yeah, accidental going back to the versus screen. It's okay. We'll get back into the match.
柔道家のエネルでもある。
With such a life lead, right? He was like, I don't need to make him guess strike throw right here, right now, right? He's like, I'll wait, see if he pops off, and if he pops off, then it's an easy conclusion for me. But yeah, it's so tough in that situation. Once you get down to the throw killing, it's a pure 50-50. There's no weighted difference at that point.
100%. At that point, it's just like, well, it is what it is. Whatever happens, happens. So like most people will be like, well, I backdash early or whatever, but to be there, it just feels different, right? You're getting so looped after a couple throws, you're like, damn, now I'm in the verge of dying at that point. And honestly, it feels like to be able to get walked down, it's the danger, the fear of that crouching medium kick. JBF doing a lot of preemptive stand heavy kicks to catch that, clip that, and then NL responds in kind with fireballs, drive rush jab when he catches it whiffing, things like that, looking out for the button right after.
You know, you taled about, oh, I would have backdashed earlier. Well, hindsight's 2020,
no,
right?
of course,
like,
yeah.
All the arm chart.
Right,
I'm not saying you did.
Yeah.
That's the armchair quarterbacks at home.
うるせえな。
Of course, it's always better to not be in
元気すぎるわ。
Of course. You're always going to find yourself in unfortunate scenarios in fighting games. That's just how it goes. And now already we've established the corner. What are we going to do with it?
Oh, the walk back stand pierce confirmed.
Yeah.
ザンク、うわ、これは力。
Trying to call out NL like hesitating for a second.
Yeah.
But wasn't quick enough on the trigger. Got counter hit, and NL has already found himself at set point.
He's not even set. He's flight time with that. Trying to get for that walk up, back to possibly switch it up a little bit.
Perhaps.
And then with that big stand pierce, can control the corner, but we're going to the corner. Let's see what Rashid can do. Meaty. And now. That's Sappy looking for that counter hit.
Ooh,
beautiful spacing from JB though. Clean whip punish on the big heavy attempt. Now he's got to keep riding this. I know he wants to keep that meter in his pocket because he's found himself at a deficit, but no, the pressure.
Backdoor works out here for now.
やわらのエネル来るか？
That could have been a throw. Drive gauge gone
来ない。
now. The drive reversal gets some distance.
Yeah, and now JB's going to be willing to use the level 2, right? Because it's in burnout. Oh my goodness, NL could have canceled that into CA. Oh my goodness, he's going to get a combo off of that instead.
Whoa.
The wall play, you
Wow.
are set. That is game, set, match. Falcons and NL perfectly plotting, right? JB had consistently been going to the wall play, trying to combo that with the sky high to escape the corner. NL had been trapping him there, but not getting anything significant until now, right? Beautiful intel and adjustments over the course of the set to make sure he scouted that and made JB pay dearly.
That was fantastic in terms of like the corner pressure too as well. We saw previously. We saw that JB won that walk up back throw. He walked up back to hit that stand fierce. Perfectly done for the corner to call that out. And after go for the throw, that's what you want to do. You want to be a little more active. After like the first or second one, after that, you're like, okay, never again, not me. Never that, you can play around that though. That player plays around that.
危なげなかったな、言うて。
So yeah, we'll take a quick look at the replay here. JB, he was off to a solid start, right? He actually took the first round, but that's sometimes all the opponent needs, right? That first game, that first round can be intel, and that's what it looked like for NL this time. Was able to really figure out the type of rhythm that JB was going to be playing at, what options he was going to be relying on to escape the corner or in different scenarios, and he had the perfect reads, right? And of course, just the strike throw at the end, JB Kraken trying to thwart both options when NL was ready for the bait out. It was just perfect conditioning and perfect adjustments in the decision making later on.
Seems like that stability that NL's been looking for is like enhancing the corner pressure. And honestly, it's not even about the character itself. It's about what you do against your opponent. Obviously, Akuma has all that. He's got the 4 fierce, stand fierce, fireballs, aerial approach, all things you have to worry about. But when it comes down to the player aspect, NL has been hyper-focusing on that. We see the match, we see him get some big dubs on the board. 2-0 on JB. It was going to be a hard one to play.
空対空からコンボいけるのかっこいいよな。
Of all things, the ground game, insane.
Great stuff, great stuff. I mean, Akuma with that walk speed, highlighted it a couple of times, right? One of the most dangerous grounded characters in the game, not only because of the different normals and their abilities and the reward he gets off them, but some of the best walk speed, and that's always going to be one of the most potent things in Street Fighter. Now we're going to move on to our next match. Salty Kid, first place in the group after day 1, going up against Grand Totokai after that victory over Noah the Prodigy, finding himself
The Young Ninja
trying to carry that momentum. But man, we've talked about this matchup since launch of the game, right? Even when Kimberly was thought to be on the weaker side, they still thought that maybe she actually has a pretty good matchup against JB, right?
I think she has had since time immemorial. I don't care what people say. She was great in that matchup in Season 1. Yeah. And in Season 2, she still stands supreme, I feel like.
Oh, yeah.
If it's a slight edge or a bigger edge, it doesn't matter. Aerial approach is really good. We have now a stand fierce that can whip punish.
Kimberly JP ってなんだ?
Ways to apply,
何が起こるんだ?
slide, whatever it may be, or drive rush in, or OD overhead possibly against a fireball, and you get him on that knockdown scenario, go to town right after. So I think Kimberly did well before, could do well now. And the cans, I forgot, if they land, you try to go for the amnesia, it don't work out. It don't work out.
Of course, the OD amnesia, the one thing it does not answer is the projectile. So the fact that her Oki involves placing a projectile on top of you that can nullify a lot of what amnesia brings to the table. That's one of the reasons people had theorized that she would be good in this matchup.
7キャラぐらいいないから。 出てないキャラは7キャラぐらい。 24キャラ中。
1, right, where they wouldn't just rely on Departure or Ghost and started relying on their normals a bit more. So it made it a bit even, but definitely I think Kimberly's always had a good look in this matchup, and now I think the character is extremely real. She got some incredible love shown over the course of the game's lifespan already. You mentioned that Stand Fierce buff. In addition, that Stand Fierce into the run. I believe the Stand Medium punch into the run now as well. As long as you let it rock into the follow-up, that's a real frame chap. You can't just check it for free anymore. So with that, in addition to a couple of the other changes, yeah, I think she's even better in this matchup than she was previously.
And as a character, she's better, more cohesive. When you're on Burnout now, bro, the lows, the jabs and things like that, she got the 4-framers, the 5-framers and stuff like that, even better now to link into real burnout pressure she really had before. You can't really contest against her. And, you know, you wait for a string to end off some lights and smash a crouching medium punch or a medium frame button, whatever it may be. Can't do that anymore now. So she's more cohesive as a character. Is her neutral way better, more exceeded? Not really, but it is much better enough to be stable as a character. We saw Kim's win before. We see Kim's win even more so now. I feel like Salty Kid has such a different sort of Kim in terms of he using more bar than you would expect, more OD gauge more than you might expect the Kim overall, or any player would expect to do. But Grand Totokai, emboldened, buffed by that win. Over Noah at 2-0. Ahurama Totokai screaming in the background. You know he's coming out here hot.
And you know, Kimberly is kind of the same nature as Noah as a player, right? Where you get really aggressive, you're trying to
Yeah.
run somebody over. So the fact that Grand Todokai has already been able to navigate something like that may show benefits here up against Salty Kid's Kimberly as well, being kind of warmed up for that style and prepared for it. But of course, I mean, Salty Kid has been somebody that I thought was going to wreck shop even before Capcom Cup started, considering the buffs on the Kim and just considering the type of play that he's been bringing to the table. And we've seen exactly that. Now it's time to stop the talking and get to the play-in. Salty Kid versus Grand Todokai, game 1.
Stand medium already, but there is the side and the throw applied right after. Look for that punish, gonna be nice. Amnesia sets it up right now, gets a side switch. He'll take this, get back to mid-screen.
And after
スライディング使うね。
going with the perfect parry, if you're not going to be able to get the punish attack.
あー、なんだなんだなんだなんだ。
Mistimed the DI. Weird execution error right there. And Grand Todokai, of course, going to take full advantage of that, get the side switch. Oh, got caught reaching and then tried to parry after. Think he was going to fall with the button.
すごいインパクトの数。
The super wants to kill the drive gauge. I agree with this. Spin women burnout.
Spin the can on it as well.
Yeah. Again, this burner pressure gets way more real. Stampers cancel. Interruption. Grand Todokai doing whatever it takes to the side. Does get the punish cover for the knockdown. The DI. Probably gets it done. Gets the wall splat. The bomb can to land. Gonna get crouch spears. Pick up for the upkicks. Let's go for a reset here.
なんだすっごいなんか長いコンボだったけど全然痛くない。
After the air hit, man. Yeah, you can tell Grand Todokai just uncomfortable in that scenario. You're never really gonna be comfortable.
なんかすげえコンボあるんだなって思って HP チラって見たらガチ減ってなかった。うわ表裏見えねえ今の。
Stress you out, stand fierce to departure now. Grand Todokai versus Salty Kid out. Just have the defense to work. That's the problem with her. She needs that part of the bomb to bust out. Comparatively on defense. Spots firm with the heavy kick. Oh, Grand Todokai showing what pressure really is up in the corner with those departures. The teleport throw. He gets it, lands it. Perfect KO.
強い。
Remember how that started. He got the level 2 off. He's been such
ハ
a
トムネの
master of level 2.
JP。
And what he built before round 3, another level 2. And of course, staying just outside that slide range. We saw Salty Kid look for that in the beginning. Grand Todokai already adjusting his spacing.
うめえ。対策しっかり。
So good today.
The confidence in this spacing too as well. He's anti-tires off. OD, we activate for the level 2. New buff in season 2.
Oh, good block this time. Yeah, he went for the same mix-up it looked like. Salty Kid able to navigate it properly.
拾う。
But nonetheless, still has to deal with the departure ahead of him. Oh,
わあ、中下段。ピピー。
double perfect.
Oh, it's 2. It's 2. 2 in a row. That ghost flow. Oh.
グラント高いの PPP するときた。
First game here to Grand Todokai. See if Salty Kid can run it back. Thing is, we talk all these good things about Kim. Her defense in the end is one of the worst in the game. You have to use the bar to bust out. And again, Salty Kid has not had an opportunity to do so. We'll see if we can put that pressure on Grand Todokai and flip the foot.
I've been just so impressed with Grand Todokai all day today. Salty Kid does have the corner now. Of course, this is where Kim's bread is buttered. Even tried to catch him pressing a button right there, but you can see Grand Todokai's defensive choices have been so on point, man.
And the button choices too as well. Stripping away the drive gauge as he can. Takes up the turn.
トダちゃん。
Go for that crouch spears, that weird angle might get jumped in on before it can come out. But now, go for the corner. What is the defensive play? He takes a few more throws here. Try to jump out.
柔道家でもある。うわー。なんだおおと思ったらなんかミスったのかキンバリーのことを知らなすぎてミスかどうかもわかんねえ。多分ミス。
Able to scoop forward just enough and able to get that grip before the departure hit. Ooh, that could have been bad.
Exactly. That's always one of the primary ways to avoid the spike from the departure, right? Trying to get yourself locked into the cinematic of the throw. Oh, and we talked about that before. One of the best drive rush check buttons in the game. It's been that way since launch, the crouch medium punch.
If you would have went for a throw, it would have worked out, but I like the idea, the intention. Salty Kid now in burnout. Level 2 is activated here for Grand Todokai.
And a level 2 right now, this early with this much bar. If he wins this round, he's going to have another level 2 very early on in round 3.
しのぎそうだな。
And that's been a disaster for his opponents. It's really been the thing that's led him to so much victories.
That's the whip punish. Kills a little bit of drive gauge right there. It's a lot more though. Salty Kid looking for a confirm right now. Let me get a level 3 off just to kill that drive gauge. Give him that speed and power boost. The amnesia is out.
Like that, of course, Kim still stays safe from that, but Grand Todokai gets his mind to have a little bit of ease here, but it's not going to be easy. He picks his choices. Picks his button perfectly again.
Before frame.
まだ SS で見てねえな。
Not dead yet. Can OD able to kill with that crouch even to kick will. Grand Todokai on set point looking for another 2-0. A top player, a top pick.
Wow, man. And this is against the #1 player in the group so far. And we already talked about it, right?
めっちゃ回すな SS。
Good blocks here. Actually did get clipped by the last spike high, I believe.
あんまり刺さってないような気もするけど、今回は当たりました。
Level 3 didn't work, and then he committed to a button, so that means we see speed and power of boost right here for Salted Kid and the Kim. Kills the drive gauge too as well. Not so good drive rush back though, oh no!
That's now looking much tougher for Grand Total guy here, but check in once more, Salty Kid.
急停止結構咎められてるけど、うわ痛い。
Empty jump, but the fierce is a huge starter. And no, Grand Total guy is approaching that level 2 yet again. Best be careful.
勢いすげえ。ずっと前出てくるこのキンバリー。やばい。無限に前出てくるんだけど。
I understand that a lot of reward has been granted from that level 2, but Grand Total guy, that was a little ambitious, right? Pressing the big heavy kick right there. Obviously, that's one of the primary ways to get into the level 2 off that target combo, but yeah, that was ambitious on that one.
A little bit too much. He's very big on the heavier buttons, just to catch walkbacks, to catch certain opportunities right here against like throw base and things like that. But as you mentioned, did not get the reward that he wanted. Oh, misses the
drive rush.
Crouch, heavy punch, unfortunate teleport to the row, give you that drive gauge and that health.
うまくいなし始めたな。なんかミスってるけど OK。
Salty Kid says it's all part of the plan, bro. Don't worry. Oh, and then blowing him up. That nice little frame trap after the jump in right there. That's I think only -6, right? If I'm not mistaken.
That's true. It could have been a bigger punish there, but the success will happen here for Grand Totokai. That could have been way better. At least a corner carry sort of scenario at minimum. Salty Kid. Now down that round and Grand Totokai back on step going anti-air with the heavy.
褒めてる。なんかミスってるけどなんかパニカになって美味しくて。これこれ。それ。ここに。権限。
Potential round 3 if we get there, but right now he's got to get through this one.
All right, here's departure. Here's departure again, set it up to control his character around a little bit. Obviously harder to do. Throw, no, crouch fears, instead tries to kill the drive gauge as much as possible.
CA だと言うんだよ。ここに。
Put him in the corner. Heavy again.
Yep, I knew it.
Throw.
You see it. Grand Total guy has been looking for parry to primarily deal with these jump ins, and Salty Kid had already shown the empty jump throw. Went right back to it, but no, he tried to check it. It was at an improper angle. Grand Total guy checking the drive rush once again with the crouch medium punch on the verge of taking the set.
楽しんでくださいきます。うわー投げたー。
What in the world, Grand Total?
神に感謝してる。
Ready for it, and Salty Kid, man, it was one of those situations, right, where you go with a panic throw and a scramble like that, and Salty Kid, that's not an actual airborne move, despite her looking like it is.
Yes.
So yeah, it was a little bit too long a startup. Throw beats it in time, and Grand Total Kai, man, what clutch performances here on day 2.
Gotta be kidding me. On some top dogs out here, he proven that bite, as big as his bark, Grand Totokai bringing it back again. He was one of those players that didn't have the best day previously. Today, he came to play. There were definitely moments where Salty Kid was cooking up. We saw the slide with the punish counter, stuff like that. The corner pressure was real good in the start with the defensive decisions with the 4 frames.
めっちゃミスるけどめっちゃミスが実ってるシーン多かったな。
I'm gonna jab this out. I know you're gonna dash up. I'm gonna jab this out.
Yeah.
Even some of the mistakes that he had, with the heavier buttons, obviously it wasn't the best, but it led to reward more often than not.
ミスった結果、パニカンコンボに繋がったりしてたしな。ダブルアップどころかトリプルアップぐらいしてた。
Grand Totokai, he is the one that is Sodium Sam.
Yes, indeed, man. What a performance here so far in game 2. And yeah, I was just impressed. So many great defensive choices, right? We hardly ever see him got caught by the frame trap from the run, right? Yeah. He always picked the right time to jab. Knew when Salty Kid was going to switch it up and stop and try a different type of reset pressure. Just immaculate. When somebody's that right, it's extremely difficult to defeat them. And of course, the level 2s were in potent presence. And man, there it is once again, right? You can see him grasping his hand, clasping his hands. You can see all these players. If you check their Twitters, their hearts are racing in these 2 out of 3 sets. So beautiful stuff from Grand Totokai, able to close that one out with another victory.
Clutch play, walking away with head held high. I know that this has been tough for him, difficult for him. in
こ
terms of
こ
like
は
his journey of Street Fighter 6.
2-1多いな
But it's led to this. The grind pays off 2-1 right now.
でもエネルが 2-0 多くて得失点差がすごいなプラ3だ
Is looking good.
Actually tied up with Salty Kid after that one, brought him down to his level for the +1 round differential. And now looking clean, right? Because he's got the same record in terms of win-losses then, but a +3 point differential. And now Noah the Prodigy, one of the players that's only played 2 games here, is going to be looking to bounce back from that loss, that domination from before by Grand Totokai.
2つなザ・バーンエクスプレスなんだけど
Sitting at a +0 after 2 games. He's got to start turning it up.
Better do it. Against Sai. This guy has had a rotation of characters, but we'll stick with the Akuma. Overall, I feel like, you know, after talking to him, he was like, I want a hard line and focus and go with the Goki. You know, you have to, I feel like, with this character. I think it's hard to have secondaries with Akuma. He's very much matchup dependent, like very much in terms of minute. Oh, if I go for a dive kick here, this works out to this and this is my reward. Spectacular from that. She's always been. And the reward is obviously good here for C. He's gotten this far. But can he beat the likes of Noah the Prodigy, though? A different sort of style of a Luke.
Yeah, most definitely. We're going to find out right now. Noah the Prodigy versus Psionic coming at you. And, of course, Akuma always. Those mistakes are amplified with this character, right? That's another reason why it's a little bit difficult to play other characters because you have to be so on point with him. Because if you're not, I mean, your life just gets melted away.
Yes, sir.
Noah the Prodigy right now, this is exactly where he loves to be. Working that Kona.
Back to the anti, perfectly done. The rising up.
あてかこの人も合気なんだ合気3人いるのか
Lace the contributed punch. Good drive rush to kill right there. Don't regret it. Psionic has honestly been very good in terms of like running things back, pulling back when he needs to. No anti right there. That's fine.
Yeah, and Psionic's been very defensive.
Oh,
my goodness. But of course, feel comfortable throwing a fireball. You never can against Noah. Always willing to risk a jump here or there. Again, he's confident, right? Everything Noah does, he believes is going to work. He's never second-guessing himself. He's never hesitating.
He's a heart player through and through.
Yes,
Drive rush overhead lands. Simple combo right there, but what you're doing is trying to put them up in the corner. Cross-cut DP. Waits a little bit to make sure it's done. Baits out the only DPs for free. Your history.
Indeed, Noah cleans up the first game in the blink of an eye, and that's what we talked about. With that Akuma health, your whole life can disappear in an instant.
Psionic, got to be careful. I feel like playing that patient play doesn't really work out. You have to control and corral Noah a little bit. And Akuma has the tools to fire him off and things like that. You have to be picture perfect. Don't get jumped in on. 9K health smile. Feel me.
Oh man, and Psionic, he didn't believe in the
まだ
jab right there. I think it would have been too far to follow up with anything, but got caught.
バーンとするための調整のインパクトか
There's nothing significant coming after you.
Right. Too far for that medium to hit. The driver's jab, gonna switch it up a little bit. Tom goes for the stand fierce. I like that. Noah bringing it back to the turn in for the drive impact. Suzanne sequence gonna come through, hit the drive impact against the fireball follow up. Turn for the guillotine. The anti-air is there. Plus, hella plus.
Yeah, I love that DI from Psionic. He knew that Noah was going to come for that drive bar, so he's like, I'll get burnt out, but I'm getting damaged beforehand. Nonetheless, though, Noah has been smothering him in the corner. Now the level 1 is there to relieve some of that pressure, and he did it at a perfect time because now he gets the drive gauge back, but ooh-wee! The Odie Sandblast follow-up blowing through any projectile.
Boom, 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 boom. Noah the Prodigy.
Oh,
yeah, I'm listen to that. Oh, yeah, you feel me?
You know, already. I like that 12 album.
必要に飛びます
Right there, he finally
うまっ
good job watching the skies. Does get the heavy kick anti or heavy kick finisher. Get that quarter carry. What you think you have the control, but Noah says no.
あーミスって
Oh, yeah. Could be a costly drop right now, though. He wants to make up for that real quick, and he does exactly that off the drive rush crouch grab.
使うんやね
To the level 3. He's going to put Psionic pretty low on the drive gauge. Not too healthy on the life bar either.
Psionic with the jump back, trying to avoid the option. Only fireballs in. He's got the belt to get the follow back to the sick. But
Wow.
either way, the crouch
なあこれ
closes it out. The magic
なんかパキパキに処理って終わった
Psionic to rest, and that is a very quick game. Wow, we just got here.
Yeah, exactly right. Is that already over?
You know the game? Like, come on.
But yeah, you see the reverse.
なんか2分ぐらいで試合終わんなかった
Classic. In this game, you got to be so on point with your light strings because people are so willing to reversal. Like if it's Ken, it's crouch medium kick. If it's Noah, it's gonna be crouch medium punch. All these, I said Noah, but I meant Luke. But you already know they're synonymous at this point, 100%. But yeah, so if you're ever in a situation where you just panic into a light string, it's gonna cost you a lot of the time. So Noah does exactly that. And what a way to bounce back, right? He needed another dominant performance because the round differential is so important in all these group stages. So dominant victories go so far, and that's exactly what he had here.
Every day matters, every match matters. It's definitely matter here for Noah, as you mentioned. I do like the fact that, you know, we see a slight little delay on his moves. You know, like, usually what happens after a knockout situation, you see Noah press or look for a defensive option to blow that up. This time you see him slight delay a little bit, gets Psionic, just waits a little bit, and went for the OD fireball at the very end to catch him lacking. That was good. Notice that left gets cracking and gets that 2-0. That is significant. Look at that. Walk back, crouching medium punch. Bow. The light, as you mentioned, don't be doing that.
Yeah, you just gotta make sure you come into contact with those.
リプレイも早い。
Like, as soon as you whiff one, man, a lot of times people are pressing those reversal mediums. They know that's where they're gonna get all their bread buttered. Now we're gonna get the last match of Group B of the day. It's gonna be a great one here. Coming up next is gonna be Cloud9 JB versus DW PHX. I'm sorry, I don't know the actual sponsor.
あれ1位だったのでもう一気に4位まで落ちてる。
Aura farming versus right now, both of them. But when it comes to these matches, it's going to be Rashid versus Kimberly. I feel like Rashid does really well. You know, we're talking about anti-airs. At least Media Mixer can work against that. You know, obviously you can call it out every so often, but it has the range and the angle to catch it. So it won't be strange to see Media Mixer on the ground. The fireballs could definitely corral that character, keep Kim out quite a bit. So we'll see, though. Salty Kid has proven that the match doesn't matter to him.
And there might not be any other Kimberlys in the Capcom Cup, but Psycho and Shine are here for SFL.
For practice, yeah.
Exactly, and obviously JB very close with them, being stateside and obviously spending a lot of time on the East Coast where they're both residents of as well. So he's played them plenty. We'll see if it's not enough to prepare for Salty Kid.
All right. Kid gotta have a different sort of sodium. Maybe a Lawrence. I like that.
どっちも攻め攻めのキャラ。
All right, Crouch Beers.
You already great chapping JB up.
はいはい。
Yeah, you don't typically see that
おお、これなんだ。
impact. Got a perfect parry that's an insure, but very smart stuff, as you mentioned. Has a matchup knowledge, has played so many Kims.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure he's gotten plenty of games in with Psycho and Shine to prepare for this moment. And again, checking already, right? He's like, nah, bro, you already busted it out once, and I perfect parried it, so you're probably going to switch it up and calls it out perfectly.
You see how he followed the fireball right there, and continue the conversion, so we'll go to the corner jump.
なんだ
Try to go for the step that
うわー、かわいそう。
No, sir. He knows this matchup. You can tell it's not even just the practice, but you can tell Psycho and Shine have given him intel, but the pixel,
あるよ。
how much magic you got in this bad boy?
ないよ。
Not enough.
It's not real. David Wayne. Sorry, David Wayne. My bad, bro. I'm going to put you on the spot like that. JB with the first round, though.
He's not a real wizard.
He's not. It's not real.
Unfortunate. Nice, beautiful parry in response. We've seen that. That's been JB's go-to, right?
Yeah.
Sees the raw drive rushes come out. He's willing to perfect parry. We'll see if one of these players switches it up into a drive rush throw.
Enhancement, killing the drive gauge.
ゲージもりもり削れる。
Heavy Mixer able to catch the cross up. Heavy Mixer getting just the drive rush to ensure he breaks. Gets the anti-air right there.
Ooh. Yeah, just piecing her up right now, taking advantage with the burnout plus frames.
おお、うまっ。
Why did you know? That's gonna be very painful for JB because he's gonna be on the verge of burnout out of this as well. Salty get full green.
そんなん。
Yeah, put the pressure on. Put him in front with that sand pierce. There's the air there right
わあ、空対空。
About the land explosion.
ドアうめえ。
Touch will seal it. It's a nice and meaty low. No vegan option.
Yeah, exactly. And JB, he wasn't willing to risk his meter right there. I think he was kind of resigned to his fate. Oh, actually tried the fears. I think it was a little bit too early, honestly. His reactions were too good.
Yeah, the very soon as well, but having that teleport, I couldn't do that. Only Salty Kid. My win condition coming through. The kick push toasted. No, he uses the enhancer with the light mixer. Nice. The finesse and blast with the sand pierce. Open up. A little bit of enhancement still on there. OD. The fault right after. Yes, sir. Make it bounce.
Back to back with that as well. And again, just abusing all the advantage in burnout here. Salty Kid, he is going to get his meter back because it was a stun combo.
なんか裏投げして投げて展開早え。
JB recognizing that Salty Kid not button happy, not trying to risk super, just goes with the throw and takes advantage.
That is one thing that Salty Kid will not do. Wake up super that we've seen about the past couple of days. I don't know if it's like a choice for him or if it's like a nerve sort of thing. ODDP against the elbow drop, as we mentioned, is so hard to be able to come to the aerial approach. And again, to further my point, we'll go for the heavy mixer. Drive rush overhead, blast from above, up in the corner we go.
The JB then taking advantage again, establishing the throw here, putting the Cyclone on for some plus frames. In addition to following it up with the crouch medium punch. Oh no, but he did that standard walk back, right? That's kind of an auto timing that a lot of players go for. It is susceptible to jump, is exactly what you saw.
The counter flying to conversion. Walk back and check the challenge for that crouching light punch. Yeah, committed the stand fierce with the shipping tool. Finish it off, does it with the stand fierce himself, JB.
That's literally what
慌ただしいな、
Salty
なんか
Kid
もう
just did to JB, right? JB does it right back. As you can see, it's something that every Street Fighter 6 player does, just that kind of walk back, auto timed heavy button.
Alright, you brought this back only DP against us.
すごいわ。
No level 2 just yet. Can't do that this season. Not like that. You have better knockdown.
Max range on that slide, able to convert from it, but JB having none of it. You can see he is one important thing is he is not getting bullied in this set at all.
バーンとすごいわ。もう SA2 でめっちゃバーンとさせる。
The burglar, the bully.
おお投げて。
That was not a gapless string into DI. I shouldn't say gapless, but one that can be thrown.
確定。スラの確定めっちゃ取られるな。もう終わりきってやってんのかな。
Wait, gets his counter hit, pops up for the level 3. Let's see the bar back here for Salty Kid and less here for JB.
Salty Kid right here. This could be the beginning of the comeback. Gets another throw here. JB not willing to pop up. Just yet another perfect parry. Footage to follow. Again, this is scaled from the perfect parry though, but he's got the Isar to try to wrap this one up. Can he do it? Pushes her out of the block stun for now. Kicks it at her.
うまいけどバーンとして。
He entered with stand fierce and now
お
DDP. Meaty fireball. No, he waits. He slams
お
away with the
お。
crouching jab to seal it. JB with a
あっという間劇場。
Salty Kid.
That's what I'm talking about. JB composed. And I think we really talked about it at the beginning, right? We nailed it. Psycho shot.
ゲージ丸の早すぎや。
Make sure he was completely prepared, over prepared for the matchup even. My man was 200% ready for anything that Salty Kid was going to throw at him. You can see that's the benefits, right? Being such close mates with people like that. Some of the best Kimberly players
あ
in
っ
the world.
という間に1位から転げ落ちたな。
Very well. And I mean, hey, you got to think, even though he was in SFL US and lost, you got to think, be happy, right? Yeah, that Flight Quest, it was the one that won to have two of the best Kimberlys on the squad. So big ups to JB right there, and big ups to Psycho and Shine, making sure that Salty Kid wasn't going to catch him off guard with anything.
It was hard for Salty Kid to establish his pressure. You saw the fireballs kind of bait him out right there. Stand meter kick as he tried to come through. You saw the slides not really working out.
マジかよ。まあでも、かけちゃんたちのグループも見れるからええか。
And then again, we talked about how these anti-airs can work out for Rashid for once. That sharp angle actually works out with the heavy mixer, medium mixer, and OD. And I guess at the end, Stampers, which we'll probably see. But then as you mentioned right there, JB taking a page out of Salty Kid's book, he was like, you know what, that was cool. Let me do that too.
Yeah,
Let's do
exactly.
that neutral jump. Heavy kick, that looks fun.
Yeah, that's definitely something people will look to as well when they need big damage or want big damage, right? That's always a very potent starter for anybody. Salty Kid at that point in burnout, so there was no type of drive rush approach. He had to go with the standard run. And again, JB, it just felt like he had visually seen everything so much. He was so quick to react to everything.
Been here.
Anytime he got a chance to.
He's definitely been here, and he continues to be here as he goes up in the standings with that one. We do have Salty Kid with the 2-2. C with the 0-3, NL with the 2-1, Red Sox with the 2-1, JB with the 2-2, and Noah the Project with the 2-1. It still is going to be dicey, and will come
こ
down
の
tomorrow.
後はかけるさんと時戸さんのリーグじゃねえや。グループと。
to that +2 differential puts him in second place, right? And only one round differential behind NL for that winner side qualification. Both with a match to go, so, or excuse me, 2 matches to go tomorrow. So that's going to be definitely anybody's game still. Grand Totokai also only a couple of point differentials behind as well. But we are actually going to interview the leader of the group right now, NL, with Ryan Hart. Oh, not quite yet. Not quite yet. They're still getting ready.
Maybe it's this way. I don't know which way.
Yeah, you know.
Maybe
I'm going to blame
that way?
on Majin
Up,
Obama,
down?
but now we are going to go to the interview. Here we go. All right, Majin Obama, this is your fault 100%. I just want you to know you messaged me all those things that you know you messaged me about. This one's on you, fam.
All right,
but
well,
either way, it's going to be great. We are going to get an interview with NL momentarily,
That's
who
true,
is
that's true.
in the first place side, and I think it's now.
ということを言ってたんですけど、今日 JB2-0 を倒していい結果を出せたので、ちょっとそれについて聞きたいと思います。So yesterday you didn't have the ideal day. You wanted it to go differently, especially against Salty Kid. And we spoke a little bit yesterday, and you said tomorrow is my day. I'm going to deliver what I want to do. tell me about your performance and how you've managed to turn the tide in your momentum.
I don't know why. Usually first day, I'm a little bad, maybe so nervous. And today, my momentum is okay, but I was so nervous. With JB, my first match, I forget the button setting. So I just play with my 6 button. So very focused, and if I lose first match, maybe momentum is
down.
Bad. Yeah, down maybe. So, but I think I have many experience with CAPCOM Cup, so time goes by, maybe a little better than first day, I think.
はいですね、もう緊張しすぎて JB の1試合目にそうすごい緊張しすぎてボタン乗せてまで忘れちゃってもう普通の6つボタンとやって勝つことができたんですけどまあちょっと運が
ボタンの設定忘れるほどってすごいな。
なんかやっぱり大会の1日目はいつもすごい緊張してるって言ってて2日目はいつも大丈夫なんですけど、ストリートファイターリーグにも同じパターンがあったしそういうことはずっと繰り返してるどんな大会でも繰り返しててであと聞きたいのはですねこれから続くのに自信あるかどうかとかそういう質問そういう答えを聞きたいんですよね。はい聞いてみます。So moving forward, you've got a few more matches before you know whether you're in or out the group, and you move on to top 16. You've seen how you performed yesterday when you thought you were ready, and then it all fell apart. Are you confident moving forward now? You've had a better day 2, or what's the vibe now in your mind?
I think now my mentor is okay, and tomorrow Noah and me is the match of the first place fight. I know the player as personal things, so maybe okay for me, maybe. So I'm confident.
Okay. 明日はノア選手と対戦しなきゃいけなくてで勝った方はとりあえずグループから抜けるっていう試合になってて緊張感もなしでやろうと思ってて一応自身も大丈夫ですという形です。今のところは終了となりまして皆様見てくれてありがとうございます。これからのカプコムカップもお楽しみください。
はい。
Well, we are back. Wow, a lot of diversity, a lot of characters we haven't been able to see. You can see more Storm Collectibles. In fact, you can see the likes of Rolento, who is out there. It's one of my favorite characters. You can also see your favorite characters from Storm Collectibles and their figures. Let's actually take a quick chat about that. We see some of them out there. We see them also in this next advertisement coming up on the screen real soon. We're talking about how great they are, how articulate they are. Let's talk about Storm Collectibles real quick. All right, Storm Collectibles, figure designer. Production company from Hong Kong, which makes high-quality, officially licensed collectible action figures and specializes in fighting games. They bring classic and iconic gaming characters back to life and also keep up to date on the blockbuster games like Street Fighter series from Capcom. Storm Collectibles product quality is at a standard meant for the true collectors with likenesses to the finest details from the head sculpt to the body, articulation, and accessories. Check out the Street Fighter character figurines on their website.
Yes, indeed, and of course, you can match those figurines with their actual in-game counterparts, baby. Capcom Arcade Classics and Fighters Pack dive into a robust collection of Street Fighter titles, including Street Fighter V Championship Edition and Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection, and fantastic arcade titles as well, like Mega Man and Final Fight, all included in this package. Get hyped for the tournament season, test your skills, and help support the Children's Miracle Network hospitals with your purchase as well. Big ups, and of course, Street Fighter 6 includes a 50% off coupon for this as well. So big ups to everybody. Thank you for joining us so far. We got one more to go, and we're going to be back in around 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
.ここめっちゃ IWGP っぽい BGM。IWGP の最後の方の。これにゃー。
Where dreams dreams become reality. Monster Hunter Bridge.
Show me what you have. What?
Challenger. ニューチャレンジャー。さあ、とうとう次は来ますよ。ああ。飲み物持ってくるわ。 よいしょ。
カプコンカップ11、ここからは本日の最終グループ、グループ C の模様をお届けしてまいります。
Here at Capcom Cup 11, it's now time to introduce the final group for day 2.
会場の皆さん、元気ですか？まだまだ叫べますか？
元気ですか？
盛り上がっていくよ。さあ、それではこのグループ C、プレイヤーの入場です。
And now it's time for the player entrances for Group C.
まずは鉄血の古豪 GG ハリベー。
Fresh from the gates of Frankfurt, Germany, it's the cold-blooded veteran, it's GG Hallibell!
いいな、こういう私服の選手がいるのもこう格ゲーのいいとこだよな。最近ちょっと少ないけど。
南アフリカ共和国の英雄ジャビー
The man, the myth, the legend who upset Torpedo. It's the African hero from South Africa, Javi!
ジャビって名前かっけえよな。
パーフェクトパリープリンスかける。
パーフェクトパリープリンス。すげえ2つなんだ。
サンパウロのイカれるサイクロン。
かけちゃんの PPP するぞだ今度は。
Next up, hailing from Brazil, it's the Cyclone, Zangief Bolado!
With marvelous tornado, dual cabin!
Gracing the red carpet, it's the Tornado, Jewel Kevin!
東大卒プロゲーマートキ
怖いわ。
And the last entrant for the day, it's the
Mother
SG
face
Scout,
service.
the legendary Torpedo!
ビジネスマーダーできるんだ。
さあ本日もついに最終グループやってきましたね。
また見物ですからね。
はい。さあこのグループは日本人の選手が2人いるということで、しかも昨日初日を終えてもこの2人が調子が良かったというところですよね。さあこの2日目は各グループで波乱が起きてますから、
どうでしょうかね。
このグループには何が起きるのか
わかりませんね。
わかりませんね。
何があってもおかしくはない話ですからね。はい。
さあこちら6名のプレイヤーがステージに並びました。この6名によって総当たり戦を行っていきます。その2日目となります。
As you can see, the 6 players on stage for Group C are ready to jump into the fray and do battle here as the final group on day 2.
トップ16のトーナメントに残れるのは上位2名のみ。皆さん改めて盛大な拍手をお願いいたします。
2 of these chaps will be qualifying for that top 16 finals. Day 1 saw some great action from Kaku and Tokido, but can the others stop them in their tracks here on day 2?
それでは選手の皆さんはスタンバイをお願いいたします。
Alright, would all players please be ready on standby as the matches are about to begin momentarily.
さあそしてこの熱い戦いを さらに盛り上げてくれる実況席の皆さんにお渡ししたいと思います。実況席
選手が1人しか向かってない。
For the absolute electric matches we're about to commence, we need our amazing and genius minds on the mic. So with that said, let's head back over to the casters and get the matches started.
Those guys are just way too nice. The genius minds on the mic. I don't know if that was directed to the
あ、
JP
あれやってる。なんだっけ、マーダーダッシュ。
everybody for the final
体温めるや
block
つ。
of the day. My name is Vicious. Here with Cherry Genix. Cherry Genix, hello. Excuse me.
Genix shirt. You got me mixed up.
Either way, this is our first time together, but it's going to be an eclectic one because you've actually had experience going
有名なやつ。
the prior day. Now it's been very, very ecstatic to see how it's all developed. But tell me, what are your expectations now going into it today?
I mean, as you know, the blocks that we commentated earlier, this is day 2. I was saying this is the day that we kind of find out the trajectory of where the players end up, because there are some players leaving after today knowing that there's no chance, unfortunately, for them to make it to top 16, but they still have the chance to mess up someone else's opportunity tomorrow.
Without a doubt, yeah. There were a couple of surprises that we had seen in regards to the matchups and how it actually went down. Just taking a look at the matchup results, right? We have GG Halibel not performing the way he wanted to, but he kept it rather close, at least to Jabi and Kakadu. I feel like although it's 0-2, it was, you know, a couple of scrambles that could have gone his way. Jabi M sitting at 1-1, Kakadu 2-0. Zangief Volato still looking to find his way to get himself an explosive, at least finish towards the end at 0-1. Dual Kevin 1-1, and Tokido at the very bottom still looking rather clean.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm a little biased here, so Dual Kevin, I'm always going to be cheering for him. But someone that I mentioned, so I sent a survey out to a whole bunch of players before, and one of the questions I had asked him was, who is your dark horse? And a majority of the players here actually Zangief Volato.
100%. You know, I've had a lot of time to kind of study the way that he's been playing, just based off of the matchup.
ザンギって剣ちょっときついんだっけ？
Zangief Volato will have a plethora of Kens to play against. Tokido has some very specific ones with like Kobeon, Inabashi, Zangief as well. It's going to be a very interesting dynamic to see if whether or not Zangief Volato will step up to the challenge and blow up everything that Tokido throws at him. But that's going to be our first matchup of this block, followed by Dual Kevin along with Kakadu. That's going to be
ああ、なるほどね。じゃんけんなくなったから今は剣が有利。
Of course, Tokido versus Jabi M afterwards, and then Dual Kevin to seal it out against GG Halibel for match 5.
I am so excited.
でもザンギ有利派もいます。
Again, that's why I love CAPCOM Cup so much, right? You're talking about 48 players from 24 different regions. We have so much representation here. Again, Brazil, we just saw Juninho Ross do really, really well earlier today. We just saw Salvatore do really well, right?
ってことは5分ぐらいってことだな。
put in some work. And I think it's kind of rough because his first match is against Kakadu, which is obviously
あっても6-4もないぐらいって感じか。
for having the most points in Japan. That has to be like the hardest region to qualify through, right? And it's a bad matchup in general. So it wasn't the easiest for Zangief Volato's first match, or first set. But now we get to see him go. I mean, this is another Titan Tokido.
No doubt.
Right.
Yeah, it's hard to kind of compare it to like character to character, but I still feel like Ken might be a little bit of a tough matchup. And I say that with a grain of salt. I mean, I know a lot of the Zangief players have a certain opinion on it. I know Ken players have a certain opinion on it, but you are right. I mean, this is one of the titans of all titans. This is Tokido that we're talking about. However, Zangief Volato, I feel like he's going to be much more comfortable versus Ken in general. Right, because of the abundance of it. Like, how often does he get to face
時戸さんは蓋閉めないタイプね。なんか今ちょうどスタッフさんに気をつけますって言ってる風に聞こえたんだけど、水気をつけてくださいって言われたから。
Anyways, yeah, he's ready for this. Actually, one of the questions I asked him too was who was he excited to play in his group, and he said it was Tokido. He said he's been a fan of Tokido for a really long time, so he's very excited to play Tokido. And funny enough, this is kind of what I said about Salvatore in the previous group. He also said he's been watching Punk for a long time. That was his idol, and when he got a chance to play against Punk, he actually beat Punk. So I'm wondering if that's going to happen again.
I mean, we've already seen that kind of happen a little bit earlier, though, with a couple of groups. We've seen some quote-unquote upsets. Maybe we'll see one to close out our blocks here. Group C, again, the final one here at Day 2 in Capcom Come. Let's get it. Zangief Volato versus Tokido in Game 1. Zangief versus Ken.
Let's get it. I'm interested in seeing how Zangief Volato approaches this matchup, because typically I think he's a pretty slow Zangief player in general.
あいえうまいよもういきなり差し返しはい柔道これが日本の柔らや相手
100%, yeah, and this time not whiffing with the fierce. Again, going back into neutral, I will say Zangief Volato is one of the Zangief players that uses standing medium kick quite a bit.
And I like to harp on that a little bit more, right? I feel like he does it to kind of gauge the distance between the
ザンギのタイパンいけえなポコって当たっただけですげえダメージ入ってる
I think he's trying to see if maybe he can catch the light off of a whiff button, something like that. But right now, again, he's sprinkling the neutral with different lights, mediums, and heavies. Trying to see if he can get a connect on
怖い読んでるリーサルいけるはいはいはいはい SA1 K 読んでますそこ飛ぶかよ
Yeah, very safe defensive option there coming from Tokido. Like, because what else would Zangief do if you get hit by a light, right? I think you either get comboed or you get hit by the SPD. So holding up was really.
はい中足同じような展開からのはい中足大パンそんなに振ってたら中足おせます判断からのバーンアウトだうわはいよまあまあまあゆっくり勝ってるようわ前入っては出てうわーまあさすがに残るっしょ死ぬこれ CA コンボの SS3 ってどうなん全然余裕でしたうわ伸ばす怖い怖いうわーどうエラー入れてますえらいえらすぎます
It's quite fair. Tokido with just a little bit of fuel left in the tank to let that OD uppercut rip just in case. Can't blame the man, honestly, from the side of Zangief Volado.
確かに染みてますね
had to risk going for that just because he wanted to seal the deal. I don't know if he had canceled the drive rush, but he had gotten enough damage still. I don't think.
いて
No, I think he was burned out at that point as soon as that initial cancel had happened.
バイク出る
The Lariat.
まだ大足
Big side switch off of the
中足中足マジでいいな
counter hit, stuffed out whatever Zangief Volado was trying to do. Backdash, just in case the throw loop was coming. Tokido, he doesn't want to over address the issue. He just
たまにたま
keep the containment going. I like this. Come on now, let me see that. Let me see those spheres get started.
中盤振っといてからの中足じゃない
Playing a little neutral here. How's Zangief Volado going to switch it up?
あいて
Oh my.
なんだ
Okay, okay. Just enough with the lariat to close it out in the first round in the second match.
I definitely got tongue-tied and I froze when he
when the first time he got the hit, I was like, wait, is he going to close it out with this one? And then no, he reset it to the second combo. I was like, okay, that was the right decision.
わ
Got the
長
first
そうな
SPD of the day for Zangief Volado.
長すぎやろ
Short late confirm on the health stab too.
ちょっと苦しい
We like those trades. We love those trades if you're Zangief. The extra vitality goes a long way.
かくってる
The drive rush low forward actually with punishes the stand short coming from Zangief Volado. Into a level 3 from Tokido. Are we going to go in? What do you think? He has a level 3. I don't think we go in here.
No, we definitely don't. I feel like he just wants to drive gauge back, kind of keep it contained. He's at a life deficit too. He doesn't want to press the issue too much against Zangief Volado to lose that momentum. But we'll see how that plays out. Zangief Volado could still find his way in if he makes the appropriate reads. Trying to react that fast. Tokido still quicker to the
あれよ SS 気をつけてドアーいって
That was a really good perception there from Zangief Volado, knowing full well that Tokido's timing on the Fierce has to be before the Lariat would come out. So it was a very, very appropriate defensive maneuver from the side of Zangief Volado to finish it out. And of course, spending the rest of that meter, he had to do it. I'm liking this. 1-1 in a matchup that we were very much so looking forward to.
Beautiful. And you still see on Tokido's end, he is trying to whip punish with the crouch strong, but unfortunately, sometimes it's not easy.
まだ精神統一きたな
Zangief's, especially standing light kick. So I like Tokido that he started throwing in dry rush with a normal as a whip punish versus just
大パンうざいな
reset to the headbutt. He recognized that Tokido likes holding up during block strings, and that's why that headback.
なんだ
Oh, damn. You get so much mileage off of that punish counter as well. You send him flying towards the corner. No
バーンアウ
shot.
トし
Yeah,
て
Tokido helicoptering his way out of that private jet. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, with the Jinrai was able to break the armor, and
あるよ
unfortunately that makes Zengi
いいよ
Pilato burnt out
はい
as well.
柔道か
Still sitting on that charge fierce. You'll still have it.
Yeah, it's more
お
so the
これ
chip
確定
damage
ね
he's about to take.
あ
Okay,
ペンペン
yeah, that is a
あ
counter hit. You get the full string up off of the medium target combo. The chops to the chest. One false swipe. I feel like.
ーさあいいよからの
And I like that option, yo. Zengi's
怖い
defensive
だー
option.
そうだよな怖い投げが怖いよ
Parry. Zengi
投
Pilato
げ
2 steps
怖
ahead.
い
And now looking at match point. What a change up. 2 bars apiece from both ends.
Beautiful play, and we're starting to see a little bit more activity coming off for Zengi Pilato. I think that was one of the first dry rush charge fierces he actually did in neutral. He started off the round with this. But we're back to the crouch strong coming from Tokido, trying to find a whip punish.
Oh, I'm liking this too. He's still hovering around the ranges as to where like Tokido wants to try to
よかった
press
硬いよ
fireball. A couple of trades thus
う
far
まい
for Zengi.
And there's a whip punish with the roundhouse. It's
回していく
just to get the damage. Started early from the second round.
Not too bad, right? You're still going to be able to build yourself up back to level 3 within the same round, perhaps, or even into the next round.
うわ
Yeah,
危ねよー飛びましたな
But Zengi would not be that discouraged. The back dash does get caught, but to no avail. It's still going to be a throw, uppercut.
Okay.
Beating the unit
Yup.
that is Zangief. A couple of
出ま
lights
す
backing away. Hopscotching in and
なん
out
だ
of ranges too.
Okay, sorry. Kind of
急に時短だ
for a second.
Oh, as you should, to be fair.
Well, spaced fireball as a poke there, just to catch Zengi Pilato. Slightly walking forward, trying to close the distance, but we are in the set
イラ
point
つい
for
たん
both
かな
of these players.
え
Yeah, I'm still surprised Tokido even throw that fireball because Zangief still has 3 stock ready.
いや偉い
Pass it perhaps, but I think
投げでもいいし両対応差し返しうまいからのはいパリを投げて
Okay. Zengi Pilato really has to be careful with those fierces he's been throwing out because he's been whip punished so many times by Tokido at this point. Even with the
SS3 怖い
He's held
な
on to this level 3 for so long.
置き攻めがの時が怖いぐらいだけどペンペンペンまずは当てる
Alright, that's 2 checks thus far. Oh, counter hit!
Okay, one
や
more
ばい
mix up. Are we
怖
gonna
い
find it? I
リーサル
Oh
うわー
Airborne
怖い
was able to get the level 3 cancel. And there it is!
うわ
Level 2, he recognized! He recognized
まあ
the
まあまあ
level
まあ
3
まあまあ
sorry,
まあ
and then there he goes! He actually takes out Tokido! Oh my god, I got so hype over that.
That is crazy. My man Zangief Pilato was so down in the dumps yesterday. I had a chance to kind of talk to him.
あのくるくる回るやつなんやろなあの裏回りするみたいな感じなんかな
I'm feeling much better. I can't be down. I'm only down
めくったら相手が対空出してても勝てるみたいな感じなんかな
for the rest of the week. That is a giant win for the big man.
Yeah, and I'm just so happy because I wasn't sure if he could have got the cancel off the first OD Lariat because it hit so high. But I'm so happy. This is something that Justin actually called out a long time ago. That players, especially when they
多分
jump,
正面だったらあれだよね
for some reason it's just like a natural habit.
あの他のキャラみたいに対空をすかすみたいな感じはなんないよな多分当たっちゃうよね裏行ったら対空つってめくりで当たるって感じだよね多分
It's time to cook. Bam! OD Lariat. But speaking of cooking, let's take a look at the replays. Tokido, I feel like he was so in charge in the first game, just based off of the momentum he was playing at. But Zengi Pilato had some really explosive moments for him as well.
Yeah, and you can see, like, I think he made all these right defensive reads, especially on, like, the resets that Zengi Pilato was going for. Tokido was not having any of that. And I think Zengi Pilato had realized that. He took a second to think about it. He's just like, okay, maybe I should stop going for these resets. Because Tokido is either jumping or he's ODDPing just to get the pressure off of him.
Right. Yeah, just looking at, you talked about the defensive maneuvers and his decision-making. That parry and that timing specifically, he understood the assignment so well. And even Tokido afterwards, he tried to get a safe jump to no avail, right? Zengi Pilato really showing off all those different options and to a great benefit also. Getting the right confirms as well, not giving up on the plays, right? But Tokido,
次かけるケビンか
Zengi Pilato, again, holding on to 3 bars for what? 2 whole rounds straight? I was wondering when he was going to let it rip.
いやまあこうやって見ると残儀側が後ろ下がりしてるから表に落ちちゃってんだな
against Tokido. Insane play.
2 to 1. Now it's not the cleanest that he would want, but still a win's a win.
Insane play 来た
Exactly, 100%, right? Putting him on the board in general, tying himself up with Jobby M, Dual Kevin. thus far, and technically Tokido because that's his first loss, right? So an excellent showing from Zangief Polado. I'm actually such a fan of his being able to talk to him and seeing his progression.
上田さん残儀戦苦手？あれ？ナウマンが残儀戦うまいって。
Coming back with that JP dual Kevin, making his mark with Rashid. You know, we talked to him a pretty good amount throughout the CPT. There was a moment where he felt like he was about to give up and quit if he hadn't qualified for EWC and kept on pursuing it. There was a moment in time where, you know what, we might not even see dual Kevin in the stage.
Yeah, I mean, he was honestly, to qualify for this season, he was one of the most consistent players, and I felt so bad for him because he was already leading the leaderboards from his region, from World Warrior, as #1, but he wanted to make sure that Jack, his friend, had a chance to get in for sure without having to play. So he traveled to all these offline tournaments and got second every single time.
なんでコメントとナウマンさん勝負してナウマンさんが負けんの？そんなことある？
And then Jack was able to qualify just playing in the regional final. So shout out to, you know, just the friendship, the camaraderie, it's great coming out from the Midwest.
The power of the Midwest. I don't know what it is.
そんなに信用ない。マイナスやんもうそれ。
It's like the cheese curds or something
It's the
like
cheese
that.
curds? Is that what that is? Do you gotta claim that bias too? I feel like coming in from Philly. Yeah. Yeah, you can't see the camera, but you know, you can't see like the look on her face right now. But we'll keep that subject tight-lipped for now. But dual Kevin versus Kakadu, talking about the matchup itself, Rashid versus
なんか昨日はデュアルケビンなんかそんな勝ってなかったよな謎に。
It's a little bit the opposite of what we experienced in season 1. There was a quite an abundance of JP.
昨日仕上がってないというか、まあちょっとうまくいかなかった選手は今日割と軒並みこう仕上げ直してきてるというか、割と全体的にグループ全体で調子いい感じするからちょっと怖いな。
So he said in this matchup he feels like it's a little different because he usually likes to test out the other player by doing a lot of fireballs. Unfortunately, you can't really do that against JP in general because of the ground spikes. So he's very limited in how he approaches the situation. He said he's going to rely a lot more on run and jumps, a lot more movement versus the fireball game.
You kind of should. I mean, to kind of contrast that, I feel like Kakadu has kind of been keen on that when he practices against like Gachikun specifically. He'll always have the right distances.
ガチ君の名前も出ます。
So involved towards any sort of air approach. But we'll see if that's the case. I like dual Kevin in this space because he is such a master with his medium kicks.
Yeah, and one move that we've already seen Kevin use, this is the 4th time, the roundhouse. This is actually a really strong move against Kakadu or just JP in general because he doesn't have a light to punish it. So it is something that Kevin plans on using quite a bit in that space.
Talked about that, really keen to the area. Yeah,
catching
the teleport on the way out still. Dual Kevin, very smart on that assessment. We're going to get that movement, exactly that, from the charge whirling from the OD tornado.
Oh boy, oh boy.
The perfect parry, Prince, as expected.
Took the words right out of my mouth. I was about to say, that is the perfect parry, Prince, and he's demonstrating it right now.
Nice call!
わあ走っちゃった。
Mixer as an anti-air on the teleport.
これはきついぞ。
And what's so good about it is it contains Kakadu in the corner as well. Really unfortunate in regards to the timing of it all. Now Dual Kevin, one more throw away.
張り見られてんな。ああまあまあまあまあまあまあ。
Trade-off for Dual Kevin, I like that. I like that, keeping it clean on the frame data.
And this is kind of what you get for being the perfect parry, Prince, because now you're going to start getting thrown. You're about to get dry brush thrown because you liked the perfect parry so much on a dry brush.
Oh yeah.
Setting up the window to advance. Kakadu throwing out a couple of projectiles as well as spikes to keep Dual Kevin from even moving forward. Wants to keep him a full screen as much as possible. Just look at the disparity between the life already. Kakadu at the 3-bar threshold.
Just poking away with all those spikings, but again, we're at the range where Dual Kevin's going to like to do those roundhouses.
I can't believe that sweep was so far away. You heard the flash.
That
blown up. Kakadu now full screen away. He's looking to drain out Dual Kevin. But
wow,
no,
man.
Up to his block.
What situational awareness coming from Dual Kevin in this situation? And he has Kakadu in the corner, burnt out. Not necessarily bad for JP because we still have a Wasn't looking for it there.
Oh, he's hella dead.
死ぬこれ。さすがに死ぬか。ああまあまあまあまあまあまあ。やべ仕上がってんな。
Clean start for Dual Kevin. Kakadu looking a little bit shook up, only in the corner. I will say I think he's contained himself rather well in the neutral, trying to contain Dual Kevin from moving forward. But a couple of really unfortunate mishaps, especially with the teleport that he decided to do while Dual Kevin was in the corner. Didn't expect for him to be ready for that type of anti-air, and the side switch up into that corner from that previous round was just so tough to manage, right? The defensive aspect from Kakadu, we haven't seen the amnesia just yet. We've seen some delayed buttons that have been blown up already. I wonder if he's going to resort to that going forward.
Yeah, I'm not sure what his strategy is going to go into this. Just Kevin's been able to find a way to get in somehow, whether it's just like the run and jumps. I mean, the last move that he pulled was
反応してもた。
run into I think it was the crescent kick
うまっ。
Just so far, Kakuru's gonna have to find
うわ
a way
う
to
め
get
え。
The nod of approval from Kakaru. Dual Kevin just making the right and appropriate reads, but when to
う
jump,
わ
catches him trying to grab
いやら
air.
しか。
I think that was the first shimmy that Dual Kevin had introduced against Kakaru.
I wouldn't doubt it. I would believe you on that.
Okay, that's that perfect range for the stand round.
ドア
Nice perfect parry coming from Kakaru.
PPP.
Again, what he's known for.
How impactful is that perfect parry? I mean, we're going to find out. Kakaru's still at the deficit, trying to keep Dual Kevin at bay. He has a decent amount of drive kicks to continue to do
あ
so,
ー
but
か
Dual
くる
Kevin
ね
again navigating past the stalagmites is crazy.
焦げ狙ってる
He's
な
making these reads against the spikes so consistently.
Yeah, beautiful drive rush usage coming from Dual Kevin right now. But okay, Kakaru is starting to recognize it using his cane with the stand medium punch.
いや方言じゃない。ノリで言っただけで。俺博多弁じゃないから。
Back into that mid-range. They're trying to introduce some of these normals towards each other. Kakaru, I feel like he's treading on dangerous water.
い
Okay.
いよ、体育いいよ。
Yeah, he's kind of in the corner. Dual Kevin is slowly walking him into the corner, and he's about that range where DI will hit if he somehow does it. I don't think that's something that Dual Kevin typically does. But nice whip punish with the sweep.
This is so dangerous. Just a couple of more sequences, especially after this. The safe jump and
うわ
tag. Couple of
きっち
lights. Not really that impactful.
端きつすぎる。
Throw. Not gonna let it rip. Obviously, there was a change to it. Amnesia does come out.
美味しいよ。
Side of Kakaru. Oh,
来た
that
当た
was
ってる。
sick.
That was such a delay too on the counter against the counter hit
お
on
お減
Dual
る。
Kevin. I don't think it's enough to kill yet.
この後は。
That Lavushka is just so
うわうめえになんか B 下がりして投げ間合いから外れてらーい。
consistent of an answer do people have against that level 2? I feel like not a lot of people do have that consistent answer just yet, even in the current developed meta.
Yeah, for
中
sure.
段
And it
絶
was
対
like a
立つな。
non-shimmy type of situation there coming from Kakaru.
Layers, you know? We do have that departure window, some of the tree globs coming out as well. Again, trying to keep him at bay. Doesn't last for too long, too. Now the closer spikes are coming out from Kakaru.
Nice backdash, escaping the throw pressure.
Again, that medium kick is just Dual Kevin's domain.
We're not seeing the level 2 come out yet.
うわーずるー。
I'm at a loss for words as well. I get it. I totally get it. He has an opportunity here. Kakaru does. He's gonna back away.
I mean, it's a scary situation because next strike for both players is going to take this game.
Especially with Kakaru building up that level 3 just now from full screen. Kakaru is in control, very close to the drive gauge on both. Dual Kevin, he's kind of
使うなゲージ。
Yeah, I think Kakaru is okay. He's going to
う
get
わ
back
バー
out
ト
of
だ
the。situation. What's the sequence?
Important tech for
He
Kakaru
actually
to
tech the
survive.
throw for there.
What do you do now? So scared to even try to throw out a poke. Oh,
う
no.
わーうわ
That is a staple.
He was buffering that the whole time.
ー What?
Read that Dual Kevin was trying to get the win shot. Takes the second game, and we're making it 1-1. And it's funny because I felt like in that game there was so much meter spent. He was trying to go, I feel, for the OD spike confirmation into the level 3, which is what led him to the position where he got burnt out. But even then, he was able to recognize a situation where Kevin had filled the space where he wanted to do a win shot, was able to react with level 3.
And I appreciate that, right? Kakaru showing a little bit more movement himself and trying to go, instead of trying to go for projectiles, he's also switched it up also in regards to the normals that he's throwing out in the same ranges where Dual Kevin wants to throw out these mediums. So I feel like there's a lot of intuition from Kakaru to be more of like a counter poker in that previous game. But I want to see what the mix is like now. I want to see it all come together strategy-wise. Dual Kevin, what is he going to do with his movement to trick the answer at the sharper angle where the crouching heavy punch wouldn't hit? I'm liking this just
これがきつい。
Beautiful, and the shimmy does connect with the fierce, and this.
なんか見せてる。ラッキ
I don't know
ー。
about that one, Chief.
No.
I don't really see that Eagle Spike actually hit like that off of the one framer.
Yeah, I don't think he meant to do an ego spike there. Must have been misinput.
うわーマジか。
Beautiful counter hit. Are we gonna dump it all into the
ラ
level
シードラッシュ技伸びるな
This should
Might
take
have
it.
to. Yeah, getting that extra damage for the
ー。
animation.
まあまあまあまあまあまあまあまあまあ
Look at that match point.
Yep, again, match point for Dual Kevin. And Dual Kevin is finding the
こっからで
perfect
す。
time to get these dry rush normals in to get the punish on Kakaru.
Ooh, I like this to start.
徹底してラッシュパリーだ
Private
な。
upon in there. Kakaru tried to throw out that parry. Dual Kevin 2 steps ahead. Now
浜読み以外のところは。
so obnoxious from JP.
うわ、めっちゃ使った。
It's so annoying to deal with the look at this movement here, just trying to get around the ghost and the spikes. Oh, there's
空投げ早い対応。
Oh, got him with the raising canes, crouching heavy punch. I'm liking that. Right in the air.
Goes for the parry again, and he's able to burn out Dual Kevin. Not a great situation to be in against JP. There's a lot of chip damage coming your way.
I think we got caught trying to crouch block that. Interesting. Trying to maneuver past the departure. You see a whole different demeanor with Dual Kevin while in burnout.
来た。
Bushka coming out more than.
うわ、遠い。
Okay.
OK。
Not too bad. I
ふう。まあゲージ不利だけど、やってるうちに2本溜まるでしょう。3はちょいきついか。うわ、惜しくない。空中ぐらい。
Final round.
Yes, yes.
けどゲージが美味しい。
Unfortunate that the anti-air didn't work. Actually got punish counter for it too. Lost a lot of meter there. Okay. Not going to level 2. There's
うわ、
the
甘い甘い。
And we get the side switch either way. Brilliantly played and so much meter built up as well.
なんぼセットプレーしとんねんつってな。
This might turn it around. We haven't seen this kind of sequencing thus far.
いい、あ、おおおおお。どうなるこれ。
Level 2 is actually incoming.
さあ、オッケー。うますぎー。
Huge comeback there from Kakaru. What
地
felt
獄。
like was in Dual Kevin's hands a couple of times.
That was such an unfortunate interaction that happened at the very beginning because that OD win shot and then he went for an OD mixer after and it got punish counter. Do you know how much drive meter he lost from that and it put him in such a bad situation at that space range that round was just very, very difficult to come back from.
No doubt, no doubt. I think there was a couple of mishaps that Dual Kevin might have had that might have shook him up mentally. I don't know if he would like dwell on it too much because he's a pro after all.
つか。
I feel like that significant sequencing that he had where he dropped
読み合いの周りがめちゃくちゃ早いな、かけるさん。多分もっと俺が理解できてない読み合い大量にあるんだろうけど、俺が理解できるだけでもすごい早い。
Chess, I'll tell you what. That's why I'm not up there. But taking a look at the replay again, we talked about the amount of control that Dual Kevin had, being able to implement all the strategies that we kind of talked about prior, utilizing that movement so much. And then we already know what happens in the corner when it comes to Rashid. I feel like Dual Kevin has it on lock when it comes to the programming of what needs to be done to open somebody up in the corner.
Yeah, the strategy was working so well, but again, when you're playing against pro players, they're going to find a way to adapt to how you play, right? So you can see the adaptation coming from Kakaru. Not once did he go for the perfect
デュアルケビンの対策もすごかったな。
Yeah, and it's just so much pressure too. And he was so outside of that range. You saw Dual Kevin delayed tech when Kakaru was not even within range. But it's hard to tell. He was just crouching down. And the reaction too, while in that burnout, Kakaru just staying diligent, man. That is the key of a professional. That is for damn sure being able to backdash and get into that level 3.
Yeah, that level 3 kind of turned things around. Like even this round, Kevin did so well in, but these
ああでも後半はあれじゃなかったかな、わかんないけど、そうラッシュに投げされてたけど最後の方ラッシュにパリしてたのを多分そのかけるさんが最速でコパ暴れとかしてたら潰れるとぐらいの距離感の相手のラッシュの時は打撃読みでパリしてたんじゃないかなあれ。最後になんかあるじゃん、ラシードのなんか側転みたいな側転キックみたいなやつジャスパしてたやつだよね。
And then he was able to get his setups off, which is literally what Kakaru is known for. When I had commentated this pool yesterday, I was saying Kakaru is just known for being such an optimized player, and he's able to understand decisions and which way like A, B, or C works best for him, and how to optimize it all the way to a win.
Not for nothing though, Kakaru at 3-0.
3-0 でけープラス5 What?
Point differential. It still, you know, gives Dual Kevin some to work with. 1 and 2, not too bad. GG Halibel going up against Zangief Bolado. Ken versus Zangief again.
あの距離のパリ投げようとすると伸ばさなきゃいけないからコパーバレとかには負けちゃうからじゃねえかなってふわっと思ったんだけど、どうなんだろうな。
That might, maybe that could give Zangief Bolado a bit more trouble because I think he is a little bit more oppressive, a bit more aggressive, especially in the neutral.
パリを投げられてた時はどっちも重なりそうな距離感のラッシュだったような記憶がある。
I wonder if Zangief Bellato will be able to kind of like recognize the type of pacing that GG Hallibell wants to play at, and will be more at liberty to feel comfortable to press some of these medium runs, which we're more prone to when we watch some of the Zangief players in general. Like, we saw Zangief Bellato really test the waters in terms of reactions against Tokido with those standing lights, but I feel like with GG Hallibell, depending on
時戸さん的にはハリベルン勝ってほしいか。
Okay, yeah, definitely interested in seeing how this goes. I'm sure we're still going to see a lot of standing medium kicks and stand lights come out from Zangief Bellato's side. There's that stand medium kick.
A little bit more with more intention, right? Making sure not to whiff.
Yeah, but here we are. GG Hallibell actually, you know, I think he's trying to play a little slow too, trying to understand the range where Bellato wants to throw out these buttons.
But he's kept it kind of ambiguous, right? I feel like he's thrown that light and then immediately with the Fierce too to kind of catch Hallibell, possibly trying to whiff punish.
Okay.
Fierce again within range. Perfect parry.
ニュートラ
Excellent.
ルおじさんだ。
Off of that light or against the light from Bellato.
We're going to use a Tatsu and put Bellato into the corner.
Keep doing it. Oh, Bellato thought the same exact thing. Hallibell choosing option 1 with the meaty. What's option 2?
Okay, three with jabs at the kill frame for frame kill for the throw, I guess.
That was, you know, a little bit awkward. I'll give it that. A little bit awkward throwing Bellato off this game. Both did a little bit of head shake if you saw the player cams when that happened. But again, this is going to be a very much so. There it is!
What
The
a
big
check on the
crouching
drive
medium
rush.
punch against the drive rush.
And it puts Zangief Bellato back to the corner again. And that is something that kind of sucks for Zangief because, again, you don't have reversal, so you do have to hold the pressure when he has you in the corner. But Zangief Bellato fighting his way out and, you know, introducing the SPD in this first round, but GG Hallibell ready with the backhand and punish. With the Fierce.
リアクションダリー。
So scary. That was 2 correct, or like 1 SPD and then an immediate correct guess from Bellato on the second time around. I still would have been shook when I see that knee hop coming for me for the drive rush. Oh, I am definitely scared.
It's just like, how many 50-50s are you willing to take?
Hallibell is also willing to roll the dice, right?
Okay, yeah, feeling each other out in neutral a bit. No.
小酒みたいやな。
Oh, okay. A punish counter there.
なんだ？
At least still within range to get the punish counter. Not too bad for Hallibell. Slowly but surely, look at the amount of patience being exuded from Hallibell. Again, the knee hop does get punished. Hallibell, he caught the parry as well.
Interesting.
Oh my!
This is a very interesting movement coming from GG Hallibell here.
Ugh. He is just making all the right,
さあ終わった
decisions right now against the SVP.
いいよ。
GG Hallibell with a very, very convincing start.
Very animated, full super animation on the player cam right now.
新流レパしてる。
As he should be. He was. we are in the same hotel. We're on the same floor. I had to talk to him in the elevator. He's like, "Yeah, I'm feeling great. It's great to see you, but I am salty." Verbatim. I am salty. And I'm like, look, you got a couple more days to play, man.
でもめっちゃワイプの動き陽気だけど内容クソ冷たいんだよな。めちゃくちゃ冷たい剣なんだよな。
Zangief Bellato, how much more aggressive can you be to break Hallibell's current defensive placement and maneuvering? And the overall patience that he's been having in this match specifically.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is completely different than what I was predicting from GG Hallibell. It is a lot slower, a lot more defensive. We're not even whipping buttons to try to bait anything to come out. Like, he's just getting pure whip punishes. And Zangief Bellato on the brink of being burnt out.
I mean, there was a guess there. Drive rush into the Dragon Lash. Bellato was definitely ready for it.
Nice perfect parry coming from GG Hallibell.
手離してるよ。
Bellato into the corner. He's going to have to find his way out.
Ooh, that's tricky. We haven't seen that shown off just yet.
The frame trap trying to check the run, but you actually get hit. Again, Zangief Bellato or Zangief's buttons are just too slow to check those.
Hallibell got the spirit of Zangief. How many fierces did he throw in that sequence? Like 3 in a row? There's no armor on that bad boy.
The special of Ken. But look at the spacing that GG Hallibell is doing right now.
What a statement. A pretty significant one, yeah, that is for sure. When you talk about here as well, the conversion a little bit off the mark, but
wow.
Again, Bellato trying to get the big reads on the resets. Hallibell, he was mashing away.
He was not trying to get reset. Absolutely not.
He ain't trying to hear it. Why should he, right? Like, why not? Word?
You know,
ゲラ笑いで
this
す。
many rounds, you can kind of sprinkle in a little bit of disrespect in there just to let Zangief Bellato know, kind of double question whether or not you should press the button here, even though you're negative
I like
or
that
plus.
insight. No, I like that
ゲー
insight.
センだったら灰皿飛んできてそうだな。
That happens a lot more often than most people anticipate, right? Just nearly 3 bars from the side of GG Halibel. Oh, that could have been the biggest confirm of his life to end it.
No, it's GG Halibel in the corner now. Okay, the target combo to stop the run, actually. Oh, the wake-up super! Get off of me, and this should be it.
I mean, Halibel thinks so.
大丈夫か
He's already out of his seat.
ああ、さすがに大丈夫か。はい、ウィーナー出るのはい。
Getting the first W under his belt here at CAPCOM
とんでもねえプレーだな。
expense of Zangief Polado.
激詰めて後に逆卓 OD 勝利打って最終的にリバサ SS3 ぶっ放して勝った。
Once he put you in a 50-50 and make you second guess yourself. Not once did he second guess himself. He got every single ODDP correct. He got the wake up super correct.
これやられたらムカつくな。
He better go to Evil Vegas because if he rolls a dice like this in video games, I want to see how he does over at the craps table, man. That is like
見る分には面白いけど絶対対戦したくないよ俺。
correct decisions on defense. I genuinely do not.
I'd say it's like a 95% hit rate, to be honest.
You're a better mathematician than I am, I'll tell you what. But GG Halibel again, a whole different demeanor.
激詰めたいいプレーの後にいたもんな。
But this is very like, I mean, obviously, a specific game plan against a Zangief. This doesn't really kind of translate well for the rest of the cast. I feel like Halibel had a specific game plan against Zangief Bolado. Outside of the defensive read, in terms of the patience, he made Zangief Bolado break. In the neutral.
He really did, and that's kind of where Bolado thrives. It is in the neutral. Like when you saw it against Tokido, he waited, like he did sprinkle out and whiff a couple normals, just to kind of see what you want to do in response to what he's throwing out. The GG Halibel he was just like, I'm just gonna keep walk blocking. He actually stood outside of the range where he started recognizing where Zangief Bolado would want to press a medium instead, and was able to get punish counters because there's so much more recovery on the mediums.
But yeah, I mean, again, one game on the board for GG Halibel, now tying it up. Zangief Bolado sitting at 1 and 2, but the rest of them, Jobby M still has his game to play. Kakaru still nice and
パンクが X でモニター褒めてた？マジ？いいね。褒めるパターンもあるんだな。ありがとう。
Jobby M coming up to the stage, and that's going to be quite an interesting one, right? Jobby M has been a great pioneer for the DLC character Terry, and it's been so I'm going to say it's mad inspiration.
No, truly, when I asked him,
過去最高のイベントです 100% って言ってさ、マジかよ。今 100% って言って大丈夫か？早いんじゃないか。
He's a big fan of other games. I mean, he's been well-rounded in other fighting games. That's what he grew up with. He was telling me about it. So, I mean, it just makes perfect sense. Like, he's making it work so well for him, man. I did get a little bit of insight from like a couple of players, and I also got to talk about it. I feel like Terry is such a strong character when it comes through the biggest bane of a lot of players' existence, that is the throw loop game. I feel like he sets himself up very nicely. Can also lead to fat damage if you guess it correctly. If he hits you with like some of these
モニターは MSI なんだな。
some of the really interesting links that he has.
MSI のモニターって最近聞かんな。なんか結構薄型やね。
He really knows how to exercise all of those options pretty well, especially in the corner. But right now, Tokido, especially with the way things went down,
MSI も一時期に比べたらだいぶ名前聞かなくなっちゃったもんな。
Yeah, we'll see how he approaches this. Oh my God! It's the Kumite stare down!
And a gentleman's shake of hands. We love that.
The Kumite stare
いや
down.
あのまま中すんのかと思った。
But I'll tell you what, the more memorable moment between those two is when Jobby M took Tokido down in that Red Bull Kumite.
You think it's gonna happen again? What you thinking?
Different character, different season, who knows?
でも実際格闘技で睨み合いの時にチュッてやっていきなりぶん殴られたこと何度もあるからな。過去。格闘技のあの睨み合いでデコガーンぶつけてガーって本気で睨み合ってる時に片方がチュッてやってやられた側がボコーンっていきなりぶん殴ることあるからな。あれ試合始まる前に。
Actually, I think they're character-wise. I think they're both pretty similar in general. Like they have pretty stubby normals outside of their stand light kicks. Both their stand light kicks go really far.
And also, in comparison, both have really dangerous standing heavy punches as well.
Both their fierces. That is kind of the shimmy button, and that is kind of the button you use to cancel into a whole bunch of things. That's where you get your mileage off of.
Yo.
It's such a scary button.
うわ手出してくる。
Delayed 3 jabs.
Man, and he puts himself close enough to get that strike throw mixed up pretty consistently. The character Terry, that is.
There's a power wave.
まあまあまあまあまあまあ、相手ゲージないし
So much corner carry on this character.
置き攻めさえいなせば OK。 立ち回り戻って。
Bam! Are you
何
okay? Bust the wolf.
Beautiful Buster Wolf just because.
本場。あー、インパクトはダメ。
Spends all the meter to kill him, but it doesn't. It's not enough. But the throw is enough.
Nice. An excellent closeout. An excellent momentum starter for JaBM. Already feeling the Tokido. What are the adjustments that need to be made into round 2? Knocking on the door. Does get the shimmy. Dash up on in there with the run.
I do like the confidence coming from JaBM, just sticking to the decision that he's making. Look at that, just with the fierce tackle, okay? No punish on the parry, but okay.
Damn, we'll take that trade.
We're trading some buttons in neutral right now.
Okay. Let's get the punish counter, yes sir!
Another Buster Wolf, and we do have one more Buster Wolf just in case.
わー、中盤振っちゃったー。
Damn, this guy's good!
Damn! やばい。ジャビうめえ。
My man's a scientist as well, knowing exactly how to punish and when. I respect it and I love it.
That was kind of quick.
Damn, 7 frames on that super art. I was definitely unsure. I'm like,
徹底して陣雷に SA 入れてくるね。
he knows he's familiar with the punishes. I was
まあ
just
SA ないときは無敵になるのかな。
myself internally. I'm like, is that 7 frames?
It's 7 frames and it moves him forward, so
う
I
まい。
think it's one of the best.
あー、惜しい。
And it's just a very sick animation.
だいだいだいだい、ちょいちょいちょいちょい。
Easily. He says it with his chest.
いや、インパクト気をつけて。
Man, come on now. Love this guy.
JaBM so comfortable with this matchup. I meant to say when he had qualified to make it into Capcom Cup, he had to play against Mark the Shark, who was also a Ken player.
Mark the Shark.
One of his training partners. So he knows this matchup very well. But I mean, again, like you said, there's so many Kens out there. There's an abundance, and there might not be that many Terrys yet.
集団投げて、いいよ、入れ替わった。こっから。はい、バーッと。出たーい。いや、空対空うめ。
Lots of counter hits coming on both sides.
Sick!
So ready. Okay, he's gonna get the conversion off of this. We're going straight into
Yo.
level 2.
A little bit of Bart says Tokido's name. Not gonna press the issue just yet. Drive rush on in. Jobby has his mark back and the punish counter because you cannot finish off of that string. The Jin Rai, you are susceptible to that OD rising tackle. JaBM at the perfect time to get that drive gauge back.
What beautiful awareness. Even when he was burnt down, he was able to do that DP against the Dragon Lash. That's how you know.
あれ一応陣雷ってさ、出した時点で無敵打ったら確定だよね。
Okay, delayed crouch strong does get the counter hit on Tokido, but unfortunately he does burn himself out. But Tokido with the wake up.
わーい。
Are we gonna go into level 3 just to get the meter back? Yes.
やばい。
One more sequence is gonna put Tokido potentially in burnout.
へー。
So confident. JaBM.
やばい、バーンとし、あーはー、まあでもそれしかなかったか。まあでもガードしててもバーンアウトやしな。
The run back and he gets it again over Tokido. 2-0-2. I don't think Tokido got around.
Listen, that was 2 rounds straight in game 2. I do not recall in game 1 Tokido having any sort of rounds. I really don't. It just went by so quickly.
うわ、2-0って痛いんじゃないかこれ。
I didn't see a chance for Tokido to adapt to what JaBM was doing. It was just really like a Shoto battle. It was just battle of the anti-airs, battle of the footsies, just incredible. You're standing up. Stand up the whole way then.
My cord got stuck.
Oh, sorry.
I don't want to do it.
Yeah, we don't want to break the headsets out here. Sorry, I got a little too hyped.
Oh, my back hurt on that one. But man, that was such a clinical performance from the side of JaBM, knowing exactly what to do with any sort of mistakes. There were so many times where Tokido felt confident in some of his sequences. It's like, oh, yo, he has level 1. He's going to let that rip. I didn't know he was going to be that fast. But do you think that has to be because of perhaps the lack of experience in that matchup? Because I'm going to be fully transparent.
そういや、ビシャスから出てた湯気止まったなって思ったらほのかに出てるなまだ。
I'm not gonna lie. I actually don't know either in Japan, but I don't know if it's a lack of experience. I would say it's a lot of experience coming from JaBM's side because I think his situational awareness was incredible. just being consistently able to punish all the Jinrais, having all the correct options, and even when he was burnt out, he still had the correct options against what Tokido would like to do
い
because
や
it is
まだ
very
全然悪くね
common
まあ
for
全
Ken
然
to
は言い過ぎ
just
か
seek in a normal
あれもう終わ
interject
っ
just to
た嘘
put the pressure on you for the chip damage.
I
もう
was
ありよ
surprised that Tokido had even gone for some of those Jinrai sequences because again here
Well,
he
that
had
is-
like that drive gauge, he has also like a level 1 if need be. That's I feel like that was a little bit of Tokido like slacking and Jobby M taking full advantage of that. It's like yeah, I'm ready for this matchup specifically. So very very impressive, man. Jobby M really pushing his scene forward and really putting himself and his scene on the map because of that performance.
Yeah, shout out to South Africa, the African hero, Jobby M. Beautiful play. And I just love how Capcom Cup gives you a stage and just to, you know, support all the communities out there. It's beautiful. But next up, we do have the last match of the night, I believe. It is Dual Kevin versus Gigi Hallibell. And we just saw Gigi Hallibell take down Zangief Bellado. And Dual Kevin having such a close sets against Kakaru, but unfortunately wasn't able to pull through. So, hopefully, you know, Dual Kevin not looking the happiest at this point, looking a little stressed, but, you know, he is a pro player. He's probably going to hopefully bounce back from that situation.
It is kind of tough because if he takes this L now, he might not have a chance going forward. Because Kakaru, again, sitting in an immaculate X and O, essentially. Yeah, I feel like his chances are getting slimmer and slimmer. I mean, if it becomes 1 and 3, it might be cooked.
Yeah, so he might have to 2-0 at this point because, again, every game counts in this format.
But who knows, man? Gigi Hallibell could also
ハリベル勝ったらでかい
and he already has
ね
like a 2-0 over Bellado. If he does it again, he will be skyrocketing his way towards possibly second place. Who knows?
That's right.
面白いことになるかもしれません
That
よ
was the other crowd favorite in here. I think the 3 favorite in this group was Kakaru, Tokido, and Dual Kevin making it out.
I think a good majority of the FCC would agree with you on that one. I think I would agree with you on that one as well. But it's tough to call again. Looking at it right now that I kind of think back upon it, Hallibell is 1 and 2 right now. Jobby M is looking rather strong at 2 and 1. So maybe I kind of misspoke, but either way, Gigi Hallibell, you could have a really, really great time disrupting the rest of the standings for some of the players here. Who knows, man? He was coming in at what, 0 and 2?
Yeah, but now he's 1 and 2. He's coming in hot because of the way that he was playing. There was so much confidence there. It's not going to be easy for Kevin for sure. But I think he is going to, if he wants a chance of making it out, even in losers, he is going to have to pull out the 2-0.
Really not much to kind of harp on in regards to like the final matchup for Rashid versus Ken because again, there's an abundance of them. I feel like worldwide at this point, but only very few could pilot them the way that these two individuals can. So let's see how it throws down. Game 1 already a very aggressive start for Gigi Hallibell.
Yeah, starting with from the jump from the rip-off.
ぬるいぜ
Perfect parry, okay. What's the sequence here?
ミスって
Okay, some lights.
難しいやつ
Up back to get away from throw pressure, okay.
So scary within this range as well.
やばいパリでゲージが
Burn out Hallibell, making whip parry a couple times, and there you go.
That's a good
Dual
call.
Kevin, yeah, Dual
パリ
Kevin
狙われてるな
realizing that Gigi Hallibell is instead of trying to check
暴れてる
But he still manages to find a way out momentarily. That is, does he force him to spin a level 1? It's going to be a throw first. We might, who knows? Yeah, he's buffering the hell out of that.
Okay, this should
う
be
わーしゃぶりにしゃぶり尽くされてそのまま死んだ
Okay, I like the rebuttal from Dual
いやあれなんか回してるふりして警戒させてジャンプしてなかったあれ多分回してるふりだと思うんだよなあの後即ジャンプは
Here comes the big Isar.
trying to chip away. Is Hallibell going to take the damage, or is he going to get his meter chipped away? Actually, pretty good defense against the Yasar there.
わからんけどね
That's another sequence. Even closer to victory. Dual Kevin, what's going to be the schmicks? Blocks the save jump. Oh, that was such a delay. You saw a half step forward into the medium.
残るでしょ
Dual Kevin sniping out the button against Hallibell.
うわーしかし上うめえ
Into the low SRK. That's not Shoryuken, baby. That's Super Rashid kick.
It is indeed, and just like that, that was kind of a speed run too. I'm not gonna lie. Gigi Hallibell was stuck in the corner for so long.
弱弱 SA1 あれ確認して打ってんだな、まあ、弱弱の間にまあプロなら余裕なんかな 俺には無理だが。
It's still so hard to call. You never know what Halibel has up his sleeves in regards to his Oh, hold up.
We're doing the color change on the costume. That is a power up.
Yeah, we can't see it on the stream just yet, but we are gonna get that change up in the costumes from Halibel. He did speak upon that as well. I feel like in one of the interviews that he's had throughout the years. I mean, like, I like kind of to change it up a bit, to kind of like change my approach and see how I'm feeling that day. But we'll see if it amounts to anything right now against Dual Kevin. Early drive reversal just to make sure that Halibel doesn't get any of his mixes in.
Very early, but just like that. 9 seconds in, GG Halibel is stuck in the corner.
うまいね。
What a nice DI against a win shot.
入れ替え。
Max distance.
Okay. Throw pressure. What's the sequence?
I like that. A little bit too far out too. Still extending the link with a standing light kick. Oh, that's gonna be Halibel all over it. First time we have seen the OD spinning mission inside of Dual Kevin.
Yeah, I mean at the end it was like a 50-50 guess. OD mix. Oh, there's a perfect parry again.
That's too slow of a button.
Yeah, that was again.
いや、K。
So ready with the DI.
あ、なんだ。うわ、なんかおしゃれ。
I see. He's got a dip. Oh no way, brother. He's trying to smooth
すごいつる。
Don't do that. Don't awaken.
ゲージがでも嫌な感じ。
Oh, the dash up low. Okay, hold on.
死ぬほど下がる。前出て下がって。ランクまでこういう人いるわ。マジムカつくんだよな、これやられたら。
Looking pretty dry. I feel like I'm close to it. There he is. Now he's fully dry. Ashy Larry. Go upstairs. Put on some lotion right now.
Are we gonna see a wake up? What are we gonna see?
Oh, we definitely are. Good call, Sherry. Level 1.
入れ替えて。まだあるよ。
I still see him. I don't know what he's working on. Are we gonna see another super buffer? Ooh, okay. We don't get the trade combo. I was so scared the ODDP was gonna come out from there, but okay. We're getting the safe. Oh, pressure just in case Halibel had decided to bust out in that situation.
We were talking about the movement that Halibel was implementing. Again, Dual Kevin one-upping him in that regard. Now you have to face the man behind the storm.
New start. 1 throw. 2 throws. Are we gonna see a third? No, a delayed medium punch there. Okay.
Oh, he tried to move out of the way. A little bit too meaty. Dual
ハリベ
Kevin.
頑張れ。
One more sequence off of the mix. Empty jump low
まだ残
again.
る。
He has one more sequence in mind. Is it going to be enough to go into it? No.
だー
He
い。
timed it perfectly to
まあ
smash
まあ
the
まあまあまあ
dome.
まあまあまあ。
Halibel
ナイストライ
is。defeated by the Shemix master, Dual Kevin.
Beautiful,
痛そう。
beautiful play. I think just that one round, it did everything. That one round, it did work in GG Halibel's favor, but unfortunately, all the other rounds was definitely hugely in Dual Kevin's favor.
And not bad, too. Taking a 2-0 RB Halibel. You want to get as many points as possible, as we talked about in Harp Time for so long. Sitting at a record of 2-2 now is Dual Kevin. Halibel, I don't know, man. I mean, I think he might have been cooked. Again, I want to make sure later on, but as it stands right now, taking a look at the replay, we talked about the amount of control offensively both characters had, or both players have had. It was more so Dual Kevin towards the later end of that round where we saw that offense really shine.
Yeah, and something that I want to call out, that Kevin did so good conditioning. Because Dual Kevin's specialty is always at like the very
おっさんは
last
初日からずっと写真撮ってるよ。
drive rush overhead. But we noticed in the first couple rounds, in the first 2 games, he did round start, drive rush, low short.
Yep.
And it got perfect parry twice.
Yep.
So it kind of conditioned him and set him up for the drive rush overhead to connect in the very last round. And indeed it did, because even if he had tried to go for a tap parry there, he would have got punish countered by the drive rush overhead.
Yeah, man, it's so tough too. And like once you got into the corner, it was just sequence after sequence after sequence. Even the conditioning had been conditioned just based off of those different types of strategies that Dual Kevin implemented by changing up the timing of the roundhouse, by changing up into the empty jump low. It's so tricky
噂をすれば
because
お
you
っ
see
さん
the
が
animation still, right? You could have 3 different types of setups for it. But
左から
Dual Kevin
右へ
is just, he is truly the mix master, and I'm loving that. What I
おっ
don't
さん
love
い
is the
た
fact that we've already concluded the blocks already. That is actually
That's
kind of
it.
crazy.
That's the end of day 2.
That's wild. That's wild. Taking a look at the standings overall, right? GG Halibel sitting at 1-3. Kind of a rough shot, but Jobby, yeah, man. Woo! 2-0 over Tokido. My boy's feeling good. Kakadu still with an immaculate record of 3-0. Zangief
マイナー2だから3位か
a big chance to shine, and he did so today with that 1-2.
あ
Dual Kevin
いや
tying
違
up
う
2-2.
嘘
Tokido
4位だ
surprisingly at a 1-2 going into day 2.
Yeah, I mean, so right now we have Kakaru sitting nice and pretty, 3-0 in first place, and we have Javian right under him, 2-1.
まあ、あと2試合あるからカチカチワンチャンだけど、ジャビーに負けたから、渋いか？
We're gonna have to see how tomorrow goes.
かなり渋めだな。
Javi M is going to be standing by with an interview. Our man of Group C. Let's take a look with Reinhardt.
Today, a very amazing run. Of course, the run back that Tokido was looking for, but you didn't allow him to get the revenge he wanted. Talk me through your mindset going into that set versus Tokido.
I was very confident. I think Terry is a bad matchup for Ken.
お？テリーが不利なマッチアップみたいなこと言ってなかったか今。
Because the ground game is just hard for Ken to get started. Even when in the corner, it's very hard for Ken to keep Terry grounded. So I was very confident going in. I did prepare a lot because I was only playing one game, so it allowed me to prepare a lot for Tokido on what he's going to do, you know. So I was very confident all in all.
まずはケン対テリーはとりあえずテリーすごく有利があって、
逆か。
もしかしたらケンの一番最悪な組み合わせっていう可能性も一応あると思っているので、あとやっぱりその時戸選手のケンの動きを見てやっぱりそれを対策したりとかして準備は万全。
テリー有利なんだね。
言ってました。で、2つ目の
逆政治だ。
明日の調子は
公約みたいな。公約を掲げる政治家初めて見た。
Your motivation must be through the roof. Your confidence also the same thing. What are you thinking moving forward here in this tournament?
I just need to just play my game, not worry too much about the results, but just worry about the matchup, how I approach the matchup, and I'm going to have to pull out a bit of clutch moments, you know, because the last two remaining players are very strong, and they also want to keep a good record, and so I have to just keep my game and not worry about the results, but just worry about what I do in game.
ジャビかっけえな。
とりあえず自分の試合をやることに集中する。記録とか結果を見ないで、スコアとかを見ないで、ずっと自分のやりたいことをやって、できるだけ勝つことを目指すっていう形になっています。そういうことですね。それではインタビュー終了となりますので、ぜひお見逃しなくこれからのカプコムカップ11もお楽しみください。
はい。R チラリ。
And that, you know, I think that's
Subliminal R.
This is the end of day 2.
It's wild. It's actually wild. There's so many expectations that go into like what happens at the beginning of the day, and some of it gets like absolutely crushed, but it doesn't have you feeling kind of like discouraged. It's like, damn, this was some good ass Street Fighter. I'm gonna tell you what, man. I mean, not to take away from the line of Tasty Steve, but man, that was an excellent display of hard work goes a long way, right? And you talk about the overall standings. There have been
ほなまた明日ですか、カプコンキャップは。ちょっと待って、ちょっと俺ね、電話してくるわ。ちょっと。 すいません。今日ちょっと早めに終わるわ。ごめん。ちょっといろいろ調整してたんだけど。また。さっせん。明日ちょっと早めに起きれるようにスタンバります。お疲れ様です。